From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Oh, yeah, it's Friday. Friday morning good time edition. I'm Michael Jenkins. My partner in crime is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, jam-packed slate of preseason football in the NFL. We'll talk about some of the more interesting storylines and if we're actually going to bet on the games. Preseason is great for the sharp bettors. For us, a little dicey. In 20 minutes, we haven't forgotten about baseball. We will get some insight from Chris Vasile from Covers.com. And yes, at 8:40, Donkster and our best bets. How you doing to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour? If you want to stream us and see us, it's easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or use the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, here it is. We had 3 games last night in the NFL preseason. Now we get 3 more tonight and a host of games on Saturday and Sunday. But you always hear this with NFL players, like we're tired of playing against ourselves, right? We're tired against playing the same color jerseys. We want to hit another team. And when that happens, then you can really amp it up. Because certainly when you're practicing against your teammates, you let up a little bit. You don't want anyone to get hurt. So now we're seeing joint practices and preseason football games. That includes your Tennessee Titans been having joint practices with the Bucs, and Cam Ward was so upset during one of those practices, he chucked a football at a defender.
Yeah, I had a target. I was trying to hit one of them boys in red jerseys. So, it was good. That's what football comes to. We adapted up right after practice. Ain't no big deal. But, I'm excited. The team know I got their back. They're going to have mine. Might have another skirmish, but I know we're going to be together.
Oh, yeah, a little skirmish. Commanders got into a couple skirmishes with the Patriots. Mike Vrabel had blood on his face. Now, we're getting closer to the season with the fights and throwing footballs at other guys and stuff like this. So it's coming.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this will be a big test for Cam Ward is how does he handle adversity? Because I feel like we have heard from him all throughout the offseason and all during training camp. And he says all the right things. And he carries himself so well. But it's very different once your team starts losing and once the fingers start being pointed at you as the quarterback. Yeah. So we'll get our first glimpse of Cam Ward in action against, players who are actually wearing pads, who are, playing at full speed with the Titans this week, playing the Bucs. So I will be very interested in that, obviously, because he is, the only hope for our franchise, it feels like at this point. But we will see a lot from, a lot of these other teams. And I think maybe that's the one reason why I'm interested in some of these preseason games, because it's kind of a tough sell. Like we talked about this at the top of the show. It feels like you get very few, like 100% good plays and a lot of really bad plays in the preseason. But we do get our first glimpse at a lot of quarterbacks, like starting from the top with, the Browns, we get to see Shedeur Sanders and whichever one of their 6 quarterbacks will be coming in. I don't think we'll see Joe Flacco. I think he understands how to run a football game at this juncture in his career. Also, we'll see Jackson Dart for the Giants. I know a lot of people were high on him. And also, I'm really interested to see what we see from J.J. McCarthy, because Jenks, please correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like people have been putting on him on such a pedestal where it almost feels assumed like he is the answer at quarterback. And we still really haven't seen him in NFL games too much. So I wonder if the hype is going to match the product we get on the field when it comes to J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Now, the Vikings host the Texans tomorrow afternoon, and the Vikings are laying 3 in that game. Total is 37 and a hook if you are interested. But I was reading about this because I don't trust the Vikings at all right now. I really want to see how he looks. And I don't know how I got on not necessarily a deep dive, but we've heard so much about J.J. McCarthy, and I'm like, well, how does he look? Like, everyone acts like he's just going to come in, and it's just going to be, all right. I think part of it has to do with the Sam Darnold effect. I'm telling you, this is going to be a step down from Sam Darnold. You can say what you want to about Sam Darnold. He had a great season last year. Did he falter a little bit at the end? Sure. But he's great last year. I think he was an MVP candidate for a while. You think J.J. McCarthy is immediately going to come in and be that guy? I don't think so. And the practice reports are he's doing a nice job of holding on to the football, kind of driving the car, but not doing anything really dynamic and still sort of having issues learning the game, which is to be expected. Because, yeah, he's had an extra year in the NFL, getting better from an injury. He's never played in a regular season game. So it's not to say he can't have a good career, but you're exactly right, which is, God, everyone acts like he's just going to come in and the Vikings are just going to take off, and I don't think we're going to see that at all.
Yeah, what's that old saying about assuming?
Right.
When you assume. I'm not going to finish it, but you get what I'm saying. Is that I'm not saying that I don't think he's going to be a great NFL player. I'm just saying maybe we shouldn't assume things about rookie quarterbacks because, again, I go back to people seeing players like Jane Daniels. They're like, see, rookies can do it. CJ Stroud, amazing. Jane Daniels, amazing. They are the outlier. They are not the norm. Acclimating to the game in the NFL and the speed that it operates as opposed to the college game is a huge deal. And guys can say the right things. They can be students of the game. But when somebody comes at you, in full pads at full speed, and you haven't had many reps at that position at that speed, it is a different ball game. So I think that's one of the things that I will be looking at this weekend is how J.J. McCarthy does. I understand it's still the preseason. It's not like the full blunt of the starters on the defensive side of things. Mm-hmm. But you're right. I think that's one of the bigger storylines, I think, in his division. And we should also probably mention, what is Caleb Williams going to look like, under Ben Johnson? Because we've talked about this offense. It's a complicated offense and system to learn. And Caleb Williams has had his trouble at navigating adversity. How is he going to look, at first blush, his first time operating a very difficult offense?
I don't, it's a really good question. And the Dolphins are visiting the Bears on Sunday. So if you want to see Caleb Williams, you got to wait until early Sunday afternoon. I think Caleb Williams is going to struggle again, at least early on. I mean, the early practice reports that we've seen are that he just hasn't been able to figure it out. The thing with Caleb Williams is that you have to throw last year in the trash is what you have to do, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily fair, but look, he had a head coach who had no idea what he was doing. Like none. We saw that throughout the year. And remember when Caleb Williams was like, yeah, I'll watch film, but it's usually by myself. Like imagine being a rookie quarterback in the National Football League and you don't have coaches guiding you, teaching you, watching film with you. That's incredible. And now not only that, okay, throw that out. You've got a brand new offense, a brand new head coach. You've got new teammates. So everything that you learn means nothing now. So I think with Caleb, we're going to see a guy who continues to struggle until he gets acclimated. And it's not just, there's differences in offenses, but Ben Johnson, as we saw in Detroit, there's a lot to his offense. So they're going to try and start him off small, I'm sure. But I think we're going to see another adjustment period for Caleb Williams. And this goes back to the Bears and how they run their organization. But they set him back. So I think he deserves a little more leeway than maybe he should get otherwise because of last year.
Yeah. How much do these preseason games matter to you when you watch them? Because it's interesting to me how it really depends on like the narrative surrounding the player. Like we were just talking about J.J. McCarthy, and I feel like people love him so much that even if he struggles, they're like, it's preseason, doesn't matter. But if Caleb Williams struggles, oh boy, I feel like that narrative train will be running full steam ahead. Is Caleb Williams really the answer in Chicago? Because I feel like people, I don't know. I feel like there's already people who have given up on Caleb Williams. But how much do you really take away from these games because, again, like certain people get credit. Like if Patrick Mahomes throws an interception in a preseason game, nobody's going to sit here and be like, oh, is he cooked? No. So let me ask you, do you take away actual, tangible things from these preseason games? Or is it just one of those things where it's like, hey, it'll be interesting. Maybe if he makes like a really terrible mistake, because I think that's what I'm looking for some of these rookies is, can they drive the car and how bad and how brutal are the mistakes? Because, I was watching the game with the Colts last night and Riley Leonard, who played for Notre Dame, was just fine. I thought maybe he could be a quarterback who could drive the car. And then he scrambles backwards 40 yards and then gets called for intentional grounding. Like that is a mistake that can't happen in the NFL.
Correct.
Those are the mistakes I feel like you look from rookies at, hopefully they don't do those. But how much are you really taking away from these preseason games? To get back to my original question.
Not a whole lot. It's really about the rookies, right? It's about the guys on the cusp of making the team. It's about guys trying to make the roster, and it's about the guys that you drafted. Now, certainly, you don't want Caleb Williams, for example, going in there and looking like a deer in headlights and having no clue what he's doing. I mean, you want him to be able to set the offense. Like, they've had problems with, false starts or issues in the red zone, whatever it is. You want to see a clean game. It doesn't have to be spectacular from the guys who are supposed to be your entrenched starters. But really, this is about guys trying to make the roster and the guys that you drafted. You want to see them have an impact. And this game experience for them is really important because this is their first real experience against someone else in a simulated situation very close to the regular season. So that's what it's really about. You want to see your rookies show out, I think, more than anything else. But I don't take a whole lot from the preseason. Like last night, I think, who was it? Was it Geno Smith or someone, played one series, went 1 of 3. Like, what do you take from that? Nothing. Played a series. Means nothing. Like tonight in Foxborough, the Commanders aren't going to play Jaden Daniels. They're not going to play anybody. The Patriots will play a lot more players because they need the help. They need the experience. They have the younger team, and they need to get better more quickly, whereas the Commanders kind of know what they have. I think that's maybe the only betting angle you can use, or one of the betting angles you can use here. But I don't put too much emphasis on it. What do you think?
Yeah, do you bet on these games? Like, I understand there are people who can make a pretty compelling case for it, but at the end of the day, even these teams that have quarterback competitions, it's like then the fourth quarter rolls around, it's just absolute chaos. You get what I'm saying? Like, and they're like, oh, well, the starters are going to play in the first quarter. That's 1 quarter of an entire game. And even if Joe Burrow puts a flawless performance, it is 1 drive, and it's not the entire game. So I think from a betting standpoint, I lean in the direction of, this is not something that I am good at, so I will not be doing it. Like, we are always 100% honest on this show, and if I'm not good at betting on something, I'm not going to advise other people to be betting on it either, because I'm not betting on it with my own money.
You're not going to bet on your Titans. Laying 3.5 at the Bucks, 3 and a hook. I can't talk you. Cam Ward fired up throwing footballs at people's heads. No?
Jenks, the people here locally, like the talk radio, have not been super kind to Cam Ward. Like, they think that he is saying all the right things, but when it comes to when they started putting the pads on, they're saying that he's looked kind of rattled. So I'm real interested to see how he looks in a real game. Because, listen, the defenses in the ACC are very different from what you will see in the National Football League, especially when you're going against Todd Bowles.
Yeah.
Like, that's a tough defense.
No question about it. I think the only bet I would make, because I was looking at this card, first of all, betting in the preseason, like this is a sharp bettor's dream, right? Because these sharp bettors can find angles that, the books don't necessarily have. Like, this is hard for the books to cap as well, because there are just so many variables. You don't know who's going to play, how long they're going to play. What I would say, I would just lay the 3 at the Packers. Take it on the Jets on Sunday night. Just take the Packers on the money line. Just because the Jets stink. Don't the Jets always stink? I was reading a Jets practice report. Justin Fields is struggling right now. Like, they're having problems getting the guys lined up, jumping off sides. Fields is throwing picks. I think they had a drill where they were backed up on, like, their own 1 and got tackled by a defender for a safety. Maybe I'm confusing myself, but everything I've read from the Jets is bad. And so taking on the Packers, who are eminently more talented, I think I'd fade the Jets in the preseason too.
I wonder if I need to see who's starting for the Packers at quarterback. Is it going to be Malik Willis? Because that would be interesting. I need to double check that because I think that's a lot of the handicap for these games is who is starting at quarterback and who's going to get most of the snaps and how important is this game to their job because, some of these, it is important. Like Shedeur Sanders probably needs to go out there and have a good game because he's competing with, 5 other quarterbacks?
Yeah.
He is competing for his job, but I don't know. The competition of mid.
Oh, my God. He's competing for the job with half of Cleveland. That's crazy. The Browns going to Brown. Coming up next on the show, hey, let's go back to baseball. Chris Vasile from Covers.com will be here. Find out if he has any futures bets on the card and what he likes tonight. That's Chelsea. I'm Jenks. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us. Come on, Double D. Great to have you with us. It is a Friday morning good time edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Always great to have you along. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show shortly, what to expect for the rest of the season of Major League Baseball as we bring in Chris Vasile from Covers.com. You know, we're always very much into, at least me, not we're. I roped us in on that one. I love watching like Forensic Files, Law and Order, but also those references now that they make on that show are so old, because now we're sort of in the second generation of the internet, right? With, Chat GPT and Gemini and artificial intelligence. But in some of those episodes, the internet is really new. And so I was yesterday eating some breakfast and I put something on, just sort of mindless entertainment. And the references that they were using, I was howling. They had some suspect who had committed some sort of crime online, and they had him like in the box and they were interrogating him. And the cop was like, "We know you've been surfing in cyberspace." I was like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, and you've been sending messages from your personal mailbox." I was like, "You mean email?" Like they were just kind of figuring it out. Oh my God. That's, first of all, those episodes are so old, but that's how you know that the internet has evolved so much. I mean, when is the last time someone said, "Have you been surfing in cyberspace?"
Surfing.
It's wild.
I think this is the worst part of trying to watch old movies. That, like, I don't know if you do this, but have you ever watched, like, rewatch an old movie where you remember it being like this amazing movie, and then you rewatch it and you're like, this movie's terrible. Like, the special effects are garbage. Like, the screen quality, obviously they can't help that. But then, like, sometimes the acting's terrible. Like, I feel like we have advanced in just about every category when it comes to movies and shows.
Yes, we absolutely have. And let me tell you something. When I surf the information superhighway,
cyberspace,
I go to Covers.com and I bring in Chris Vasile, sports betting analyst. So let's get him in here. Chris, good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. Let me ask you something here, because I saw in your bio, and I've followed your stuff for a long time, but your favorite movie, I think, is Happy Gilmore. So Happy Gilmore 2 has come out. Have you seen it, and what'd you think?
Yeah, so we watched a little bit of it, my wife and I, and it has that nostalgic feel. I definitely think that they did a good job for the first, I would say, hour and a half, and then it kind of fell off a little bit at the end. But I mean, you watch it for kind of the nostalgia, the cameos that they had, and I thought it was well done. But one of those movies where it just kind of was trying to get it out and make some money on it a little bit.
Yeah.
I know. I feel like it's tough to like criticize Adam Sandler movies, especially like if you're in the generation that I am, where you know the string of hits that he had, and you're like, no, it's almost blasphemy to say anything bad about Adam Sandler, so I'm not gonna. We're gonna say, oh, did you see the cameos? They were great. What about the plot of the movie? Well, did you see how many cameos there were? It was amazing. But on a similar vein, so you are from Canada, and I just went to Canada, which I understand is a whole country, but I was amazed at how many Blue Jays hats I saw. So a big fan base there, obviously. And I think you're a Blue Jays fan. So let me ask you this and see if you can say it without being any type of biased here, because the Blue Jays right now lead the American League 4 games ahead of the Red Sox, 68 and 48. What's the sabotage factor for the Blue Jays, though? Like, sometimes we see this with teams in the regular season where they have this great regular season, but being a good regular season team is very different than being a team that can win a World Series. Do you see a sabotage factor for your hometown Blue Jays?
Yeah, so it's always been pitching for the Blue Jays. I mean, it doesn't matter what year it is, essentially. It's always been, can the pitching hold up when it matters most? This year they've got, a couple of good guys that are pitching well. Kevin Gausman's been roughed up, a little bit over his last, I would say, handful of starts. The bullpen's been decent, but it's always kind of been, can the pitching hold up? And going up against, the likes of, the Detroit Tigers come playoff time, or, the Houston Astros, if they run into them, I just don't see the pitching holding up. I want to hold out hope that the Blue Jays can get over the hump. the offense has been mashing of late, and they have, very limited holes 1 through 9. It's just always that pitching rotation is kind of a big question mark for them. It's been the case every year for the last, I would say, almost a decade now.
So, Chris, I wanted to switch to the National League for a second. Are the Brewers really going to keep doing this? I mean, best record in baseball. It's sort of remarkable, and they have not let up. Do you believe in what Milwaukee is doing?
Honestly, Jenks, nobody saw this coming, but I do believe they are equipped for a deep playoff run. They're kind of doing all the little things right that you need to do to win ball games. If they have an uptick in their slugging numbers, they're kind of a little bit below average right now. A little bit of power goes a long way in October, but I do like how they're playing fundamental baseball. They're playing small ball, and they've got a decent enough pitching staff that could make some noise. I do see them behind the Dodgers and Phillies in that NL division. But come October, anything can happen, and the Brewers are definitely one to keep an eye on.
All right, so we're a betting show, and you told me that you have some bets for today's card. What do you like today?
Yeah, so if the New York Yankees don't turn it around, Aaron Boone's going to have a lot of time to kind of go in cyberspace and look for some job openings. So we're definitely fading the New York Yankees. Yeah, exactly. We're definitely fading the New York Yankees once again today. I just don't understand the price. It's minus 115 for the Astros. If you look at the Yankees, they're kind of the opposite of the Milwaukee Brewers. They don't play good fundamental baseball. They lead the league in unearned runs since July 1st. Lead the league in errors with 23 overall. They've lost 5 of their last 6 games. Right now, they're hitting, just 2 over the last 15 days. They're 23rd in OBP, OPS, and 24th in batting average. They can barely scrape together, some multi-run games. Now they got to face off against Hunter Brown, who's been kind of lights out for the Astros all season long. He's top 5 in strikeouts, top 5 in ERA, and he's 1 win away from reaching double digits, which I think he gets here tonight. The Houston Astros are a team that, can hit the ball well. They face off against Cam Schlittler, who just kind of doesn't do it for me here in this spot. He's allowed 5 home runs over his last 4 starts, and he's got major command issues with 11 walks during that span. Call me crazy, but I just don't see the Yankees pulling it off at home here. I think the Astros are being undervalued, so we're going to take them here at a cheap price at minus 115.
I'm talking with Chris Vasile. He is a sports betting analyst for Covers.com. Find him on X at MC. That's Mick_silly3. Okay, so Chris, by the way, am I getting your last name correct? Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
All good.
Yes. Okay, God. I saw McSilly. I was like, wait a second. Is it Vasily? Is it Vasile? Okay. Whew, I had sweating there for a second. So I wanted to ask you about the Padres. I mean, here they are just a couple games back of the Dodgers in the West. Can they catch LA realistically? It feels like that they can.
Yeah, so the Padres are kind of a weird team. Like on paper, they should be one of the legitimate contenders in the NL. They've got good players from 1 through 9. The rotation is, I would say, it is what it is. Like they're not going to blow you away. They've got some good pieces. I just ultimately think the Dodgers are too strong. I mean, you've got a stacked lineup for them 1 through 9. I don't think they're going to end up losing the division, but I do believe that they'll fall to number 3. I like the Phillies a little bit more to get that number 2 seed in the NL. But the Padres, yeah, they could be one to watch for the NL, but I just don't think they're good enough to catch the Dodgers.
All right, let's talk about the Phillies. I feel like I am so easily sold on the Phillies just about every year. And in the postseason, they're kind of streaky. That's kind of the problem with the Phillies, is that on paper, they are extremely good. They have all these power bats. Their starting rotation, one of the best in baseball. But we've seen in previous years, sometimes it takes their lineup. Like, I'm not sure what happens to their lineup in the postseason. But once again, I find myself putting my money on the Phillies to win the National League. Can you talk me off betting on the Phillies this year?
Chelsea, no, I can't talk you off betting for the Phillies. I'm in on the Phillies again this year once again. When you look at them, they're an elite offense. They're stacked 1 through 9 with almost no holes. They play good ball at home, which is kind of critical when the playoffs roll around. As I mentioned, they're neck and neck with the Dodgers for the second spot, and that kind of automatic bye in the playoffs. Getting home field in the division round, will set up nicely for them if they can get it. They've got 3 solid pitchers: Wheeler, Sanchez, and Suarez. The bullpen's trending up. I'm a believer in the Phillies. I've always been a big, Bryce Harper guy. I want to see them succeed, and I do think this is one of the years where they can possibly make a deep run. Of course, they're probably going to run up against the Dodgers at some point, which is a coin flip at best. Obviously, the Dodgers will be favored, but the Phillies, they have they're in my bank account as well.
Chris, and maybe the Phillies are the answer here, but which team do you think helped themselves most at the deadline that will pay off down the stretch?
That's a good question. I would probably say, like you said, the Phillies. I think they bolstered up. Yeah, they bolstered up their roster. I think enough to make that deep October run. And you look at the Yankees. They traded. They wanted relief pitching help. Jake Burton just got demoted. Their bullpen is essentially falling apart. In the early exchanges here, I do think the Phillies definitely were the team that bolstered up the most.
All right, so before you came on, we were kind of talking about the slate a little bit, and I thought you said you were interested in fading both New York teams today. So we do have a big matchup in the National League. Kodai Senga and the Mets, Brandon Woodruff and the Brewers, and the Brewers are now minus 130 on the money line. So is this a game that you're interested in betting on?
100%. I locked in the Brewers yesterday at minus 125 on the line open. I was thinking to myself, am I crazy for the Brewers, being this cheap against the Mets, who are kind of in a free fall like the New York Yankees are? When you look at the Mets rotation, they're sending Kodai Senga to the bump today. His overall numbers look solid, but when you break it down for the last 3 starts, he's been roughed up. He's given up 13 hits, 11 runs, 4 home runs, and just 12 innings of work. As I mentioned, the Brewers are playing some good fundamental baseball. They're doing with small ball. If their slugging numbers can get an uptick here, against Senga and his home run issues, I don't think the Mets have they're sitting on an offensive outburst that'll help them get keep this game close. If you look at Brandon Woodruff, he's been solid since early July. He's not allowed more than 2 runs in any of those starts. And as I mentioned, the Mets, they just can't hit right now. They were almost no hit against Gavin Williams on Wednesday. 3 runs over the last 2 games, not going to cut it. I know the price seems a little bit fishy, taking a team on a 6-game winning streak at minus 125 over a team that's on the 4-game losing streak. But I'm in on the Brewers here tonight on the money line over the Mets.
Chris, before we let you go, any other games on the card? Any futures that you have that are alive right now? Anything else? The floor is open for you.
Yeah, so I was looking at the Cleveland Guardians today over the White Sox. The price is a little too steep for me. I was hoping to get it around minus 140-ish. Sitting at minus 165 will probably just go up a little bit more, before first pitch. Basically, the White Sox just played, 6-game road trip out west against the Angels and Mariners. They went to extra innings yesterday and lost. They went 2-4 on that road trip. Now they're returning home, which is an angle I love to play against, teams coming back off a lengthy road trip. With Tanner Bibby on the bump for the Guardians, I just don't see minus 165 being playable. If it was a little bit lower than, I would say minus 140, that would definitely be, a play that I would put in the bank account. As for futures, the AL West is kind of up for grabs, the Seattle Mariners and Houston Astros. I do believe the Astros are the better play here at 115 to win the division. They're up 1.5 games with about 45 games left to play. They got some key players probably returning in September for the stretch run. And I I think the Mariners are probably that, consistently inconsistent team that you just can't trust, when the chips are in. So the Astros to win the AL West at minus 115, that's another bet that I locked in just yesterday.
Make sure you check out his fine work as the sports betting analyst for Covers.com. It is Chris Vasile. Chris, great talking to you this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you bet. I always forget that Covers is, located in Canada. Got a lot of friends up there. Our Canadian neighbors. I think who do we have on last week? Andrew, and he lives in Nova Scotia in Halifax. And so I was researching Halifax the other night with the lovely Catherine. We're going to move at some point. We just don't know where. I was like, let's move to Nova Scotia. Like, we just get these wild hairs. So we're looking at houses in Nova Scotia. I don't think we're going to move there, but we're just looking. It's always interesting to look at different lifestyles and the way things are built and everything. So, Covers.com is a great website, and they have a lot of great talent there. But it's always interesting to me that they're not here. They're in Canada.
Let's test my geography. Okay, so Nova Scotia is on the East Coast, correct?
Yes.
Or is it the Vancouver side?
Nope, you got it. Correct.
Oh, when I was little, we had this globe that was talking, and you would push buttons, and it would quiz you on things. And I remember very specifically, it'd be like, a Canada question. and you'd have to point on the map to like these different like Canada provinces. So it's crazy how that is still a core memory. A Canada question. And for that reason, I know where Nova Scotia is.
Oh, so we just like press a button and it would just give you a question?
Yeah. It was
Whoa.
awesome.
Oh, that does
I need
sound
to
awesome.
find this globe and use it for Blake.
Yeah. I want a talking globe. You like oceans, don't you? Yeah. Where is the Pacific?
Rhetorical question.
This is right over here. That's probably not a good impression. Coming up on the show. Hey, it's been a great week for us betting-wise. Got to keep it going. That and the Dogster all coming up next here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Sammy P here. The Bet Sweats NFL previews roll on this Friday morning, 9:20 Eastern. What's the ceiling for Mike McDonald and the Seahawks?
Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
This is my favorite part of the show. We build up towards the weekend. It's almost here. Double D, drop those bars. All right. People are like, dude, it's 8:42 Eastern. I'm starting my day. Don't celebrate too early there. Tough guy. I'm Michael Jenkins. It's Chelsea Messenger. Denton's here. Double D. Dylan. Love it when the whole crew's here. Got our best bets coming up shortly. Also the Donkster. I read this, though, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. It was, I think, tweeted yesterday. So it was Shams Charania from ESPN, and he was talking about work-life balance, which, of course, is something that everyone, no matter what your field, is something you battle with. But Shams is an NBA insider for ESPN, as we know, and that is a 24/7 job, right? And so he actually said this on, it was a podcast on ESPN, on the Sports Reporters, I think. And so he's there with Jeff Passan and Adam Schefter and Jeremy Schaap, and they're talking about how do you balance trying to always break stories and staying informed and also having a personal life. And Shams says, this is a quote, "I've had to walk out on dates, a lot of social events. My friends don't really like me. There are moments where I'm just always going to choose this." That is crazy to me, because you can still work hard and carve out some time for yourself, for your personal life. But walking out on dates and your friends don't like you, that sounds terrible.
How old is Shams, though? Okay, so he's 31. I think that this is something that he will learn maybe later in life. And it's not like I'm like years ahead of Shams. Like, I'm 37. But I don't think he's married or anything, right? Like, he doesn't have a family or, you know, a wife to share this with. So I can understand if you don't already have that in place. Like, it's hard to give up something where he's at the absolute peak of his career now. And I understand that he doesn't want to sidestep that. It's similar to people that bring this up with Derek Jeter all the time, where he said he like didn't want to settle down until he was done playing baseball, and he didn't. And then he had this like dating roster that everybody still references to this day. So maybe it's just one of those things that Shams will, you know, maybe have this balance later in life. But I do think it's easier to press your nose to the grind when you don't have a child at home and when you don't have a wife at home, because you don't have anything to compare it to. Like, why would you strive for balance when you don't have a relationship or a child?
Yeah, I get that. I think that, and I was responding to someone I went to school with online, and he was saying, you know, if I were 31 back in the day, I probably would have had this attitude, but not now. And I think that's something that kind of comes with time, even if you don't have a family. And look, I'm not advocating for not working hard. I think we all work hard on the show, especially during football season. But also, I think as you get older, like I've heard this numerous times, is that when people get much older and, you know, they know their time is coming to an end, not to be morbid, but one of the things they realize is, you know, I wish I would have spent less time worrying, or maybe I should have spent a little more time with my family. Then you realize the things that really matter. So having that balance is super important, but it doesn't sound any fun when, from dating to even your friends, like your sole purpose is just being an insider. Like, I feel like maybe that will evolve over time. I hope it does. I'm sure that's great in that moment, and there's a rush that comes with always breaking stuff. But man, that just seems like burnout is right in front of you if you keep doing that.
Right, and I think in today's age, we've seen examples of you can have it all. Like, look at Scotty Scheffler. Like, he has been worlds ahead of where I think normal people are at his age and at his, like, you know, place in the pantheon of, like, important sports athletes right now. Like, Scotty Scheffler's killing it, and he still has, like, you know, the balance in his life where he is a new dad, he has a wife, and he puts his priorities on his family. And I feel like it's a really great grounding concept, because if you look at two insiders and one guy loses a story to the other one guy doesn't have a family, the other one does, like, which one is taking it harder?
Yeah.
Probably the guy that doesn't have any balance. Like, it just feels like more pressure is put on them at work when all of his eggs are in that basket.
No, I think that's a good point. And it's a big differentiator, too, because being a beat reporter is, under the journalistic umbrella, but it's different than other jobs. Like beat reporting to me, I've done it, but I never really wanted to be a beat reporter. Because for me, like being a beat reporter, your number one priority is obviously covering a specific league or team. And then at the same time, making sure you're breaking stories and being ahead of the news cycle if you can be. And for me, that I felt like that was stunting my ability to create. And so I never really wanted to go into that area. And so I don't have the time pressures or the sensitivity that someone like that has. So I'm sure that's part of it as well.
Yeah, I think from a source standpoint, I didn't love the idea of having to schmooze people and really convince them to say things to you. Yeah. And do you get what I'm saying? It's a very slippery slope of is this ethical? Am I lying to this person? Am I lying to myself? What length am I willing to go to get this story? And for me, that length was not very far.
Well, you're totally fair. I mean, people that are in that world, they're in that world, and there's a real competitive aspect, which is not really me either. But, Shams is fantastic at what he does. So it's just not necessarily for me. But sometimes that's the sacrifice, I suppose, that you have to make. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Sammy P. and Kate Constable. Bet Sweats, Kate Constable also along. They will preview the Seahawks, give their best plays for the weekend. Also, Alyssa Charleston-Smith from Fox 13 in Seattle will help preview the Seahawks at 11. Tommy Lorenzo joins the show at 11:20. Time to pick some winners.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, you've had a nice week. I'm going to tell you here, I love this play. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm going with an under for my final play of the week. So today we're going to go with the Phillies and Rangers under 8 for -150. It is an alt line, but always go up to the nearest round number, in my opinion, because at least you get a push if it lands on 8. But listen, we have a great pitching matchup today when it comes to these two teams. If you look at Christopher Sanchez, he has been flat out fantastic for the Phils this year, coming off 8 strong innings for Philadelphia. And plus, they just made some new additions to their bullpen, including Yohan Duran, who throws absolute gas as their closer. And plus, if you look at the Rangers this year, they have been one of the best teams to the under all season long, especially when playing at home. They've got Merrill Kelly going today, who is their shiny new addition from the Diamondbacks, 9-6 this year with a 3.22 ERA. Also a veteran pitcher who I feel like doesn't get quite enough credit. And going back to those under numbers for the Rangers, if you look at them at home this season, 37-19-1 to the under. So I like both these pitchers. I think the fact that they both can go deeper into this game is an added bonus. So let's go Rangers and Phils under 8, especially because the Phillies offense falls off a cliff when they are not playing at Citizens Bank Park. 16th in OPS on the road this year. Under 8, Phillies, Rangers, -150.
God, such a good bet.
Gah.
Sound like Napoleon Dynamite. God. It's a great bet. I love that. I'm definitely playing that as well. I'm not just saying that. Man, I can't believe I missed that. All right. I've said this bet throughout the show. I'm going to stick with it. A's first 5 money line, just -110. Taking on the O's up in Charm City. The Athletics making the trip from D.C. to Baltimore. So you've got JT Gann going for, I was going to say Oaktown, going for Sacramento, the Athletics, whatever. But he's been great on the road this season. ERA of 2.82, and he's facing Tomoyuki Sugano. And Sugano has been hit hard, especially recently, giving up at least 3 runs in 8 of his last 9 appearances. And also, he faced the A's earlier this season. It did not go well. Gave up 3 runs in 4 1/3. This is a top 10 offense when you're talking about the A's. I know it's hard to believe, but they have really been swinging the bats well lately, like they did early in the season. So I'm going to stay away from the A's bullpen in this game. Let's go A's first 5 money line, just -110 at BetMGM.
Yeah, A's can swing it, too.
Yeah.
We've been talking about their offense. Low-key, one of the better offenses in all of baseball. So when you go against the Orioles, who have been one of the most disappointing offenses in baseball, I like it a lot.
All right. Guys, don't forget, we are on YouTube. You can check out the Daily Tip. You can check out each and every show on the BetMGM Network. And it's easy. Just like and subscribe on YouTube. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. I think we have Sammy P coming in today. I'm not sure. But before that, We have to bring in the final member of this team, and that is the Dogster. Good morning, Dogster.
It was not me.
What? What are you talking about?
I don't even have arms, Dad.
I'm not sure I follow here.
I'm just saying there's a lot of speculation going around, and I had nothing to do with it.
Dogster, nobody knows what you're talking about.
Okay, fine. I threw the Green Goblin on the court.
Dogster, come on. You shouldn't do that. Plus, why would you give that away?
I already have a half dozen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Terrible. How about a bet?
Buy my donk coin.
No, nobody's buying that. Can you please give us a bet?
Okay. Diamondbacks, run line, hosting the Rockies.
Okay. Whew. Right, that's over. Well, no one today from Bet Sweats. You know who's not working 24/7? The crew at Bet Sweats.
Yeah, let's just spend this time bad-mouthing Bet Sweat since they didn't want to come on our show. I was going to point out the fact that I think it's an accomplishment that we haven't had to talk about the WNBA story at all this week. Like, we've had little touches of it.
I mean, a little
Thank
bit.
God.
Not too many touches. Not too many.
Just enough. That story's wild,
Just
by the
the
way.
tip.
Just the tip. Right? We're the Daily Tip. That's what we do.
Oh, man. Yuck.
Also, that story, by the way, is wild if you read into it, because apparently a lot of the people behind it are cryptocurrency bros. It's crazy.
I haven't read into it.
Yeah.
I have been very nervous to click the headline because, as you'd expect, I didn't know what I'd find. And nah.
Well, you know what? You made a wise choice, my friend. That is going to do it for the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, Dylan Mitchell, and David Double D Dykstra. Oh, yeah, the Dykstra as well. I'm Jenks. Have a great weekend. Stay fit and humble. We'll see you on Monday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved
Happy Friday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys coming up today. To wrap up the week, we're going to talk Texas Longhorns on the show today, the number one team in the coaches poll. Of course, they have the preseason Heisman favorite, Arch Manning, and national championship aspirations in Austin. We're going to look at the Longhorns, hoping Chip Brown can join us here in a little bit to give his thoughts on Texas as well. We're also continuing to preview the AFC North on the show today, and we're going to look at Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season as head coach of the Steelers. Is that going to change this year? We will dive in to Pittsburgh. Our guy Shane Jackson going to join us middle of the show as he does each and every Friday. Going to talk plenty of baseball with our guy Shane. And then more preseason games coming up today, tomorrow, and on Sunday as well. We're going to do a little PJ Pick 5 with our favorite preseason bets. 1 and 2 in the preseason last night. Hopefully a winning PJ Pick 5 as we have all these games that we get to bet over the weekend. We'll dive into that. And then our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us. If you're listening to the show, you want to chime in with anything that you have, hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, or on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. All right, let's get rolling on a Friday. Glasses in session, talking a little Texas Longhorns. And by now, everybody knows the Week 1 showdown against Ohio State. Number 1 versus number 2, one of the biggest season opening games we have ever had. It's going to be awesome. You look at the rest of Texas's schedule, though, and definitely harder this year than it was last season. So last year they have the road game at Michigan against a Michigan team that obviously underperformed, didn't have a quarterback the entire year. This year they got to go on the road to Columbus and take on the Buckeyes, who on paper aren't as good as they were last season, but certainly talented enough to go back-to-back. In my opinion, they have the two best players in the sport in Caleb Downs and in Jeremiah Smith. So they're going to be a handful, obviously. Then Texas has the road trip to Florida. We know the Swamp is never an easy place to play, especially if Florida is good going in to that Week 6 matchup. Road trip at Georgia. They got to go to Athens to take on the Bulldogs. And then, of course, you got Red River against Oklahoma, who much of us think are going to be improved this season. Got to end the year against A&M as well. So there's about 4 or 5 games on this schedule this year that Texas has that you look at and you're like, I could definitely see them losing this game. Talked about it earlier in the year. I do like Texas a lot in Week 1. I think that's a great matchup for them. You look at Sark's track record when he has been in Austin. His teams have performed very well early on in the season. That Michigan game last year, they go into Ann Arbor, take care of business. When they played Bama in the home and home, the game in Tuscaloosa, they beat them. The game in Austin, they were 3-touchdown underdogs, only lost that game by a point. So Sark has had his teams ready to go in these early season matchups. I think he'll have them ready to go again. And then you think about the fact all that Ohio State lost. They lost their 2 coordinators, Chip Kelly and Jim Knowles. I think that's a really good spot for Texas going into Columbus. So I do like them in that Week 1 game. I tell you guys what, though, that Florida game, not going to be easy. The Oklahoma game, I definitely think they could trip up. Obviously, the road game against Georgia as well. But for a team that is the favorite to win the national championship, win the SEC, I mean, you're getting them to miss the college football playoff at plus 240. And again, they're underdogs in 2 games this season. They're underdogs to Ohio State and they're underdogs to Georgia. If they lose both of those games, lose another game on top of it, you would think at 9-3, because they are the preseason number 1, because they have Arch Manning as their quarterback, and let's be honest, that absolutely does matter because they're Texas. They still probably get in at 9-3. We have to see how the season unfolds, but I think at plus 240, man, it's worth it to take Texas. There's no way I'm buying Texas at any of these prices to win the SEC, win the national championship. I'm not betting Arch to win the Heisman Trophy because let's be honest, the reason that the prices are what they are with Texas is because Arch Manning is their quarterback. If his last name was Smith, we would not be talking about Texas the way that we are. They would not be priced the way that they are. Extremely talented football team, no question about it. I do think their defense is going to be a little bit worse, though, this season. And offensively, the offensive line's a big question mark. They only return one starter off that O-line. They're starting 2 sophomores up front. The running back room is going to be fantastic. The wide receiver room is going to be awesome. You have my favorite play caller in college football and Sark as well. So a lot to like on both sides of the football. They're going to have studs all over the field. But I think you could argue that last year's team was maybe more talented than this year's team. But because Arch Manning is the starting quarterback, that's why you're getting the prices with Texas that you are. And as we know in college football too, crazy stat that the number 1 preseason team usually does not win the national championship. And especially now with the era that we're in with college football, 12-team playoff, it's only going to make it that much harder. Texas has to go through the gauntlet that is the SEC. It's going to be tough for them to win the whole thing. So they're obviously capable of doing it. But at these prices, I think Arch is like the 4th or 5th best quarterback in the SEC. I'm going to be real with you guys. I think he's good. But these people like Paul Feinbaum that are coming out and saying that he's like Tim Tebow, the second coming, like, let's stop, please. He's not even the best quarterback in the SEC. He's not better than Lenore Sellers. He's not better than DJ Lagway. He's not better than Garrett Nussmeier. I'd take all those guys over Arch. He's a nice player. But because his last name is Manning and he's getting so much hype, I just don't see how you can bet Texas in these markets. Now, the counter argument for betting Texas is obviously it's number 1 versus number 2 in week 1. And if Texas wins that game, they are going to be the clear favorites to win the national championship. So if you do like Texas, that is the argument to make, is that obviously the price that you're getting now at plus 500 is probably going to go in half if they beat Ohio State for them to win the national title. Even though I do think they're going to beat Ohio State, I don't think they're going to win the national championship, and I would not bet them at that price. But man, is it going to be fun to watch Arch handle all these expectations and all this hype around him and this Texas team for the upcoming season. All right, you guys, let's talk a little Pittsburgh Steelers here on Send It In. Excuse me. And the Steelers, obviously, they had a lot going on in the offseason as well, with bringing in Aaron Rodgers as their new quarterback for the upcoming season. Pittsburgh's interesting, and you're talking to a guy that, as you guys know, is a Ravens fan. I know the Steelers well, playing in that AFC North division. It's a tough team to bet because of how much respect I have for Mike Tomlin and what he's done in his tenure there in Pittsburgh. Obviously, the Steelers have never had a losing season under Mike Tomlin. There are a couple things that I don't like, though, about the Steelers this year. The first one is the schedule and how it sets up for them. Their bye week is in week 5 this season. I do not like that for the Steelers. A veteran team on both sides of the ball who usually starts fast. And the thing that has hurt Pittsburgh the last couple of years is they fade down the stretch, down the end of the season, right? They get off to these great starts, but then once we get to week 13, week 14, the injuries start to pile up. The offense isn't scoring as many points. The defense isn't generating as much turnovers. They kind of back their way into the postseason, and then they get to the playoffs, and they're one and done, and it's been that way really ever since Roethlisberger's retired. Getting that early bye week, and Pittsburgh has to play all those games consecutively. They don't play any divisional games those first 4 weeks before their bye, and then they get 2 back-to-back against Cincinnati and Cleveland. I think that's really tough for the Steelers for their schedule, so I don't think that's great. Then they have that stretch in the middle of their schedule from about week 10 where they have to play the Chargers to week 16 when they go up against the Lions. Chargers, Bengals, Bears, Bills, Ravens, Dolphins, Lions. That's going to be a tough stretch for Pittsburgh to deal with as well. And then the other thing that I don't really love with Pittsburgh this season is I don't know necessarily what their identity is on offense this year, right? You think about Pittsburgh, you think steel curtain, you think defense, physical football, smash mouth football. They want to be a running team. They want to run the ball against people. You draft Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. You got Jalen Warren there, but then you get Rodgers. You trade for DK Metcalf. You bring in Arthur Smith is still there as your OC. You trade for Jonnu Smith. Like, they're making a lot of moves where I don't really know what Pittsburgh's identity is going to be this year. Do you want to be a run-first football team? Do you want to be a football team that airs it out? I don't even think Pittsburgh knows what they want to be at this point. They certainly brought in Rodgers to help them in the pass game, but for the first time in a long time, Pittsburgh has an identity crisis. When they've been going through these quarterbacks, these Mason Rudolphs, the Mitch Trubisky's, the Duck Hodges, Obviously, they want to run the ball. They want to take the pressure off those guys. But now you're bringing in Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, he was well past his prime, but it's like, what's the identity with Pittsburgh going to be for the upcoming season? So I think that is something that Pittsburgh has to deal with as well. But you look at their prices in some of these future markets, they're plus 550 to win the AFC North. I would not bet them there. Their win total is at 8.5, and the over is juice minus 120. Obviously, the market is building into the respect for Tomlin, the fact that he's never had a losing record. For them to make the playoffs is plus 140 this year. Look, I wouldn't bet the Steelers in the futures market, like I said. I would bet them week to week. I think the Steelers are a week-to-week football team that I would bet because they're an older team. The injuries are going to pile up. And again, having that early bye week, I think, is really troublesome for Pittsburgh because they've kind of been the same team the last 3, 4, 5 years. Get off to these great starts. TJ Watt's healthy. Defense is making plays. Offense is doing just enough. They're having some of that Steelers voodoo. And then it kind of all fades down the stretch. They get into the playoffs and they get smacked by the Ravens, the Bills, the Chiefs, whoever it is. Kind of feels like they could be heading that way again. But look, if there's one thing I know about Pittsburgh, when people underestimate them, when people tell them they're not good, they're not going to do something, they're not going to make the playoffs, they're not going to win the division, that's when they end up doing those things. It's one of the best organizations in all of professional sports. And they haven't had a losing season under Mike Tomlin. They are a model of consistency. All Tomlin does is win games. And now he's got a future Hall of Famer in Rodgers. I mean, on paper, they do have some talent, and their roster is very good. Now, again, injuries are going to happen, and they're not as talented as some of the top teams in the AFC, but it would not shock me if the Steelers made the playoffs again this season. They made the playoffs last year, and their team is better this year. The schedule is not as difficult in terms of the opponents. Again, I hate that early bye week, but there are things to like with the Steelers. It's just too tough of a team for me to get invested in for the upcoming season, so I'm going to pass on Pittsburgh and betting them in the futures market. I think they're a good team to bet week to week. They have a great opportunity to get off to an early start this season. They play at the Jets week 1, home against the Seahawks week 2, at the Patriots week 3, and then they play the Vikings out in London in week 4. So they can start the season 3-1. They can get off to a nice start. But again, Aaron Rodgers, it didn't work out with the Jets. He gets hurt in year 1. They get off to a terrible start in year 2. If they get off to like a 1-3 start this season going into that bye week, are things going to start to unravel for Pittsburgh? And is Tomlin, for the first time in a long, long time, going to lose his locker room? And is he going to have a losing season? They're going to be an interesting team. No bets for me, though, on the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's a BetMGM Big Fly Friday. The king of the big swing is making the best day of the week even sweeter. Here's how you can knock a bomb out of a bonus bet in your account on Fridays throughout the season. Place your first home run bet of the day. Parlays now included on a player. And if they have the longest home run of the day, win your share of $100,000 in bonus bets. No opt-in necessary. Just apply your Big Fly Friday qualifying token. Drop into your account to use on the first player or players you take to hit a home run every Friday. All right, you guys, let's talk some more Texas Longhorns and bring on Chip Brown, who joins us. Give Chip a follow on X at Chip Brown 24/7, and he covers Texas on horns247.com as well. Chip, appreciate the time, man. No, you're a busy guy. Let's start with Arch Manning. And obviously, when you knew that he was committing to Texas, when he was eventually going to become the starter, it would be a big deal. Has the hype lived up to what you thought it would be? Has it even exceeded what you thought it would be? What's Arch Mania been like covering it and seeing it in firsthand as getting ready to start the season?
I mean, the hype is ridiculous. I don't think there's been another player in college football history, recent history, my 33 years covering it, who's had this much focus, attention for a guy who's had 2 starts. We all know the reason why. And now it's time to see what he can do on the field. I mean, his teammates talk about him as being a super prepared, great teammate, capable of, making all the throws, and he's going up against an elite defense in practice every day. So, all the talk is going to give way to what he can actually do on the field against the defending national champions in Ohio State on August 30th.
Yeah, we can't wait for that season opener. It's going to be a lot of fun. Chip, if you had one question mark going into this season, about Texas? Would it be the offensive line, the fact that they only return one starter is replacing all those guys in the secondary? What would kind of be the position group that maybe people have questions about for Texas going into the year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the entire offense, just getting into sync, getting into a groove. The 4 new starters on the offensive line. You've got, guys like Ryan Wingo, who it was talked about with reverence coming out of high school last year, much like Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams, but he didn't have the targets that those guys had because he was behind Matt Golden and Isaiah Bond. How does he adjust to being the alpha? The tight end position, they lose Gunnar Helm, who set a single season record for catches and yards by a tight end at Texas, and they bring in Cal transfer Jack Endries, who's assimilated really well according to his teammates. The guy's a blocker. He can catch the football. So, it's really just getting these roles down and Arch getting comfortability. And remember that first week against Ohio State, you're going up against Matt Patricia, who you're going to go look at New England Patriots film to see what he wants to do. So they could prepare for something and get something completely different. How does Arch handle that? How do the leaders on that offense handle it? I think, this team's going to be led by its defense. This has a chance to be what Ohio State's defense was last year when they led the nation, giving up 12.9 points per game.
Do you think this team, Chip, on paper is more talented this year than they were last year? Because we know how good they were last year. Obviously, number 1 team on the coaches poll. You mentioned the guys that they lose, but also the guys that they bring in. On paper, do you think this team this year more talented than the one last year?
I think it has a chance to be. I mean, it's hard to lose Kelvin Banks, number 9 pick overall in the draft at left tackle, and say they're going to be better. But Trevor Gooseby, who does take over at left tackle, is a guy who's seen, he's a junior who's seen as a guy who might have a decision to make at the end of the year. So this team has a chance to be more talented, especially if Arch can stay healthy and stay on the field. I mean, if he leaves the field, there's a question at backup quarterback. So, they need health on their side. In 2005, every starter played every game except one. Brian Robinson missed one game. Health matters. Texas fans know that. Quinn Ewers knows that. So this team's got to stay healthy. But, yeah, I think they have a chance to be more talented, and I think they're going to be better on defense for sure.
You talk about, obviously, that Texas-Ohio State game, week 1. It's, of course, a rematch of the college football playoff semifinal game. Has Sark, any of the players, any of the coaches, Chip, have they talked about, revenge being on the mind? Are they talking about new season, fresh slate, wanting to start the season 1-0? What's kind of the mindset been going into that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the guys are looking at it as clean slate, fresh start. But DJ Campbell, their lone returning starter on the offensive line, did say it's the first stop on the revenge tour.
Yeah.
They only lost to 2 teams last year, Ohio State and Georgia. Texas will play at Georgia November 15th. So it's on at least one player's mind.
Yeah. Oh, man, you bring up that Georgia game, which obviously when you look at the SEC schedule at Athens, probably going to be the toughest game. Outside of that, though, Chip, which one do you think could be the trickiest? Is it the road trip to Gainesville? Is it Red River against OU? Outside of Georgia, what was the SEC game that you think could be the toughest for Texas?
Yeah, I think that stretch right there that you just mentioned, Florida, October 4th, and then OU, October 11th. That could be a tough stretch. I mean, if DJ Lagway is healthy and doing what he does, that's going to be a tough game. There's no doubt about it. And then to have to come right back and play the Red River Shootout against what should be a much improved Oklahoma team, I think that's the stretch right there that everyone's looking at, because Texas does not play a single game at home in the month of October. And it starts off with the road trip to Florida and then going to Dallas to play Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's a really good nugget right there. Chip, before I let you go, obviously they're the favorites to win the national title. They're number 1 in the preseason poll. Do you think this is finally the year that the national title comes back to Austin for the first time since Vince Young and company? Do you think they get it done this year?
It's possible. I mean, I don't think they're the number one team right now, but I think they could play their way into it. I think they'll be a better team, obviously, in week 6 than they will be in week 1 because the offense will have probably gained its rhythm. And so, I think by the end of the season, again, if they stay healthy, I think Texas will be right there. I think they'll be, contending for that national championship, and we'll see if they can close the door.
We will, man. Going to be fun to watch Arch Manning Company this season. Chip Brown, give him a follow on X at Chip Brown 24/7. Make sure you guys check out horns247.com as well. Chip, know you're a busy guy, man. Appreciate the time. Have a great season. Hope to talk again soon.
You got it.
All right, thanks a lot, Chip Brown. Great stuff there. Talking Texas. Let's go to our next guest now. We're going guest to guest, hopping to our guy Shane Jackson, who, as always, joins us each and every Friday. Make sure you guys are following Shane on X, @ByShaneJackson. Does a great job as a BetMGM writer. Shane, let's talk a little baseball, my friend. We got a full slate today on this Friday. What are some of your favorite plays that you like?
Yeah, I'll try to keep this brief since we have some fun things to discuss and nobody really cares about the AL Central, but I like the under in the Royals Twins. The Royals team total has been a good underplay this year, and I think that trend should continue against Joe Ryan. Ryan is 7-0 with a 1.30 ERA and 9 career starts against the Royals. And Seth Lugo on the other side. I like that in a pitcher's matchup as well.
All right, very good. So there's a play there from our guy Shane Jackson. You said we got some fun stuff to mention. We sure do. I want to talk to you about some of these division races, some of these wild card races that we have. And we'll start with the Yankees, Shane, because obviously been a tough stretch for New York. Judge was a little banged up. He's back. This bullpen has not been good for them lately. They're only 1.5 games up right now on Cleveland and Texas. Do you think the Yankees make it into the playoffs, or would you bet them to miss the playoffs?
I actually already did bet the Yankees missed playoffs before the season, so at a juicy number. And so obviously I'm rooting against the Yankees in this position. Right now, Fangraphs has them at 83% to make it. But I do think there is a real chance the Yankees do miss the playoffs, and here's why. The Yankees have the 24th best record since June 1st. They're 28th and 5th over that span, ahead of only the Nationals and the Rockies. This isn't just a recent slump by New York. They haven't been the same team since the spring. And I think we've also seen this movie before. Fangraphs gave the Twins an 84% chance of making the playoffs this time last year, and they didn't make it. The Giants had about a 77% chance on this date 2 years ago before they were passed by the Diamondbacks as well. It feels like we've always seen one team choke down the stretch. For this to happen, you really have to have a couple of division rivals to pass you. And in this case, in the AL East, we have that in the Blue Jays and the Red Sox already passing the Yankees in that respect. So, yeah, I think there's a real chance that the Yankees could miss the playoffs. I mean, obviously they have to fight off the Guardians and the Rangers. I would prefer the Rangers of the two. But again, don't overlook the Royals. They have a pretty soft schedule over the next couple weeks as well. They could be firmly in this mix in a couple weeks.
You mentioned the Rangers, Shane, and the AL West is starting to get good. Houston is so beat up. It's like they're trotting out a AAA team every night, just about, with all the injuries to their lineup. Seattle's right on their necks. They're 1.5 games back. Who do you like in that AL West? Still Houston for you, or would you take a shot with Seattle or Texas?
Yeah, I remember I was talking about this race like right away when Josh Naylor was traded, and I actually liked and took the Mariners at the time because I thought they offered better odds. That remains my position now as they pulled in within a game and a half. Obviously, we want to make sure Josh Naylor is healthy long term as he got kind of pulled out of the game last night, I believe. But Pacoda right now projects Seattle as a slight edge over Houston. So I think even their current plus money price for the Mariners is still appealing to me. I mean, a Seattle team that can hit has my attention in any futures market, but especially in the AL West. The Mariners are 6th in WRC plus so far this season. That's 7 spots higher than the Astros. Right now, they split the season series at 5-5, so I think that puts a lot of pressure on that final series in September in Houston. You would think that gives the edge to the Astros, but Seattle's actually performed better on the road. So of the two, I prefer the Mariners kind of in this race from an odds perspective, but also just I think I would make them a slight favorite.
Yeah, Astros minus 115 right now. BetMGM Seattle right behind them at plus 125. Shane, what about in the NL West, man? This division, I think, could be really interesting. Dodgers are 2 games up on the Padres, but what a trade deadline San Diego had, getting Mason Miller, J.P. Sears, Ryan O'Hearn, Ramon Liriano. They really have no holes in their roster. Michael King's getting ready to come back and start games for them as well. I mean, they look as good as any team in baseball. Do you think it's going to be enough, though, to catch the Dodgers in the NL West?
Yeah, the previous two questions, I felt good about my prior position. I don't feel good about my prior position in this case because I faded the Padres before the season. That was not the correct stance to have, obviously. I do think there's probably slight value on the Padres NL West odds. Fangraphs makes them 17.1% to win the division. But I'm in no rush to fade the Dodgers in this aspect. And here's why. Los Angeles led San Diego by 2.5 games in this division on this exact date last year. And then the Dodgers really kicked it into high gear. They went 19-8 in August, 16-10 in September. You could see the Dodgers doing a similar thing this year as they get more healthier. If you are going to fade the Dodgers, I think you would actually do it in a different market. BetMGM offers a market of which team will lead Major League Baseball in wins. And right now the Brewers have a slight edge with 4 more wins. Cubs and Blue Jays, they offer even better odds. I think there's other ways to fade the Dodgers as opposed to the NL West race where I think you're going to get similar odds on the Padres here in another week or so.
Love it. Great stuff, as always, from our guy Shane Jackson. Give him a follow on X, @ByShaneJackson. Does a great job. BetMGM writer. Shane, always appreciate it, my friend. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely, guys. All right, let's talk some NFL preseason, a little PJ Pick 5. We'll go through these rather quickly here as we are a little short on time. We'll start with the first play. We'll go Lions-Falcons under 33.5 tonight in their preseason game. It looks like Easton Stick and Emory Jones are going to be the primary quarterbacks tonight for the Atlanta Falcons. Detroit obviously already has that one preseason game under their belt, playing in the Hall of Fame game. Not a lot of starters are going to play tonight. You have a defensive head coach in Raheem Morris and obviously 2 new coordinators on Detroit, still trying to figure out the chemistry with their teams. Think it's going to be an ugly, sloppy game. Give me the under 33.5. Cowboys-Rams, let's take the over 33.5 in that matchup. Brian Schottenheimer's had some interesting quotes so far during training camp and getting ready for this preseason game. They're keeping it very vanilla. They're not showing too much. And when a team's keeping things vanilla, especially on the defensive side of the ball, I'm taking the over. Give me Rams-Cowboys over 33.5. Chiefs -2.5 tonight against the Cardinals. We all know how Andy Reid likes to operate in the preseason. He plays his starters in the first quarter. He's a big believer of that. Funny how he does that, not a lot of other coaches do. Maybe they should follow Big Red. I'm following a -2.5. Give me Kansas City against the Cardinals. Jets +3 against the Packers. Aaron Glenn, man, is the reason I'm making this bet with the Jets. I think his team is going to be fired up this entire preseason, ready to go. You got a bunch of guys on both sides of the ball trying to win jobs, trying to make the team, and he's trying to change the culture. And they're going to play starters at some point in this game, maybe for a series or two. For a quarter, we're taking the Jets +3. And then give me Shedeur Sanders and the Browns +6.5 against the Panthers. Man, I want Shedeur to pop off tonight. I want him to play so well so that Twitter loses their absolute minds as we're getting ready the rest of preseason. I think he's going to play pretty well. We obviously saw 2 teams yesterday as 6.5-point dogs. The Eagles and the Ravens both win outright. We'll take another 6.5-point dog tonight with the Browns against the Panthers. That's a lot of points in a preseason game. So that's our pick 5. Lions, Falcons under, Cowboys, Rams over, Chiefs -2.5, Jets +3, and the Browns +6.5. All right, let's get into our favorite plays of the day as we wrap up the show and wrap up the week here on Sending In. Manny Machado facing an old friend, Walker Buehler. Obviously spent all those years with the Dodgers. Now he's with the Red Sox. We got Padres Sox tonight. Machado, good history against Buehler, 10 for 31 in his career. So we'll take Manny against Walker Buehler as our play tonight in Going Streaking. We have Sagano on the mound for the Orioles tonight going up against the A's. The total in the game is 10. You got some hot weather out in Baltimore tonight. We're going to take the Yerfy -125. Whenever Sagano's on the mound, love betting the Yerfy. We're going with that tonight against the A's. Jets +3, my dog of the day in Aaron Glenn. We trust. Give me the Jets +3. I think they come to play tonight. I think they win that game outright. And then best bet, the last time we're going to see Clayton Kershaw against Max Scherzer. 2 Hall of Famers, 2 of the best of their generation. Going at it one more time. Give me Kershaw and the Dodgers -140 tonight against Max and the Blue Jays. Thanks again to Chip Brown, Shane Jackson for joining us on the show today. Hope you guys have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday. A happy Friday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys coming up today. To wrap up the week, we're going to talk Texas Longhorns on the show today, the number one team in the coaches poll. Of course, they have the preseason Heisman favorite, Arch Manning, and national championship aspirations in Austin. We're going to look at the Longhorns, hoping Chip Brown can join us here in a little bit to give his thoughts on Texas as well. We're also continuing to preview the AFC North on the show today, and we're going to look at Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season as head coach of the Steelers. Is that going to change this year? We will dive in to Pittsburgh. Our guy Shane Jackson going to join us middle of the show as he does each and every Friday. Going to talk plenty of baseball with our guy Shane. And then more preseason games coming up today, tomorrow, and on Sunday as well. We're going to do a little PJ Pick 5 with our favorite preseason bets. 1 and 2 in the preseason last night. Hopefully a winning PJ Pick 5 as we have all these games that we get to bet over the weekend. We'll dive into that. And then our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us. If you're listening to the show, you want to chime in with anything that you have, hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, or on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. All right, let's get rolling on a Friday. Glasses in session, talking a little Texas Longhorns. And by now, everybody knows the Week 1 showdown against Ohio State. Number 1 versus number 2, one of the biggest season opening games we have ever had. It's going to be awesome. You look at the rest of Texas's schedule, though, and definitely harder this year than it was last season. So last year they have the road game at Michigan against the Michigan team that obviously underperformed, didn't have a quarterback the entire year. This year they got to go on the road to Columbus and take on the Buckeyes, who on paper aren't as good as they were last season, but certainly talented enough to go back-to-back. In my opinion, they have the two best players in the sport in Caleb Downs and in Jeremiah Smith. So they're going to be a handful, obviously. Then Texas has the road trip to Florida. We know the Swamp is never an easy place to play, especially if Florida is good going in to that Week 6 matchup. Road trip at Georgia. They got to go to Athens to take on the Bulldogs. And then, of course, you got Red River against Oklahoma, who much of us think are going to be improved this season. Got to end the year against A&M as well. So there's about 4 or 5 games on this schedule this year that Texas has that you look at and you're like, I could definitely see them losing this game. Talked about it earlier in the year. I do like Texas a lot in Week 1. I think that's a great matchup for them. You look at Sark's track record when he has been in Austin. His teams have performed very well early on in the season. That Michigan game last year, they go into Ann Arbor, take care of business. When they played Bama in the home and home, the game in Tuscaloosa, they beat them. The game in Austin, they were 3-touchdown underdogs, only lost that game by a point. So Sark has had his teams ready to go in these early season matchups. I think he'll have them ready to go again. And then you think about the fact all that Ohio State lost. They lost their 2 coordinators, Chip Kelly and Jim Knowles. I think that's a really good spot for Texas going into Columbus. So I do like them in that Week 1 game. I tell you guys what, though, that Florida game, not going to be easy. The Oklahoma game, I definitely think they could trip up. Obviously, the road game against Georgia as well. But for a team that is the favorite to win the national championship, win the SEC, I mean, you're getting them to miss the college football playoff at plus 240. And again, they're underdogs in 2 games this season. They're underdogs to Ohio State and they're underdogs to Georgia. If they lose both of those games, lose another game on top of it, you would think at 9-3, because they are the preseason number 1, because they have Arch Manning as their quarterback, and let's be honest, that absolutely does matter because they're Texas. They still probably get in at 9-3. We have to see how the season unfolds, but I think at plus 240, man, it's worth it to take Texas. There's no way I'm buying Texas at any of these prices to win the SEC, win the national championship. I'm not betting Arch to win the Heisman Trophy because let's be honest, the reason that the prices are what they are with Texas is because Arch Manning is their quarterback. If his last name was Smith, we would not be talking about Texas the way that we are. They would not be priced the way that they are. Extremely talented football team, no question about it. I do think their defense is going to be a little bit worse, though, this season. And offensively, the offensive line's a big question mark. They only return one starter off that O-line. They're starting 2 sophomores up front. The running back room is going to be fantastic. The wide receiver room is going to be awesome. You have my favorite play caller in college football and Sark as well. So a lot to like on both sides of the football. They're going to have studs all over the field. But I think you could argue that last year's team was maybe more talented than this year's team. But because Arch Manning is the starting quarterback, that's why you're getting the prices with Texas that you are. And as we know in college football too, crazy stat that the number 1 preseason team usually does not win the national championship. And especially now with the era that we're in with college football, 12-team playoff, it's only going to make it that much harder. Texas has to go through the gauntlet that is the SEC. It's going to be tough for them to win the whole thing. So they're obviously capable of doing it. But at these prices, I think Arch is like the 4th or 5th best quarterback in the SEC. I'm going to be real with you guys. I think he's good. But these people like Paul Feinbaum that are coming out and saying that he's like Tim Tebow, the second coming, like, let's stop, please. He's not even the best quarterback in the SEC. He's not better than Lenore Sellers. He's not better than DJ Lagway. He's not better than Garrett Nussmeier. I'd take all those guys over Arch. He's a nice player. But because his last name is Manning and he's getting so much hype, I just don't see how you can bet Texas in these markets. Now, the counter argument for betting Texas is obviously it's number 1 versus number 2 in week 1. And if Texas wins that game, they are going to be the clear favorites to win the national championship. So if you do like Texas, that is the argument to make, is that obviously the price that you're getting now at plus 500 is probably going to go in half if they beat Ohio State for them to win the national title. Even though I do think they're going to beat Ohio State, I don't think they're going to win the national championship, and I would not bet them at that price. But man, is it going to be fun to watch Arch handle all these expectations and all this hype around him and this Texas team for the upcoming season. All right, you guys, let's talk a little Pittsburgh Steelers here on Send It In. Excuse me. And the Steelers, obviously, they had a lot going on in the offseason as well, with bringing in Aaron Rodgers as their new quarterback for the upcoming season. Pittsburgh's interesting, and you're talking to a guy that, as you guys know, is a Ravens fan. I know the Steelers well, playing in that AFC North division. It's a tough team to bet because of how much respect I have for Mike Tomlin and what he's done in his tenure there in Pittsburgh. Obviously, the Steelers have never had a losing season under Mike Tomlin. There are a couple things that I don't like, though, about the Steelers this year. The first one is the schedule and how it sets up for them. Their bye week is in week 5 this season. I do not like that for the Steelers. A veteran team on both sides of the ball who usually starts fast. And the thing that has hurt Pittsburgh the last couple of years is they fade down the stretch, down the end of the season, right? They get off to these great starts, but then once we get to week 13, week 14, the injuries start to pile up. The offense isn't scoring as many points. The defense isn't generating as much turnovers. They kind of back their way into the postseason, and then they get to the playoffs, and they're one and done, and it's been that way really ever since Roethlisberger's retired. Getting that early bye week, and Pittsburgh has to play all those games consecutively. They don't play any divisional games those first 4 weeks before their bye, and then they get 2 back-to-back against Cincinnati and Cleveland. I think that's really tough for the Steelers for their schedule, so I don't think that's great. Then they have that stretch in the middle of their schedule from about week 10 where they have to play the Chargers to week 16 when they go up against the Lions. Chargers, Bengals, Bears, Bills, Ravens, Dolphins, Lions. That's going to be a tough stretch for Pittsburgh to deal with as well. And then the other thing that I don't really love with Pittsburgh this season is I don't know necessarily what their identity is on offense this year, right? You think about Pittsburgh, you think steel curtain, you think defense, physical football, smash mouth football. They want to be a running team. They want to run the ball against people. You draft Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. You got Jalen Warren there, but then you get Rodgers. You trade for DK Metcalf. You bring in Arthur Smith is still there as your OC. You trade for Jonnu Smith. Like, they're making a lot of moves where I don't really know what Pittsburgh's identity is going to be this year. Do you want to be a run-first football team? Do you want to be a football team that airs it out? I don't even think Pittsburgh knows what they want to be at this point. They certainly brought in Rodgers to help them in the pass game, but for the first time in a long time, Pittsburgh has an identity crisis. When they've been going through these quarterbacks, these Mason Rudolphs, the Mitch Trubisky's, the Duck Hodges, Obviously, they want to run the ball. They want to take the pressure off those guys. But now you're bringing in Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, he was well past his prime, but it's like, what's the identity with Pittsburgh going to be for the upcoming season? So I think that is something that Pittsburgh has to deal with as well. But you look at their prices in some of these future markets, they're plus 550 to win the AFC North. I would not bet them there. Their win total is at 8.5, and the over is juice minus 120. Obviously, the market is building into the respect for Tomlin, the fact that he's never had a losing record. For them to make the playoffs is plus 140 this year. Look, I wouldn't bet the Steelers in the futures market, like I said. I would bet them week to week. I think the Steelers are a week-to-week football team that I would bet because they're an older team. The injuries are going to pile up. And again, having that early bye week, I think, is really troublesome for Pittsburgh because they've kind of been the same team the last 3, 4, 5 years. Get off to these great starts. TJ Watt's healthy. Defense is making plays. Offense is doing just enough. They're having some of that Steelers voodoo. And then it kind of all fades down the stretch. They get into the playoffs and they get smacked by the Ravens, the Bills, the Chiefs, whoever it is. Kind of feels like they could be heading that way again. But look, if there's one thing I know about Pittsburgh, when people underestimate them, when people tell them they're not good, they're not going to do something, they're not going to make the playoffs, they're not going to win the division, that's when they end up doing those things. It's one of the best organizations in all of professional sports. And they haven't had a losing season under Mike Tomlin. They are a model of consistency. All Tomlin does is win games. And now he's got a future Hall of Famer in Rodgers. I mean, on paper, they do have some talent, and their roster is very good. Now, again, injuries are going to happen, and they're not as talented as some of the top teams in the AFC, but it would not shock me if the Steelers made the playoffs again this season. They made the playoffs last year, and their team is better this year. The schedule is not as difficult in terms of the opponents. Again, I hate that early bye week, but there are things to like with the Steelers. It's just too tough of a team for me to get invested in for the upcoming season, so I'm going to pass on Pittsburgh and betting them in the futures market. I think they're a good team to bet week to week. They have a great opportunity to get off to an early start this season. They play at the Jets week 1, home against the Seahawks week 2, at the Patriots week 3, and then they play the Vikings out in London in week 4. So they can start the season 3-1. They can get off to a nice start. But again, Aaron Rodgers, it didn't work out with the Jets. He gets hurt in year 1. They get off to a terrible start in year 2. If they get off to like a 1-3 start this season going into that bye week, are things going to start to unravel for Pittsburgh? And is Tomlin, for the first time in a long, long time, going to lose his locker room? And is he going to have a losing season? They're going to be an interesting team. No bets for me, though, on the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's a BetMGM Big Fly Friday. The king of the big swing is making the best day of the week even sweeter. Here's how you can knock a bomb out of a bonus bet in your account on Fridays throughout the season. Place your first home run bet of the day. Parlays now included on a player. And if they have the longest home run of the day, win your share of $100,000 in bonus bets. No opt-in necessary. Just apply your Big Fly Friday qualifying token. Drop into your account to use on the first player or players you take to hit a home run every Friday. All right, you guys, let's talk some more Texas Longhorns and bring on Chip Brown, who joins us. Give Chip a follow on X at Chip Brown 24/7, and he covers Texas on horns247.com as well. Chip, appreciate the time, man. No, you're a busy guy. Let's start with Arch Manning. And obviously, when you knew that he was committing to Texas, when he was eventually going to become the starter, it would be a big deal. Has the hype lived up to what you thought it would be? Has it even exceeded what you thought it would be? What's Arch Mania been like covering it and seeing it in firsthand as getting ready to start the season?
I mean, the hype is ridiculous. I don't think there's been another player in college football history, recent history, my 33 years covering it, who's had this much focus, attention for a guy who's had 2 starts. We all know the reason why. And now it's time to see what he can do on the field. I mean, his teammates talk about him as being a super prepared, great teammate, capable of, making all the throws, and he's going up against an elite defense in practice every day. So, all the talk is going to give way to what he can actually do on the field against the defending national champions in Ohio State on August 30th.
Yeah, we can't wait for that season opener. It's going to be a lot of fun. Chip, if you had one question mark going into this season, about Texas? Would it be the offensive line, the fact that they only return one starter is replacing all those guys in the secondary? What would kind of be the position group that maybe people have questions about for Texas going into the year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the entire offense, just getting into sync, getting into a groove. The 4 new starters on the offensive line. You've got, guys like Ryan Wingo, who it was talked about with reverence coming out of high school last year, much like Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams, but he didn't have the targets that those guys had because he was behind Matt Golden and Isaiah Bond. How does he adjust to being the alpha? The tight end position, they lose Gunnar Helm, who set a single season record for catches and yards by a tight end at Texas. And they bring in Cal transfer Jack Endries, who's, assimilated really well, according to his teammates. The guy's a blocker. He can catch the football. So, it's really just getting these roles down and Arch getting comfortability. And remember that first week against Ohio State, you're going up against Matt Patricia, who, you're going to go look at New England Patriots film to see what he wants to do. So they could prepare for something and get something completely different. How does Arch handle that? How do the leaders on that offense handle it? I think, this team's going to be led by its defense. This has a chance to be what Ohio State's defense was last year when they led the nation, giving up 12.9 points per game.
Do you think this team, Chip, on paper is more talented this year than they were last year? Because we know how good they were last year. Obviously, number 1 team on the coaches poll. You mentioned the guys that they lose, but also the guys that they bring in. On paper, do you think this team this year more talented than the one last year?
I think it has a chance to be. I mean, it's hard to lose Kelvin Banks, number 9 pick overall in the draft at left tackle, and say they're going to be better. But Trevor Gooseby, who does take over at left tackle, is a guy who's seen, he's a junior who's seen as a guy who might have a decision to make at the end of the year. So this team has a chance to be more talented, especially if Arch can stay healthy and stay on the field. I mean, if he leaves the field, there's a question at backup quarterback. So, they need health on their side. In 2005, every starter played every game except one. Brian Robinson missed one game. Health matters. Texas fans know that. Quinn Ewers knows that. So this team's got to stay healthy. But, yeah, I think they have a chance to be more talented. And I think they're going to be better on defense for sure.
You talk about, obviously, that Texas-Ohio State game, week 1. It's, of course, a rematch of the college football playoff semifinal game. Has Sark, any of the players, any of the coaches, Chip, have they talked about, revenge being on the mind? Are they talking about new season, fresh slate, wanting to start the season 1-0? What's kind of the mindset been going into that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the guys are looking at it as clean slate, fresh start. But DJ Campbell, their lone returning starter on the offensive line, did say it's the first stop on the revenge tour.
Yeah.
They only lost to 2 teams last year, Ohio State and Georgia. Texas will play at Georgia November 15th. So it's on at least one player's mind.
Yeah. Oh, man, you bring up that Georgia game, which obviously when you look at the SEC schedule at Athens, probably going to be the toughest game. Outside of that, though, Chip, which one do you think could be the trickiest? Is it the road trip to Gainesville? Is it Red River against OU? Outside of Georgia, what was the SEC game that you think could be the toughest for Texas?
Yeah, I think that stretch right there that you just mentioned, Florida, October 4th, and then OU, October 11th. That could be a tough stretch. I mean, if DJ Lagway is healthy and doing what he does, that's going to be a tough game. There's no doubt about it. And then to have to come right back and play the Red River Shootout against what should be a much improved Oklahoma team, I think that's the stretch right there that everyone's looking at, because Texas does not play a single game at home in the month of October. And it starts off with the road trip to Florida and then going to Dallas to play Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's a really good nugget right there. Chip, before I let you go, obviously they're the favorites to win the national title. They're number 1 in the preseason poll. Do you think this is finally the year that the national title comes back to Austin for the first time since Vince Young and company? Do you think they get it done this year?
It's possible. I mean, I don't think they're the number one team right now, but I think they could play their way into it. I think they'll be a better team, obviously, in week 6 than they will be in week 1 because the offense will have probably gained its rhythm. And so, I think by the end of the season, again, if they stay healthy, I think Texas will be right there. I think they'll be, contending for that national championship, and we'll see if they can close the door.
We will, man. Going to be fun to watch Arch Manning Company this season. Chip Brown, give him a follow on X at Chip Brown 24/7. Make sure you guys check out horns247.com as well. Chip, know you're a busy guy, man. Appreciate the time. Have a great season. Hope to talk again soon.
You got it.
All right, thanks a lot, Chip Brown. Great stuff there. Talking Texas. Let's go to our next guest now. We're going guest to guest, hopping to our guy Shane Jackson, who, as always, joins us each and every Friday. Make sure you guys are following Shane on X, @ByShaneJackson. Does a great job as a BetMGM writer. Shane, let's talk a little baseball, my friend. We got a full slate today on this Friday. What are some of your favorite plays that you like?
Yeah, I'll try to keep this brief since we have some fun things to discuss and nobody really cares about the AL Central, but I like the under in the Royals Twins. The Royals team total has been a good underplay this year, and I think that trend should continue against Joe Ryan. Ryan is 7-0 with a 1.30 ERA and 9 career starts against the Royals. And Seth Lugo on the other side. I like that in a pitcher's matchup as well.
All right, very good. So there's a play there from our guy Shane Jackson. You said we got some fun stuff to mention. We sure do. I want to talk to you about some of these division races, some of these wild card races that we have. And we'll start with the Yankees, Shane, because obviously it's been a tough stretch for New York. Judge was a little banged up. He's back. This bullpen has not been good for them lately. They're only 1.5 games up right now on Cleveland and Texas. Do you think the Yankees make it into the playoffs, or would you bet them to miss the playoffs?
I actually already did bet the Yankees missed playoffs before the season, so I had a juicy number. And so obviously I'm rooting against the Yankees in this position. Right now, Fangraphs has them at 83% to make it. But I do think there is a real chance the Yankees do miss the playoffs, and here's why. The Yankees have the 24th best record since June 1st. They're 28th and 5th over that span, ahead of only the Nationals and the Rockies. This isn't just a recent slump by New York. They haven't been the same team since the spring. And I think we've also seen this movie before. Fangraphs gave the Twins an 84% chance of making the playoffs this time last year, and they didn't make it. The Giants had about a 77% chance on this date 2 years ago before they were passed by the Diamondbacks as well. It feels like we've always seen one team choke down the stretch. For this to happen, you really have to have a couple of division rivals to pass you. And in this case, in the AL East, we have that in the Blue Jays and the Red Sox already passing the Yankees in that respect. So, yeah, I think there's a real chance that the Yankees could miss the playoffs. I mean, obviously they have to fight off the Guardians and the Rangers. I would prefer the Rangers of the two. But again, don't overlook the Royals. They have a pretty soft schedule over the next couple weeks as well. They could be firmly in this mix in a couple weeks.
You mentioned the Rangers, Shane, and the AL West is starting to get good. Houston is so beat up. It's like they're trotting out a AAA team every night, just about, with all the injuries to their lineup. Seattle's right on their necks. They're 1.5 games back. Who do you like in that AL West? Still Houston for you, or would you take a shot with Seattle or Texas?
Yeah, I remember I was talking about this race like right away when Josh Naylor was traded, and I actually liked and took the Mariners at the time because I thought they offered better odds. That remains my position now as they pulled in within a game and a half. Obviously, we want to make sure Josh Naylor is healthy long term as he got kind of pulled out of the game last night, I believe. But Pacoda right now projects Seattle as a slight edge over Houston. So I think even their current plus money price for the Mariners is still appealing to me. I mean, a Seattle team that can hit has my attention in any futures market, but especially in the AL West. The Mariners are 6th in WRC plus so far this season. That's 7 spots higher than the Astros. Right now, they split the season series at 5-5, so I think that puts a lot of pressure on that final series in September in Houston. You would think that gives the edge to the Astros, but Seattle's actually performed better on the road. So of the two, I prefer the Mariners kind of in this race from an odds perspective, but also just I think I would make them a slight favorite.
Yeah, Astros minus 115 right now. BetMGM Seattle right behind them at plus 125. Shane, what about in the NL West, man? This division, I think, could be really interesting. Dodgers are two games up on the Padres, but what a trade deadline San Diego had, getting Mason Miller, J.P. Sears, Ryan O'Hearn, Ramon Liriano. They really have no holes in their roster. Michael King's getting ready to come back and start games for them as well. I mean, they look as good as any team in baseball. Do you think it's going to be enough, though, to catch the Dodgers in the NL West?
Yeah, the previous two questions, I felt good about my prior position. I don't feel good about my prior position in this case because I faded the Padres before the season. That was not the correct stance to have, obviously. I do think there's probably slight value on the Padres NL West odds. Fangraphs makes them 17.1% to win the division. But I'm in no rush to fade the Dodgers in this aspect. And here's why. Los Angeles led San Diego by 2.5 games in this division on this exact date last year. And then the Dodgers really kicked it into high gear. They went 19-8 in August, 16-10 in September. You could see the Dodgers doing a similar thing this year as they get more healthier. If you are going to fade the Dodgers, I think you would actually do it in a different market. BetMGM offers a market of which team will lead Major League Baseball in wins. And right now the Brewers have a slight edge with 4 more wins. Cubs and Blue Jays, they offer even better odds. I think there's other ways to fade the Dodgers as opposed to the NL West race where I think you're going to get similar odds on the Padres here in another week or so.
Love it. Great stuff, as always, from our guy Shane Jackson. Give him a follow on X, @ByShaneJackson. Does a great job. BetMGM writer. Shane, always appreciate it, my friend. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely, guys. All right, let's talk some NFL preseason, a little PJ Pick 5. We'll go through these rather quickly here as we are a little short on time. We'll start with the first play. We'll go Lions-Falcons under 33.5 tonight in their preseason game. It looks like Easton Stick and Emory Jones are going to be the primary quarterbacks tonight for the Atlanta Falcons. Detroit obviously already has that one preseason game under their belt, playing in the Hall of Fame game. Not a lot of starters are going to play tonight. You have a defensive head coach in Raheem Morris, and obviously 2 new coordinators on Detroit, still trying to figure out the chemistry with their teams. Think it's going to be an ugly, sloppy game. Give me the under 33.5. Cowboys-Rams, let's take the over 33.5 in that matchup. Brian Schottenheimer's had some interesting quotes so far during training camp and getting ready for this preseason game. They're keeping it very vanilla. They're not showing too much. And when a team's keeping things vanilla, especially on the defensive side of the ball, I'm taking the over. Give me Rams-Cowboys over 33.5. Chiefs -2.5 tonight against the Cardinals. We all know how Andy Reid likes to operate in the preseason. He plays his starters in the first quarter. He's a big believer of that. Funny how he does that, not a lot of other coaches do. Maybe they should follow Big Red. I'm following him -2.5. Give me Kansas City against the Cardinals. Jets +3 against the Packers. Aaron Glenn, man, is the reason I'm making this bet with the Jets. I think his team is going to be fired up this entire preseason, ready to go. You got a bunch of guys on both sides of the ball trying to win jobs, trying to make the team, and he's trying to change the culture. And they're going to play starters at some point in this game, maybe for a series or two. For a quarter, we're taking the Jets +3. And then give me Shedeur Sanders and the Browns +6.5 against the Panthers. Man, I want Shedeur to pop off tonight. I want him to play so well so that Twitter loses their absolute minds as we're getting ready the rest of preseason. I think he's going to play pretty well. We obviously saw 2 teams yesterday as 6.5-point dogs. The Eagles and the Ravens both win outright. We'll take another 6.5-point dog tonight with the Browns against the Panthers. That's a lot of points in a preseason game. So that's our pick 5. Lions, Falcons under, Cowboys, Rams over, Chiefs -2.5, Jets +3, and the Browns +6.5. All right, let's get into our favorite plays of the day as we wrap up the show and wrap up the week here on Send It In. Manny Machado facing an old friend, Walker Buehler. Obviously spent all those years with the Dodgers. Now he's with the Red Sox. We got Padres Sox tonight. Machado, good history against Buehler, 10 for 31 in his career. So we'll take Manny against Walker Buehler as our play tonight in going streaking. We have Sagano on the mound for the Orioles tonight going up against the A's. The total in the game is 10. You got some hot weather out in Baltimore tonight. We're going to take the Yurfee -125. Whenever Sagano's on the mound, love betting the Yurfee. We're going with that tonight against the A's. Jets +3, my dog of the day. In Aaron Glenn, we trust. Give me the Jets +3. I think they come to play tonight. I think they win that game outright. And then best bet, the last time we're going to see Clayton Kershaw against Max Scherzer, 2 Hall of Famers, 2 of the best of their generation, going at it one more time. Give me Kershaw and the Dodgers -140 tonight against Max and the Blue Jays. Thanks again to Chip Brown, Shane Jackson for joining us on the show today. Hope you guys have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Final hour here on Bet Sweats. We're going to talk a little Seattle Seahawks, little Major League Baseball, and then wrap things up with lightning bets about 40 minutes from now or so. And then, Sam, you are free for the next week. Vacay. How's it feel? Can you last
Vegas.
one more hour?
I might just let you and Alyssa do the last hour. I might just just take off and
we can handle
just hydrate myself for the next 5 days in Vegas. Oh, I'm so old.
Yeah.
I'm not looking forward to this.
Start drinking water now. Start drinking the water now. All right. So Alyssa and I will carry this segment here. We'll bring her in. Alyssa Charleston Smith of Fox 13 Seattle. Obviously covers the Seahawks, the Mariners as an anchor reporter there. Alyssa, thanks for jumping on with us this morning. Before we dive into like the nitty gritty of the Seahawks, Marshawn Lynch on the sidelines yesterday, shooting photos as a photographer. I mean, I love all these athletes coming out of the woodworks. We have Randy Johnson, we have Ken Griffey Jr., and now Marshawn Lynch. Did you know that he was dabbling in photography?
Absolutely not. Do we ever know what Marshawn Lynch is ever doing? I mean, he surprises everybody all the time. Like when he decided to become one of the Seattle Kraken owners, and he's just on the ice all the time. He's like riding the Zamboni. He shows up in the most random places, the most random situations. And I even talked to George Holani, the guy who ran into him during that touchdown run. I thought Marshawn was just trying to like slow him down with a forearm. Turns out he was protecting his own camera. He was like just trying to like shield his camera. Gives a
really
bump
stiff-armed him on that.
Literally stiff-armed him. It was so funny. We had no idea that Marshawn Lynch was going to be on the sideline. We didn't find out until it was on Twitter. And then you see him everywhere he goes because he's wearing this bright blue or like seafoam sweatsuit. So classic Marshawn Lynch. But it is kind of interesting. All these like Seattle superstars are getting into photography. And I don't know. I think the kid might need to teach him a few tips because clearly he's a rookie. He was like looking around like, and he was part of the broadcast too. He was like FaceTiming the guys on the local broadcast during the broadcast. So count everything in when it's Marshawn Lynch.
I'll never forget that video of him on the golf cart whipping the wheel around. I mean, it's one of my favorite videos of all time. We had you on the show last year. I remember before the Monday night game against the Lions, and you were like, nobody's going to get stops in this game. And that was a 42-29 final. It was a great game for offense. I think the total was 46 or something. And I mean, the Lions got 42 by themselves. And we did see Seattle oftentimes last year find their way into these back and forth affairs. Sorry, I'm skeptical about that happening this year. You give Darnold all the money. You bring in Cooper Kupp. I understand it. I see what they're trying to do. I just don't know that it's going to work. I have plenty of concerns about the quarterback, the O-line, the receiver room. What's the vibe there? What are people around Seattle saying about the offense?
Well, I know it's preseason and these games matter zero. I mean, literally, you couldn't care about them less, especially if you're in the media and you've covered them multiple times. But we did see the offensive line starters, some of them, all but I think the center and also the left tackle. So everybody else on the starting line, O-line, played last night, including Gray Zabel, their first-round draft pick, who if there's any excitement around where the Seahawks are headed, the fact that they drafted an offensive lineman in the first round, that's exactly what Seahawks fans wanted. And they went and got what they believed was, top 2 offensive linemen in the draft. He looked fantastic last night as a rookie against Las Vegas's starters. And I know Las Vegas is, year 1 under a new head coach, Pete Carroll, but he held his own for about 10 snaps. The rest of the offensive line looked good. Overall, I think they're getting way better coaching with Clint Kubiak and John Benton offensive line wise. And I know that sounds boring, but that's the stuff that we've had to look into because the offensive line has been such an enigma and such a frustration for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. There's a lot of encouragement after last night and throughout the end of the last week or so. The offense seems to have caught up with the defense. I'm with you on Sam Darnold has a lot to prove. Like we were talking at the break, he doesn't have Justin Jefferson. He doesn't have the same Kevin O'Connell, like that mindset, the genius offensive head coach, the offensive line. But I think in Seattle, you've got to be pleasantly optimistic because people were just so on Geno. Some people really liked him. I don't know if anyone really loved him because you kind of knew his ceiling, especially when you get midwinter outdoor games. He just kind of made some wild decisions. So I think Sam is a guy that's going to benefit from a coach that's going to run the ball a lot more than Ryan Grubb, the offensive coordinator last year, coming out of college, coming out of Washington. And I think there's like a fair amount of positivity. I know everyone's excited to have Cooper Kupp back here in Seattle because he's a Yakima native from Washington. And JSN really did step into that wide receiver one role last year toward the end of it. And you've got this rookie, Torrey Horton, had a fantastic game last night. A lot of people thought he fell to the 5th round because of his injury, his knee, season-ending knee injury. He showed up last night in a big way in some fun, like spins into the end zone for a touchdown, even on a punt return. It was like a 5 or 6 yard punt return, but he flashed during it. So it's like a guy that stands out like that kind of gives you excitement as that take the top off the defense receiver that they need. So I'd say there's optimism, but Sam Darnold's still got to come out and prove it. I think starters will play against Kansas City next week in their second preseason game.
Okay, so some question marks on the offense, maybe some optimism, but still that's kind of the big question going into this season with Sam Darnold. The defense is going to be good again this year. And year 2, Mike Macdonald, who is a defensive-minded head coach, what are your expectations? Like, in order for them to take another step forward, what needs to happen?
A lot of people think that they still kind of need like an A1 or like a top tier pass rusher to add to the mix because right now Uchenna Nwosu, who has been a game changer for them when he's healthy, is out right now. And there's like a lot of people, there's not much positivity around the fact that he's going to start week 1 against the 49ers. So they've got a good mix of guys coming back. They've got Leonard Williams, Big Cat, who had that crazy interception touchdown against the Jets last year. He was like the fastest defensive lineman in 20, 30 years, what he reached on the field. He is the star of the defense for sure. And then DeMarcus Lawrence, it's another guy that you're kind of relying on in his 10th or 11th year, coming off with a long career with the Dallas Cowboys to be an impact guy. Along that defensive line, it really was their strength last year, along with their secondary, but they kind of need one more potential pass rusher. Micah Parsons has been on everybody's wish list the last 3-4 weeks, but the Seahawks have legit cap space. I think they've got over $30 million right now. So is that a move that they are interested in? Is that something they look into? I'm sure every team is, but that's what's kind of holding them back right now, I think, from being a top 5 or a top 3 defense, because last year they finished top 10 in DVOA in Mike Macdonald's first year. So they've got some dudes. They've got this Nick Emenwari guy, another guy who flashed a little bit last night, the 2nd round pick, who really fell to the 2nd round because I think Vegas even wanted him early. The Seahawks had to trade up to go get him at number 35 in the 2nd round. He's a safety, 6'3". He can do everything. So he's kind of like that. Could he be a Devin Witherspoon, a cornerback that stepped in as a rookie and made an immediate impact? He's somebody that people are definitely looking at. But overall, I'd say the run defense has to continue what it started at the end of last year. And maybe one of these like other pass rushers, Derek Hall is a name, that maybe one of those guys steps up in the early term. But if not, they might go get somebody before the trade deadline.
I think in some weird way, their injuries last year in the secondary, because they had droves of them, and they often hit multiple at a time, including in that Lions game that we talked about. But those other guys were able to step up and get better. And then this offseason, they draft Emenwari, like you said. They had a couple other guys. Their secondary depth, honestly, might be the best in the division. And that's something that Macdonald is very, very good at, kind of moving guys all over the backfield on defense. I think that was sort of, in some weird way, you don't want guys to get hurt ever, but the injuries allowed for progression and growth for maybe guys that wouldn't have got it in other years. So that, to me, that's their strength. I could be wrong, but I think their secondary is their best part of the defense.
Yeah, people are kind of what we're waiting to see is Reek Woolen be a little bit more consistent, especially at corner. He's a guy that's been, he's dealt with injury. He's one of those guys that's missed some games from injury, but he had a fantastic rookie season, catching the same kind of like excitement as Sauce Gardner, for defensive rookie of the year in 2022. Had, I think, 6 interceptions to lead the league. but then he totally fell off the next year. Last year, he was kind of coming back and kind of interesting. And then Julian Love, fresh off a contract last year. Can he kind of put that same output? But you're right, to the creativity of Mike Macdonald and what he's done with safeties like Kyle Hamilton in the past with the Ravens, that is the most exciting. If you can generate maybe a few more turnovers than they did last year, they weren't a huge, heavy turnover team in the secondary last year, but I think that's something we saw last night from a backup, Nehemiah Pritchett. They had kind of like a disguised zone read. They totally tricked Aiden O'Connell, the Vegas backup quarterback, into an interception. So do we see more of that this year? Maybe. And if they do, then I'm totally with you. That secondary could be scary.
We're talking with Alyssa Charleston Smith of Fox 13 Seattle. Alyssa, one more Seahawks question, and then Sam, if you want, we can maybe pivot over to the Mariners. But win total for Seattle right now, sitting around 7.5, 8.5, depending on where you look. If you had to make a prediction on the win total this year, which way would you fall based on the schedule that's in front of Seattle?
Such a good question. It's so hard. It's so hard to not look at the last week of training camp because that's the most recent. And Sam Darnold, the offense, shoot, it looked great. It's getting better, but it's still so unproven. I do think they're going to be over 7.5 wins. That's what they gave them last year in Mike McDonald's first year. And they got 10. That defense is good enough, I think, again, to get you 9. But I don't know enough with Clint Kubiak and Sam Darnold together. They were kind of together in San Francisco the year before Sam Darnold was in Minnesota, right? So he knows the offense, but it's the receiver group that doesn't scream confidence to me, because I'm talking about a rookie that's exciting right now, Torrey Horton, potentially jumping and upseating Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who was supposed to be your third receiver, right? So that doesn't necessarily bode well for the offseason moves in general at wide receiver. You lose DK, you lose Tyler Lockett. I'm going to go over, but I'm going to say probably about 9 or maybe 10. But if Sam Darnold is good and he's clicking and the offense is a little bit above league average, this defense is good enough to get you 10, 11. And I think top of the NFC West. I think with LA Rams and Matt Stafford's injuries, the back right now, that's kind of a worry. The NFC West is competitive, but everyone's picking Seahawks third or fourth, and that's too low for what I know about this team.
I don't want to lead the witness. I hate doing that, but let's shape it this way. The Mariners will make a run if what?
If history doesn't continually repeat itself like it has 24 out of the last 25 years. It's so hard to get too excited about that team. Right now, this lineup looks so crazy good. I would say honestly, because it's worked out in the past, if Julio continues to hit at the level he's hitting right now and the production that he's getting, the lower strikeouts, a fair amount of home runs, but good contact, that changes the whole mood of the city, the whole mood of the team. He really does impact that in that way. But now that they've got Josh Naylor and Geno Suarez, it's not quite as simple. Josh Naylor left the game early yesterday. I'm sure, I don't know if you guys already saw that, Sam and Kate, but the shoulder stiffness, Josh Naylor left the game after he's hit 2 home runs for the Mariners. He's got 10 stolen bases, which is wild because his body type doesn't scream a guy that's stealing second and stealing third as often. But I think it's hard to just put it on Julio, but this team, man, that lineup is scary, especially now that JP Crawford is back out of his slump. Cal Raleigh is still the one that's he's hit 150 in July and August combined. So that's the big dumper. That's the guy that you relied on to hit a bunch of home runs, knock in a bunch of runs. He's kind of cooled off a little bit. The pressure is off him, but you've got Randy Arozarena hitting well. You've got JP Crawford, like I mentioned. You've got Geno Suarez, who the city loves. I mean, the city was so pumped for him to come back. And Josh Naylor, that first and third base, those were the biggest holes in this lineup. The big, bring the rest of the team average down. Literally guys that could still be called DFA'd at any moment the entire season before they got Josh Naylor and Geno Suarez. So I'm going to say Julio. I know it's maybe the easy answer, but that's what got them there in 2022 because he just became Hulk and took over. That would be my answer for now.
Well, so we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Thanks for talking a little Seahawks and Mariners with us. Best of luck this season, and we'll talk to you again down the road.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
That's Alyssa Charleston Smith of Fox 13 Seattle. Coming up on the other side, we'll talk to Tommy Lorenzo, get his thoughts on Major League Baseball and maybe some NFL questions as well, as we have a couple more preseason games going on this weekend. Bet Sweats coming up. More on the other side. You're listening to the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Okay, Constable, Sam Panayatovich here with you on Bet Sweats. About 20 minutes from now, we wrap things up with our lightning bets. And I have no idea where Sam is going today with his lightning bets. So interested to see what he comes up with, what's on his card this afternoon. That is coming your way in about 20 minutes. We just got done talking to Alyssa Charleston-Smith of Fox 13 Seattle. If you missed any of that conversation, you can listen back, or any of the show, rather. Listen back anytime in podcast form, wherever you get your podcasts. We got to pivot once again to another guest joining us now, Tommy Lorenzo. You can find him over on X at Sportsbook Tom. Tommy, appreciate you taking the time to jump on with us today. Got a lot of good NFL topics to throw your way, but we're going to start in college football. Heisman conversation right now. That is surrounding, just Arch Manning is the conversation when it comes to Heisman. He's the odds leader in that race. People expect a ton from him this season, but not always the best idea to bet the favorite. So if there's anyone maybe further down the board that you have an eye on, who might that be?
Well, there are a few. And in the case of Arch Manning, if anyone wants to jump on board, I think the time to do it is now, because if Texas goes in there and can get by Ohio State, I think the somewhat lower odds on Arch Manning are just going to get less playable. So if anyone likes Arch Manning, I think going at it now. But I'm with you. I try to look at juicier numbers when it comes to the Heisman market, because they are out there. If you're looking at the 10 to 1s, 9 to 1s, Garrett Nussmeier, LSU, he's going to be showcased in big games. He'll be one that I'm looking at if his odds stay right around there. I like the kid. He's getting a lot of criticism because he's not experienced. Dante Moore going up to Oregon, 20 to 1. He didn't do much at UCLA, didn't play a lot, so people aren't talking about him much. But that's a video game offense. They got that running back from Tulane who can not only run and open up the offense even more, but he can block. So I think Dante Moore is going to have a chance to shine. And 20, 25 to 1, I think, is a great number for him playing for a program that perennially has an offense that's going to go. So a lot of guys, Marcel Reed at Texas A&M, they've got a great line as well. He's going to showcase. Mateer at Oklahoma, he's kind of a sexy pick for many. I got to see him a lot being out west at Washington State, and he can play. And in that Oklahoma system, now SEC defenses are going to be a lot different than what he's seen. But, he takes his offensive coordinator over, so the scheme is the same for him. So there should be some consistency there. So I think he'll perform. If you want a super deep sleeper, I'm talking about like lottery ticket, 500 to 1 type of thing, 400 to 1. Noah Fifita from Arizona, kind of the forgotten man. A couple seasons ago, very Kyler Murray-esque, little guy, 5'10", but he can fling it. Had a bad year last year, transitional year with a new coach. I think Arizona is going to be surprising in the Big 12, and I think he's going to do very well. Now, I'm not saying he's my number one pick for Heisman or anything like that, but if you're looking for a crapshoot or a lottery ticket, I think Fifita might be one. And also Mackie Hughes from Oregon, the running back that I mentioned. He's going to go wild in that offense, and he was great at Tulane. So a lot of things out there. Any advice I can give for someone betting the Heisman, spread the money out. Don't put everything on the 5 to 1, 6 to 1 guys. You could do that, but spread it out a little bit, and it makes it more fun for the season too.
Fifita going into last season, I want to say, was 40 to 1. And you don't even hear that name anymore. That's the first time I've heard Noah Fifita in any Heisman conversation, and this is why we have you on, because you know when to hold them and when to fold them. Big Ten, right? 2 years ago, Michigan wins the title. Last year, Ohio State wins the title. Penn State, question mark? That's all I hear. Everybody loves Penn State. I'm not there. I don't know if you are, but that's sort of the next domino the conference believes in. Penn State, roster's loaded. I can't with the coach, man. I can't.
No. Me neither. There's, everyone talks about the Ohio State-Oregon game. I think the Iowa game is a landmine as well, because they play them. It's a bad spot for them right before Ohio State. They have to go into Iowa, a very good defense. And, Penn State, as good as their offensive line has been, the ground and pound, they've struggled against good defenses and against good defensive lines. You saw it last year with Ohio State, Michigan, and then Notre Dame, and they're going to face some very good defenses. The Big Ten is not easy. Everyone talks about the SEC, how it's a gauntlet. Big Ten games are always dangerous. Will Penn State make the college football playoff? Absolutely. But James Franklin's never won 11 games in the regular season, so you're asking him to do something he's never done. And sports books on that over, they're giving you plus money, so they're happy to give plus money on the over 10.5 on the Penn State season win total. They're going to be a good team. They're going to contend. But if you're looking squarely from a betting standpoint, I think under is the play there. And I think you can still get the under. It's juiced around minus 130, which for me is just fine. I'll take that minus 130 all day. They go 10-2. They go to the college football playoff, and I'll cash my ticket. Another thing with Penn State, if someone really believes in them, I think you can find 7 or 8-1 for them to be the number 1 seed. So all these folks are saying they're going to win the national title, all this stuff. You can bet them for number 1 seed. I think that offers the most value if you're backing Penn State.
Tommy, as someone who went to Iowa, I can confirm that Kinnick Stadium is a tough place to play, and any team like Penn State going in there, that should be a little scary for them. I would be concerned if I were Nittany Lion fans for that game. Before we move on to some NFL stuff, floor is yours. Any other college football teams that you are extremely high on this year?
Well, ASU, their season win total is around 8.5. There's good odds for them to win the Big 12. I think people are underestimating them again. I really like them in the Big 12 this year. Down the road for me, San Diego State, I think that they're this year's Purdue. I do not like their coaching staff. They did not bring in good offensive pieces. So if you're looking for a team maybe to fade, their season win total's low, but that doesn't scare me away at all at 4.5 wins. So San Diego State out of the Mountain West. I'm also a little down on UNLV in terms of their season win total. 8.5 is their season win total. I think 7 or 8 wins works for them, but they've got a lot of work to do replacing a very good unit on offense and defense. They lost a lot of guys. So off the top of my head, those are a few. I'm not as big on Illinois as many others are. I think their win totals at 7.5, so I don't know if I would attack that necessarily. But I'm not too big on Illinois. I think their coach can't put together 2 winning seasons in a row. They had a good year last year, but I think they'll regress a little bit.
NFL. I watched the Bengals defense, and they played a lot of their guys last night, at least early, right? Because they're trying to find rhythm early in the regular season, so they're going to take the preseason seriously now. Their ones got shredded by the Eagles' backups. We were watching the same thing last night, right?
Absolutely. I've talked to a couple sharp guys, and one particularly that I respect a lot. And the first team he let me know about when I told him, hey, who are you down on in the NFL this season, was the Bengals. And I was leaning that way, but his feedback put me over the top. The expectations are always high for this team that they're going to get stuff done. But, the Ravens are the class of that division. They're going to win that division. And I think the Bengals just defensively, if you can't get your defense going, things aren't going to work out. And it doesn't matter how much Joe Burrow electrifies, and as long as he's healthy, he's going to be just fine, and that offense is going to go. But without the defense there, that team's, it's going to be hard for them to get over the hump. Do they make the playoffs this year? Maybe, but 10 wins, 9 wins is probably the cap. I don't see them being a double-digit win team this year.
We're talking with Tommy Lorenzo. He's the host of Cover the Weekend Sports Betting Podcast. You can find him on X at SportsbookTom. Tommy, another team that I think you might like the under on their win total, the Indianapolis Colts. A lot of question marks going into the season for them with quarterback, and maybe some answered yesterday with Anthony Richardson already getting injured. I know it's just a dislocated pinky, but that quarterback situation can't be giving too many people confidence going into the year. What's your take on the Colts?
Well, as a New York Giants fan, I got my fill of Daniel Jones over the last several seasons. So when I hear people saying that, that system's going to work for him, he's going to do better there, I just don't see it. I've not been hot on the Colts at all. Their numbers right around, I think it's 7.5. I'll happily take the under on that. Defensively, they have added some pieces, but they're, again, without a quarterback, Anthony Richardson, if he's competing with Daniel Jones for the starting spot, because that's kind of what the word out of camp was, Richardson is coming back from an injury. I think that's an issue. Now, if the Colts are saying, no, Richardson's our guy, he's our number one, let's go, then that gives me a little more confidence. But especially for, after seeing last night the injury, that quarterback room isn't very deep. But, you never know what can happen if they go down to the third or fourth guy. But when they start doing that, it's not good news. So, yeah, I'm not too hot on the Colts this year. I like under their win total and no on the playoffs, but that's probably at a minus number.
Long shots and unders, Kate. Are you paying attention? Tommy's just dropping
Yes,
unders
I
and
am.
long shots. That's what he
Yes,
does.
I am.
So the Bears, as a Chicago kid, I have watched them go over the win total one time in the last 12 years. And every year, the optimism is eternal. Rookie head coach, I don't know what you have at quarterback yet. Nobody does. They did address the line, which I liked, but that could be a mess. It could. To ignore the possibility of that being a mess is insane because the Bears always find ways to slip on the banana peel. When I throw 8.5 at you, what's the initial reaction?
It's been under for the last couple of years. I don't see that changing. Now, do they win more than the 5 games? They won 5 games last year, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think they can clear that. But, being out here on the West Coast, again, I got to see a lot of Caleb Williams in his days at USC. But he's not the type of quarterback that, in my opinion, is going to respond year after year of changing schemes. He went from SC scheme. He went to Chicago last year with a new scheme, and now he's got the O coordinator from the Lions coming over, and Ben Johnson, a brand new scheme. And Ben Johnson's scheme worked great for Jared Goff because it's more precision passing, pocket passing, things of that nature with the Lions. Caleb Williams is not necessarily that type of quarterback, but it could work. Maybe Caleb Williams, his accuracy, everything improves under that system. Then he uses his, dynamic style of quarterback play, to push the envelope a little bit and get his yards. I think Caleb Williams will pass for a lot of yards. If you're looking over on his props for passing, maybe that. But overall with the Bears, they're probably a year away. I want to see Caleb Williams in the system. Preseason or camp, he's looked pretty good. Making Pat Mahomes type of sidearm passes and things like that. But just with the new system, I have my doubts. You're basically saying this team is going to be a borderline playoff team by betting the over, and I just can't get there with the Bears this year.
In about 2 minutes, Tommy, the Lions, another team in that division, like stacked roster, right? Had a ton of success last year, but they lose coordinators. They lose a lot of position coaches. How do you factor that type of stuff into your handicapping of this team this year?
For me, if you got the players, if you got the horses, I think you're going to be fine. And I think that's what the Lions are about this year. Aiden Hutchinson, you hope he stays healthy because, he's a key thing for that defense there. He'll be back. I have no issue with the Lions this year. That division is very tough. The 2 top teams in that division are, in my opinion, are Super Bowl contenders. And the Vikings, I have some questions about too because of J.J. McCarthy. He's got big odds to lead the league in interceptions, by the way. I don't want to digress to the Vikings, but that's another one I like it right around 15, 16 to 1. But as far as the Lions, I don't think they're going to miss a beat. I think they're going to make the playoffs. The season win total is a little rich. They got to get to 11 wins there. I think they get there. Wouldn't be my biggest play of the season, but the horses are still there. Dan Campbell has proved that he can motivate these guys, and having Aiden Hutchinson back on the defensive side will do nothing but good things on that side of the ball. So I'm good with the Lions this year. I think they'll do very well and challenge in that division.
Yeah, I mean, they won a ton of games, even with a severely banged up defensive line last year. So getting those guys back will certainly help. Tommy, we appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Enjoy hanging out with Sam next week in Vegas.
My pleasure. Sam's always a great time. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, Tommy.
All right.
Thanks,
See you soon.
Tommy.
Thanks for having me on. Thank you.
Tommy
Tommy
was
Lorenzo.
he was at my birthday last year. Oh man, he was like, why do you have this many friends in Vegas? I'm like, I don't know, man. It just happens. I don't know how it happens. It just does. He came over to one of the casinos and yeah, we had a good time. That guy is plugged in, Kate. When he gives you an under, you take notes.
I was taking notes through that, and I'm going to go back through, and I might be placing some bets this afternoon because, yes, very, very smart. He knows a thing or two about what he's doing here in the sports betting space. Do you do your birthday in Vegas every year, Sam, or was that like a milestone birthday?
No, I'm not a birthday guy. I just happened to be there because it was March Madness. So it was the Friday of March Madness, and boys made a lot of money and maybe didn't go to bed
That's
that
not
night.
a bad
It was one of those
or bad time to celebrate your birthday. March Madness, Vegas.
I know.
Not too shabby. All right, we are wrapping things up on the other side. We'll give you our lightning bets for today and then get Sam out of here so he can enjoy a nice week in Vegas. Ooh, woof, a week in Vegas, Sam. Sounds miserable. But we will wrap things up when we come back. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats, getting you ready for the weekend. We have a couple topics that we need to get into before we give you our best bets, Sam. And one of those, to start real quick, I need an update on how you're feeling after Ice Cream Gate last night. You said at the beginning of the show, you had a double scoop of ice cream, 2 different flavors with some Reese's Pieces on top. You woke up not feeling the hottest, which I can imagine. Are we kind of starting to recover at this point of the show?
Well, quick correction. It's a double scoop if you consider a shovel's worth of ice cream 1 scoop. So, yeah. I mean, it was,
well,
I
imagine
so
the
much.
Scoops aren't tiny little scoops. They're like a hefty big scoop. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't use I don't use the ice cream scoop. I basically just, it's a quick, if I find like a nice spatula, something like that, I don't need a scoop. I need, anyways.
Just like a big spoon.
Did not need to mix flavors or top with candy on top of everything else. I think Jake put it well. Jake, I just shocked my body. I mean, my body's used to a lot, but it's not used to the dessert. Because I'm not a big dessert guy, but last night I had tunnel vision for that fridge.
Your body was also probably like you said you were in the car for what, 45 minutes? Like your body was probably like, all right, it's over. Start to shut down, and then just bam.
Yeah. Basically, the whole passenger
beater
ride home, like I'm sitting in the passenger seat the whole way, just dreaming about what I'm going to make in the kitchen. And I should have taken a picture, but I just didn't care at that point. I just needed it, and I needed it now.
I like that you act like it's the 2 separate flavors that really did you over the edge. Like, I think either way, the volume of ice cream it sounds like you ate was probably enough to like make you feel kind of sick.
Yes. And I've been so good. I know, look, like some people like to share their fitness journeys on the internet. I don't. I just do what I do. I've been very good for about 2 months. Last night was a step back. But it is what it is. You need those nights sometimes. Maybe not those nights, but you need to shake it up sometimes.
It's going to refocus you. It's going to refocus you. Okay, the other topic that we need to discuss before we get out of here today, Jennifer Lopez. You have some thoughts on her, Sam. The marriages, the engagements, all of that good stuff. Give us the lowdown on what's going on in the news right now with J-Lo.
So I saw this story the other day, and I thought this was perfect because Kate will be here Friday. I don't feel like Joe and I could have this conversation. So after 4 divorces and 6 engagements, Jennifer Lopez accordingly is going to work on herself from now on, and she will not be getting married again. I don't believe that. I just don't.
Yeah.
So she's 56 right now. If we were going to put a market on will she get engaged again? I know she said married, but let's just call it engaged. What are the chances she has another engagement ring on at least one more time in her life? The yes is the favorite, but is it minus 130? Is it minus 150? Is it minus 200? Like, what's a fair price on the yes for J-Lo to get engaged one more time?
I was going to go, my initial thought was around minus 160. Like, I know she says she's not, but you've had 6 engagements already. Why? What makes me think that's going to stop? So I think it happens again. You said she's 52, 56?
56. So she's got at least 30 more years, you would think.
Yeah. Yeah. No, she's getting engaged at least one more time. I would certainly have that around minus 160. I wouldn't even put it past her to get married. People say this all the time. I'm going to work on myself. Never going to do this again. Me. Nah, not with J-Lo. 10 total engagements and divorces. Yeah, she's not stopping anytime soon.
There's no way she doesn't get engaged again. And she has this habit where she goes back to an old flame.
Yeah.
So, It's 2036. Her and Ben are lonely. He sends the "you up" text. Pow, they're engaged. Like that's very possible. No, am I
very
wrong?
Possible.
Of course it is.
Because they've been engaged or married twice? I should say they've been divorced twice, or is it 3?
I don't. I can't
to go
even
back
keep track
and get divorced again. That's crazy. With how hot J-Lo is too, she could have anyone. 56 or not, she could take her pick of the litter and be just fine. So I guess that she'll be engaged. I'll say at least one more time at -160.
Okay. The problem is that might not get paid out for a while, Kate. So you're not going to see that
true.
money.
That's true.
So that's the issue. I sent it to Jake yesterday, and he's like, "Oh, yes, is the huge favorite, right, Jake?"
Yeah. Jake put -180 as his odds.
Yeah, I think I put -180. I might hit the ladders on this. I might go over 1.5, over 2.5. I might sprinkle a little bit across the board.
Yeah, it's too bad. BetMGM gives us a lot of options, a lot of things we can bet, including, by the way, that Broncos and Chiefs bet that we talked about. So the AFC West market straight forecast, Chiefs Broncos at MGM is down to +280. It was not +280 when the show started. Wink, wink. So thank you, BetMGM, for giving us all these markets. I don't believe, though, we're going to get a BetMGM Jennifer Lopez engagement market. I don't think that's going to happen.
I think if that pops at all, that'll likely be the in the offshores, not BetMGM. I don't think they're going to dabble in a little J-Lo engagement action. That's probably fair to say.
There will be a ring, though. There would definitely be one more ring. There has to be.
Give her a couple years. Give her a decade to work on herself. She's still going to look pretty young at 66. Still going to be on the market, I would imagine. We'll go -160 on J-Lo to get engaged again. All right, Sam, we got to wrap things up with I guess that was the start of our lightning bets, but we got to wrap things up with our actual lightning bets. What do you have for today?
I'm going to find out with Toronto tonight. Best number I can get now is +122. Consensus number that we can get is +120. So that's Kershaw and Scherzer meeting for the first time since 2008. Dodgers are at home. I'm fading Kershaw and backing the bats with Toronto. +120 on the Blue Jays. And then I don't love that +280, but there's still a +340 in the market on Chiefs to finish first, Broncos to finish second. Kate and I had discussed Rashawn Slater going down. McConkey's been banged up. Becton isn't practicing. And Najee Harris blew his eyes up with fireworks. Things are just falling apart for the Bolts. So I think that's a good time right now to strike Chiefs, Broncos, and that's +340. Other books are coming down, though, coming a little bit lower. So you might want to get on that before it's too late.
Yeah, I love that bet. I think that's a great price for two teams that, based on what happened with the Chargers this past week, are ahead of the two bottom teams in that division for sure. All right, the Diamond. I'm going to lay a little bit juicier number than what you're getting with some plus money, Sam. I'm going to go Brewers on the money line, -145 over the Mets today. Brewers have been phenomenal lately. A lot of momentum coming into this one. I'm going to continue to ride that and fade this Mets team that has struggled quite a bit late. I know Senga's going for New York today, but I still think this Brewers team is just too hot right now to bet against. So I'll go -145 on the Brewers, and then I'm going to go over to the WNBA. Not going to bet on any specific color for any specific item. I'm going to go Seattle Storm on the money line for a little plus money against the Las Vegas Aces tonight. This Aces team, I don't think they deserve to be favored even at home. They've been so bad this year. Seattle has lost quite a bit lately too, so that doesn't give me a ton of comfort. They've lost 4 of their last 5, 3 straight. But this is a team that is so volatile. They're up and down that this is kind of the buy low spot on Seattle right now, I think. And so I'm going to back them on the road tonight against the Aces. Don't think the Aces should be favored in this one at all. Those are going to be my only 2 for the day. Small card for me. Jake Hassan, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I'm going to join Sam on the Blue Jays. I want to fade Clayton Kershaw, who is not the guy that he was 10, 15 years ago, and this Blue Jays team is playing really well right now. So I will ride with my guy, Sammy P, on that one. I'm going to go under 4 in the first 5 for Twins and Royals. Lugo and Ryan, who have both been very good this year, and 2 offenses that basically have the 4 of us, I'm including Gerch in this, in their lineups. So I'm way good on those teams. I'll go the first 5 under with Kansas City and Minnesota. And I refuse to live in a world with the way that the Yankees are playing right now where you can get Hunter Brown at a pick'em. What are we doing here? What are we talking about? So I'll be on the Astros on the money line. And speaking of props that BetMGM does not have up, whatever the over on Jake Hassan drinks consumed tomorrow, ladder it, over it, pair it with anything parlays that you got, because I will be on a boat for 5 hours tomorrow. I just got some 5-inch inseams delivered like an hour ago, and I'm ready to rock. And there's going to be a lot of Jameson Orange in my future, Sammy.
Ooh, let's go. Send me pictures.
Oh, Sam, you will be
the
here.
Jameson Orange or the 5-inch inseams?
Both. Yeah, both.
You should bring your book. Just going to get a FaceTime from me for at about 5 p.m. Central tomorrow.
You should. You know what? Show Kate your book. I don't think Kate's seen your book. You should bring your book on the boat. That thing would be a huge hit tomorrow. I got this.
What is your book?
Kate.
This was a gift from Sam to me for the studio.
Lovely.
I won't read it, but he even signed the inside cover for me too.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's so.
I won't read it.
It's a very nice book. It's a dinosaur on the front, and the title of the book is "All My Friends Are Dead." It's a picture book.
It's a visual show, which is you should be watching on Twitch and YouTube. BetMGM Network, by the way.
That thing would hit like crack on that boat.
Jake's reading level, not the highest. That's what that's telling me. Okay. Enjoy the drinks tomorrow, Jake. Sam, enjoy Vegas all next week. Thanks all for joining us here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can also watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, Send It In, all the shows that we have weekdays and weekends, you know where to find it. At BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the crew hanging with us, though, here on this Friday. We have Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Nick Costos. He's out today. But filling in for the Prop King, you know him, you love him, you see him 1 to 1:30 Eastern every weekday here on the BetMGM Network, hosting Send It In. It is the great PJ Glasser, who joins us here on You Better You Bet. Hit up PJ at PJ Glasser9 over on Twitter. PJ, happy Friday to you and yours. How we doing today, buddy?
Femi, we're doing good, man. Happy Friday to you as well. This NFL preseason Friday, huh? We got some games tonight, bunch tomorrow. Football Friday, first one of the year. So, no, it's exciting stuff. Excited to get into the preseason with you. Talk a little college football today as well. I'm watching the second round of the FedEx St. Jude Championship. Just kind of going through ways that Tommy Fleetwood's probably going to end up blowing this. So that should be fun over the weekend. But no, it's good, man. Glad the weekend is almost here, and excited to be here with you.
The FedEx. I was telling Tyler yesterday during the show, my golf has just kind of been removed from my brain. Like, it's just, I can't do it anymore for the rest of the season. Like, Sanderson, I'll be there later on this fall. But, like, right now, I just cannot do the golf. So kudos to you for doing it. I know Tyler's sweating out Matt Fitzpatrick. Looks like are you sweating out Fleetwood? That's the bet you made? Or are you just trying to see if Tommy Fleetwood's going to choke or not?
So I did bet Tommy top 10. My guy this week was Sepp Straka, who's 5 under. So, I mean, he's kind of in it. You know, he needs to go low tomorrow. But, Femi, can I tell you, if Tommy's got a 4-shot lead going into Sunday, I am going to drop a bomb on the 2-ball versus whoever he's playing against. Because if you think Tommy Fleetwood is running away with this, you got another thing coming. So I am hoping that he keeps this margin going into Sunday. We get a 2-ball price with Scheffler, Morikawa, whoever it is. And, oh, man, I'm looking forward to betting that other side. Because Tommy, it'll be like watching Rory win the Masters. It is going to be nothing but just struggle city the entire 18 holes.
He's not going to make it easy. Like Rory gave us the entertainment there on the back nine at Augusta National. Like, Tommy's probably going to give us the entertainment as well. Because Tommy, once again, for those who might not know, Tommy Fleetwood, as good as a golfer as he is, has finished, I believe, top 5 in all 4 of the majors, has never won a single PGA Tour event on American soil.
No,
like, it's kind of crazy.
He's finished top 5 like 27 times or something, Femi. Like, it's almost impressive he hasn't won. And, you know, he keeps getting priced like 20 to 1, 25 to 1 every single week because, I mean, the talent's there. Like, he's a great golfer. He just cannot close. So we'll see if this is the week.
All right. Well, Tommy Fleetwood right now, 13 under with a 4-shot lead at the FedEx St. Jude's Championship over there in Memphis. So we'll keep an eye on that all throughout the show. I didn't think we were going to start with golf today, but hey, it's You Better You Bet. It's a Friday. You never know what's going to happen here with it being a football Friday. But as always, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcast. And while you're there, you might as well subscribe, rate, and review. Like, we're doing you the solid. We're putting all the content on there on demand for you to consume. The least you can do out there is to subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have two guests who will be joining us throughout these 4 hours, starting at 4:20 Eastern. Content manager for 4 for 4 Football and BetSperts, Ryan Noonan, returns to You Better You Bet. He's host of the Move the Line podcast. He's going to help us break down some big picture NFL topics as we're now less than a month away. I'm looking at the calendar right now, and we're looking at it all throughout the day because it's on my computer. August 8th, less than a month away from the start of the NFL regular season. In fact, I believe we are exactly 1 month away from the Monday Night Football game for Week 1, Vikings at the Bears. So a really, really fun time of year as we're gearing up towards NFL football. Preseason games are getting underway. We'll talk some big picture NFL stuff with Ryan Noonan in about 60 minutes or so. But at 5:40 Eastern time, we'll be joined by our Odyssey MLB insider, Bob Nightingale. Bob Nightingale, of course, a USA Today MLB columnist. We'll get his thoughts on all things baseball ahead of what should be a really, really fun weekend with some compelling series on deck. I mean, we got like Yankees, Astros, Blue Jays, Dodgers. Like the Mariners are hosting the Rays. Like there's some really, really fun series. I didn't even mention Mets and the Brewers. You know, like potentially we see that matchup at some point in October. A lot of compelling series in baseball. So we'll break them down with Bob Nightingale and see what he thinks will happen over the weekend and going forward in Major League Baseball. But PJ, let's go ahead and get into what we saw last night with the NFL preseason Week 1 kicking off in Baltimore, in your neck of the woods, with your team, the Baltimore Ravens, who did a number on the Indianapolis Colts, 24-16. Like watching the game, it felt like the Ravens were up by 40 points, honestly, the way that they were dominating the Indianapolis Colts. But the big story coming out of that game happened early on, and that is with Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson, who was just absolutely drilled by David Ojabo. I know a lot of the film guys out there on Twitter breaking things down, saying that, hey, Richardson didn't really see the hot route. We don't have to get into all that and like who to blame, et cetera, et cetera. But Richardson got drilled, ended up dislocating his pinky, left the game early. Daniel Jones ended up playing the rest of the first quarter and the second quarter. So kind of what's been the story with Anthony Richardson is that like, hey, like, can we actually see him play? Can he stay healthy? And in 2 series, he has to leave the game due to his pinky, like just pointing the other direction. Not what you want to see for your potential QB1. And I mean, even prior to that injury, I thought he just looked kind of like the Anthony Richardson that we saw last year. I didn't see all the big improvements that everybody at Colts camp was talking about, saying, hey, he's stacking all these good days on top of good days on top of good days. I don't know, man. Like, looked kind of like the same guy that we saw last year. So, PJ, I'm curious to get your thoughts on Richardson, but like just kind of a disappointing thing as a football fan, as a football bettor, as we continue to go on these preseason fact-finding missions, getting robbed of that opportunity of watching Anthony Richardson get the bulk of the work last night against the Baltimore Ravens.
100%. You know, they were saying that going into that game, Femi, both guys were probably going to play about a quarter and a half, and you saw it early on how they switched series, and then Richardson gets hurt, obviously, so Daniel Jones plays a majority of the quarter. We saw a lot of Riley Leonard in the second half. But yeah, it is disappointing. I thought before preseason started that Daniel Jones was going to be the Week 1 starter against Miami because, Femi, I think right now the Colts are kind of caught in the position where if they bench Richardson again, I think that's kind of it, right? So I think you start Jones and you see obviously what he can do for you. If you're winning games, great. You keep putting him out there every Sunday. If you're losing games, then you fall back to the guy that you drafted number 4 overall a couple years ago. It kind of feels like we're getting to that point with Richardson where if you bench him again, like that's kind of it. It's going to be tough, especially with his confidence to continue to go back to him if you continue to bench him. So now with this injury, it looks like it's not going to be too significant. I mean, there are reports out that he's probably going to be practicing in the next couple of days. So maybe we're going to see him in the next preseason game potentially. I thought it was going to be Daniel Jones, and I think this kind of reinforced it. Again, even though Richardson's not going to miss a significant amount of time, I think they end up going with Daniel Jones. But I mean, Femi, to your point, man, like the small sample size we did see of Richardson, it kind of looked like the same. The small sample size we saw of Daniel Jones, it kind of looked like the same. And in preseason, I mean, these coaches, for the most part, are going to keep things pretty vanilla. And Steichen, like one of the reasons he was hired with Indy and the reason
why they drafted Richardson, because of how great he was with dual threat quarterbacks. You know, what he did with Jalen Hurts, and obviously Herbert has some mobility as well. So going to Indy, and we have seen that throughout Richardson's career when he's able to stay healthy. They do like using his legs. I thought we'd see a little bit more of that with Daniel Jones because it's the preseason. It makes sense that they didn't do any design runs and they kind of just more so stuck to the drop back passes and those kind of things. But I do want to see that aspect if we move along through preseason. Richardson's back out there next week, and if they do throw some design runs in there, because I think that's going to be a big part of that too, Femi, is, you know, you do bring in Daniel Jones, who obviously does have some mobility, and that's going to be a big part of this offense. You got Jonathan Taylor, but if you're able to take some stress off of him, we know this offensive line is probably middle of the pack in the NFL at best. They don't have elite weapons on the outside, so you have to find a way to move the ball, and I think using the QB legs is going to be a way to do that. But yeah, just kind of like you, man. I mean, again, you wish Richardson played more, but what we did see really wasn't impressed. Daniel Jones either. I mean, the Ravens have a great roster. They draft well every year. So their backups are just about better than everybody else's in the NFL. They have a very deep team. We know Harbaugh and the Ravens are great in the preseason every single year. That's why I thought the 6.5 last night to begin with was pretty high. Obviously, Richardson
it was
got
juiced
hurt.
heavily, man. Yeah,
It was.
People were steaming the hell out of the Colts, given the fact that those guys are going to be out there for a decent amount of time.
It was crazy, right? So, yeah, I did like the Ravens plus the 6.5, but yeah, I mean, the Colts, we'll see. I still think Daniel Jones. If you ask me today who I think would be the Colts Week 1 starter, I think it's going to be Daniel Jones. You think it's going to be Richardson, though?
I think it's going to be Richardson because I think, just given the fact that the general manager, Chris Ballard, and the head coach, Shane Steichen, to some degree, like, that's their guy, is Anthony Richardson, especially Chris Ballard. And if you're already admitting he's not good enough to be your Week 1 starter, then what the hell are you guys doing here? Because, like, that's the guy that you guys pounded the table for. So I feel like they're going to go down swinging with the guy that they handpicked, unless he's just a disaster in these preseason games, which I know he's not off to a good start, but also Daniel Jones looked like crap as well last night. Like, he was pretty bad too. So I don't think there's really like anybody pulled ahead. If anything, like, Daniel Jones kind of like left the door wide open in this quarterback competition, because like that was a prime opportunity for Jones to go out there and play well with the starters. And then all of a sudden putting a lot of heat on Richardson coming up next week in that start. I don't even know who they're playing next week, but like whenever they play at home, like that puts a lot of pressure on Richardson if Jones actually played well last night. But instead it's okay, Jones was bad, Richardson was bad, and he got hurt. As long as he's fine, I think we're right back to square one, you know? Like, it almost feels like we got a missed data point. Like, nothing actually happened last night, and it just kind of kicks the can down into what happens next week here. But yeah, I think I'm at the point, I'd be surprised if it's not Anthony Richardson. And I think the big takeaway for me, at least, with watching last week, and PJ, you put in the chat, thank you for that, the Green Bay Packers is who the Indianapolis Colts will be hosting next week in the preseason. I think the big takeaway for me overall is that I think the Colts might just stink. like I felt the Colts could stink earlier this offseason. I got a little bit tantalized by the reports coming out of training camp, everybody saying that, oh man, Richardson looks good. Hey, look at the talent on this roster. They could do something. And I'm not trying to overreact to one preseason game, but like, man, these are the two options that you have to choose from. Anthony Richardson, who could barely pick up a hot blitz and is also inaccurate on other passes, almost got picked off on the first drive, by the way. And then there's Daniel Jones, who, like, at this point, I feel like he's just scared to get hit at quarterback. Like, he's going to dump the ball down and check it down or try to, like, run away, but, like, he's a turnover waiting to happen. Like, these are your options? Like, this is not good. And also, like, I do think it's important to note, and you brought it up as well, the Baltimore Ravens were playing their backups, and they look better than the Colts starters. Like, that just shows me the Ravens training camp is probably a serious training camp. Like, they're competing, they're getting ready to try to go win a Super Bowl. Whereas Indianapolis, I don't know what Steichen's doing with their training camp. It feels like it's just like, all right, guys, here we go. Because that team did not look ready to play. I thought it was a really, really poor showing by Indianapolis. Don't want to overreact, but it kind of like re-emphasized my opinion going into this offseason of, hey, I think the Colts might suck out loud, and maybe they're actually going to be competing for the number 1 overall pick at the end of the season.
Femi, the only bet I would make on the Colts this season is Shane Steichen, Coach of the Year. 28-1. You take a flyer, all upside. with no downside whatsoever. I wouldn't touch the division. I wouldn't touch the win total for
The
everything
downside
that you're
is you
saying.
lose your money.
The downside is you lose your money. But the upside is the path there for Steichen, right? You have a team that just missed out on the playoffs last year. You have all this dysfunction at quarterback. You have the Jim Irsay narrative there as well that I think definitely would get him a ton of votes if they have a great season. Like, everything right now looks so jumbled up for the Colts that if he's able to get it in the right direction, they're able to win that division, which, as we all know, is very winnable. That's the path that I like for the Colts. That's the only bet that I would make on them. And again, it's 28-1. Like, yeah, you absolutely could lose it. It's 28-1. You probably will. But I think the path, if Steichen's able to get this thing going, I like him coach of the year.
Ooh. I might look at Shane Steichen, first coach fired. I think that's what I would do, honestly. I think this thing is going to be bad. If last night was a little bit of an indication of what's going to happen down the road, I don't think Steichen's going to be around that long in Indianapolis. All right, we'll continue our preseason recap off of what we saw last night. Just getting started here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
His ego is holding them back again. And if you look at what they've done, we've talked about this now for a month, and we hit it again on Monday. When Dak and Micah are on the field, this team is very, very efficient on both ends of the field. Dak has become a very good quarterback, and Micah is one of the best pass rushers in the league. That run from 21, 22, 23. They go 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. That's because you had Prescott and Parsons for the majority of those seasons. When you don't, trash. 7-10, 6-10, 8-8. That's the reality. So knowing all that, the owner does not want to compensate or make one of the best players in the conference, in the league, happy. He's under contract. I get it. But he's not playing without a deal, a new one. He's not going to play. Like, I've been told that multiple times. If he does not get what he wants, he's not going to play. And you look at these books, you look at the betting market, we try to always bring it back to betting. Books are starting to float this number back out, not only on the division market, 6-1 at BetMGM, 7-1 at one book, but they're bashing them all the way out to 30-1 to win the conference. The books want you to bet the Cowboys now. They want to take your money. They want you to bet a little to win a lot because they know the truth. They know that if this is a reality and that Mike is not there, this team has no chance.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet coming at you on a Friday on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser hanging out with you guys this afternoon. We're actually talking during the break. The Little League World Series is going on right now. We have I guess it hasn't technically started because like Williamsport, I think starts next week, I'm assuming, since we have all the regional championships going on today. I was watching earlier today and prepping the show, PJ. South Dakota beat North Dakota in the Great Lakes region. So South Dakota, Sioux Falls is heading to Williamsport. I think this Baltimore or the Maryland team is from Baltimore. I think is what the jerseys say. But I might also just be – so I might have also just made that up because I think the more that I saw was Glenmore, which is the Pennsylvania team. So we're still working, we're efforting, trying to figure out where the Maryland team is from. But we got Maryland and Pennsylvania in the Mid-Atlantic Region Championship. No, we are not betting on this. We're literally just talking about it because I have it on in the office just because I like live sports. And that is one of the few live sports that's happening in addition to the St. Jude's Championship down there in Memphis for the PGA Tour, which I refuse to watch since I did not bet it. So that's where we stand right now with our live sports, PJ. But a little bit of Little League World Series action. We've got some high leverage games to punch some tickets to Williamsport.
So I actually went to the Little League World Series a couple years ago. We were taking.
Yeah. How was it?
It was actually a good time. We were taking my brother, who was starting his freshman year at Ithaca College up in upstate New York. So we drove from Maryland to New York. And Femi, like, you literally go right past Williamsport. I mean, you go right by the facilities. So when we were dropping them off, it was like a couple of days before. After we drop them off and we're going back to Maryland, I asked my parents, I'm like, you guys want to stop off and like check it out? And they're like, sure. It's free to get into, which I had no idea. Like, you can just show up totally free. You can just go hang out and watch. And obviously you can sit up on the hill. And then the other stadium that they had, you can go into the outfield. I had no idea that it was totally free. You can just walk in. They have parking and shuttle buses that take you over. But that to me was the biggest attraction is, like, if you're just driving through, if you want to make a weekend of it, totally free to go to. Just hang out.
So all the seats, not just the outfield seats, like even like the ones behind home plate, those are all free.
Those maybe like there are certain sections that are cut off for like the parents and the stuff
for
like
parents,
that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
assuming they give them priority.
I really think all that stuff's free. Like first come, first serve. You get in there and you see a seat, like you can take it. Yeah, so pretty sweet.
Now, I'm not saying I'm going to make the trip because I live in Las Vegas. Pennsylvania is a little bit far from me. It's not a drive like it was for you. But that's actually cool. If I ever find myself in that neck of the woods around that time, maybe I'll pop over to see a little bit of Little League World Series action. That's kind of awesome. I also love about the Little League World Series that we get the nicknames for all the kids. So the kid that just struck out, the kid that struck out for Pennsylvania, his name is Gabe. His last name I did not know how to pronounce, but his nickname, Big Dog. Just big dog. Big dog.
Well, we got Big Al. We got Big Al, who's always an internet sensation. Big Al hits dingers, right? That was his name.
Yeah. Well, Big Al's voice was the great thing because he was like, "My name's Big Al, and I hit dingers." It's like we love Big Al, you know.
We do.
Yeah, but Gabe for Pennsylvania, Big Dog. We just need Tiger Woods out there to dap him up. But yeah, Big Dog is his name. So that's what's on the TVs in the office. Just figured I'd let the folks know since we were talking about that during the break. But let's get back to our NFL preseason recap. We're talking about Anthony Richardson and the Colts. Richardson left the game last night with the dislocated pinky, but Shane Steichen spoke with the media earlier today, and he said that Richardson might be able to play on Saturday, but it sounds like he'll be good to go next week when they host the Green Bay Packers. Now, Steichen did also amend that, like, he's probably going to mix up the reps and like kind of go back on what he said prior to yesterday's game, because yesterday was supposed to be the Richardson day. The next week was supposed to be the Daniel Jones day, and then they would figure out who was going to be the week one starter after that. But because Daniel Jones got a bulk of the reps due to Richardson's injury, it sounds like Richardson's probably going to start again this upcoming week, and then it'll pretty much be the rotation that we thought we were going to see last night when they were taking on the Baltimore Ravens. So a little bit of a change up there for Indianapolis, and I'm assuming we'll see these guys for quite a bit coming up next week. So keep that in mind if you're going to be betting this thing with the Green Bay Packers taking on the Indianapolis Colts. But I wanted to bounce some stuff off you with the Baltimore Ravens before we moved on to some of the other games, because As I was saying in the last segment, PJ, I thought Baltimore was actually pretty impressive. Now, like, that's not like breaking news, break out the hot take machine or anything like that. Baltimore is thought of as a Super Bowl contender. They're a really talented team. They weren't playing any of the starters, and the team looked really good. And they were going up against the other team's starters, which I think is the important context to keep in mind. Keaton Mitchell, we were talking about him before the show started. He looks like he's back to the guy that we saw prior to his gruesome injury a couple of years ago. Like, that was awesome to see. He was really, really good. They got the punt return touchdown as well. Like, they just looked like a well-coached team. And, like, I think they are a well-coached team. Now, I also have my issues with John Harbaugh once it comes to the playoffs. And I think sometimes they're a little bit too tight. And that's why we see the mistakes that they make when it comes down to it. But overall, it's hard to argue with the Baltimore Ravens operation. And it was on full display last night.
I mean, Keaton Mitchell definitely stood out because, that's going to be an interesting thing to watch, Femi, as the season unfolds, right? We all keep waiting for Derrick Henry to fall off, and it just never happens. And that's why he's the king. But certainly there are games. The Ravens always do this, and they do it with Lamar, too, when they pick and choose their spots of where they want to run. If you go back and look at the season that Baltimore had last year in the regular season, Femi, when they played against teams that were in the division, so whenever they played Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, or Cleveland in the division, those games, Derek would get like 15 carries or fewer. And it would always be the games where he had the least amount of touches. When they would go up against the other teams, whether it was NFC teams, other teams in the AFC, that's when they would feed him his 19, 22, 24 carry type games, which is interesting, right? Because we all think of the AFC North as a physical, tough, hard-nosed division, and they know that they don't want Derek taking that wear and tear. So Keaton looked great last night. They also love Justice Hill, who's a really good third down back, which you have to keep in mind. But Keaton Mitchell, I definitely think, is a guy to target when we get to those AFC North games because the Ravens really don't use Derek as much, and those could be games where Keaton Mitchell shines. I think Mike Green also was awesome last night as a pass rusher. The Ravens have obviously been looking for a dominant edge since Terrell Suggs. A lot of people think that Mike Green might be that guy. He looked really good. And then the special teams, as you mentioned, Webster with the punt return looked really, really good. Excited to see what he does this season. And then obviously the field goal kicker, Tyler Loop, right? You're the guy replacing the guy, arguably the GOAT. And he was 1 for 2 last night. He missed a 40-yarder, 42, 43-yarder, but then bounced back with like a 50-yarder, which was great to see. Femi, he kicked this 52-yarder. I mean, and he had like 65 yards on it. He has a massive leg. So that's obviously, to me, Femi, I think that's the biggest question mark with the Ravens coming into the season is their special teams, which is crazy to think about because they've obviously been the best in that department for a long time. But Stout at punter has been okay the last couple of years, and they got a rookie kicker as well. So, these preseason games I think are the biggest for Tyler Loop, the kicker, and seeing how he kind of handles adversity and what he looks like. But, yeah, man, Keaton Mitchell really good last night, and Mike Green as well. I think the Ravens might have themselves a good young pass rusher.
Last thing for me on the Ravens before we move on to the Eagles-Bengals game, because I think there was really interesting stuff from that game as well. But for me on the Ravens, last thing here, man, Lamar better not get hurt. like Cooper Rush didn't look good last night. And that was, I don't know if it's because it was the backups for the Ravens going up against the starters for the Colts or whatever, but Cooper Rush, I thought, looked pretty just below average. And he had the bad interception as well early on in the game. Just Devin Leary, he looked horrendous. Like, that dude does not look like he needs to be making an NFL roster. But, yeah, like, if the Ravens ever run up against it and Lamar has to miss some time, maybe Cooper Rush with like a week's worth of game planning and playing with the other starters, he can be fine. Because we've seen Cooper Rush play a bunch with all the Dak Prescott's injuries over the last handful of years. But man, he looked worse than I've ever, like, as bad as I've seen him is what he looked like last night. So maybe it was just a bad game. Maybe it was a bad setup, but that's something to kind of keep an eye on as we work through the preseason. With that Ravens backup QB spot, because hey, like, you don't think about the backup QB until you need that backup QB to go out there and keep you afloat. In the city of brotherly love, right around the way from Baltimore, the Philadelphia Eagles, they beat the Cincinnati Bengals last night, 34-27. This game flew over the total, and we talked about this yesterday on the show, and even on Wednesday on the show, Nick and I both liking the over in this game, given the fact that we knew Joe Burrow was going to play multiple series, because that's what head coach Zach Taylor said. And also the Eagles quarterback depth chart, pretty solid for a preseason team with Tanner McKee, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and also the rookie Kyle McCord. But I'll start off with the Bengals here, PJ, because I think that's what was most interesting since they had their starters on the field. Bengals offense, not a whole lot to take away because we're going up against the Eagles backups. They did look really good. Joe Burrow for the 2 series, 9 for 10, 123 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jamar Chase looked like Jamar Chase, 4 catches, 77 yards and a touchdown. So, they looked like how they were supposed to look going up against backups. So, Bengals offense, yeah, we all believe they're good. They looked good, whatever. We didn't learn anything there. Bengals defense. It was the number 1 defense on the field for the Bengals against the Eagles backups. The Eagles kicked their ass. That is sound the alarms. And we knew going in that the Bengals defense was bad, but boy, howdy, that was terrible last night. The Eagles were getting whatever they wanted, and this Cincinnati team is a team I think a lot of people have pegged to kind of be the challenger to the Baltimore Ravens in the AFC North. I don't see it at all. This just looks like last year, man. And it's what I've been saying all throughout this offseason. It's hey, guys, this looks like last year. They've made no improvements. And you might go ahead and say, well, Trey Hendrickson was not on the field, so maybe a little bit better. Dude, Hendrickson was on the field last year, and they were the 29th best defense in the league. He's not coming to save the day. And oh, by the way, he's done 0 team activities this year. Do you really think Trey Hendrickson's going to hit the ground running like he was last year? I think that's a little bit foolish to think that. So I thought the Bengals defense, I know it's a new defensive coordinator. Maybe they're still getting used to each other. Maybe it's going to be a work in progress here with Al Golden. But boy, PJ, I thought it was even worse than what we saw towards the end of last season with Lou Anarumo. That was terrible. Eagles running through truck hole lanes. It was insane how bad it was from Cincinnati. And this team, if that's what it's going to look like, they're not making the playoffs. I don't care how good Joe Burrow is.
So, Femi, you know what's interesting about the Bengals? I think there are 2 ways that people can view them going into the season. The first way is, I think, how a lot of people are going to view them like you just did, right? It's the same team as last year. You're going to have one of the best offenses in the NFL, but you really did nothing to improve the defense. Or you look at the fact that the Bengals' offense was great last year, the defense was so bad, and yet they were still 9-8, and they very easily could have won 12 games or so, And you look at their losses. Both 2 losses to the Ravens, Kansas City, Washington, Philly, the Chargers, Pittsburgh. They're losing to playoff teams, and you think about some of these losses, both Ravens games, they easily could have won. The Kansas City game, if people remember, was the 4th and 18 PI. A lot of people feel like Kansas City got bailed out. The Chargers game on Sunday night, McPherson missed 2 field goals in the 4th quarter.
Money Mac.
Exactly. A lot of these losses that the Bengals had, they very easily could have won. And to be honest with you, a lot of their wins, there aren't many wins that I look at and we're like, yeah, those could have been losses, right? The Denver game went to OT, but they needed that prayer from Bo Nix to Marvin Mims to even send it to overtime. They took care of Cleveland. They took care of Tennessee. The Dallas game was close on Monday Night Football, but they were pretty much in control of that game the most way. So all their wins were pretty convincing, and a lot of their losses, easily could have been wins. And with Joe Burrow as your quarterback, you feel pretty good about those 50-50 games going your way. Now, again, the defense is awful, so if you need to get a stop, that could be devil's advocate, and you don't trust them to do that. Mm-hmm. But I'm kind of coming around to the other side with the Bengals, where everybody, it feels like, is looking at this team. I might be. I might be stepping into it. But, Femi, we all know, when your quarterback is that good, I know the defense is so bad. It's like a Lincoln Riley USC team, right? With Alex Grinch and all. That's what the Bengals are, pretty much.
That's what they are. That's a really good way to put it.
That's really what they are. So we'll see.
Well, let me say this though, PJ, because I like that you kind of said that, hey, they did blow out a lot of the teams that they beat, and some of the teams that they lost to. They were close games, they were competitive. But still, I look at the teams that they beat. These are the scrubs of the NFL. Outside of Denver, who I'm already low on, I'm not with this Broncos parade that everyone's kind of been touting all throughout this week, but Denver's the only team that you could have said last year was actually good. Carolina stunk, the Giants stunk, the Browns stunk, the Raiders stunk, the Cowboys stunk, the Titans stunk, the Browns again, they stunk, and then they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers because the Pittsburgh Steelers were just collapsing down the stretch, and even that was a close game. All these teams were bad, and the teams that they lost to were the good teams. So maybe the right answer is that the Bengals are just average, and right now they're being placed and priced like they're a really good team, when in fact, maybe they're the 16th best team in the league.
Maybe they are. I'm looking at their schedule this year, because you are right. I mean, their wins were against teams that they were probably on paper as good as or better than.
Yeah, they're all garbage teams.
Right? So they do have to play the NFC North. We know all 4 of those teams are pretty good. Obviously, finishing 3rd in the AFC North last year, their schedule is not going to be as difficult as Baltimore or Pittsburgh is going to be, which definitely helps. And they play the AFC East, right? So you get games against the Jets, the Dolphins, the Patriots. The game is at home. I mean, they should win all 3 of those games. So I'm coming around to the Bengals being a playoff team. Would I ever bet them to win the AFC or Super Bowl with that defense? No. Playoffs, I think they can get there.
If they get in, to your point, like they are dangerous because of Joe Burrow, I'm just skeptical that they can get there because I think that defense, it's more than Achilles heel. It's a ball and chain. It's whatever's dragging you down. Like that's how bad that defense is, and they looked horrendous last night. We'll talk more about the Eagles as well as get you caught up on what happened in Seattle with the Raiders and the Seahawks. It's You Better You Bet coming at you here on a Friday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
His ego is holding them back again. And if you look at what they've done, we've talked about this now for a month, and we hit it again on Monday. When Dak and Micah are on the field, this team is very, very efficient on both ends of the field. Dak has become a very good quarterback, and Micah is one of the best pass rushers in the league. That run from 21, 22, 23. They go 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. That's because you had Prescott and Parsons for the majority of those seasons. When you don't, trash. 7-10, 6-10, 8-8. That's the reality. So knowing all that, the owner does not want to compensate or make one of the best players in the conference, in the league, happy. He's under contract. I get it. But he's not playing without a deal, a new one. He's not going to play. Like, I've been told that multiple times. If he does not get what he wants, he's not going to play. And you look at these books, you look at the betting market, we try to always bring it back to betting. Books are starting to float this number back out, not only on the division market, 6-1 at BetMGM, 7-1 at one book, but they're bashing them all the way out to 30-1 to win the conference. The books want you to bet the Cowboys now. They want to take your money. They want you to bet a little to win a lot because they know the truth. They know that if this is a reality and that Mike is not there, this team has no chance.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Friday on You Better You Bet. It is the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebfe, PJ Glasser hanging with you guys here this afternoon. We were talking about the Little League World Series once again during the break. And also, like, you can't bet the Little League World Series, nor are we encouraging you to do that. These are like children. But you can bet on Major League Baseball. And there are some awesome promotions that our friends at BetMGM are putting together for those of you betting MLB tonight. The king of the big swing is making the best day of the week even sweeter. Here's how you can knock a bomb of a bonus bet into your account on Fridays throughout the season. Place your first home run bet of the day, and if your player has the longest home run of the day, you'll win a share of $100,000 in bonus bets. No opt-in necessary. Just apply your Big Fly Fridays token dropped into your account. Sportsbook born in Vegas, that of course being BetMGM. Please gamble responsibly. But yes, we were discussing the Little League World Series, and I was kind of having like, I was not crashing out. I was not melting down. I was just wondering what the hell's going on. Because there was a kid at the plate, and the cool thing they do with the Little League World Series, they give you little bios here and there, you know, like, hey, my nickname is this, my favorite food is that, or my hero, blah, blah, blah. And this kid who was at the plate from Pennsylvania, 12 years old, maybe I was crashing out a little bit. The kid was 12 years old from Pennsylvania. He is 12 years old. And he put favorite athlete, and I'm like, okay, I wonder who his favorite athlete is. Jerry Rice. He's 12. Jerry Rice is this kid's favorite athlete. I'm calling BS on that. I'm sorry. I am. There's no way in hell. I looked it up during the break, and I was telling the guys this. Jerry Rice retired in 2004. The young man that was at the plate, 12 years old, born in 2013. That's almost a decade since Jerry Rice last played. How is Jerry Rice your favorite athlete? Now, I'm assuming what happened is that his father's favorite athlete is Jerry Rice, and maybe his father's like, hey, son, you got to check this out. This is the greatest football player of all time, which Jerry Rice is definitely in that debate, if not, like, probably just the greatest of all time. He might be my GOAT, honestly, in football, since he was, like, unequivocally the best receiver ever. But, like, I'm not 12. I'm 35 years old. I watched Jerry Rice. Like, this kid did not watch Jerry Rice. And I know there's YouTube, but like, it's hard to say that somebody was your favorite if you weren't actually present and there living it in the moment. So, PJ, I think it's ridiculous. I don't know who your favorite athlete is. I mean, if you tell me your favorite athlete is like one of these dudes from the 70s, I might kick you off the show right now. Like, it's just, it seems insane to me that your favorite, not saying that you can't respect them, not saying that you can't acknowledge their greatness, but to say that's your favorite athlete seems a little bit wild.
No, I agree with you. My favorite athlete is Ed Reed of all time, by far.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because you were alive during Ed Reed.
Exactly.
Like,
yes.
Like, makes
I got
sense.
to watch him play. Yeah, Jerry Rice is your favorite. Like, all of us have the athletes that we never got to see, that we've seen highlights of, that we just kind of love from afar, right? Like, oh my God, like that dude. Like watching Barry Sanders highlights, I'm like, oh, if I got to watch that guy play, like, you know, if I got to see him live in person or something, would be one of my favorites. But yeah, for that kid to be 12 years old and like Jerry Rice is his favorite athlete, it's pretty awesome. I love the fact too, Femi, that they're a Pennsylvania team, right? Like maybe the dad's from the Bay Area or he grew up a Niners fan or something. You know, it maybe would be a little bit better if this was like a California team. But like as Pennsylvania, I mean, you know, at least your favorite athlete, like let it be like Donovan McNabb if we were talking about. Let it be like Hines Ward. I mean, let it be like a Pennsylvania guy.
Ben
going all the way to the opposite
Roethlisberger, James
coast.
Harrison,
Yeah, exactly.
like all these guys. Like I don't know where in Pennsylvania they're from. I think they said like Glenmore or something like
Glenmore,
that.
yeah.
Like, it might be East Pennsylvania, West Pennsylvania. I don't know anything about Pennsylvania other than the fact that Philly's in the East and Pittsburgh's in the West. That's all I know. But like, depending on where they're at, like there's so many great Steelers that we've seen over the last decade. So many great like Eagles that we see, like Saquon Barkley, you know, just won Offensive Player of the Year and just like hurdled somebody backwards. Like that's, if the kid says his favorite athlete Saquon, nobody bats an eye. And I'm not saying that like he should be like stoned for having Jerry Rice be his favorite athlete. I just think it's a little bit weird, and like, let's just be honest about the situation here. You're 12 years old. There's no way in hell that Jerry Rice is your favorite athlete. Jake and Tyler are now joining us here. I wanted to bring on the rest of the crew because like, I think I'm taking crazy pills right now seeing this happen in real time. PJ says his favorite athlete's Ed Reed. Makes a lot of sense. From the Baltimore area, big time Ravens fan. He actually watched Ed Reed as opposed to the young man who says Jerry Rice is his favorite athlete. Jake, like, who are you going to tell me your favorite athlete is? Walter Payton? Like what are we doing here? You know what I mean? Like,
Sid Luckman.
Exactly. Dick Butkus. That's my favorite athlete. All right, buddy.
I love that Femi started this with, I wasn't crashing out, I wasn't losing my mind, and now we are 6 minutes into the segment, full crash out. Like and this started in the break. For everybody that is watching, listening, it's a visual show, by the way, YouTube and Twitch, BetMGM Network. Yes. Like, this has been going on for about 10 minutes now. Femi has been publicly crashing out for about 10 minutes over this 12-year-old's favorite athlete.
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, Femi. Also, he's 12. It's the Little League World Series. It's a TV show. Let it go, man. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, Ed Too Tall Jones is my favorite Dallas Cowboy ever. You know, like, what are we talking about, man? Like, come on. I'm not. You don't see a Roger Staubach freaking thing behind me, do you?
I'm not saying I disagree with you, but again, we're going on minute 10 now of a very public crash out. Like I need you to take a breath, my king.
I mean, put it out to our listeners and our viewers. I don't know if we can put it on social. Like, is it acceptable for your favorite athlete to be someone who finished playing a decade before you were born? When you say it out loud, does it not sound ridiculous? Like, it's a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, man, I loved Jeff George at Illinois.
Exactly, right? Come on, what are we doing? Like,
Red
Jake,
Grange.
who's your favorite athlete? Let's get to Tyler. I want to know Tyler's favorite athlete. And like Tyler, if you tell me your favorite athlete's like Randall Cunningham, but I mean, maybe you were around for a little bit of Randall Cunningham, so that actually might apply. But like you know, it's like what are we talking about here?
Yeah, I'm a big Deacon Jones guy, to be honest. That's why that's why I'm on the show here. Yeah, I was honestly like saying, and it's kind of crazy. But again, like you probably said it best. Like his dad probably showed him highlights. Like I'm a massive. My favorite athlete probably is Deshaun Jackson. One of them, Allen Iverson. So like when I'm showing my kid some highlights, I'm gonna show him those guys, and hopefully he says that. But yeah, I mean Jerry Rice is like that's a little weird. That's like
it's
almost like a 15-year. That's and especially like he wasn't even good like the last like 3 years. So we're talking like almost like a 14-year difference between when he retired, when he stopped playing, and this kid was born. Yeah, his dad had to show him the highlights.
It is going to be hilarious when it comes out that like Jerry Rice is a family friend of this family and he's like around all the time. Like it is going to be hilarious when we find that out.
Jerry Rice is his godfather or something. Like, it's just insane. Like my dad loved Tony Dorsett. Like I recognize Tony Dorsett's skills, and he's an all-time great Dallas Cowboy. It doesn't hit for me. You know what? Like, because I grew up like Emmitt Smith, Troy Aikman, Michael Irvin. Like, those are the guys that were playing when I was a kid. It's like, I'm not going to be out there and be like, hey, man, favorite athlete, Tony Dorsett, that 99-yard run against the Vikings on Monday Night Football. Like, oh, I was there. I wasn't there. Like, so it's not going to resonate. But yeah, that's just, I don't know. I think it's a little bit ridiculous. Maybe I'm being ridiculous about it. I probably am, and we can move on. But I couldn't let it go. I just could not.
Who's your favorite athlete, Femi?
So for me, it's Michael Irvin. Like, Michael Irvin is my favorite athlete because like I watched him play. Sure. like I love it. Like the playmaker, he was like boisterous. Like he was actually like the leader of the team. Like Michael Irvin's my favorite athlete. I have others like Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James, other guys that like LeBron. I mean, shoot. I started watching LeBron. I was in middle school. The guy's still playing. I'm 35 years old. It's ridiculous. But like Shaq, like he was in his peak when I was like probably like 10, 12 years old. So like I really gravitated towards Shaq. Like, oh my God, this guy's so amazing. Like those are my favorite guys in basketball. But Michael Irvin for football for sure. For me is like my go-to guy. Yes. As I will not repeat what's put into the chat. But yeah, that's where we sit. Our favorite athletes who were alive and playing while we were alive and playing. Unlike some of the people that are out there at the Little League World Series. All right, I'm done making fun of a 12-year-old. Where were we? we were talking about the Philadelphia Eagles. Tanner McKee, PJ.
Yes.
Is that your favorite athlete? At least it makes sense. No. But he was actually really, really good last night for the Eagles. I think, 22 of 25, 200-something plus yards, 252 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was outstanding, cutting up that Bengals defense that we were talking about there. But I would say this. For Philadelphia, the one thing that you can kind of poke at a little bit, like their secondary, still have some left a lot to be desired there. But once again, you have to keep in context, they were going up against the Bengals ones, and it was like Keely Ringo and some of the backups out there for Philadelphia. So I don't know how much you take away from what the Eagles did last night. They're going to be fine. They're incredibly talented. They're the favorites to win the Super Bowl, and they should be. That team is loaded. So I think for the Eagles, really good night on offense. Defense, you kind of just chalk it up to, hey, the Bengals were playing their number one players, and if that's going to happen, we're going to get cooked. And that's what we saw happen last night.
Totally agree. I think if anything that the Eagles or their fans can take away is we know they do have a new offensive coordinator with Kellen Moore moving on. So McKee in that offense putting up a lot of yards, putting up a lot of points with all the backups against, the Bengals starters, I think is encouraging. And you hope that when Hurts and the ones are in there that they can obviously put up some points as well. But like you said, I think there's more takeaways from like the Ravens and Colts games certainly than the Bengals and the Eagles game because we didn't really learn anything. We know the Bengals offense is going to be awesome. We know Burrow and Chase are two of the best in the league at what they do. And then we know the Bengals defense is really bad. I think it's a little discouraging that, again, they're going up against the Eagles backups and they look like they did. But they are bringing in a new defensive coordinator in Al Golden, and obviously they're trying to clean house and make sure things do not go like they did last year. They're not off to a great start. But, sometimes these things take time, and when you're missing your best player, Trey Hendrickson, that's obviously going to hurt as well. So no big takeaways for me, but yeah, if you're an Eagles fan, I mean, you got to be happy, right? We know Hurts is a guy that is going to get banged up throughout the season with the way that he throws his body around. So to have a capable backup like McKee, they got to feel good about that.
Yeah, I think you have to feel really, really good if you're the Eagles, because Hurts. He's durable, but he's had some games where he's missed. And if McKee's going to be doing what he did yesterday, that's a really, really solid place to be. Real quick before we wrap up this hour here, wanted to leave the folks with a couple of interesting notes from the betting side of things so far in the preseason. We've seen 4 games, a Hall of Fame game a week ago, and then the 3 games last night. 4-0 to the over, PJ. And then also 4-0 to the underdogs. So the dogs are barking, and the games are flying over the total. Not just barely getting over there, flying over the total, as we saw last night, in particular in the game in Philadelphia with the Eagles winning 34-27. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about that to begin hour number 2. We'll also recap what we saw with the Seahawks and the Raiders. Hello, Torrey Horton. That's a big thing that we're going to be tracking throughout the rest of this preseason. We'll get into that as well as some of the other NFL news and notes from around the league. This is You Better You Bet coming at you on a Friday. I promise I will be more calm to begin the 4 o'clock hour next year on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Sometimes I can't tell if Jerry Jones knows exactly what he's doing or if he's just crazy. And the Cowboys are 6-1 winning NFC East. They're behind the Eagles at -145. The Commanders at +220. It's like, your sense of urgency is not the same as mine, all right? But he might not play. But, emergent, okay? Emergent. Like, does Jerry even know what he's saying at this point? Maybe.
Like, imagine negotiating with this person. I think that's the craziest part. Like, imagine if you're like this sharp agent that's like, okay, I've done deals with all these people. Then you sit across the table from Jerry Jones, and he's saying stuff like this. I don't know if it makes it really difficult to negotiate against somebody like this because, he doesn't work in a logical direction.
Yeah.
You don't know what he's going to say next. It's kind of like baseball pitchers who are effectively wild. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where they don't know where it's going either, and sometimes it makes them tough to hit. I feel like this is the case with Jerry Jones.
Yeah, he's kind of all over the place. I mean, he is all over the place. The best thing he could do, I think, would be just to take a step back, not appear in front of the media every day, and not give this story new life. But he just can't do it. And he loves it. Like, he loves it.
Yeah.
He just loves it. So at the end of the day, I don't think Jerry cares about perception necessarily. Sometimes he gets a little squirrely if he hears something he doesn't like. But Micah Parsons has to be going crazy. Like, I wish this guy would just get out of being in front of the camera and focus on getting this deal done. Can you imagine the Cowboys not having Micah Parsons in the lineup for their season opener against the Eagles on Sunday Night Football? This is a division game. Like, it's huge. It's huge. Yeah, it's game one. It still matters in a big way, especially if you're a team like the Cowboys who needs to stack as many dubs as possible.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is our number 2 of You Better You Bet coming at you here on the BetMGM network, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser doing an awesome job filling in for Nick Costos. Hanging out with you guys. Hope everybody had a great week, a work week. Our work week is coming to a close here in a few hours, but it's been a fun week. Get some NFL preseason back into our lives as we celebrate this Football Friday, and we will continue that celebration coming up in 20 minutes when we're joined by Ryan Noonan of 4for4 Football and BetSperts, breaking down big picture topics in the National Football League. We'll also get some of his takeaways from last night's preseason action. Is there anything that he kind of like took away to file away for the regular season, or if it's all just, hey, you know what? It's a fun thing to watch, fun thing to bet on, but doesn't really mean a whole lot once we actually get to September. We'll talk to Ryan Noonan coming up in about 20 minutes. Want to remind everybody, I just posted our social question for the day on my Twitter account, @FemiABebefe. Is it socially acceptable for your favorite athlete to be someone who retired a decade before you were born? Weigh in on the poll, yes or no. Really simple, @FemiABebefe over on Twitter. I just need to know. I got to poll the masses of what's actually real out there in the streets. So right now, we heavily to the no. We'll continue to update that, though, as we continue moving forward here. But PJ, as we were ending last hour, as we get back on track to more serious topics. As we were ending last hour, I was talking to you a little bit about some of the betting trends that we've seen so far here in the preseason. The over in the 4 games so far, we're 4-0 to the over. And we're also 4-0 to the underdogs. Hard to take away, the sample size is micro here. Like, it's not large whatsoever. But it is a little bit interesting that, like, we are seeing these totals. Usually in the preseason, the unders get slammed and, like, the steam ends up being correct. But, like, the teams that have been getting steamed out, they're losing. And we're seeing these teams, whether it's these athletic backup quarterbacks, march the ball down the field. And usually, like, it's bad. But in this instance, through 4 games, it's been pretty solid, man. Like, I don't know if there's anything to take away, but I just find it a little bit interesting that so far all 4 of these games have gone well over the closing total.
Yeah, I do too. And, you know, the fact that, again, these games today really haven't budged. I mean, we have 2 totals with 33.5. We have another game with 36.5 in Commanders and Patriots. So they're expecting low-scoring games. We're obviously going to get backups in a majority of the games. We're going to get some suspect quarterback play. But I don't know, Femi, if it's just because of the kickoff being moved up and getting year 2 of that, or coaching game plans becoming more vanilla and not wanting to show too many things. I really don't know what it's contributing to, but you're right. It's one thing if these totals were just barely going over, but they are just flying. But I mean, the Seattle game and the Cincinnati game weren't even close. So interested to see kind of the scoring that we get today and the scoring that we get in the 8 games that we have tomorrow. I'm staying away really from most of these totals. There are a couple ones that I do like. The Lions-Falcons game, I actually do like the under, just because it's going to be Easton Stick and Emory Jones, it looks like, for Atlanta. Detroit played the Hall of Fame game, so they do have some experience a little bit. They obviously are bringing in 2 new coordinators, and the teams and the coaches are trying to get familiar with everybody. So, you know, there are certain things I look for still to try and correlate to an under. But these, you watch some of the games last night and you see these 33.5 and you're like, that's low. I mean, there's a lot that has to go right for that number to go under. So it's scary to bet those unders, but again, they're still low for a reason, and odds makers they're not overreacting to what they've seen from the first 4 games.
Yeah, I almost wonder, and like I have not thought about like each and every team's quarterback depth chart, but like one thing that we always talk about in the preseason is that like, hey, like you want to bet on teams that have mobile quarterbacks. It feels like everybody has a mobile quarterback now, like down somewhere on the depth chart where like it's QB2 or QB3 or QB4 sometimes. Like all the quarterbacks that are being given to the NFL from college football, they're all really good athletes. Like it's almost like the rare guys are the pocket passers. Like, you know, like your Jared Goffs of the world, like those are the guys who are kind of like a little bit more rare now, to where maybe with all these guys being mobile, it sort of mitigates the fact that O-line depth is horrendous across the National Football League, because that's what leads to the under, I feel like. It's like, hey, you get a pocket passer who's like your 3rd-string quarterback behind a really crappy offensive line. Oh, you can't move the ball because the guy's just under duress the entire time. But now if you have a good athlete, like in the Seahawks instance from last night, and we can kind of get into that game, like Jalen Milroe's the best athlete on the field. like you watch him back there and it's like, whoa, that guy is different than everyone else. He's humming along. Like those are the kinds of players who can really move the ball in the preseason. And I did come away really impressed with Jalen Milroe last night in his stint out there with the Seattle Seahawks. Like was throwing the ball pretty well. You saw some of his legs too with some of the read option stuff. He was an interesting guy to where if I'm the Seahawks, based on how we looked last night, and I know it's only the preseason, we're still a long way to go until like the rest of training camp, et cetera, but I'd be looking to maybe have a Jalen Milroe red zone package at some point in the regular season, because that dude is dynamic, and he is, like, when he steps on a field, very rarely is he not the best athlete on the field. So I thought Milroe was awesome last night. I thought Torrey Horton was really good as well for the Seattle Seahawks. Nick has been talking about him and like how he's been getting raved about all throughout training camp. Like Tariq Woolen was calling him Jerry Rice Jr. Not to get back to Jerry Rice, but that's what they were calling him out there at Seahawks camp. But last night, 3 catches, 31 yards, had a touchdown. It was really nice move in the red zone. Like, he's been really good, and he showed up last night as well to where, okay, this is not just like a training camp all-star. He's also putting this together when the lights are turned on and the bullets are live.
I mean, look, Seattle's got such a good front office. They know what they're doing. John Schneider obviously built those teams that went to the Super Bowl, won a Super Bowl. He knows what it takes. He knows how to build a contender. I'm still a huge, huge fan of their head coach, Mike McDonald. I think he's going to be really, really good. And Femi, I think what the Seahawks are doing, man, they're taking the approach of they're trying to build their team like the Ravens. And obviously Mike McDonald spent a couple of years in Baltimore. But what I mean by that is you look at how they drafted this year. They took the safety out of South Carolina, Nick Umanori, who was drawing comps to Kyle Hamilton, who Mike McDonald had in Baltimore, kind of that safety that can do everything for him on his defense. And then obviously with Lamar as your quarterback and being a running threat and the stress that puts on the defense, well, look who Seattle goes out and drafts in Jalen Milroe, and you just brought up the athletic ability, right? So, like Seattle, I think they're trying to build their team a little bit, and McDonald, when he was with Baltimore, seeing the things that worked and what he liked and what put stress on a defense and how he can make his offense better. Because let's be honest, I know they paid Sam Darnold all that money. Deep down, if you gave Mike McDonald and John Schneider true serum, they would tell you they're not winning a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. So they see this guy, Jalen Milroe, hanging out, and they're like, look, man, I mean, that athletic ability is ridiculous.
Yeah.
If we can
Traits.
develop him, right? If we can develop him into something as a passer, maybe we have something here. So for people in their dynasty leagues, maybe if you have an empty like roster spot or you're thinking ahead big picture, like I think Seattle like absolutely wants Jalen Milroe to be their quarterback of the future. Like they are hoping that this guy can be their starter for years to come. They have all this money invested into Darnold, but that's what Seattle's looking to do. And I do like what they did, Femi, during the offseason where, yeah, they traded away Geno, they traded away DK. It might look like they're rebuilding, but at the same time, they're also trying to make sure they're still competitive, put themselves in a good situation too. And this Torrey Horton kid, like you said, we know JSN has to be the number one. They have 2 nice running backs, but they obviously are looking for pass catchers after trading away DK, and maybe Torrey Horton can be that guy.
Yeah, they've been raving about this dude. And Mike McDonald's even been saying, hey, I'm seeing everything that everyone else is seeing as well. And we all saw it last night with what he was able to do. Now to the bad side from last night's game. The Raiders' defense was terrible. it was really, really bad. And I'm saying I love the Raiders this year. I think the Raiders are going to be the surprise team. Like, their defense was atrocious. Like, early on in that first half, Seahawks were moving the ball up and down the field. The only time they weren't scoring touchdowns was when they were turning the ball over. I know Drew Lock threw a bad interception in the red zone as well. But like their defense, like they got to shore up that run defense. I know Pete Carroll this afternoon, he talked about the tackling and how that was poor, which sometimes you see early on in the preseason since nobody ever tackles in training camp. It's kind of a tough transition to where like, hey, we don't really tackle to now all of a sudden you have to tackle in a game. You got to practice tackling to get good at tackling. Funny concept, but the Raiders were really bad at it last night. The offense, I thought for the Raiders, I thought they were fine, like especially the first team offense. Now you have to put in the context. The Raiders put their starters out there for the first drive. Seahawks had their backups out there. So, like, of course, the Raiders offense should move the ball. They were. Like, Geno Smith was throwing the ball well. A couple of drops is why the offense stalled out. But had they not had those drops, they would have marched down the field and I think scored a touchdown. Like, they looked pretty sharp. And Pete Carroll mentioned earlier today in his press conference that sounds like the Raiders starters are going to play quite a bit on offense in the next preseason game. So file that one away for next week when we start looking at betting those week 2 preseason lines. Raiders offense with Geno Smith going to be out there for a decent amount of time. So just something to kind of keep in mind there. Any other takeaways from the Raiders? Or we can move on if not, PJ, from last night's games.
Yeah, just real quick, do you think the Raiders are going to be like an over team early on in the season while they continue to figure out this defense? We know Pete Carroll's a defensive guy, and I think he'll have them playing well towards the end of the year. But look, you and I both really like this offense. Geno, when he was with Seattle, would put up big numbers whenever he was in a dome, and obviously playing for the Raiders, gets to play his home games indoors. Like, I like the Raiders just like you. I think they're a dark horse playoff team. I think they're going to go over their win total 6.5. But do you think they're maybe an over team early in the season? Offense puts up points, defense a work in progress before Pete Carroll can really install that side of the ball later on in the season.
I could see that just because I think, especially too early on in the season, I could see Chip Kelly having some like fun new wrinkles that maybe coordinators are not ready for. And he has a trigger man in Geno Smith, who's at least an above average quarterback. Like I'm very intrigued to see how this like 2 tight end offense works with like Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers and what they're able to do there. Obviously Ashton Genty, who like Genty was not good last night. 3 carries, like -1 yards. Now only 1 series behind the first team offensive line. The second series was behind the second string guys. But like, I thought we'd see a little bit more pop from Genty in his NFL debut, but I'm sure we'll see that eventually. I think though that like we're going to see this team put up some points, especially against defenses that are not like the Denver Broncos or the Houston Texans. Like those are the upper echelon defenses in the league. Like they should be able to put up points, but like, yeah, they're going to get points scored on them as well. The secondary, like they need a lot of guys to take a step forward if they're going to be a solid secondary. Defensive line, I think, is solid with Crosby and Kuntz and those guys. And like, see if they can get something from Tyree Wilson. He was a first round pick from a couple of years ago. They're waiting for him to pop here now in year 3. But yeah, I think this team, I would agree with you that it feels like overs to me with the Raiders, at least early in the season. But also that depends on what the number's at. Like if it's like a 52.5, I'm not looking to bet the over. But the market kind of has it wrong, and they're like kind of sort of in like the low to mid 40s. And that's where they sit for week 1. If you turn your attention to their game against the Patriots next month, that total's at 42.5. And it's actually been bet to the under. Maybe that ends up being a contrarian over by the time we get to game week.
Could be. I like that. Low price like that. Again, 2 defensive head coaches in their first year with their teams, Vrabel and Pete Carroll. People thinking low-scoring game. I'm with you. I think maybe we can get an over in that game potentially. Let's do it.
I also like the Raiders in that game.
I'll
be betting
too.
Raiders
Money
plus
line.
3, Raiders money line. Yeah. I'll be there with the Raiders. Like let's go silver and black, baby. Commitment to excellence. Later on tonight, though, as we turn our attention to some of the news and notes from around the NFL. Once again, Ryan Noonan will be joining us here in about 7 minutes on You Better You Bet, breaking things down, big picture topics in the NFL. But while we have a little bit of time right now, though, PJ, Shedeur Sanders, I hope you're ready for tonight, buddy. We get Shedeur Sanders tonight in the Cleveland Browns as they visit the Carolina Panthers. What a game this should be later on this evening. Right now, the betting market has it at Panthers 6-point favorites, total 33.5. But the expectation is that Shedeur Sanders will play 50 plays tonight. So it sounds like this is going to go into the second half with Shedeur Sanders. And then at that point, Tyler Huntley will come in to finish out the game. But this is a really, really big opportunity for Shedeur Sanders to kind of announce himself as a legitimate quarterback who maybe deserves more reps with the first and second team once they get back to practice coming up next week. Like, I can't wait to watch this game, unfortunately for me, on DVR. But like, I think it's going to be a really, really fun game to watch, though, tonight with Shedeur Sanders. I think a lot of people will be taking away some big things from tonight's game.
Do you actually think that, like, if Shedeur plays well, that they might start him week 1, or do you think it's Flacco at this point? I really don't think there's anything Shedeur can do. Like, ownership obviously wants him to play, and Stefanski's job is on the line, and he probably needs Shedeur to play and play well for him to keep that job so that they can build something towards the future. But I kind of think Flacco's got this in the bag at this point, especially early on in the season. But, like, do you think there's anything Shedeur can do?
I mean, he would have to be like, I don't know, like 19 of 21 for 3 touchdowns and then do it again next week and then do it again the week after that. Like, I think Flacco's pretty entrenched as the starting quarterback. But, like, you know what? Like, this time, about a decade ago or so, more than that, like, everybody thought that Matt Flynn was entrenched as the quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks. Then here comes Russell Wilson with his dynamite preseason. And all of a sudden, Pete Carroll said, you know what? I'm going with Russell Wilson. That's obviously like an anomaly. That's why we can always point back to that time because it rarely ever happens. But yeah, I think Flacco's going to be the week 1 starter. I do think, though, that Shedeur can kind of bump himself up in the pecking order whenever Flacco is eventually benched at some point this season. Like, if he's really good in the preseason, when they bench Flacco in week 6, maybe they go to Shedeur as opposed to going to Pickett or Gabriel, which I think would be their preferred order right now as it stands here on August 8th. All right, on the other side, we'll talk about some Shedeur Sanders and other big picture topics with Ryan Noonan of 4 for 4 and BetSperts. It's coming at you next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
think he's going
We've already
to.
given it to him.
I think he's going to do it. I really do. It's like me and Paul Feinbaum on the same page for the first time ever. I think the problem with Arch is because of the hype, this number is shorter than it should be. And already, I understand it. As a Texas fan trying to take a step back, you're looking at this, you're like, all right, enough with the Arch Manning hype. I get it. If the back of his jersey said Johnson or Smith or Williams or whatever, we would not hear this hype. He hasn't done anything. He started a couple games. Yeah, he's got some wheels. He's got some talent. But the thing is this, Arch is really that good. He really is. Watch when he's played for Texas. Watch how he throws the deep ball. Look at the receivers he has on that offense between DeAndre Moore and remember the name Ryan Wingo. He's going to be an absolute stud this year, a sophomore who has a deep connection with Arch on a long ball. I'm telling you, Arch is that good, and the fact that he's playing in Sark's offense, which is going to be able to utilize him in ways that they couldn't use or utilize Quinn Ewers, is going to be a difference maker because Arch can run and because he can go down the field. I just think he's going to be that good, and he's going to get a ton of opportunities because the Texas defense should be a top 10 defense. Arch is going to get the football a lot, and I actually think he's going to get it done. I think he is worthy of the hype. There are very few players who are worthy of such massive, unbelievable expectations, but when you're a part of the Manning family, you are different. I think Arch is different, and I think he's going to win it.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser hanging with you guys on a Friday. A lot of National Football League talk, and it's going to continue here in this segment as we welcome in our buddy betting and fantasy analyst for 4for4 Football and BetSperts, host of the Move the Line podcast. It is the great Ryan Noonan who joins us once again here on You Better You Bet, and you can find him on Twitter at Ryan Noonan. Ryan, thanks for hanging with us this afternoon. Obviously, it's a busy time of the year, a fun time of the year, as football is back in our lives. A Football Friday here on You Better You Bet. Last night, the preseason, we saw a few games. The biggest one, I think, obviously, Anthony Richardson and the Colts taking on the Ravens. Richardson leaves the game early with the injury. I guess going into this season, because this quarterback competition between Richardson and Jones, I think Richardson's going to win it. PJ thinks that Daniel Jones is going to win it. But where are you at with Indianapolis? And is there any confidence in Anthony Richardson, who, had 2 drives, there were some ups and downs, and unfortunately left injured like he has in other previous spots in his career? Oh, doesn't look like we have Ryan's audio. Do we have
Oh, sorry. Am I here?
There you go.
Yeah, you're here. Yeah.
Sorry.
Looks, I think you might
No, I
have
feel like
muted
I'm
yourself,
getting
but we're
set
back there.
I'm getting set up at the top here, Femi. I was just cursing you out. I had to mute it first. I'm the last guy. I feel like I'm one of the last guys on the island here for Anthony Richardson. It's lonely. The optimism is running a little bit dry, but look, we still haven't seen a lot of this kid, right? Like that was the knock on him coming out of Florida, was there was such limited snaps. It was a weird offense that he played at in college, just kind of asked to win deep and on the perimeter, and now we get this kind of just uneven first couple of years and injuries and lots of different stuff. So it hasn't been good, right? Like when you look at the advanced metrics, he's bad from a clean pocket. That doesn't necessarily project well as you move forward. But I feel like if he's healthy, and it looks like we're okay with the finger worry last night, and this organization at this point kind of is tied. The Chris Ballard, regime feels like they're kind of tied to Anthony Richardson at the top of the draft a couple years ago. We know what Daniel Jones is at this point. What's the Daniel Jones ceiling? Like 7-8 wins. You're just kind of like kicking the can down the road a little bit. You're not in better position to draft well next year at the top of the draft. See what you got in Anthony Richardson. Let him loose. You got Tyler Warren, who I think is a really nice bet in the prop market with his receiving yard totals right now. I think are really nice, like 5.25 on MGM. He was peppered with targets in the action he was in last night. He thinks looks like he's going to be a pretty big part of that offense. So I want to see a little bit more Anthony Richardson. At least see what the ceiling could be if we let that happen.
Ryan, what about your thoughts on the Cincinnati Bengals? We saw their defense last night, and it looked like they were in mid-season form from what we saw last year. I think they're going to be a playoff team. I wouldn't bet them to win the AFC or the Super Bowl, but I do think they're going to be in the playoffs. Femi is out on Cincinnati. Where are you on the Bengals?
So last year they were bad. There's no way to argue it. But the reality is, like, injuries were a big piece of that. They lost, Dax Hill. They lost a couple other perimeter corners at the same time. It was really rough. It was a really weak interior defensive line to start the year, and they had some injuries there as well. I think it can be better. Now we have a change at coordinator. We'll see what happens there with Al Golden coming over from the college game in the last couple of years. Look, we know the continuity in the offensive side. I think it's just going to be an over team. I think they're probably a playoff team, but the AFC is sledding there is really, really tough. I don't think they're really challenging Baltimore. That roster is fantastic. I understand why Femi would be, maybe a little bit pessimistic there. But I think the defense can be better. I think they drafted pretty well. And again, if they could stay healthy and keep some of these guys on the outside, Turner, Dax Hill, make that secondary a little bit better, I think they could be competitive.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical about what this is going to be defensively. It feels a lot like what we saw last year, which if that's the case, this team is not going to make the playoffs. And like Zach Taylor, I know last night he was asked about it, like, hey, what's up with the defense? And apparently he said that they were trying not to show a whole lot on defense, that they were trying to keep it vanilla. All right, buddy, you were keeping it vanilla with your ones out there against the Eagles twos. It's not that the math ain't math in here with this whole keep it vanilla nonsense. And even if you were, you should have still been much better than it was last night. But I digress. We're hanging out with Ryan Noonan here on You Better You Bet. Femi Benfei, PJ Glasser, Ryan, of course, 4for4 Football BetSperts, host of the Move the Line podcast on Twitter at Rye Noonan. Preseason is for a lot of young players, especially a lot of rookies. Let's keep the first-round rookies out of the conversation here. But which non-first-round rookie are you most excited to see this season in their particular role, and why?
It's a really good question. I spend a lot of my time in season on the prop side, in particular, betting tackles and sacks. I feel like it's a massive edge that we've kind of exploited over the last couple of years. And there's a couple guys in particular that I think are really interesting. One that you could bet from a defensive rookie of the year market at 40-1 still. That's Carson Schlesinger with the Browns. Look, he's kind of got a really nice spot to line up here. JOK on the pup list. He's out for the year. Jordan Hicks retired. Now we have Carson Schlesinger wearing the green dot defensively, means he's an every down linebacker, signal caller for that unit. And this is an award market that hasn't necessarily been tied to team results. And it's not been a place that off-ball linebackers have won a lot. It's not been a spot that second-round picks have won very often, but we did have one in Shaq Leonard just a couple years ago with the Colts back, and I think it's 17 or 18. So there is precedent for it. And look, if he's just healthy, puts up gaudy numbers, and you don't have someone like James Pierce or Abdul Carter really emerge and put up some gaudy numbers, be part of a playoff team or anything like that, you just could have Carson Schlesinger put up some pretty crazy counting stats in the middle of that defense that's going to probably face a lot of rushing attempts, especially in the second half of games when they're in trailing position. And sometimes just you have a guy that just, it wasn't like he had a massive amount of splash plays, just cumulative, putting up a bunch of tackles. 40-1, I've definitely bet on worse things at 40-1. That's for sure.
Yeah, I like that. Good angle there. Sticking with the Browns, Ryan, Femi and I were just talking about Shador's obviously going to play tonight. They're saying he's going to play around 50 snaps. We both think Flacco's kind of locked in to being the Browns' Week 1 starter. Do you agree, or do you think that if Shador surprises in preseason, that there's a chance that maybe he could win that job?
Yeah, I'm with you guys on the Flacco thing. I think it's so much easier to just go with the vet out the gate. And then if you want to make a change, you go there with whether it's, Gabriel or Shador or whatever happens. It gets really tricky to go back to Shador if you start him right away, or Gabriel or whatever they want to do. And then yo-yo back and put the veteran in and then decide that you want to see what you have with the rookies and go back to, it's like the snip, snap, Michael Scott clip. Like, let's let Flacco cook a little bit. We know what that looks like. The Flacco in Indy last year looked different than the Flacco in Cleveland the year prior. So just let's see what happens there. Again, invest in your younger guys later in the season, but I think it makes a lot of sense to just let Flacco go to start the year.
What's your favorite win total right now in the NFL?
A couple that I like. I like the Denver stuff before. It's moved a little bit now that we've had some of the Chargers.
Yeah, everyone's on the Denver bandwagon. It was Denver week this week, man. I saw all the national people talk about the Broncos.
I went through it, Femi, and I was like, all right, when I got to the part of, for Move the Line and for our betting preview show going through divisions, I'm like, all right, there's going to be something I'm going to uncover in the Denver stuff that's like, that just sticks out as like something they can't repeat. They have like insane injury luck or turnover variance or anything like that. And yeah, like Nick Bonito played out of his mind. There's nothing that he did from an underlying metric standpoint that means he should have had 12 sacks. There's a handful of things like that, but they had pretty bad linebacker play. They go out and add Dre Greenlaw, who's one of the best coverage linebackers in the league. Alex Singleton, outstanding tackling linebacker. He got hurt in week 1 last year. Those guys are now back. They added, maybe the only place you could have maybe got better was a nickel, and they used the first round pick on Jadae Barron. Like, we're all hammering, first pick in the draft, like receiver or running back for Denver, and they go out and grab the slot corner. We all surprised all of us. So, look, I just don't think there's any weaknesses there. You have a collection of pass catchers that are all really young and can start to emerge. So if you have, Marvin Mims or Devon Bailey, these guys kind of step into another role. You got another year of Bo Nix. I don't know, 9.5 wins to make the playoffs are all kind of right around even odds. I think they're going to be in the mix. Another team that I kind of want to bet on maybe some of like the higher outcomes, because I think the variance of like what can happen in Atlanta is pretty high. But Atlanta's really interesting. I think they had a really nice draft defensively. They obviously kind of went all in that James Pierce pick where they, traded next year's first. It's kind of crazy, but I think James Pierce is a dog. Like if you watch anything going on, like he's starting to fight every day in camp. Like the coaches seem to love it. Like it's not like he's just like picking fights, but like he's just going so hard that some of the veterans are like, "What are you doing, guy?" And I think he's just out here to win and like finally get it done. And they are so devoid of any semblance of pass rush for the last few years. So look, I don't know what Michael Penix is. If we project out, it looked pretty good. He couldn't stay healthy at college. I think he's got Penny Hardaway knees. Let's see if he can hold up a little bit and like put together 16, 17 games. But the ceiling outcome there is pretty interesting in a division I don't think that any of us think is pretty good. I mean, I think that the Buccaneers are solid, but whether you get to alt wins to make the playoffs to win the division, I think those things on Atlanta's side are pretty interesting.
Are you out on the Chargers now after the Slater injury?
Look, there's a bunch of stuff in the Chargers that's really thin. Like Ladd McConkey makes me really nervous too. And you start to figure out who's going to be catching passes there, at least from a volume or playmaking, separating standpoint outside of Ladd. That gets a little bit leery. And look, he's not been healthy either. So far in camp, he came back today after missing basically a week, and same thing at Georgia. So I think they're going to find a way to get it done and be competitive, but probably right around 9 wins. It's not a team I want to, short necessarily. Obviously, not having Slater makes me a little bit more nervous, but they're pretty fragile to begin with. Their defense, I think, outperformed anything that we expected last year. They're kind of running it back with the same guys. They got a lot of really good performances out of, first and second round, late day 3 draft picks in the secondary with like Cam Hart, Talib Steele. Those guys could be really good and continue to ascend, or they could just have regressed and all of a sudden Jesse Minter doesn't look like the genius that he looked like last year. So it's just a little thin for me with the Chargers, especially knowing that Kansas City is probably, a lock again for 12 to 15 wins, whatever they're going to do. So yeah, I think Denver's the clear number 2 there.
Yeah, it feels like the ceiling is just rather low for the Chargers. Like, and I wanted to like the Chargers this year because I have so much respect for Jim Harbaugh, Justin Herbert as well. Like that head coach quarterback combination feels really, really strong. But man, like now you're having to already reshuffle the offensive line, and it's August 8th. Like that's not the last injury that you're going to get this year. So it's a little bit of a bummer for the Chargers. That news yesterday, Rashawn Slater out for the season. They're going to move Joe Alt to left tackle. Trey Pipkins, the guy that they replaced last year, will once again be inserted at right tackle. Staying in the injury news in Los Angeles, though, we got about a few minutes left here. Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay says he's going to work out tomorrow before their preseason game against the Cowboys. If all goes well, he'll be back on the practice field on Monday. Do you think that this is all systems go now for the Rams, or is there still some concern here given the fact that he's 37 years old and is dealing with a back injury?
37 back, epidural. None of that's very exciting. I wanted to also be pretty bullish on the Rams, but this makes me a little bit nervous as well. The division's interesting. I mean, we know the 49ers path, the schedule is so light. That's been kind of, since win totals and everything started coming out, they've been, hammered in the marketplace for sure. I think the Cardinals are an interesting team as well. I think that Mike McDonald is just kind of a talent maximizer in Seattle. So there's a floor to that offense in Seattle, but I think that the defense could be pretty feisty there too. So that makes the sledding there a little bit more tricky in the West. Now, I think there are ways to go and capitalize against the uncertainty with Stafford. You can get plus money on under 9.5 wins. I don't know. I mean, if Adams wanted to get out of the Las Vegas situation because he didn't want to play for Garoppolo, and I was going to be forced to play with Garoppolo again, that doesn't seem really good either. But look, Puka is a guy that you playing fantasy, he's going in the first round. Every time he plays, he feels like he's getting 90 to 120 yards. He also feels like he lands on the football weird and misses 2 series every game as well, and is questionable all the time. So a prop total over 1,200 yards is rich for me. Now you have the Stafford variance that could come into play as well. So under on Puka could be a way to kind of play around with some of the uncertainty around Stafford as well, instead of messing with hey, Stafford ends up being okay. You can still cash the under on Puka when he inevitably misses 2 to 3 games in the middle of the season. So, but again, that's a team that could really be a Super Bowl team in the NFC as well. So that just the range of outcomes on them feels pretty wild.
Yeah, it's why we've been talking about the Stafford injury all throughout this week here, just because there's so many markets that are affected if he's going to be out there or not going to be out there. Like mentioned the team stuff, the Stafford prop stuff, all the other guys with the Rams, like Puka and Devontae, it's all impacted by Matthew Stafford's aggravated disc as a 37-year-old who needs an epidural. So we'll see what happens later on this season here. But last question here, Ryan, before we let you go, you got about 60 seconds left. This has been hotly discussed on the show already today. And it doesn't have to do with football, just more of a general question. Is it socially acceptable for your favorite athlete to be someone who retired a decade before you were born? We have 60 seconds to go.
Wow, that's I appreciate historians among us. I'm not quite sure who's on what side of what here. I think it's I have an older son that I've tried to pour loves NBA, pour NBA history into him. It's definitely a Jordan over LeBron guy without ever seeing Jordan actually play a real NBA game. But which I think is the right side of history, by the way. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I have appreciation for what happened in the past, but your favorite should probably be someone that you got to at least witness half of their career, I would think.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's a logical answer. I feel like it's a logical answer. We were watching the Little League World Series. There's a 12-year-old kid who said his favorite athlete is Jerry Rice. I was stunned. My mind was blown, and we wasted probably about 20 minutes talking about it. But I'm glad you answered the question on the right side of history. You are on the right side of history, my man. He is Ryan Noonan, 4for4 Football, Bet Spurts, Move the Line Podcast, at Ryan Noonan over on Twitter. Good luck with all the bets this upcoming season. I'm sure we'll talk before then, but we'll chat with you soon, buddy.
Anytime. Appreciate you, fellas.
Thanks, Brian.
Ryan Noonan knows ball. Absolutely knows ball. More NFL news and notes from around the league on the other side of You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
A little call right now as we got another individual with a fantasy question. Mike from Miami wants to discuss a 2-quarterback league. Mike, welcome to BetMGM tonight.
Hey guys, love your show. Listening here on 560 every night. Just wanted an opinion. I'm picking 5th in my league in a 2-quarterback, 6 points per touchdown league on PPR, and I know the first 3 picks because it's a friendly league we discussed. So I think the first 3 are going to be Allen, Lamar, and most likely Jalen Hurts. So I'm slotted in the 5th pick. I wanted to take get your take if I should take if I have a choice between Burrow, Daniels, or Saquon and Bijan. So what would be the best advice you guys can give me on those 4 players and who has the most upside in getting a good ADP in that value?
Yeah, that's a great question, and thanks for laying everything out and knowing the first 3 picks in the draft.
Yeah.
Not at all surprised it's going to be quarterback heavy, Horvath, because of a 2-quarterback league.
Yep.
I mean, you could debate Burrow. I think it's warranted there at pick number 4 overall, but honestly, I pivot and I go Bijan Robinson because quarterback is extraordinarily deep, and you can go quarterback in round 2 and 3. You got your stud, your foundational piece at running back that can literally do everything. Catch balls, score touchdowns, of course, pile up the yards between the tackles. So even in a super flex 2-quarterback scenario, no, I'm not going to go quarterback at number 4 overall. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. How about you?
Yep, same thing, man. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. Love that call. If I were going to go quarterback, as much as I love Joe Burrow and as down as I am on the Commanders this year, at least I don't think they're winning 10 games, Jaden Daniels, because of what he's going to give you with his legs. Yeah. He's going to throw over 24 touchdown passes, most likely, if Terry McLaurin does show up this year. He would be my look at quarterback, but I'm with you, man. I'm all about Bijan this year. I think he's going to have a monster year. I love him and Jahmyr Gibbs. Bet both of them to win Offensive Player of the Year. But that would be my pick. Pivot, come back around, maybe get a Bo Nix a little bit later on, or like a Kyler Murray or a Brock Purdy. So that's what I would do as well.
J.J. McCarthy?
J.J. McCarthy. I would pivot. I'd go Bijan as well.
All right, Mike in Miami, good luck in your Superflex fantasy football drafts.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here during hour number 2 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Incredible. Femi Bet Fave, PJ Glasser hanging out with you guys here on the BetMGM Network. Thank you to Ryan Noonan of 4for4 Football and BetSperts who joined us in the last segment. Ryan obviously dishing out some really good actionable items in the National Football League. 20 minutes from now, though, we'll begin hour number 3 with some college football discussion. 60 minutes from right now, Bob Nightingale, Odyssey MLB insider, USA Today MLB columnist. He will be joining us as we break down a big weekend ahead in baseball. So we're humming along here, getting some National Football League talk in. Also breaking down the sensibilities of 12-year-old kids, as well as we're watching the Little League World Series. But hey, you know what? That's what we do here on a Friday on August 8th. But PJ, wanted to get to some more NFL news and notes. And this one, God, I just feel like I'm going to be ranting all day just with all the stories that are going on right now in the world of sports. But the Chicago Bears announced earlier today, Ben Johnson said, the head coach, of course, that Caleb Williams will not be playing in the preseason opener against the Miami Dolphins on Sunday. Ben Johnson did say that he, quote, suspects that Williams and starters will play at some point in the preseason, but that's still to be determined. I always love when the coaches be like, oh, like, I think that's what's going to happen. It's like, dude, like you literally are the person who decides. like you can just go ahead and let us know. Like, I don't know why we have to be doing like the weird cloak and dagger thing for preseason games, but hey, that's where we're at in 2025. But no Caleb Williams on the field this weekend in South Beach when they take on the Miami Dolphins. I don't like that decision just based on what we've been hearing out of Bears camp. Like, I would have figured that they would have wanted to take every opportunity to try to iron out all the details ahead of Monday Night Football, which is a month from now when they take on the Minnesota Vikings. This to me I'm going to sound like the old man, and I know everybody says, well, preseason, let's just get everybody through there healthy. Let's not worry about it. Like, these are live reps that, like, they can help you get better to some degree. You know, like, I think it'd be a good thing for the Chicago Bears to be out there and actually play. And also selfishly, as somebody who likes football, I want to see Caleb Williams. I want to see what it looks like in year 2. So a little bit of a bummer that he's not going to be playing. He'll play at some point, but like, man, feels like these guys need a lot of time on task. And now they're just like voluntarily just like passing up on that opportunity, which I think is a little bit of a bummer for us as bettors and as fans.
You know what's telling to me, Femi, every time we get to this time of the year in the preseason, and we're going to see it tomorrow. Andy Reid's going to play his starters in the first quarter, right? Mahomes, all those guys are going to be out there, and he does it every preseason. And it's like the best coach in football, one of the best of all time, believes that his starters should play in the preseason, and yet we have all these teams that don't believe that, right? And it's almost like a mindset, because obviously the fear is that these games don't matter, and nobody wants injuries to any of their star players, which totally makes sense. But I don't feel like any of these preseasons with the Chiefs, like when they play their starters, we have any injuries with any of these guys. And because they approach it the right way. And it's always fascinating to me that that's how Andy Reid goes about it. And obviously a lot of these teams, we won't see any of their starters in the preseason. I'm with you, though, on the Bears and Caleb Williams, as long as they play him next week, right? Like, you got to get some preseason action in, especially because not only is it this new marriage with him and a new head coach and a new playbook and all these things, obviously they reshuffled the offensive line. I mean, they really went out this offseason and invested in that through trade, through free agency, all these kinds of things. So you got to make sure that thing's clicking, man, because week 1, you got a divisional opponent with Brian Flores dialing up all these blitzes. So I already like the under in Bears-Vikings week 1 to begin with. Femi, if Caleb Williams doesn't see much action in the preseason, I'm really going to like that under in week 1.
Yeah, and that total right now is at 43.5. There's even some 42.5 that's out there. So we're still obviously a month away from the game, so you're going to see some variance in the numbers there. I'm sure that'll start to tighten up a little bit the closer we get to kickoff. But yeah, I don't know. I thought the point that you brought up about the Kansas City Chiefs and Mahomes, it's spot on, man. Like, the best quarterback in the league, the guy who's won 3 Super Bowls, he's playing a quarter tomorrow. Yes. Against the Arizona Cardinals. Like, I don't know. If he can play, I think all these other guys can play. I know other teams have different philosophies, et cetera, et cetera. And the Chiefs, this is one thing I do love about Andy Reid. Like, the Chiefs, they don't do the joint practices. They said, you know what? We're going to practice against each other, and then we're going to go ahead and play in the preseason. And it's one thing that, like, everyone said, oh, we got the joint practice working, so we're good to go. Joint practices, that's not football. Like, it's just not. Like, if you can't hit the quarterback, it's not football. Like, it's simple. Like, you have to be able to hit the quarterback. Otherwise, you're playing, like, I don't know, like glorified two-hand touch with pads on. It's just, yeah, I don't know. But I'm saying like the old man on the freaking lawn and yelling at the clouds, et cetera, et cetera. Like, but hey, I mean, just seems like these teams are passing up prime opportunities to go ahead and get better. And then, hey, we see them start slow each and every year. And then we wonder why. Oh, my gosh, why aren't they playing well in September? Well, maybe because they treated August like it was like summer camp instead of actual training camp. But I digress. So that's the Chicago Bears. Caleb Williams will not be playing. It will be Tyson Bagent that's out there starting for the Bears Sunday afternoon. And Chicago right now a 3-point favorite. Total sitting at 34.5. I'm not sure if I agree with that. It's interesting. We'll see when we get there closer to Sunday. See what Miami wants to do with their quarterback rotation. But yeah, I would anticipate that Tua's probably not going to play, which is why we're sitting here as a 3-point spread in favor of the Chicago Bears. A couple of news items, though, PJ, from the Houston Texans and their secondary. So one on the good side, one on the bad side. The good news first, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, their defensive back, suffered a leg injury yesterday afternoon. I know a lot of players were kind of consoling him. He had to be carted off the field. It seemed like the worst might be on the table. Well, the good news is that C.J. Gardner-Johnson's ACL is intact. So he's not going to be out for the rest of the season. The team is still kind of conducting more testing to determine like the extent of the injury, but it sounds like at least this was a bullet dodge, almost similar to like Tyler Guyton with the Cowboys, where like they thought it was a torn ACL, then it comes back later, ACL's intact, he's fine, but he's going to miss like a month and a half, maybe 2 months. Maybe that's where we're headed with CJ Gardner-Johnson. So that's the good news for the Texans secondary. The bad news is that their safety Jimmy Ward was arrested on bail violation. This is the second arrest of Jimmy Ward in the last couple of months. He's one of like the more physical presence in that secondary, and it's kind of, got a couple screws loose a little bit. Like, let's just be honest about the situation. Like, they got some crazy guys in that secondary for Houston. Their defense expected to be one of like the top 2 or 3 defenses in the league. I think Houston and Denver are kind of jockeying back and forth for who can be the best defensive unit in the NFL. These would be a couple of blows if Jimmy Ward has to face some sort of suspension, and if CJ Gardner-Johnson, good thing he's not going to miss the whole year, but might have to miss some time at least to start out for that defense that's expected to be top-notch once again here in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big deal. Like you said, the Texans are certainly going to lean on their defense. DeMeco Ryans is a defensive guy. That pass rush, I mean, is awesome with Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, but they got Stingley on one end, which is obviously great, but potentially missing Jimmy Ward, that's going to be a big thing as well. And how about that week 1 game out the gate? Femi, I don't feel like a lot of people are talking about Texans-Rams enough, but that's like one of those under-the-radar week 1 games that I'm really excited for, with an interesting spread, too, of Rams 2.5. It's almost kind of daring you to take the Rams at home under the field goal. Now, obviously, we'll see what Stafford's health situation looks like. We still got about a month to go before that game kicks off, but Texans are going to be an interesting team. Stroud, you expected some regression from the rookie season, some growing pains. Obviously, they had injuries to the receiving room that he had to deal with. Mixon was really good for him, and now he's banged up as well. But offensively, this team I think will be okay, but they're really going to lean on this defense, Femi. So they're going to need these guys healthy. They're going to need them to obey the law, and they're going to need them to be flying around and making plays this season. I still like the Texans in that AFC South. A lot of it just has to do by default, to be honest with you. Like, it's not like the NFC North where I'm like, man, I kind of like something about all these teams. In the AFC South, like, I really don't like any of them, to be honest with you, and I kind of just like the Texans by default. So even if they have to play some games where they're down some guys or they suffer some injuries, especially on defense, I think they're going to be okay. They, by far, have the best quarterback and head coach combo in that division. So I still like Houston in the division. And I don't think that, whether or not they're missing some of their guys, as long as it's not like long-term stuff, I think they should be okay.
What's your order for the AFC South? Because you have Houston at number 1. But what do you think? Like, how do you think these teams will finish this year?
Man, that's a good question.
Like, it can go a number of different directions here. Like, I think you can make a case for like the other 3 teams to finish second place. But like, I'm with you with Houston winning the division, but I'm just curious to see like who you have second, third, and fourth this year.
I'll go Houston, Tennessee, Jacksonville, and Indianapolis. I think would be my 4. I think Cam Ward's going to be good, Femi. I really do. He kind of fits the mold that we've seen in the last 2 quarterbacks, Stroud and Jaden Daniels, that have come in and have obviously been unbelievable. He played a lot of college football, and he just makes a lot of plays. Now, he did some things in college that he's going to have to learn that you can't do in the NFL. And, the Titans don't really have a lot of elite weapons to surround him with, but their defense is, I think, better than people are talking about. I think they're better than they get recognized for. And I think Cam Ward's going to be a pretty good player. So I do think the Titans will finish second in that division. Jacksonville is one of the teams I'm most torn on this season. Like, we all have a couple of teams where we just don't have a good feel or we don't have a strong opinion. That's me with Jacksonville. I could see it going either way. I really like the Liam Cohen hire. I like the Travis Hunter pickup. I am just not a Trevor Lawrence guy. I didn't get all the hype coming out of Clemson that he would be the next big thing. And he had a nice stretch, obviously, in the NFL when they made the playoffs. And coming off the injury, I have no idea what to expect. So I like Houston. I think it would be Houston, Tennessee, Jacksonville, Indy would be my order.
Yeah, I think we have the same exact order. Like,
Do
it's just
we?
like I'm in on Tennessee too. Yeah, like Tennessee's been a team that like I just like what they have, and I think Cam Ward's going to make everyone else look much better than what they were last year with Will Levis and Mason Rudolph. Yeah, Jacksonville to me, my issue with them is I think the defense sucks, and I think the offensive line sucks. So like, what are you supposed to do with that? You know, like it's just like, yeah, if we're playing 7-on-7, give me the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'd love it. Yeah, you get Lawrence and Thomas and Hunter.
Do you like
yeah,
Lawrence?
This is great. I'm all right with Lawrence. Like, I think he's like average. You know, like I don't think he's bad. I don't think he's like really good or anything like that. I think he's just kind of like a mediocre quarterback in that average tier. Like capable if you surround him with really good players, which they have in the skill positions. But in the offensive line, I still think he's going to be on his ass quite a bit this year because that O-line is a sieve. And that's not going to work. I don't give a damn how good your receivers are. If you can't block, it ain't going to matter. And I don't think the Jacksonville Jaguars can block. So, yeah, I think Jacksonville ends up being the third-place team in Indianapolis. My thoughts on them pretty well documented throughout this offseason. All right, on the other side, we'll hit some college football to begin hour number 3 on a Friday here on YBYB.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Maybe I'm in the moment. Do we need to bet Eovaldi 35-1 for AL Cy Young with an ERA of 1.38?
I had that very same thought. My issue is that they do this late in seasons where they bump guys up, and I think his true number should be, 25-1 ish. So when you dangle a 35 in my face, I'm intrigued, of course, because if my true number is 25, why is it 35? A wise guy, for the most part, is going to see that 35 and just bet it. I heard Dinsick the other day on You Better You Bet talking about the price on Travion Henderson, because Omarion Hampton is down to 6-1 for Offensive Rookie of the Year, and you have Henderson at 22-1, 25-1, 30-1, and he's like, I just bet it. It's a bad number. I think some people would say that number on Eovaldi is a bad number, but I also, in some weird way, I feel like I'm being baited by that number, if that makes any sense.
10-3 record, a 1.38 ERA. The question is the workload. Like, if we want to look at Fangraphs WAR, he has the same as Valdez at 3.7, which is third best. Scubo, Crochet, your top two favorites in the American League, they're up there. But because he missed 3 to 4 starts, the workload is behind those guys. The top three guys in WAR, they're at 140 innings, and Eovaldi is at 111 right now, so he can't miss any more starts moving forward. If you look up like a lot of stats on some websites, he's not going to be listed because he doesn't have enough innings to qualify. So the workload is going to be the thing. The strikeout rate is also less than Skubal and Crochet. So that's why we get that number. But, man, that minuscule ERA. Crochet 2.24, Skubal 2.18, Valdez 2.83. If he stays sub 1.5, I think Eovaldi's going to be in this conversation soon.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is our number 3 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM network. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser. PJ doing an awesome job filling in for Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us on Monday, but PJ holding things down here on a football Friday. We got 3 preseason games tonight, 8 of them on Saturday. 2 more on Sunday, baby. We got a lot of NFL action this weekend, and we will get to all the games starting 1 hour from now during the Power Hour. All of our handicaps for the Friday slate, for the Saturday slate, and for the Sunday slate. We'll get you guys up to date on the quarterback information, who's expected to play, who's expected to sit, all the things, that you'd need to know before placing those bets for the NFL preseason. Last night was a good night. Bet the over in the Bengals-Seahawks, the Bengals-Eagles game and the Seahawks-Raiders game. So it was a really good night last night of betting with all these games flying over the total. 40 minutes from now, though, Odyssey MLB insider, USA Today MLB columnist Bob Nightingale will join us as we break down a big weekend ahead in Major League Baseball. We'll get into a little bit of that weekend coming up in about 20 minutes and talk some MLB futures with PJ, because I talk a lot of futures with Nick, with Jake, with Tyler, but we don't get the glass man's thoughts on the futures market in Major League Baseball. So we will get into that in about 20 minutes. But PJ, figured we kick off this third hour of the program talking a sport that you love, near and dear to your heart. I love the sport as well, but I'm more of an NFL guy. But this is a sport that you really absolutely love. That is college football, because college football will be here before we know it. I mean, what are we, 2 weeks away from week 0? 3 weeks away from week 1? Like, it is getting here, rapidly approaching college football. And I wanted to start off this conversation because this is something that I've been hearing quite a bit and doing a lot of prep work, listening to a lot of podcasts, reading a lot of columns, et cetera, seeing the takes that are out there about the college football season here in 2025. But a lot of people seem to believe, and I'm not saying that they're right or wrong, it's just kind of the prevailing thought that's out there amongst people, is that this college football season is as wide open as ever. That is a common opinion amongst a lot of people who think about the sport, talk about the sport 365 days out of the year. So PJ, fact or fiction, is this year in college football as wide open as ever?
No, it absolutely is. And the reason being is that, you just go through the odds boards and you look at all those teams, and all of them, just about all of them, have quarterbacks that we have questions about, right? Texas, what's Arch going to look like? Ohio State, bringing in a freshman in Julian Sayin. Penn State, obviously, of Aller. Georgia, we saw Gunnar Stockton that one game against Notre Dame. What's he going to look like? Ty Simpson starting for Bama. Dante Moore in Oregon. Like, you just go through the list, and so many of these great teams, so many of these teams that we expect to be competing for a national title, they have quarterback question marks. We all know it's the most important position in sports. So, Femi, that's why I think it's one of the most wide open years, and I do agree with that, because these teams that have extremely talented rosters that we know are going to be in contention to win their conferences, they're going to be in the college football playoff, they're going to be competing for a national championship. So many of them have quarterbacks that we don't know what to expect. And the teams that do have quarterbacks that we have seen for a while, Femi, it feels like a lot of us don't really trust them, right? Drew Aller at Penn State, you and I really aren't a big fan. Even though we like Penn State a lot this year, we both think they're going to win the title. We're not Drew Aller guys. I'm not a Cade Klubnik guy either. I love Clemson's team. I think this is the best team Dabo's had in about 5 or 6 years. I'm not a Klubnik guy. So I think that's what makes the year so exciting, is all these teams where they're great on defense, great at skill position, O-line, whatever it is, great coaches, quarterback question marks, and then even the teams with the quarterbacks that we have seen play for a couple years, 3 years. A lot of us, it doesn't feel like are really sold on a bunch of these guys. So, Femi, it is wide open. You can make a case for a number of these teams. It feels like the network, especially me, you, Tyler, Ryan, we're kind of hitched our wagon to the Penn State team a little bit. You could make a case for a bunch of these teams.
Well, it's so interesting, though, because you put it that way, because like everything that you said is objectively true. But I feel like it's also been true in other years as well. But at the end of the day, we still get kind of like the same main characters, like it's like, hey, it's wide open. And then all of a sudden it's still Alabama, or it's wide open. And at the end of the day, it's Clemson, and it's wide open. And then here's Ohio State. And maybe you can mix in that 1 year that LSU was out there. But like, it feels like every 2 to 3 years or so, we have one of these quote unquote wide open years. And why I asked the question is that I'm very fascinated by this trend to see if this will hold up in this new 12-team playoff era. But here's the trend, because we just got the coaches poll this past Monday, earlier this week. We're about to get the AP poll coming up on Monday, so look out for that one. But 9 of the 11 college football playoff national champions. So we've had 11 champions in this playoff era. Obviously, 10 of those years was the 14 playoff, last year being the first year of the 12-team playoff. But 9 of the 11 national champions were in the top 5 of the coaches poll. Like, there was 2 exceptions. 2019 LSU was 6th. 2014 Ohio State, the first year of the playoff, was also 6th. So they were just outside the top 5. But the other 9 teams were inside the top 5. And that rang true last year with Ohio State, who in the old 14 playoff would not have been given a chance to win a national championship after losing to Michigan. So like, part of me wonders, it's like, okay, like everyone says it's as wide open as ever, but with now these top tier teams getting more mulligans, like you can take a second loss. Maybe in some instances, you might even be able to take a third loss and you can still get to the playoff. Like, are we still going to get to the same conclusion even though we're adding more dance partners to the dance? It almost feels like we're still going to kind of get to where we've always been, which is one of those big boy kind of teams winning the title at the end of the day.
We will, but I think what makes this year so great is we don't know who the best teams are. We kind of have an idea of who maybe the best 9 or 10 teams are, but we don't really know who the best 2 or 3 are, which is why I think makes this season so great. So it's all the quarterback stuff that I mentioned, and your stat's a good one. And I think, Femi, what makes the college football playoff so great, this 12-team playoff, you're going to get teams like Indiana and Boise and all these like underdog stories that had great seasons, but they're not going to win national championships. Like, they're not going to win 4 games against elite teams and win a title. So that's another part of what makes this year so great is, I mean, Femi, like, I've seen people kind of mock out what their top 10 teams in college football would be. Some have Clemson. Some have Texas. Some have Penn State. Some have Georgia. I don't feel like we've been able to say that in years past, right? Like, when we're all doing our mocks of who we think the best teams are, it's Bama 1, it's Ohio State 1, it's Georgia 1. Like, it's usually the same 2 or 3 teams. I kind of think you could make the case for like 5 or 6 this year, and I don't feel like it's usually that deep.
So I want to give you the 5 teams that are in the top 5 of the coaches poll from earlier this week. And just like, if you had to, I know you like Penn State quite a bit, but if you had to choose another option, who would you go with? Because number 1 was Texas. Number 2 was Ohio State. Number 3 is Penn State. Number 4, Georgia. Number 5, Notre Dame. Those are the top 5 teams. If that trend, 9 of the 11 national champions in the CFP era have come from the top 5 of the coaches poll, like, if you can't bet Penn State, who would you bet amongst those other 4 teams between Texas, Ohio State, Georgia, and Notre Dame?
Would probably be Notre Dame if I had to bet one of those teams, just because. Yeah, I mean, they were in the national title last year. I think CJ Carr is going to be a really good player. Their defense is still going to be awesome. They're going to be great on the line of scrimmage like they always are at Notre Dame. A lot of it, too, is just by default. Notre Dame's schedule, is easier compared to those other teams. They have the 2 big games out of the gate against Miami and A&M, and then their schedule lightens up a little bit. I'm just not big on Texas this year at the prices that we're getting. I'm a believer, Femi, that if Arch's last name was Smith, we would not be getting Texas as favorites to win the title. He would not be the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be, but again, I think because the narrative around James Franklin and Penn State is what it is, and obviously Arch's last name is Manning, that's creating the market that we're getting. I think Penn State should be a co-favorite to win the title, and I think Texas should be amongst the 7-1 teams, but because of the things I just mentioned, they're flip-flops. So that's why I wouldn't bet Texas at the current prices. Ohio State, I mean, it's so tough to go back-to-back. And not only that, if you're looking for a team to go back-to-back, you want continuity. You want the same coaches back. You want a lot of the same star players back. You certainly want the quarterback back. And even though I think Ohio State is the 2 best players in the sport, Jeremiah Smith, the wide receiver, Caleb Downs, the safety, I just think there's too much change on that roster for them to go back-to-back. So not them. Georgia, they're going to be interesting. Obviously, Gunnar Stockton, the quarterback, we have question marks there. They're going to be good on defense under Kirby Smart. The receiving position was a big question mark for them last year with all the arrests they had in the offseason, and they had as many drops as anybody in college football. I think they're going to be better there. But I'm a little bit worried about their offensive line a little bit, and even some part of their defenses too. I'm a little concerned. Just something about Georgia's holding me back. I don't think Gunnar Stockton is going to be the difference maker enough. When Stetson Bennett was on those teams, he had such a great team around him that he didn't have to do too much. I think Gunnar Stockton's going to have to do a lot for Georgia to win the title, so I'm not there with them. So it's really Notre Dame for me, Femi, just kind of by default. I like Penn State. If I couldn't take them, I'd probably take the Irish of those teams.
I think for me, it would be Georgia. Just because I think Kirby Smart's a psycho.
Oh yeah,
and I guess it's not the greatest. It's not the greatest reason to bet on a team, but like it feels at least, and you would know more than I. So please correct me if I'm wrong. It feels like we're, as a college football society, kind of sleeping on the Georgia Bulldogs. Like amongst these elite tier teams, their name gets brought up the least. Like you hear Texas, you hear Ohio State, you definitely hear Penn State, you hear a little bit of Notre Dame, you hear a lot of Clemson now. I think a lot of people are in on Clemson. But like Georgia, it almost feels like we've cast them off to the side. I don't know if it's because Gunnar Stockton wasn't that good. In fact, was probably bad in the Sugar Bowl against Notre Dame. But like it just doesn't feel like we're hearing about them. And best believe Kirby Smart, someone who I've just said is a psycho. I think he is psycho enough to like compile all these clips of people talking about college football and telling his team, hey, listen to this, everyone. They don't believe in you. Like, he had them believing that people thought that they were a 7-win team when they won back-to-back national titles. Like, that's how crazy he is. But now he might actually have the ammo and people sleeping on the Bulldogs. So I think Georgia would be the team for me that I would bet if I couldn't bet on Penn State, which sounds insane to say out loud because I trust Kirby Smart and I don't trust James Franklin. But hey, that's where we sit here in 2025. I do want you to touch on this Ohio State quarterback competition, though, because that's the big thing happening right now in Columbus. Julian Sayin is competing right now with Lincoln Kienholz, I think is how you say his name. Ryan Day earlier this week said that the competition is too close to call. He thinks it's going to go down to the wire. This is a big one. My guess is maybe we see both guys against Texas. Just because it's like if it's going to go down to the wire, it's this close. Usually in the case in college football, they just play both guys until one of them sort of takes charge of the job once they actually play games, because college football doesn't have preseason games to work this stuff out. But I guess it feels like Sayin is the leader in the clubhouse, but the fact that this Kindholz kid is close, maybe this could go in a surprising fashion where I know Julian Sayin right now is thought of as like one of the Heisman dark horse guys who's as the projected starter for the Buckeyes.
I would be pretty surprised if it's not Sayin. I'm expecting it to be him. And look, I think Texas is a really good bet week one. You obviously could have gotten 3.5. You could have gotten 3. It's down to 2.5 at most shops now. I would just take the money line at this point. But, I mean, Femi, like, again, they still haven't definitively announced a starter yet. They're going to go up against one of the best defenses in college football. They're replacing their offensive coordinator, their defensive coordinator. They're fresh off winning a national championship. They have to play the team out of the gate that they beat in the semis. Oh, by the way, Sark and Texas have been like awesome the last 3 years in these non-conference games to start the season. Yeah. They whooped Michigan last year. They went into Tuscaloosa and beat Bama 2 years ago. Like, a lot of things point to Texas in this game. So I really don't think it matters, to be honest with you, who Ohio State starts week one. We'll see how it plays out. I would expect Sayin to be the guy week one and throughout the rest of the season. But I'm going to be honest. I am a little surprised that Day hasn't made a decision. And maybe it is closer than we all think, but I do think Sayin ends up being the guy.
Yeah, and I think regardless whoever wins the job, it's like they have a really good offensive skill position group that they can go ahead and distribute the football to. Now, the big thing for me, like as much as we talk about the quarterback competition, the coordinator changes. I think that's like what's really massive for Ohio State, going from Jim Knowles to Matt Patricia, and now going from Chip Kelly to Brian Hartline. Like Hartline wasn't that good as an OC when he was the OC for a little bit of a while ago, about a few years ago. And Matt Patricia, I don't know how you feel about that one, PJ. I'm not in on Matt Patricia, not in 2025, having to relate to college kids and doing that stuff and to make adjustments. I don't think that's going to work out well. So I feel like this is a big downgrade from a coaching standpoint for the Buckeyes after what we saw last year, where they probably had the best OC-DC combination in the country.
Yeah, I like Ohio State under 10.5 wins, and I like Oregon under 10.5 wins too. So it's another reason why I really like Penn State, is because the other teams in that grouping, I'm not as high on as I am with Penn State.
Man, may God have mercy on our souls, PJ.
Words, right?
Here we are with Penn State. Man, oh man. Let's see how it works out this college football season. All right, we'll talk some Major League Baseball, preview the weekend ahead, and also take a look at the futures market here next on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Double D is yelling for a mullet in the chat. But you know, the fall's almost here. Then it'll be winter. I got nothing else going on. I don't have kids. I'm not dropping a kid off to school. Might as well just spend some time staring at myself and seeing where it goes.
But here's the thing, like the mullet is like the it hairstyle for 12 to 16-year-old boys.
Oh, that's
So
not
is
good.
that a demographic that you want to be a part of? Like,
Sure.
that's the thing. It will look like you are trying to be hip if you grow a mullet.
Maybe I will be hip. Maybe they'll be like, hey, man, what's going on later? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just going to go and probably just look at some TikToks and maybe text some people. That's it. I don't even know how young kids talk or what they do. Yeah, I don't really want that. But you know what? Maybe I'll make it my own. But I know what you're talking about. I've seen that look, and you're seeing it a lot more. Like, it's in style right now.
I miss the days of like actual mullets that come from like an original place. Like if you grow up in Alabama, if you like Leonard Skinner, if you drink Mountain Dew, you can have a mullet. I remember there was a kid in my kindergarten class. We've been talking about kindergarten a lot lately since Blake just went to kindergarten. His name was Jonathan, and he had a rat tail. And he would wear NASCAR T-shirts all the time. He had a rat tail that was braided. Do you know what a rat tail is? It's
Yes,
when
I
you
do.
have a full buzz cut with the exception of one long ponytail that's braided at the very back. And it was glorious.
Sweet. If you have the guts to grow a rat tail, that's immediate respect.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser hanging out with you guys on the BetMGM Network on this Friday. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Odyssey MLB insider, MLB USA Today columnist, Bob Nightingale will be joining us to break down all the big news from around Major League Baseball, some pressing questions as we're heading into what is a really, really fun weekend of baseball. We also are keeping tabs on the Little League World Series going on right now. Not betting it, of course, because you cannot bet this stuff. But we're just watching it because we're fans of competitive sports. And it's live. And it's the only thing that's on our TVs that's actually live sports right now. But Vegas is taking on Utah. We got Nevada and Utah for the Mountain Region Championship and the right to go to Williamsport, where earlier today we saw Pennsylvania punch their ticket and South Dakota punch their ticket to the Little League World Series. So that's what's happening right now on ESPN. That's how I can report that. I think the softball World Series might be going on too currently. Yes, that's on ESPN too. How about that? We got live
Leadoff
sports,
double
baby.
for your Summerlin boys.
Ooh.
They came to play.
Hey, let's go. How about that? Summerlin out here, we're doing our thing. Absolutely love that. Yeah, that's a base knock right there. Okay, all the way to the wall. All right. How about that? So we'll keep our eyes on what's going on. Maybe we'll ask Bob Nightingale about the Little League World Series. Just kidding. We're not going to do that. But let's get into Major League Baseball. And PJ, we got a big weekend ahead as we were outlining at the top of the show. Like, there's a lot of fun series. You have the Astros and the Yankees That series is going on. That's a really massive one. Phillies and the Rangers, like the American League wild card race is really, really fun. Mets, Brewers, potentially like a matchup that we might see in October. A lot to get into here. Red Sox, Padres. Maybe that's a World Series preview, the way that these two teams have been hot. I'm not going to fall for it, but like, you know what? The Padres seem to always grab everyone's attention around this time of the year. I have the 3 teams that I think will make it out of the American League and the wild card. I'm curious what your teams are, but like this weekend is going to go not a long way in helping decide that because there's still so much baseball to be played after this weekend. But man, this is really, really going to help start to set the tone for what we're going to see now that we've made it to August and then September, the 2 months that matter the most in Major League Baseball.
Femi, I think it's going to stay the same the way it is in the American League. I really do. I know everybody wants to pile on the Yankees right now, and I mean, there's reason to do so, man. You know, Boone not doing a great job as the manager. Their bullpen's a mess right now. The lineup is not having good outputs. Judge did just come back from injury, which obviously helps them. I still think they're going to make the postseason, though. I think Seattle is going to make the playoffs as well. Cleveland's right there. Texas is right there. I think Texas is the team that nobody wants getting in, with DeGrom and Eovaldi at the top of that rotation. Won the World Series a couple of years ago. That is not a team you want to see. But I think it's going to be the 3 that get in. I think it's going to be Boston, Seattle, and New York. I think Toronto, too, is in a lock still to win that division. They have a 3-game set starting tonight out in L.A. against the Dodgers. We'll see how that goes. But Boston been playing some great baseball, man, and there's definitely a chance that they can win that division. But I think it's going to be 3 AL East teams that get in, and I think it's going to be Seattle. I think the playoff picture as it stands, Femi, in the American League is going to be the way that it is going into October.
Yeah, I guess it's like who could make another move? I mean, I guess the Rangers would be the team that could make the move right now, as they're a game and a half back, and like they got a tough series against Philadelphia coming up this weekend. Mm-hmm. The Yankees, at times I felt that they could win the World Series, but like right now, I don't know, man. Like the lineup isn't that great. Like the pitching is so-so. You know, like we've all been waiting for it to kind of really get going. There's just something that's off about this team. And maybe they finally get there. And maybe we're just kind of all freaking out right now, which does feel like we're kind of freaking out about the New York Yankees. And the betting market seems to be pretty sure about this team because right now they're minus 375 to make it, 3-1 to miss. It's just, yeah, it'd have to be Texas as that other team. Like the Guardians, I would never go down that road, even though, like, in fairness to Cleveland, they're tied with Texas in terms of games back. Like they're only a half a game or 1.5 games back of the Yankees. So they have just as much of a chance as the Texas Rangers do, not according to the betting market, but according to the standings. I think Texas somehow is going to get in. Is it the Yankees that are going to fall off? That would be my guess. But man, like I don't know. Like the Mariners, who I'm hot on, and I bet like 10-1 right before the deadline ended after they traded for Eugenio Suarez. Like, they could easily slip off. And it pains me to say that out loud, but like I don't think the Mariners are this lock that the betting market has them in currently. Like it looks really good right now, and hey, like they got the vibes going and everything. But I mean, when it gets to September, I've seen this team blow it time and time again. So like I'm not counting the chickens before they hatch on the Seattle Mariners side of things either, PJ. Like the pitching has to get better, especially the bullpen after what we saw even against the White Sox. They were able to hang on and win, but like it wasn't pretty, and it was like unnecessarily close against one of the worst teams in the big leagues.
Totally agree with you. And the Mariners have a huge 12-game stretch coming up here, including a 10-game East Coast swing where they got to play the Orioles for 3. They got to play 9-game. They got to play the O's for 3, the Mets for 3, and then they got to play the Phillies for 3 games as well. So you see it all the time in baseball. These teams that go east to west or west to east when they're on these long road trips, I mean, they could go 2-7, they could go 3-6. So you're right about Seattle. I mean, we know how great the pitching is. We know how up and down the offense can be. Time and time again, they just break hearts in the month of September. I think that they're going to be. I think they're going to be in though. Texas would be the team that I would worry about, and luckily for them, Femi, Seattle does not have to play Texas the rest of the season. So those teams have already played one another, which is obviously huge. That's what you want if you're the team that's on top, so they can't get you head-to-head They do have to play Houston one more series, 3 games at the Astros, which are obviously going to be massive. But I think Seattle is in a good spot. I like your bet, too, of 10-1. I mean, again, pitching wins in October. Their pitching staff's terrific. And if they get in, especially if they can win that division and get some home games and get some momentum, I mean, as you know, that Seattle fan base is just dying for some home playoff baseball. They got a little taste of it against the Astros a couple of years ago, but they didn't even score a run for their team. So they're hoping that baseball can come back.
I mean, what did it go, like 18 innings and you can score a run? That's just like a ridiculous development. They're losing, I believe that was like game 3 of the ALDS. Is there a futures bet that you would make right now at current prices, PJ? And like we're gonna have Jay come on as well, I'll ask him the same question. But for you, is there anything that you would make as it stands right now as we sit here on August 8th?
Oh man, I'm wondering if I want to do it again with the San Diego Padres because this team is they're really, really talented. I mean, what Preller did, can I just say, Femi, I wish as a fan all my GMs were like AJ Preller. I wish they were a psychopath like that man because he re-signs his great players, he makes trades, and he's always aggressive at the deadline. And he's a great talent evaluator, and he always has a good farm system that he gets all these top prospects that he's willing to deal. But what they did, getting O'Hearn and Laureano, who have fit in great to that lineup, they got Sears and Mason Miller, Michael King's coming back, like, I don't know, man. Is this just the year where the Padres and Penn State both win championships and it's just, kind of an insane, crazy year? I like the Padres, though. From a talent standpoint, I mean, they are as talented as any team in the National League, not named the Dodgers, but maybe even on par with the Dodgers. And we know that they do not fear them at all. So I know it was 20-1. It has gone down a little bit because they're won 8 of their last 10 games. I do like the Padres, though. In the National League, I've been saying Astros and Padres, Femi, is my World Series. And the Astros need to get healthy, but if they can bring some guys back, I still like Houston, and I'm kind of liking them in the division at -115 to win the AL West because, again, with the momentum that Seattle has, with the way that they're playing, and the Astros, all these injuries and the way that they're crumbling, I mean, how many times have we seen it where the Mariners have been close, but they can't slay the dragon. They can't win that division. And until they do, I think you got to bet the Astros until Seattle can prove to you that they can do it.
It's been rough. Not a whole lot to argue with there on the Seattle Mariners front. The Padres thing, I did it last year. I don't think I can do it again. Like I can't. Like I can't.
But don't you feel like those were the 2 best teams in baseball, though? Like, I watched Dodgers, Padres, NLDS, and I'm like, those are the 2 best teams. And whoever wins will win the World Series. And the Dodgers did. They won that series. They won the World Series. I think we could see that again this year. What they play and the winner of that game wins the World Series.
I could see that for sure. But then, like, once we get there, are you confident that they'll beat the Dodgers? Because I know the Dodgers, they look pretty rough right now, too. But, like, if they get healthy and let's say Ohtani is, like, actually able to pitch, like, 6 innings, and all of a sudden they have all these other arms that they're going to, like, Yamamoto's obviously doing his thing. And, like, Glasnow, maybe if he can, like, stay healthy for once. Like, they got a lot of arms that they could throw out there against, like, a Padres staff that, like, yeah, it's pretty good. But I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I feel like I just trust the Dodgers more, especially being at home and having the pedigree of actually having done it over the Padres. But you know what? I wish you the best of luck. I would love for the Padres to knock out the Dodgers. Maybe it makes things easier for the New York Mets, the team that I like, to win the National League. Jake Hassan, our baseball aficionado, joining us right now. Jake, I'll ask you the same question I asked PJ. Is there a Major League Baseball futures bet that you would like to make right now here on August 8th?
Not right now, just because my bread is buttered already with the Astros and with the Mets. Maybe an exacta with that. Just play that both ways and get a nice price on that. PJ, I love you. You're a close, dear friend. I hold you in very high esteem. You're a fool for signing on with the Padres again. You're a fool. You're going to do this again? Think of the last 2 years, PJ.
Jake,
how did that go?
Where's the holes with that team? Tell me where their holes are. If
they're mentally healthy, soft, it's in their brains. That is where the hole is.
They don't fear the Dodgers. They haven't been able
PJ,
to.
They were up 2-1 last year and they blew it.
But that doesn't mean they're mentally weak. They just didn't execute. They didn't perform.
What are we talking about then?
If they were mentally weak, they would fear the Dodgers. They don't fear the Dodgers. They view
Maybe
the Dodgers.
they should then. Maybe it's they don't have a basic survival instinct. PJ,
No.
they were up in the series. The hole is in their brains. They can't win. They're soft. I get it. They're talented, and that's my problem. Everybody's going to do this again. Oh, they got Mason Miller. Look at what Orion O'Hearn's done. Manny Machado's still there. Fernando Tatis Jr., he's got the fire. He's the spark plug, to use basic white man broadcaster terms for a Latin player ever, ex-Cuban. But, it's just, they do this every time, and everyone gets obsessed, and then they just lose. PJ, when I was filling in for you on Send It In last week, a lot of Padres fans got mad at me. They were in the comments like, yeah, well, look what they did. The Dodgers are hurt right now. And, to be able to bet on a team, you have to think they can win a championship? Yes! What are we talking about here? To use a Nick Costos term, would you bet it? No, I would not, and maybe it's just me because I got burned the last 2 years by the Padres, so maybe it's sour grapes. It probably definitely is. But I'm not going to sign on for this team again. I think the Mets are built better. I think the Dodgers are getting healthier. They're built better. But I do agree with you, PG, on the Astros. Every time I look at this soft-ass American League, I just keep coming back to the Astros. And shocker, they fixed Carlos Correa, 950 OPS in the 6 games since they acquired him. Who could have possibly seen that coming? So I just keep going back to the Astros in the American League, and one of the Mets or the Dodgers probably. I'm still kind of bullish on the Phillies too, but if Zach Wheeler is going to be hurt, that changes my whole calculus, obviously. But I don't want to make any bets. I would love to believe in the Rangers. I would love to, but also I've been wanting to believe in the Rangers since March 26th, so hasn't gone great.
You had me on your whole spiel on the Padres until you told me that you like the Mets. How can you not like the Padres, but then you like the Mets? What is there to like about this Mets team? Their pitching is not good.
See, well, that's I think they're doing a 2015 Royals thing. I think they're just going to throw guys out there, get you 5 innings, then here's the bullpen that's not going to allow a run. And I kind of love it. Because that lineup that the Mets have is way better than that 2015 Royals team, obviously. They have Soto, of course. So, I that's what I like about the Mets. The Padres, I just think they're emotionally weak. I just think they fold like a cheap suit.
Oh, see, I disagree. I just think they haven't been able to get it done. That team, dude, is so good. I mean, maybe it's still not enough to get over the hump. I'd rather bet the Padres 10 out of 10 times before I bet the Mets, personally.
Ooh. All right, well, tell me you hate me, so it's fine.
I don't, Jake, but I do think Illinois wins 10 games this year. Love you.
Stop. Okay, well, I hate you, PJ.
My dark horse sleeper in college football.
Stop. Enough.
I want more college football people on the show so we can just ask them that question. They can all answer Illinois. They did all throughout the month of July. It was really, really fun. But the beauty of this Padres Mets debate that we have going on, I mean, we're going to find out in October. So I like the Mets just because I think their lineup is electric, and I just have a little. They just, to me, feel like they have they walk with a little bit of swagger to them. And I think that actually matters in October. And the pitching staff, I'm very critical of a lot of the guys that they have. David Peterson is one of my sworn enemies. Clay Holmes, I'm not a fan of his. Kodai Senga, we're all just holding our breath until he has another 15-day IL stint. But if they can just hit lightning in a bottle and hit the 3-team, 4-team parlay, I do think they're the best team in baseball, and I actually bet them at 11-1 to win the World Series. We'll have more of this conversation on the other side with our Odyssey MLB insider, USA Today MLB columnist, the great Bob Nightingale joins us next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Double D is yelling for a mullet in the chat. But the fall's almost here. Then it'll be winter. I got nothing else going on. I don't have kids. I'm not dropping a kid off to school. Might as well just spend some time staring at myself and seeing where it goes.
But here's the thing, like the mullet is like the it hairstyle for 12 to 16-year-old boys.
Oh,
so is that a demographic that you want to be a part of? Like,
Sure.
That's the thing. It will look like you are trying to be hip if you grow a mullet.
Maybe I will be hip. Maybe they'll be like, hey, man, what's going on later? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just going to go and probably just look at some TikToks and maybe text some people. That's it. I don't even know how young kids talk or what they do. Yeah, I don't really want that. But you know what? Maybe I'll make it my own. But I know what you're talking about. I've seen that look, and you're seeing it a lot more. Like, it's in style right now.
I miss the days of like actual mullets that come from like an original place. Like if you grow up in Alabama, if you like Leonard Skinner, if you drink Mountain Dew, you can have a mullet. I remember there was a kid in my kindergarten class. We've been talking about kindergarten a lot lately since Blake just went to kindergarten. His name was Jonathan, and he had a rat tail. And he would wear NASCAR T-shirts all the time. He had a rat tail that was braided. Do you know what a rat tail is? It's
Yes,
when
I
you
do.
have a full buzz cut with the exception of one long ponytail that's braided at the very back. And it was glorious.
Sweet. If you have the guts to grow a rat tail, that's immediate respect.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser, hanging out with you guys on a Friday. 20 minutes from now, we will begin the Power Hour, breaking down the NFL preseason on this Football Friday. A lot to get to in the National Football League. I already saw on my Twitter feed, PJ. We got Shador Sanders' arrival video. Shador is locked in, ready to roll, because at the top of the next hour, he will be taking on the Carolina Panthers. A very, very eventful preseason game, which we don't get too many of those, so we're going to soak this one up between the Browns and the Panthers. But we're going to continue our baseball conversation that we had in the last segment, a very heated discussion between the Mets and the Padres with our guy PJ Glasser and Jake Hassan. And we're going to have this next guest be the tiebreaker to that discussion. He is our Odyssey MLB insider. Insider calls presented by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Click Grainger.com or just stop by. Bob Nightingale, USA Today MLB columnist on Twitter at B Nightingale. Bob, thanks for hanging with us this afternoon. We always appreciate you when you stop by here on You Better You Bet. And as I was saying at the top of this segment, a very heated debate between our two guys, PJ Glasser and Jake Hassan, talking about the Padres and the Mets. Of those two teams, which one do you trust more to make a run and win the NL pennant, and why?
I'll take the Padres. Just that rotation is I think it certainly has a chance to be a lot better than the Mets rotation. Certainly more upside, particularly when you have Nick Pivetta on top of it. Dylan Cease can turn it on, at any point. He's pitched better lately. And, of course, you got Darvish, Michael King's coming back. And then, of course, they got the best bullpen in baseball. They can be streaky offensively, but so can the Mets. So I'll take the Padres over the Mets.
You still like the Phillies, Bob, as well in the National League? Who's the team that you think is the biggest challenger to the Dodgers in the NL?
Yeah, I'll go Phillies. I mean, that rotation is probably the best rotation in baseball. Now you got with Duran, the lights-out closer from the Twins. You always worry about that lineup. It seems like they get cold right at the wrong time, during the postseason. They never lost to Arizona 2 years ago when they had the last two games at home and just, all of a sudden couldn't score. But no, I agree. I think the Phillies are the biggest challenger. We'll see what happens to the Dodgers once they get everybody back, and Tony's got a chance to be a force in the playoffs. So, which should help out that rotation because that rotation is really shaky.
Well, you mentioned that the Dodgers right now, obviously once they get everybody back in force for October, but in the interim right now, as we're less than 2 months away from the end of the regular season, with the way that the Padres are surging, are we sure that we can just put the Dodgers in pen as your NL West champions? Is there a chance that the Padres can overtake the Dodgers in the division?
No, there is. I mean, the Dodgers have, been like a mediocre team, and you're right. The Padres have taken off. I just saw them the other night. Very solid team. The only thing that, you kind of reserve your optimism for is that the Padres seem like you do this a lot where they get close and can't just, overtake in the last month. But hey, with that crowd the Padres have and that atmosphere is probably the most electric atmosphere in baseball. And they get the home field advantage there for, a couple of rounds, look out. They're dangerous.
Bob, which of the NL Central teams do you like better come October? Do you like the Cubs more or the Brewers?
I got to say the Brewers. The same thing. I'll go on that rotation. That rotation is strong. I mean, they were so strong they didn't have room for Nestor Cortez. The bullpen's close to the same, I think. The Cubs have a better offense than the Brewers, but the Brewers always put the ball in play, and they seem to be less streaky. So, yeah, I'll say the Brewers. It's close, and should be a fun, 5-game series, I think, next week.
This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser. We're hanging out with our Odyssey MLB insider, Bob Nightingale. Insider calls are brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. It's so interesting because you are very confident, or not, I don't want to say you're very confident, but you like the Milwaukee Brewers in the NL Central. They're the first team to 70 wins. The Brewers have been kind of the toast of the town in Major League Baseball since the All-Star break. But I guess as somebody who obviously is invested in betting this stuff, and also too as a sports fan, there's a part of me inside that looks at the Brewers and say, well, don't they do this every year in terms of winning the division and then they flame out in October? Why do you think this year is different for the Milwaukee Brewers as opposed to seasons past when they've been kind of the team that disappoints in the playoffs? Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. It could be the same exact thing. It just seems this group's more consistent. Then you get Andrew Bond, what a steal that was. And he's got 28 ribbies in 22 days. Maybe even see, when Rhys Hoskins comes back, he'll probably just, be a nice bat off the bench. Seems you should be a versatile team, a better defensive club. But you're right. I mean, I think Brewers fans, get sick of them getting bounced so early in the playoffs. And there'll be a little more pressure on them this year. Because I think if they go out, first round again, the Brewers fans are going to say, okay, let's start spending some money here and make sure that doesn't happen. Because we don't have that big,
true superstar. Yelich is having a good year, but there's not no real household names. Probably people could name 3-4 people on that team.
Bob, Paul Skeens had another great start for the Pirates last night. Looks like he's going to win NL Cy Young for the first time. What do you think the Pirates are going to end up doing with Skeens long term? Do you think they're going to do everything in their power to try and re-sign him and throw him a bunch of money, which we know is something the Pirates don't usually do? Or do you think maybe starting next year, the next couple of years, they really start fielding offers and seeing what kind of pieces they can get back in a trade for him?
I think they'll hold on to him for a while, a few more years until he gets closer to free agency. So maybe, 2 years out. Then I think they'll probably start fielding some offers and decide, okay, what are we going to do here? A little bit like what the A's did with Miller. It's like, okay, we can, really rebuild this team using Mason Miller. And I think the same thing here with Skeens. It's like, okay, if someone blows them away, you got to take it. But I don't think they can do that yet. I think that the fans, they're discussed enough as it is. I think they go ballistic if they traded Paul Skeens.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Paul Skeens is all they have to look forward to, right? Like if you're going out there to the park last night, 6 innings, shutout ball, like Paul Skeens is that guy, the best pitcher in all of baseball. Let's switch over to the American League. Like the New York Yankees, feels like there's been a lot of panic in the New York area, as it has been about the Mets too. Like the Mets have kind of been slumping recently as well, but the Yankees are the biggest brand in the sport, and it's been a little bit rough recently. Judge just came off the IL. They lost 2 of 3 against Texas. Now they have this big series coming up this week and starting tonight against the Houston Astros, their hated rival. Like, do you think the Yankees are in danger of missing the playoffs, or is it, hey, Judge is back, they're going to kind of like sort of regroup themselves and maybe make that push once again as being a firm wild card team in the American League?
No, I think they're a little trouble. Just playing sloppy baseball. The bullpen has been a little mess. I mean, love what they did at the deadline, but those guys now have to step it up. And so yeah, American, those teams. I mean, Toronto, they're not going away. Here comes Boston, and the 3 teams in the AL West. I mean, so it could be an outside looking in. I worry about Judge a little bit. I see where the Aaron Boone said, Judge won't be in the lineup. Won't be in the field tomorrow either. It's going to be Stanton playing the field for the first time in 2 years. So for them to put Stanton in the field, it's been such a long time. You got to tell you that Judge's injury is a little worse than feared.
Bob, if the Mariners make the postseason and the Yankees miss out on the postseason and Judge is kind of in and out of the lineup with this injury, Cal Raleigh continues to hit home runs. I mean, do you think there's a path for him to win AL MVP?
Oh, I absolutely do. But like you said, I think Seattle's got to make the playoffs. If Seattle does not make it and Yankees do, I think then he's a long shot. But if the Mariners make it and Raleigh keeps doing what he's doing and Judge has cooled off obviously with the injury, then it's anyone's guess. But I would think now it's a right. It's got to be almost a coin flip. It's so close.
Bob, is there any scenario in which Tarek Skubal could join in the MVP discussion, or is it just going to be between Judge and Raleigh?
I think Judge and Raleigh. It's usually when a pitcher wins it, he's got to be just so dominant, and there's got to be no other real choices among position players. So the fact that Raleigh's having this historic year, Judge is having a marvelous year, I think it's impossible for him to win it unless those guys just completely fell apart. But yeah, I think it's just a 2-horse race there between those 2 guys. I can't see Skubal. He might finish top 5, but certainly not in the top 2 or 3.
Bob, Femi and I were talking about how wide open this American League is. You can make a case for a number of these teams to win the AL. If the playoffs started today, who would be your pick to win the American League?
Oh, it's so wide open. I think it might be one of the AL West teams. I think Seattle gets in. That rotation is so good that they could, run the table and get to the World Series. Likewise, I think Texas Rangers can be that team. I think if Texas gets in, same thing with that rotation, and they got some big names out lineup, they could do it. So I like those two teams over over the Tigers now and over the Blue Jays, Yankees, Red Sox. A month ago I would have told you the Tigers, but they're falling hard times here, and I still think they win the division, but certainly a lot of these flaws are showing up, and they weren't aggressive at the deadline. I think they're going to pay the price for that.
Yeah. Well, hey, Bob, I'm a Mariners fan, so from your lips to God's ears, let's get some meaningful baseball in October in the Pacific Northwest, because it's been a while. So would very much love to see this team take down the pennant and represent the American League in the World Series. That is our Odyssey MLB insider, Bob Nightingale, USA Today MLB columnist, on Twitter at @BNightingale. Insider calls presented, of course, by Grainger. With supplies and solutions for every industry, Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Bob, we appreciate the time. Be well. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Sounds great. Take care, guys.
That is Odyssey MLB insider Bob Nightingale, USA Today MLB columnist. A lot to chew on, what Bob Nightingale said. We'll get into some of that, as well as begin our NFL preseason breakdown. Power Hour coming up next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So Chad Johnson was saying when he was drafted by the Bengals and he was being shown all these different houses, these big houses, he said, I don't really see the point to this. I don't need all of this. And he says, I've always been sort of frugal anyway. So for the first 2 years, he lived in the Bengals practice facility. He was like, I got a shower here. I got food. I got a locker where I can keep my stuff. And so he pulled this off for 2 seasons until Marv Lewis, who is the Bengals head coach at the time, said, why are you always here? You need to get a home. And so he finally left. But I think, A, that's a very Chad Johnson thing to do. And then, B, it speaks to the fact, not that players should try to live at the team's practice facility, but I also think it sort of speaks to the alternate reality or mentality of a lot of these players, which is, I need to save and be careful. Most people don't approach it like that.
Oh, absolutely not. But I feel this story seems super relatable to me because my husband played baseball. And here's the thing, you are not in that city for the entire year. It is really hard to find short-term leases. And if you do, it's a lot more expensive. Then you have to find furniture. Then you have to hook up electricity. You have to pay your cable bill. You have to arrange all of these things just for guys to not even be there for half the season. Because think about it in football as well. You know, you have away games, you're traveling, you're doing a lot at the field. So, like, it makes sense. Honestly, I feel like for some of the guys, it would be nice to have an option where you could have like a few apartments, you know, at the stadium or somewhere close. In fact, they do this in baseball now. I wish they were doing this when Jake was playing, But they do this for minor league guys where they have like a big unit of apartments or something, and the team will fund your stay there. Because just logistically, it's really hard for baseball players because they're moving around so much. And again, it's a short-term lease. Oh, you got released. Oh, you got traded. You got to find somewhere mid-season. So there are a lot of things. And what you said about the guys who don't make the huge contracts, you're right. That's the majority of professional athletes. It's not just football. It's baseball. It's whatever. Most of it are guys who are playing a few years. They'll make decent money, but it's not money that's going to last them the rest of their lives.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, bring it up, Jake. Let's go. Power Hour. This has been an awesome show. It's Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser. PJ filling in for Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us on Monday, but the Glass Man has been holding things down through the first 3 hours. We got a final 60 minutes on deck for you guys that you will absolutely be fired up about, because we're going to break down all the preseason games that we have this weekend, including tonight. With 40 minutes from now, our Power Hour plays. It'll be coming at you here to give you Friday's games in the NFL. We got Major League Baseball with a really fun slate. We'll see if PJ has any WNBA. I don't have any WNBA tonight. I'll go ahead and put my hand up and say I did not handicap that. Got lost in the sauce with the football. What do you want me to do? It's August. Hey, that's how things kind of broke. But we will get into all the National Football League bets shortly. But I did want to pass this news item along that came out about a half hour ago from ESPN's Shams Charania. PJ, we do have a couple of key dates in the NBA that have been announced. So Shams went out there and put out the opening night and the Christmas Day slate. So opening night, PJ, will be the defending NBA champion Oklahoma City Thunder hosting the Houston Rockets. So Kevin Durant and the Rockets taking on SGA, J-Dub, Chet Holmgren, and the Thunder. That'll be the first game. The second game, I mean, this is old reliable, right? Warriors at the Lakers. Like, pretty easy. Steph, LeBron, let's put it on opening night. Obviously, Luka's on the team as well for the Lakers, like Luka being like the biggest star on the Lakers. And not the biggest star, but the best player on the Lakers. The biggest star, though, being LeBron James. So that's the opening night slate. Christmas Day, 5 games on the NBA card. And I kind of want to compare this to the 3 that we have in the NFL. But the 5 NBA games, we have Cavs at the Knicks, Spurs at the Thunder, so Wemby versus Chet. That's kind of like a budding rivalry. Rockets at the Lakers, so KD and LeBron and Luka on the court together. That should be fun. Mavericks at the Warriors, so Cooper Flagg getting the Christmas Day treatment. Like to see that. Mavs at the Warriors, and then the late night game, T-Wolves at the Nuggets, as those two teams renew their rivalry. What's interesting about that, of course, because the NFL has now since taken over Christmas. The NBA used to have Christmas. The NFL now has Christmas. The NFL slate on Christmas, that will be going up against those 5 NBA games. Cowboys at the Commanders. I think a couple people might watch that. Lions at the Vikings. A really, really fun game with between 2 really, really good teams. And then to cap it all off, as you're sipping your eggnog after opening up all the presents, Broncos at the Chiefs. I think the NFL once again is going to dominate Christmas here, PJ, but should be a fun holiday season with all these games that we have on our slate. NBA announcing their stuff just moments ago, and the NFL, of course, we've known for quite a while now.
Yeah, I mean, we used to think of Christmas Day as obviously the NBA's day, and they like to think that it still is to an extent, and they have 5 really good matchups, but Femi, as we all know, my friend, NFL is king, and especially on a day like that where the whole family's home, you're spending it with friends, and everybody's gathered around the TV. There are going to be very few people that say, you know what, I want to watch Cavs and Knicks over the Cowboys and the let's find out what that game's doing 2 months into the NBA regular season. So, I mean, that's another part of it, right? Is you're getting an NBA game when you're 20 games into the season, 25 games at whatever it is, versus, I mean, all 3 of these games, Femi, are divisional games. You could be talking division races, playoff seeding for 6 really good teams. So it's unfortunate, I'm sure, the NBA, how the NFL has kind of made Christmas now the last couple of years their day. And especially with it falling on a Thursday night, fits in well to the schedule. Remember, last year, it was on a Wednesday. They had to do all this shuffling where they had to play those teams on a Saturday and then a Wednesday to make it work. But it's going to be awesome. I can't wait for those 3 games. It's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, and last year we only got 2 games on Christmas. Now we get to 3. So that'll be a full day of NFL football on Thanksgiving, a full day on Christmas. Just you wait. New Year's Day, it's coming for you as well with the National Football League. Wanted to pass this note along as well from ESPN's Adam Schefter. This is pretty positive for the Houston Texans. We discussed this earlier in the show, but Schefter reporting that further testing revealed that Texans safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson's knee injury.
Oh, looks like Femi has furrows.
As soon as.
Oh, go ahead, Femi. I think you're back potentially.
All right. I think I'm back now.
There we go.
Here we go. We're back. Just in the middle.
Friday.
I mean, my internet connection is not as serious as it could have been either. I mean, it wants to take off the rest of the weekend. We're almost there, guys. We'll be there. We'll be there shortly. But as I was saying, C.J. Gardner-Johnson's knee injury is not as serious as it could have been, and it's not out of the question that he could be back as soon as the regular season opener for the Texans against the Los Angeles Rams. So that's big news there. Like last night, we all thought it might be a torn ACL. Now it sounds like he might be back for week 1, which is a pretty crazy development that's how things sort of escalated here for C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously we were talking about that earlier in the show, that Texans defense is going to be one of the best in the NFL. That was a really good pickup for them in the offseason, and some good news, it looks like, that he might be back for the season opener against the Rams. The Texans, Femi, they've been one of 4 teams the last 2 years that have made it to the divisional round in the AFC. Obviously, you got the Chiefs, you got the Bills, you got the Ravens, and then the Texans as well. And it's been because of that really good defense, because Stroud has been a great pick for them, and he's been great the last couple of years. That defense should be really good, though, again, and they got a really good secondary led by Stingley, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, as I said, was a really good pickup. So glad to see that he's healthy and looks like he might be out there week 1 against the Rams.
Yeah, so that's some news and notes from around the NFL. Also a little bit of NBA in there as well with the opening night slate and the Christmas slate. But PJ, let's go ahead and get into the NFL preseason slate. Now, we're going to save the Friday games until 6:40. So tonight's games, you'll have to stick with us all throughout this hour. But let's go ahead and give our early opinions and maybe also some bets on what we're going to see Saturday and Sunday. Jake, do we have the Mario music? Let's drop the Mario music. Let's have some fun here over the final about 52 minutes here on this Friday. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's go. All right. You can bring it down just a touch because it's a little bit loud. There we are. I think we're in a good spot now. But we got the Mario music. Bring it back up a little bit higher. I think we're in a good spot. Giants at the Bills, PJ. Our first game on Saturday in the NFL preseason action. Now, the quarterbacks that are expected to be out there, we don't really know the New York Giants Like Brian Daboll's been really just hush hush about the whole thing. The only thing he's told us is that Jackson Dart's going to play. So we do know Jackson Dart will play, but of course Russell Wilson's on the roster, Jameis Winston, Tommy DeVito. It's a pretty decent preseason crew that the Giants got. For the Buffalo Bills, no Josh Allen. Mitchell Trubisky will be out there. Mike White will be out there, and then also a blast from the past, Shane Buechele will be out there as well for the Buffalo Bills. That betting market currently sits Bills 3-point favorites, total 36. Anything for you between the G-Men and the Bills?
No, passing on that game. Like you said, excited to watch Jackson Dart and see what he looks like in his debut for the Giants. The Bills are going to be resting a lot of starters, obviously. So I'm going to pass on that game. I think there's some other better bets on the board.
All right, so passing on the Giants and the Bills. For me, I keep going back and forth with this. I wanted to bet Buffalo, and at one point yesterday, this just kind of shows you how preseason lines really move. At one point yesterday, the Giants were a 3-point favorite. Now the Bills are the favorite in this game. I'm going to pass the side. I do like the total, though. I like the over. Give me over 36 in this game. 36.5 right now over at BetMGM. You can still find 36 in other places. Shop around as always. But as long as you're under 37, I think you're good. These quarterbacks are pretty solid. Shane Buechele, yeah, maybe not that great. But, Trubisky, that's the exact kind of quarterback that you want in the preseason. He's a really good athlete. He's played a bunch of football. Mike White has started regular season games. I think he can hold his own. And then for the Giants, they're all pretty solid athletes outside of Jameis Winston. He's probably the worst athlete of the three, but he's probably of the four, but he's probably the guy that's going to push the ball down the field the most. I like this as an overplay. So over 36 for me, G-Men and Bills Mafia. I doubt Russell Wilson plays, but we'll see what happens there, but I'll take the over. Let's move on to the Twin Cities, where the Houston Texans taking on the Minnesota Vikings. Quarterbacks expected to play. Davis Mills for Houston, no C.J. Stroud, but I think we'll see Davis Mills out there. Graham Mertz and Keaton Slovis, the other Texans quarterbacks. And for Minnesota, J.J. McCarthy, Sam Howell, Brett Rippon, and Max Brosmer. So anything you want to do here between the Texans and the Vikings, PJ? Minnesota, a 3-point favorite, total 37.5.
Another game that I'm not going to bet. I do think I would lean towards Minnesota, though, minus the 3, just because, they have the better compilation of quarterbacks. They're at home there. So I think that's a nice price at the minus 3. So don't think it's going to be an official bet for me, but I would lean Vikings.
Yeah, it's no bet for me. I think the market's just right with this game. I don't want to do anything with the total. If anything, it would be, like you said, a Vikings bet. But, the Houston Texans quarterback room is dreadful. Graham Mertz, I wouldn't even want to bet on him in a college football game, let alone an NFL football game. Come on now. So I'll be passing that one. How about in Duval? Steelers at the Jaguars. Liam Cohen, head coach of the Jaguars, says Trevor Lawrence and the starters will play. We'll see how for how long. The Steelers, though, will not be playing their starters. 15 key players will be out for Pittsburgh. So the quarterback situation, Steelers have Mason Rudolph, Skylar Thompson, and for Jacksonville, it's Trevor Lawrence, Nick Mullins, John Wolford, and Seth Hennigan. And looking at the betting market, you understand why Jacksonville is favored. The Jaguars, 4-point favorites, total 37. What do you like in this game?
I would look at Pittsburgh here plus the points, Femis. One thing I've noticed early on in preseason is when we've gotten these crazy line swings because one team has announced that they're going to play some of their starters, the other team isn't. You get these crazy movement. And so far, if you've just faded that big line move, you've been pretty profitable. So I like the Steelers. Coaching advantage here. Keep in mind, Liam Cohen's going to be coaching his first career NFL game as a head coach. Lawrence coming back from injury, play a couple of series. The advantage that maybe you think Jacksonville has, I don't know if it is as big of one because, again, Tomlin and the Steelers have been doing this a long time. So I do like the Steelers plus the points.
Yeah, I'm with you right there. Steelers plus 4 or 4.5. If you can find the 4.5, BetMGM has a 4.5. I would obviously seek that one out there. There's other shops that have 4.5s as well. But make sure you get the best number. This to me is just a handicap of the Steelers quarterback room. I'm all right, Mason Rudolph is not my favorite quarterback. I don't think he's anyone's favorite quarterback, unless maybe his family. Outside of that, Skylar Thompson has started a playoff game. Skylar Thompson's also a really good athlete. Like, that's the kind of quarterback that I want to back, even more so than like a John Wolford. I know Nick Mullins is out there, but Nick Mullins is going to be going up against Mason Rudolph. That's not some big like discrepancy in quarterback play. So give me the points. Like, this to me is just way too much love on the Jacksonville side, and I'll take Skylar Thompson over John Wolford. I think Wolford's terrible. I don't even know why the Rams started him in that playoff game, and he lasted like all of one series. Like, no. It's not happening there. And I don't even know who the hell Seth Hennigan is. So I'm going to take the Pittsburgh Steelers. Give me the 4.5 points. I think Pittsburgh potentially wins the game, but they at least cover the number. Let's go to LA, though. The Cowboys at the Rams. Of course, Matthew Stafford is not going to play. He will work out before the game, though. If you don't know, the Rams will go ahead and tell everybody that's listening. Stafford's going to work out prior to the game. Dak Prescott will not be playing in this game. So for the Dallas Cowboys, it will be Joe Milton and Will Grier. And for the Rams, Stetson Bennett and Dresser Wynn. I don't expect Jimmy Garoppolo to be out there for the Los Angeles Rams. I'd be surprised if that's the case. Dallas, a 1.5 point road favorite. That total sitting at 33.5.
I like the over, Femi. You got two offensive coaches in Sean McVay and Brian Schottenheimer. You just listed the quarterbacks. I mean, Will Grier, Joe Milton. You got Stetson Bennett on the side for the Rams. But the real reason I like the over is because the Cowboys' defense has not been looking great so far in camp. Schottenheimer came out and talked about how they're being very vanilla. They're not trying to show too much. Well, if that's the approach that you want to show against a Sean McVay offense, then so be it. I'll take the over. I think 33.5 is too low.
I think that's such a cop-out of like, oh, we're not showing anything. No, you might just suck. like that might just be what it is. Like, the other team is showing the whole playbook, they're showing everything. I doubt that's the case. I think that's like the big cop out for these teams that are terrible. Like, oh, we're keeping the bullets in the chamber. Sure you are. All right. like come on. I can't wait for that lie to be debunked once we get 2 weeks into the season. I'm passing the game. I think it's right. Cowboys should be favored. I don't want any interest in Will Grier. I would love for Joe Milton to play the whole game. I'd love to see that, but that's not going to be the case. So I'm going to pass it. Let's go to Tampa, though. Titans at the Buccaneers. It will be Cam Ward that is out there for Tennessee. Brandon Allen, Tim Boyle behind him. For Tampa, Todd Bowles said he's going to play some of the young guys. So I'm anticipating that this is Kyle Trask. I don't know if Teddy Bridgewater is going to play. He just got there this week. So it might be Kyle Trask the whole way, PJ. We'll set the game up now. You can give us the bet on the other side, though. But Tennessee, a 3-point favorite, and the total sitting at 32.5. Real quick thought on the game. We'll talk more betting when we come back from break.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I just want to see if Teddy Bridgewater is going to be out there. Trask has been in the league a couple of years, so you like that if you're back in Tampa in the game. But I think the line feels about right to me. Bucks -3.
Yeah, that's how it feels to me. Like the Tennessee is actually the favorite. Titans
oh yes, sorry, Tennessee -3. Yes.
Yeah. I think the Titans should be favored. Cam Moore will be out there. They have a deeper quarterback room, and I don't trust Kyle Trask. Neither do they. Otherwise, they would not have signed Teddy Bridgewater. All right, we'll talk some Saturday and Sunday games as we continue our NFL preseason breakdown here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
rating, according to the analysts. 80 in defensive rating. Whole hum. What are your thoughts in 4 games this year? If they do, it's a handsome plus 145.
If they do, I might be living in a box, unfortunately. My 2 favorite win totals this year, LSU over 8.5, Stanford, even though it's a low number at 3.5, under 3.5. They have 4 straight seasons where they've won only 3 games. Andrew Luck is in control of the program right now, so he brings in Frank Reich. Frank Reich is now the head coach, man. They have a former 4-star quarterback, Elijah Brown. I don't know if he's any good. They got a wide receiver, C.J. Williams, in the portal from Wisconsin, but under on Stanford. I think they win 2 games at the most.
Wow, 2-win season expected there in the Bay Area. So in Palo Alto, a place I know and love. I visit there often. A bar that just shut down, I think, like a year ago. The Old Pro, I used to go there all the time. When I worked at Yahoo in Sunnyvale. Man, pour one out for Stanford. It could be a very long year.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. The Power Hour rolling along on You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser, kicking it with you guys as we're wrapping up the show here on this Friday. 40 minutes to the weekend, PJ. Can you handle that? I can handle that. 20 minutes, though, from the Power Hour plays. We're giving you our plays for tonight's NFL preseason action as well as Major League Baseball. But let's continue on with what's happening this weekend. Talking about the Titans and the Buccaneers. We both kind of agreed that like Tennessee as a 3-point favorite makes a whole lot of sense. So nothing for me on the side. I'm not even betting the total either, PJ. Are you doing anything with the total at this game?
No, nothing with the total. With the way that obviously the first 4 games have gone, you see a 32.5. People might be like, I'll just blindly take the over. I would caution against that. We see a lot of 33.5s, Femi. The reason this one is 32.5 is a little interesting, but I'm staying away.
Yeah, I'm going to pass that game as well. But let's continue with Saturday afternoon's action. Go to Lambeau Field, Jets at the Packers. We have now heard from both coaches, and both coaches said, we're playing our guys. Matt LaFleur said all 4 quarterbacks will get some work this weekend, meaning Jordan Love will be out there. For how long? Probably a series or 2 would be my guess, but Jordan Love will play nonetheless. Malik Willis, Sean Clifford, Taylor Elgersma, who we had a little bit of fun with yesterday on the program, coming out of the CFL. That is the Packers quarterback depth chart. For the Jets, Aaron Glenn said, our guys are going to play. Justin Fields, Adrian Martinez, because I believe Tyrod Taylor might be injured right now. So I think it's going to be Fields, Adrian Martinez, and Brady Cook. I have an angle with this game. I like the Packers in the first half. I think this is a pretty easy first half bet for me with Green Bay. I don't want to get into the Taylor Elgersma business. Like, let's leave that off to the side. I trust Jordan Love. Like, the way I'm envisioning it, PJ, is that, all right, Jordan Love's probably going to play like 1 to 2 series. Great. Malik Willis is probably going to play like probably a quarter, so maybe like midway through the first quarter to midway through the second quarter, and then maybe Sean Clifford finishes out the second quarter, and then maybe plays in the third quarter, and then maybe Elgersma shows up for the fourth. Like, I like the Packers rotation up to halftime. So I don't want to mess around with the second half. I'll just lay the number in the first half, and I'm looking at the betting market right now. Green Bay, there's not a whole lot of places that have the first half markets up, but one place does. 2.5 is what I see. I'll take that all day, every day. I think the Packers show up in the first half. So that's how I'm betting it. How are you betting Jets at the Pack?
So both of our bets can win. I'm just going to take the Jets +3, and it's probably one of my favorite bets of the weekend, Femi. And it's
all right. Now talk to me.
It's all because of Aaron Glenn, Femi. All right? Like, this is the stuff I look for in the preseason, is a first-year head coach who's trying to come in there and change the culture. And we know that's what Aaron Glenn is all about. He saw firsthand what Dan Campbell was able to do in Detroit, and that's what he's trying to bring to the New York Jets. We saw that early. He made that statement with Aaron Rodgers where he's like, no, we're not dealing with any of that. We're bringing in Fields. He's going to be our quarterback. They're going to be playing hard. Like he said, his guys are going to be out there starting. So, I mean, you make a great case. Jordan Love's going to play. They're going to have all their offensive guys out there, but the Jets are going to have their defensive guys out there too. So it's going to be some real football early on in that game. Then I think when we get into the second half, third, fourth quarter, Jets are going to be playing their butts off. You got guys who want to win jobs, guys who want to be on the team, and a head coach who is going to be preaching effort and is going to want to see that. So that bodes well for an underdog, Femi. I like the Jets +3 a lot tomorrow night.
I love it. It's going to be real football out there, which is what we want to see as fans, right? Like, it's not going to be quite what we're going to get next month, but hey, this is going to be as good as it gets pretty much. So all the quarterbacks on the roster will be playing in this game, which we're absolutely looking forward to. So PJ likes the Jets full game. I'm just going to mess with the Packers in the first half. Let's go to the desert where we'll have real football in this one as well, because both Andy Reid and Jonathan Gannon said, you're going to see our starters out there. So Patrick Mahomes is expected to play a full quarter. Kyler Murray, he didn't play last year in the preseason, but is going to play tomorrow against the Kansas City Chiefs. So for the quarterback depth charts that we have to work with here, you got Mahomes for the Chiefs, Gardner Minshew as QB2. Minshew, terrible in the regular season, but in the preseason, hey, I mean, he's a pretty serviceable quarterback in the preseason. Bailey Zappi, and then Chris Olodokun, who will also be playing for the Kansas City Chiefs. And for Arizona, Kyler Murray, Jacoby Brissett, who's played a bunch of regular season games, and then Clayton Tune, who every time I see his name, all I can remember is that time the Cardinals made him start against the Cleveland Browns, and it was an absolute disaster. So that's the quarterback depth chart for both of these teams. It's why the total is really, really high for a preseason game. 39.5 is the total. Kansas City, a 2.5-point favorite. It looks like we might be headed towards 3 in a number of different spots here. I'm still going back and forth on what I want to do with this game. I lean a little bit to the over, but man, it's pretty high, but it might not be high enough sitting at 39 or 39.5.
No, I agree with you. I do like Kansas City, though, minus the 2.5. So you mentioned Mahomes going to play the first quarter. Minshew's going to take over, which, again, for a preseason game as a backup, that's pretty good. If you can go to that, and on top of that, you're going to have Andy Reid calling plays. I like Kansas City. I mean, with their coaching staff in this game, the starters playing the first quarter, I like them minus the 2.5. So I think getting this under 3 is actually a good bet. I like the Chiefs.
Yeah, no, I absolutely like the Chiefs. If I had to bet the side, I would like the Chiefs, but I'm just going to go ahead and mess with the total because I think Arizona, Jacoby Brissett can be pretty good in the preseason. So he's not a good athlete, which is a little bit of a bummer there, but at least he's played enough football he should know what to do in certain situations. And then, of course, the Chiefs guys have played a bunch of football as well. So if I had to bet the side, it would be Kansas City. I'm not going to do that, though. I will bet the over 39 and try to find the best number there. So over for me, Chiefs for PJ. Let's go to the Bay Area, though, as we continue to work through some of these games on Saturday. The last game on Saturday will be between the Denver Broncos and the San Francisco 49ers. Denver says they're going to play their guys. That's what Sean Payton told the media yesterday. So Bo Nix will be out there probably for a series or two. Jarrett Stidham will be out there, really good quarterback that you want in the preseason. And Sam Ehlinger, another really good quarterback that you want in the preseason, going up against like the 4s and the 5s, good athlete. Like that's the kind of guy that you want to have out there when your bet is being decided. And also, by the way, Sam Ehlinger's played quite a bit of regular season games. So I think this is a pretty good setup for Denver. On San Francisco's side, Kyle Shanahan said that Brock Purdy will not be playing. Neither is Kittle or McCaffrey or all those guys that you would expect the key players, impact players for the 49ers. So my guess, he has not outlined this, but my guess is that we're going to see Mac Jones and then Carter Bradley, because Curtis Rourke, another quarterback on the roster who we saw play last year at Indiana, he's currently injured. So I don't think Curtis Rourke is going to be playing this game. So it's going to be Mac Jones. It's going to be Carter Bradley. My guess is that we see Mac Jones for like a quarter and a half, maybe even the whole first half, because I don't think they want to have Carter Bradley out there playing 3 quarters. So with that knowledge, a little bit of on the downside for the 49ers. Denver, though, it looks pretty good. That's why the Broncos are a full touchdown favorite, 7-point favorites on the road, and the total sitting at 34.5. I don't think I'm doing anything with this game. I'm going to pass it just because I don't like the setup for San Francisco. PJ, is there a betting angle that you would like to attack between the Broncos and the Niners?
I would pass as well. I do not want to lay nearly a touchdown with a team on the road in the preseason, but I think it would actually be Denver or pass for me in this game if I had to bet it, just because you highlighted the quarterback situation. And Femi, we know with San Francisco, man, like in the regular season, when they have injuries to their key guys or they're not playing, they're just a completely different team. And obviously none of them are going to be playing in this game. I know it's going to be backups for Denver for much of the game, but those starters can get a lead. And if San Francisco's playing catch up, it could get ugly. So no interest in laying 6.5 with the team on the road in the preseason. But if I had to do it, I think the Broncos would be a good team to do it with.
It also doesn't feel like Sean Payton might try to make a statement. like he might just like run the scrub and like all of a sudden Denver wins like 38-7 or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm with you. Like I'd either bet the Broncos or not bet the game at all. Real quick, give me like 30 seconds. Where are you at with Denver? Like I've been asking everybody this question. I think I'm the only person that's like down on this team. The whole world likes them. Like this has been Broncos week in terms of the hype machine. But like, where are you at with the Broncos?
So my thing with Denver last year is, yeah, they had a good season, and they got a great defense, and Sean Payton's a terrific coach. But, like, you look at who their wins were against, Femi, they didn't really beat, like, anybody. You know what I mean? They beat Kansas City at the end of the year when they rested all their guys. They beat the Colts, they beat the Browns, they beat the Raiders, the Falcons, the Panthers, the Saints, the Raiders again, the Jets, and the Bucks. They beat one playoff team last year. It was the Bucks. That's it. So that's my thing with Denver. You know, we fall in love with the roster and the defense, and Surtain Defensive Player of the Year, and Bo Nix was so great as a rookie. And then it's like, all right, well, if we're all playing this game with like Cincinnati and they didn't beat anybody last year just because their defense isn't any good, well, their offense is amazing and they got Joe Burrow. Like, you got to look at that with the Broncos. They didn't beat anybody last year. When they went up against good teams, well, they lost at Seattle. They lost against Pittsburgh. They got smoked by Baltimore. They lost to Kansas City. They lost to the Chargers. So they were losing to those playoff caliber teams. And I'm not as big a Bo Nix guy as everybody else is. I think Bo Nix is a good player. Is Bo Nix somebody I want to trust when there's expectations with him? No, he is not. So I, like you, would more so invest in the Raiders in the AFC West than I would with the Denver Broncos. I'm not as high on them as I am on some other teams.
Yeah, to me, Denver, I think it's like a little bit like it's the hype has gone way too far on the Denver Broncos.
Agreed.
So that's kind of how I feel about that team right now. So we will pass the game. Denver, though, once again, is 7-point favorite. Let's go to the game that's going to be in Miami, Bears and the Dolphins. The quarterback depth chart right now, you have Miami. Mike McDaniel's been pretty mum about what he's going to do. I don't know why these coaches think that we need a cloak and dagger the preseason. It's a freaking preseason game. What are we talking about? But Tua, we don't know if he's going to be playing. Zach Wilson is going to get some time. Quinn Ewers, quarterback at Texas, he'll also be playing for the Miami Dolphins. For Chicago, Ben Johnson said no Caleb Williams. So we're going to see Tyson Bagent, Case Keenum, who's played in an NFC title game. That's the kind of quarterback you want in the preseason. And then Austin Reed. So looking at the betting marker right now, this game on Sunday in Chicago, the Bears 3-point favorites, total 34.5. Any bet for you between the Dolphins and the Bears?
No bet for me, but man, I can't wait to watch it. I think a lot of people are going to want to fade the Dolphins just because kind of how the last couple of weeks have gone. It came out that Tua threw 3 picks today in the joint practice, so it's not looking good right now for Miami. But again, it feels like you listen to Ben Johnson talk, and it's more bad things than good things, and that things aren't going well. Some of the videos that have been surfacing with Caleb Williams and how he's been playing hasn't been great. I know he's not going to play in this game. I just want to stay far away from both of these teams right now. Both of these teams are not in a good spot. I'm not liking what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing, so I'm staying far away from this game.
Yeah, I'll be staying away from this game as well. It feels like we should be seeing Caleb Williams, but hey, you know what? I don't run the Chicago Bears. Ben Johnson does. So I guess they're going to go ahead and put Tyson Bagent out there. Like, the total to me, maybe that's a way that you could play this, but then also, couldn't you see the Miami quarterbacks being pretty solid? Like, the reports for Quinn Ewers have been pretty good at a training camp. And then Zach Wilson, against scrubs, Zach Wilson's probably fine. You don't want him out there in the regular season, but against bad preseason guys, he's a good athlete. He's got a big arm. You could do a hell of a lot worse than Zach Wilson in the preseason. So, yeah, I think for me, maybe a slight lean to the over, but it started to get bet up over the last about 24 hours or so. So I'm going to go ahead and pass that game. The final game that we have on our preseason docket, this will also be Sunday afternoon in LA. Saints at the Chargers. We know what New Orleans is doing. They have motivation. There's something that they're trying to accomplish, and that is to figure out who will be starting week 1 at quarterback. So we're going to see everyone. Spencer Rattler, Tyler Shuck, Jake Haener, and then Hunter Deckers, who I've never heard of in my life, but he'll also be playing in the game, I'm assuming. But Rattler, Shuck, and Haener are the big guys out there for New Orleans. For the Chargers, you have Justin Herbert. We don't know if he's going to be playing at all. Like, Jim Harbaugh has said nothing. I'm assuming maybe he'll say something tomorrow because it's a game on Sunday, so he doesn't really have to talk about availability right now. But if Herbert's not out there, Taylor Heineke, Trey Lance, who looked pretty good last week in the Hall of Fame game, and then DJ Uiagalelei will also be playing for the Chargers. What would you like to do in this preseason game, Saints at the Bolts?
I like the Saints, Femi, at -115. You mentioned they're obviously looking for their quarterback, so we're going to see a bunch of those guys play a majority of the game as they try to figure out who's going to be their week 1 starter. And then if you're the Chargers, I think this is a team that I'm looking to fade just because of what happened with Slater and that injury. And like, at the end of the day, these guys are humans, right? And this is always the worst part of preseason and training camp every year are these injuries. They're coming, and it's just the worst, especially when it's a player as great as Slater, as important as Slater is to that Charger team. And this isn't like a regular season game where it's like he goes down and, let's win it for Slater, right? Like, this is a preseason game where these guys are like, let's just get out of here unscathed. Like, we don't need any more of this. So I don't want to say the Chargers are going to be like walking through the motions or like playing scared out there, but I mean, how are they not going to be thinking about Slater, right? And just hoping that they can kind of get out of there healthy. While these Saints quarterbacks are fighting to be the starter, I like New Orleans -115.
Yeah, let's win it for Rashawn. Let's do it. Get the t-shirts out there.
Let's win the preseason game for our guy.
Yeah, I'm not messing with the side. I do like the total, though. I'm going to go over. Over 36.5. I like what I saw from Trey Lance. I know it's the Hall of Fame game. We're not putting him and crowning him or anything like that, but he looked like rather competent against backups. Guess what he's going to be playing in this game? Other backups. So I do like the Chargers setup. I think the Saints, the fact that they're trying to accomplish something, they're going to actually run some decent plays. So give me over 36.5 with the Saints in the quarterback competition and the Chargers QB room being pretty solid with Heineke and Trey Lance. All right, so over 36.5 for me in that game. Those are your Saturday and Sunday games. What do we like tonight in the NFL preseason? Find out as we wrap up You Better You Bet on the other side.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So if you look at the last 2 drafts, they've taken Skoronski at left guard and Latham at right tackle, 2 very high-level offensive linemen. And then this offseason, they go out and get a left tackle, Dan Moore from Pittsburgh. They bring in Cushenberry from Denver to play center, and their new right guard is from Detroit, Kevin Zeitler. So they have built a monster, no pun intended, on the offensive line. That is a big deal for a bad team because a lot of bad teams have bad offensive lines. There's a lot of correlation there. Oh, you stink? You can't move the ball? Oh, your offensive line probably stinks. This is one of the better lines of the league now. So now, when you get through the snap, what do your skill guys do? And they have a rookie quarterback and a bunch of new pieces on offense. You got Tyler Lockett from Seattle. You got Van Jefferson, former Ram, former Steeler. And Calvin Ridley is back in the fold, along with some guys that they like that they got in the draft. 3 receivers, actually, that they added in the offseason. 2 in the draft and then 1 free agent. That's Restrepo from Miami, who played in college with Cam Ward. So this offense is going to be a lot different than it was last year. I don't know that it's good enough to get to 6 wins, but of the 3 teams we've talked about so far, the 3 trash teams, if you will, the Browns, the Saints, and the Titans, I'm more inclined to lean over with this one because I think the division is much easier. A lot like how we talked about with New Orleans, where, all right, like, we know Tampa on the surface is decent, but do we really trust Atlanta? Do we like Carolina? In this division, I have questions about a lot of the teams. When you drop off Houston, of course. I don't know what Jacksonville is, and I really have no idea what's going on in Indianapolis with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. So if I had a head-to-head market, if somebody gave me a price on who will have more wins, the Colts or the Titans, I might take Tennessee. And maybe I look at them to finish 3rd in the division instead of last. That's sort of where I'm at least early.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, let's get back to it. The weekend is almost here on You Better You Bet. This is the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser. We've been hanging with you guys for 4 hours now. It's been a hell of a show, though. A lot of fun on the show today. And thank you to the crew that was a part of this bad boy. Tyler Morales filling in for Bill Zimmerman, our executive producer. Bill, this entire week, has been chilling on a pontoon, drinking beer. We're absolutely jealous of that. But he'll be back on Monday. Billy Z. He'll be back with a new open, I'm assuming. If he doesn't have a new open, I'm sure Nick will chastise him on the air. So that'll be a lot of fun on Monday. But Tyler's been doing a great job all throughout the week as our executive producer. Jake Hassan, our engineer. Mike Brown, our video director. Sean Ha on social media, technical director. It's been an awesome, awesome job by the crew. And also, thank you to the guests that we had on the program today throughout these 4 hours. And if you missed any of them, make sure you check it out in podcast form. Just search You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. Odyssey, Spotify, Apple, iHeartRadio. You can search it, You Better You Bet, wherever you get your podcast. Thank you to Ryan Noonan of 4 for 4 and BetSperts. And thank you to Bob Nightingale, our Odyssey MLB insider. And also, this is a great job for USA Today. After us here on the BetMGM Network, the good vibes are going to keep rolling along. You know, we got BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 Eastern time. Ryan Horvath, Rob Brown, they'll be taking you into the wee hours of the morning as we get some MLB action. the NFL preseason, WNBA. I'm sure they'll be breaking down some college football stuff as well. A lot to get to on BetMGM tonight. That's from 7 to 11 Eastern time. Before we drop the dope-ass beat and tell folks about the cool things that we have at BetMGM, PJ, what are you up to this weekend? Are you going to be locked into this NFL preseason action? You'll be watching baseball? You're golfing? I know you're out there. You love your golf out there in D.C. What are you up to this weekend?
I am going to be golfing tomorrow, fam. We got an 11.
How did I know?
You knew. I actually got to look at what the weather is going to be looking like for tomorrow because we've had some pretty good weather. Oh, yeah. We got like high 70s, low 80s tomorrow. So it's going to be a perfect day for some golf. Only doing
still
9
humid,
holes
though, right?
tomorrow.
Still going to be pretty damn humid?
Still human. Still human.
Sticky out there.
But yeah, only playing 9 holes of golf. We got an 11 a.m. tee time so we can get back and watch some preseason in the afternoon. So we'll be watching a lot of that, which I'm looking forward to. And then Sunday, got my show Inside the Betting Lines with Denton Day normally, but we got Cordell Woodland filling in on Sunday. So we got that going on as well, Femi. And, we're just counting the days gone by until football gets here. So like you said earlier in the show, two weeks away from week 0 college football. We're almost getting there.
I absolutely love it. The Glass Man says, we're cutting the golf outing short so we can get back for the preseason games.
That's right.
You are a true junkie, man. I love it, dude.
I
love it.
When you got your own show, you got to know what you're talking about so that you can talk about all these guys. So we got to make sure we're home in time for preseason.
Fair enough. And that's how you know PJ's doing the work. He's not out here shooting from the hip, making stuff up, looking at box scores and all that. He's grinding the film. And he's grinding the preseason. We love the dedication here, PJ. We absolutely love the dedication. I'll be hanging out with my in-laws just flew in. I think they're actually just like right upstairs or might be outside my office. I'm going to say hi to them after the show. We're going to do some things around the house, hang out by the pool, go out to dinner. Maybe squeeze in a little bit of football. I'll be honest, I'll be playing catch-up Monday morning. I got the games that I need to watch DVR'd, and we will be Tyler puts in the chat, watch Shador. I don't know if I'll be watching Shador tonight. I got to be honest. I got to be honest. But maybe Monday morning, I'll be watching Shador, and I'm sure I'll see all the clips on Twitter before I go to bed tonight. So, I'll get caught up on what's going on with the preseason action in the NFL. But it should be a fun weekend. One of the final weekends of the summer, man, where we're able to kind of at least like kick back and relax a little bit before the grind ultimately begins. Oh, you know what I'm doing next weekend, PJ? I'm actually going to San Francisco for a wedding. So Friday night, I'm going to a Giants game. I've never been to San Francisco other than the airport. I'm going to the ballpark. I've seen so many photos of that ballpark. Like that ballpark looks sick right there on the water, like along the bay. So I'm like, we're going to the game. So I haven't bought the tickets yet because I want to make sure the weather holds up. But like, I'm going to the game. As long as it's not delayed or postponed, I'm going to the game. So looking forward to that. You've been to that ballpark. You've been to every ballpark in the big leagues.
That's the
what
one.
Do you think? What do they call it now? 3Com Park or what's the new name for it?
Oracle Park.
Gotcha. 3Com's the old name. But
so
like Oracle Park. Like, what do I need to do when I go there?
That's the 1 seed. Make sure. One of the reasons why it's my favorite park is because it's actually better to sit up high than it is down low. You go to most baseball games, you want to sit down low, right? But at Oracle, you want to sit up high so you get that nice view of the bay right there out in right field and all that stuff. And then not a lot of people realize, Femi, you see Giants games, right? All your life you're watching on TV. That big Coke that big Coke bottle out in left field is actually a slide. So make sure you go and check that out. It's very cool. Yeah, not a lot of people realize.
People slide down the bottle?
Yeah. Like it's an actual slide, but it's Coke bottle, obviously. Big Coca-Cola bottle right next to like the baseball mitt out there in left field. It's actually a slide. And I had no idea until I was walking around and you see that. So
what does it slide into like a pool? What does it slide into?
No, just like a regular slide. Just like sliding
it's like a regular slide.
Yeah, just regular slide.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I was like, where are we sliding to? A ball pit? Is it Chuck E. Cheese? What's happening?
What number park is that for you? Do you know?
Oh, Doc, this is like 6 or something like that for me. I have not been to many ballparks.
Okay.
Like going to baseball games growing up was not like a big thing that I did. I actually have it in my phone right now. If I can find this here real quickly, like the ballparks that I've been to, because like it didn't take me a whole lot of time to write this out. Actually, this is gonna be 4. Actually, I've only been to 3 other ballparks. That's how bad it's been for me.
I'm gonna guess Seattle's definitely one.
Yes. I've been many times to T-Mobile Park, best ballpark in America. This is coming from someone who's been to 3 ballparks.
Seattle's number 1. I mean, this could be anywhere. Is Coors Field, Denver, is that up there? Is that one?
No, I've never been to Denver. I'm actually supposed to go to Denver for a wedding this fall, but they will not be playing. Since
As a Cowboys fan, I'm going to say Rangers. The old one, though.
Not a chance in hell. You're probably not going to get it. I'll tell you the other one. It's Wrigley. Went to Wrigley last summer. It was awesome. Okay. It was amazing.
Okay.
Drank many beers, went to the Cubby Bar afterwards or whatever. It was a fun time. So, and then also went to Petco Park last summer as well, San Diego, which was really, really beautiful.
You've seen some great ones.
Yeah, man. I went straight for the heavy hitters. Like, they miss me with the junk parks. I don't need to do any of that.
Man,
give me the heavy hitters.
My top 5 is San Francisco, Pittsburgh, Wrigley, Baltimore, and Seattle. So you already seen 3 of the 5. So you're almost there.
I will say this, and we're going to get to the bets and everything that coming up here shortly. Pittsburgh is one I've wanted to go to. I've never had an excuse to go to Pittsburgh. But, like, it looks so good on TV. I'm sure it's even better in person. Like, it looks amazing.
Yeah,
so,
it's I mean, that could very easily be number 1. I just like it's just like you got to go to experience both, and I just think going to a Giants game for me is just a little bit better. But PNC also a really good one.
So we will be at Chase
this
time next week on a Friday. They're taking on the Rays. So
nice.
The Rays have cooled off a little bit. So, and also the Giants have. So, but it's all about the experience, right? With that being said, let's go ahead and let the folks know about some cool promotions that our friends at BetMGM have. How about this? Jake, go ahead and drop the dope-ass beat. The king of the big swing is making the best day of the week even sweeter. Here's how you can knock a bomb of a bonus bet into your account on Fridays throughout the season. Place your first home run bet of the day, and if your player has the longest home run of the day, you'll win a share of $100,000 in bonus bets. No opt-in necessary. Just apply your Big Fly Fridays token dropped into your account. Sportsbook born in Vegas, that of course BetMGM. Please gamble responsibly. All right, let's get to the Power Hour plays, and we will begin in the National Football League because we got a game that's about to get underway in about 15 minutes rather. The Cleveland Browns taking on the Carolina Panthers. Right now in the betting market, Carolina a 6-point favorite, total sitting at 33.5. PJ, what do you like tonight in Shedeur Sanders' NFL debut?
I'm backing him, and I'm backing the Browns, Femi. I got him at 6.5. Now it's 5.5. I still think they're a good bet. I hope Shedeur balls out tonight, man. I hope he absolutely plays awesome. Twitter's going nuts. Everybody wants him to start week 1. I think he's going to play pretty well. Look, we saw it yesterday, right? Ravens were 6.5-point dogs. Eagles were 6.5-point dogs. Both of them went outright. Like, this is a lot of points in a preseason game. I'm going to take the Browns plus 5.5. And I also like the under in that Lions-Falcons game as well. Some pretty decent quarterbacks on both sides of Atlanta. I mean, not great with Emory Jones. Who's going to be playing much of the snaps for them. So I like the under. You know, the Lions are still working in with both of these new coordinators. A lot of growing pains there. Didn't have a lot of success against the Chargers in the Hall of Fame game. So I'm going to take the under in that one and the Browns plus the points.
Anything for you with the Commanders and the Patriots? That game's going to start in about 40 minutes.
Nothing for me. If anything, I would take Washington plus the points because, again, this is another one of those games. You saw the big line move where it was close to a pick-em. New England's now nearly a touchdown favorite. So it would be Washington or pass, but I'm staying away.
All right. For my NFL card, 2 bets for me tonight. I'm going to play a first half under between the Browns and the Panthers. I want it for Shedeur, PJ. I'm rooting for you, and I'm rooting for Shedeur. I just don't know if it's going to happen. Not playing with the Browns backups, and now they're facing the Carolina Panthers first string because Carolina's playing Bryce Young. They're playing all their other starters. We're going to see Andy Dalton play a little bit. I think that this might be a little bit of a rocky performance for Shedeur Sanders, to say the least. So I'm actually going to go under 17. It's heavily juiced to the over, so I like getting the plus money here on the under. You might be able to find a 17.5. That would be even better, obviously, but under 17 in the first half for me between the Browns and the Panthers. And then also in the game that's also starting in about 10 minutes in Atlanta, I'm going to take the points with the home dog. I'm going to take the 3.5 with the Falcons. I just think that both of these quarterback rooms are terrible, and if you're going to give me more than a field goal, I will go ahead and gladly take that. Emory Jones, look, I've seen him play a lot in college football. He's a disaster. But one thing he is athletic. And what I saw last week in the Hall of Fame game from Detroit was pitiful. So give me the Atlanta Falcons plus 3.5. In Major League Baseball, there's not just football going on tonight. Got some big games. Astros at the Yankees. Got Hunter Brown on the mound. Got Scooble on the mound for the Tigers, Angels, Tigers, Mets, Brewers, Rays, Mariners, Blue Jays, Dodgers. PJ, empty the bucket for Major League Baseball. We got 60 seconds left.
We're taking the Yurfie in O's and A's because Sagano's on the mound, and whenever he starts, it's an auto Yurfie. That's usually been cashing very profitable when he's on the mound this year. And then Dodgers, Blue Jays. How about the final time we're seeing Scherzer and Kershaw together?
Yeah.
Give me Kershaw at home. I like the Dodgers at a short minus 135 price.
I will just be sweating Tarek Scooble's start and hoping that he goes like 8 scoreless with like 12 strikeouts. And he inserts himself into the MVP conversation because I want him to win the MVP. How about that, huh? Let's get rich, shall we?
Let's go.
No other bet for me in Major League Baseball, just strictly NFL. Nothing for me in the WNBA, nothing for PJ in the WNBA either. And hopefully we win some money. PJ, great show today, buddy. Hope you win some bets and enjoy golf tomorrow.
I appreciate it, Femi. Always good doing the shows with you, my friend. Have a great weekend.
All right, that does it for us here on You Better You Bet. For PJ Glasser, for our entire crew, I'm Femi Abebefe saying good luck with all the bets. BetMGM tonight coming up here next on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Okay.
So I was going to ask you, if you had a really rich parents or you had a really rich mom who had a ton of money and owned an NFL team, would you use the stadium to get married? 'Cause obviously there is like the family business aspect. There are tons of parking. If you wanted to invite, 50,000 people, you really could. Or would you say, hey, we're really rich. I can get married anywhere?
No, I would not use a football stadium. I mean, I guess if you're both huge mega football fans and your family owns a team, then it has a different meaning. But for someone who wants his wedding to be very intimate and special, I can't think of anything more like not intimate than getting married at a football stadium. Like, to me, we're getting married in Middleburg, Virginia at a small rustic tavern, which is really nice, in a really small town, and it's really pretty and very, it's very scenic out there as well, very calming, and that just seems the antithesis of a football stadium, or any stadium or arena for that matter, so that would not appeal to me at all.
I think maybe there's some nostalgia wrapped in here, though, because it is the family business, and
Right.
as somebody who got married in the church that I grew up going to, like, I do think that's a cool aspect to it. So maybe there's something to the effect of like, hey, as a little girl, I grew up running around on the sidelines here. It's just, when I think of football stadiums, like, I don't think of romance. Like, I think of like, somebody who has a beer belly, who is in a uniform that's a little too short, and they're a little too drunk, and they keep arguing at the calls, and you're like, oh my God, this guy won't shut up. Like, that's what I think of when I think NFL stadium. So, like, maybe I have a different viewpoint. it just doesn't feel like somewhere I would want to get married. I feel like you have to use a lot of flowers and decorations to make it feel smaller.
Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight here on the BetMGM Network. No Brad Evans tonight. He is off at a fantasy football convention out in Ohio, but he'll be back with us on Monday and then every single Friday throughout the football season. So for the last time, the last ride, at least for this next few months, myself and Rob Brown with you here tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. We're going to talk some college football, take a look at the preseason rankings, talk a little bit about the ACC, the SEC, the Big Ten, because it's our last show together, give our official final picks because we're 14 days away, 2 weeks away pretty much from the start of the college football season, week 0. We'll talk about that and the National Football League with Jared Smith in about an hour, and then we'll talk a little UFC later on as well. Rob, we got some NFL preseason action. Thank God. I got a couple bets. I got Shedeur Sanders to score a rushing touchdown just because I thought the price, 19-1, was insane. I sent you guys the screenshot. I wanted to get a little wild. They'll only let me bet $37.80, unfortunately, though, on this bet. But I'm going to take it anyway. Shedeur, and it's down to 17-1. He's going to play the first 3 quarters, possibly the entire game here. So we're going to get 50 offensive snaps. I believe that's what Stefanski said. And I think they're going to want to evaluate him, man. So I was looking at 200 passing yards earlier this morning. I believe that was like a 7-1 price. Then that got hit and it was only 2-1. So I figured let's get a little wild and bet some unders. I bet the first 2 games to go under tonight. And let's bet Shedeur to score a rushing touchdown. But before we get to any more bets, first off, how the hell are you on this fabulous Friday, August 8th, man?
Good, buddy. Good. It's been a day, but I get to culminate that day by sitting down. I have enjoyed every time I get to spend a few hours with the legendary Ryan Horvat, and most importantly, talk a little college football with the legendary Ryan Horvat, which I know we're going to do quite a bit of tonight. And I don't wish, certainly as a guest with absolutely zero right to do so, to correct. But we're not 14 days away, Jorge, because we got football on that Thursday night. We got 5 games. And I don't care if Toledo is playing Northeast South Louisiana State University. You can put 2 D3 nobodies on the football field. You put them on my TV that night, they're getting watched, pal. So I'm counting down with a dozen days left to play, amigo.
Also, just so you know, Rob, I'm playing hurt. You said it's been a day. I'm playing hurt right now. I told Brandon this a couple days ago, man. I have a canker sore. I hadn't had one of these in probably 4 or 5 years. Yeah, I know. I saw that look that you gave me, a canker sore. This is the worst thing that I've ever experienced. Just where it's at, it's right under my lip, right by my front tooth. So anything I eat, it just stings.
And then anytime I even take a drink of water, it hurts. I thought these things were like a 2-3 day deal. It's like day 8 for me, man. So maybe I might have to get this thing looked at. But anyway, yeah.
Jordan had the flu game. Leftwich led a touchdown drive with a torn ACL, and Horvat has the canker sore show. If that's not a Mount Rushmore of playing hurt, I don't know what is.
I know, man. It's bothering me, though. Anyway, NFL preseason action. That's what we got tonight. We got the Detroit Lions. They're playing nobody, as they did in the Hall of Fame game. They're 3.5-point favorites over Atlanta. Total in the game right now, 33. Last night, man, what a night for the overs. 3-0 to the over. I went under in Lions Atlanta, under 33. And then I went under in Cleveland Carolina, under 33.5. Like I said, I did bet that Shedeur Sanders rushing prop. Didn't do anything with the passing yards. They have a prop pretty much for everything Shedeur. So there's going to be overreaction to whatever he does tonight, whether he looks good, whether he looks awful. In fact, you could even bet him his first pass to be completed tonight, minus 175. So he's going to play. Carolina's going to play Bryce Young in the starters for 1 to 2 series, and then it's going to be Andy Dalton in the second teamers. For Detroit tonight, like I said, they're playing nobody, so it's going to be Hendon Hooker, who looked terrible, and then Kyle Allen in the second half. Atlanta isn't playing Penix or Kirk Cousins. They're going with Easton Stick and Emory Jones. I bet the under, like I said, Sean Hockley, the head official in that game. 5 of the last 7 games he's officiated in the preseason have went under, so there's a little trend for you. And then in the late night game, the Commanders aren't playing anybody, not even Marcus Mariota. So that's Josh Johnson and former Carolina legend Sam Hartman at quarterback tonight. The Patriots, however, who we've talked about a lot, Rob, their win total sitting at 8.5. They're going to play Drake May in their first team offense, 1 to 3 series. So any looks for you tonight? I know your boys are in action tonight. I know you're a big Bryce Young guy. So anything for you tonight in the preseason?
Yeah, I picked up the Panthers a little earlier. Actually, hilariously, I texted you guys earlier and said that I was looking at Panthers minus 6.5 at minus 110. I held out for a little while and I thought, let me lock it, because initially I was worried that it was going to bump to 6 in the hook, but I decided to wait it out just in case, because, and this is one of those times that I think one thing that I forget to do quite a bit, Ryan Horvat, and I try to remind people in a spot like this, is if there is a very compelling public narrative, and Shedeur Sanders is the most compelling public narrative maybe in the NFL's preseason at all, period, point blank. If there is a compelling public narrative that you think you might be able to take advantage of, sometimes worth the wait. I really thought I was going to be looking, instead of Carolina minus 6, and maybe Carolina catching the hook to 6.5 and maybe making me sweat a little more than I'd like. But then I kind of started to think about it, and I'm going, all right, wait a minute. Shedeur showed up. They got him on social media walking in and you know, with his posse and all that. Cool, good. Like, in a weird way, I'm kind of pulling for Shedeur, but I also know that there's going to be a lot of casual bettors who don't bet baseball. They haven't been betting any of the sports we've been talking about for a couple of months. They're just here to bet football. And if there's a bunch of people that are going to look and say, I'm going to take a bunch of Shedeur overs, that might push the game market around a little bit. And wouldn't you know it, if you held on to it, Carolina has now dropped to minus 5.5 at a minus 110. So you actually ended up getting a half point back getting almost a full point back from what I thought was going to happen, getting a half point back from where the line was 2 hours ago. And so I'm glad I waited this out. So I went ahead and punched it in at Carolina minus 5.5 at plus 110. I'm not playing a total in that game because I don't know what the hell to expect out of Cleveland. Like, I think Carolina is going to do their job. I actually went Carolina over 19.5 in this too. I am, and this might be a point where my enthusiasm and my season preview kind of influenced me a little bit too much, Horvey, but I've told you, I've got a ticket out on Carolina to win this division at 12-1. I think it's down to like 9-1 now, but I think this team is going to be good this year, and I think the offense is going to show that. So I might have gotten a little ambitious on that one. I don't have a game market, but I'll take the Panthers minus 5.5 at minus 110. I'll take them over 19.5 at minus 110. And Lions, Falcons, I got no idea. Washington Commanders v. Patriots, I got no idea. I'm playing Carolina and nothing else right now.
What about Major League Baseball, man? I would love to take Detroit tonight with Scooble on the bump, but unfortunately they're minus 300 against Kyle Hendricks and the Angels. That one's about to go off. Total 7.5, about right. Don't want to touch that. I kind of like the Braves tonight, man, but I know you said just stay away, but it is Elder on the mound against Cabrera. The Marlins have been pretty fun this season. I thought that they were going to be one of the worst teams in the league. They've been competitive. They're minus 125 favorites. That's how bad it's been for the Braves. White Sox plus 115 against the Guardians. Nothing there for me with Savali on the bump for the White Sox. And then the Phillies minus 135 favorites against the Rangers. Those are the games that are going off in the first hour of the show. Anything for you, or are you staying away from Major League Baseball tonight?
If you're still putting money down on the Atlanta Braves, I can't help you anymore, Ryan. I have tried. I have been with you for 3 months worth of Fridays. I have sat with you every Friday for 4 hours. I have tried to be a good friend. I have tried to be sympathetic and compassionate and understand that some people just can't learn. And here you are again. Bryce Elder has been tragic this year. I did a Photoshop not too long ago of the 55 on his jersey, turning him into S's and sticking the Atlanta A out front of that because he's been ass all year long. If you are putting money on the Atlanta Braves to this point, Ryan, I'm going to say something to you that I ordinarily say on my show to everybody. Call the number if you need to, buddy.
If you bet Shedeur Sanders to complete the first pass of his preseason career, you lost that bet. He fires high. Looked like there could have been pass interference on the play. Nope, that's just a clean defensive play. And he's 0 for 1 passing today. All right, let's talk about what really matters, dude. Let's talk about a little NFL preseason overreaction. All right, so I told Brad last night, man, I have to bet the Colts to have the worst record in the league. There's probably going to be, the Saints aren't going to be very good this year, right? The Giants aren't going to be very good this year or competitive. But I watched the Colts last night. Anthony Richardson gets himself hurt. Looks like he is going to be all right. Just a finger injury. I would expect him to be fine. In fact, there's a chance that he's going to play on Saturday. What they were going to do is rotate both quarterbacks with the first unit. So it was going to be Daniel Jones starting the second preseason game anyway. I really think Daniel Jones is probably the better option, right? Like, he is not Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers, obviously. But in a Brian Daboll, Mike Kafka offense, he did quarterback a team to 10 wins in the playoffs a couple of years ago and a playoff win. Whereas Anthony Richardson, man, hell of an athlete, obviously has the higher ceiling, but has issues with the accuracy and has issues staying healthy. It's preseason game number 1, and he's already hurt. So that's your quarterback situation right now in Indy. I like Shane Steichen. I hope he's not coaching for his life this season, but there's a good chance that he is. I don't feel very good about the defensive side of the ball. I don't feel very good about anything other than the fact that Tyler Warren, if you have him in any fantasy leagues, man, or if you have any season-long props, he might see 175 targets this year. That's what I picked up on. He is going to eat in the middle of the field as long as he can stay healthy. But the Colts are going to be a disaster, man. So I like the under on their win total. I think there is value in the AFC South with a team like Jacksonville. Maybe you're a believer in Cam Ward and the Tennessee Titans. I think they're probably a couple years away. Or it's just the chalk and it's the Texans. But the Colts are going to be bad. Is that an overreaction after just one preseason game?
I'm going to argue that it is. And I got into this a little bit this morning with my executive producer / co-host, the great one Lonzo, here on the Rob Brown Show in Greenville, South Carolina, 6 till 10 a.m. at thefanupstate.com. Shameless self-promotion never stops. Yeah. And he said kind of the same thing, like, oh, this guy's an athlete, but, he's just not got it as a quarterback. Guys, he threw 3 passes. And, oh, by the way, he was 2 for 3. That is, low sample size, a 66.6% completion percentage for Anthony Richardson. And on top of that, and I saw somebody on film earlier today saying, well, actually, this hit was Anthony Richardson's fault because that ball needed to come out. Njoku was on a freight train, my man. He was on the rails. There were rocky. There was smoke coming out of his ass when he went out there and laid the single most textbook open field form sack of my lifetime. If you're a college football coach, an NFL coach, a peewee coach, delete every video of ever sack ever, download that one and show it to every kid you're coaching, because that is form and how it's done. I'm not writing the kid off. Do I think Anthony Richards is going to be a great NFL quarterback, Ryan Horvath? No, I don't. Do I think he's got the athleticism and the ability to make the throws? Yes. What I hope is it was another lesson. Last year, tapping out of that game and getting blasted by every American with a microphone or a computer, I think that was a learning lesson. You didn't see that out of him again the rest of the ride. I hope this was a learning lesson. He's 3 passes, but like 6 plays into the preseason. And Scott Steichen, a guy that over the past couple of years, I don't know if you're on board, have been saying, I think this guy could one day be a coach of the year candidate. Well, let's give him the opportunity to earn that this year before we write him off. That being said, Daddy got a ticket on the Jags to win the South, and I'm feeling real good.
There we go. Oh, Rob, by the way, I forgot. I do have one more Major League Baseball bet, and it's with the greatest sports book on the planet, because I took a little Kyle Tucker to homer tonight, plus 440. Cubs, Cardinals, screw the Cardinals. The Cubs tonight, minus 160 right now is the best price you could get on them. But I got to tell you what BetMGM's got going down tonight. The King of Swing, making the best day of the week, Friday, even sweeter. Here's how you load up on bonus bets from BetMGM. You place your first day is now included, a minimum of $10 on a player or players. And if they have the longest home run of the day, win your share of $100K in bonus bets. No opt-in necessary. Just apply your Big Fly Fridays qualifying token dropped into your account to use on the first player or players you take to hit a home run every Friday. Again, I'm going to go Kyle Tucker. No parlay for me. Just Tucker to homer tonight, plus 440 against the Cards, and I did it with the Big Fly Friday. Again, you could win a share of $50,000. Rob, what would you do with $50,000? Because I'll tell you what I would do, baby. Put it on the Jags to win the AFC South. Put it on a little Trevor Lawrence over 21.5 touchdown passes. Our guy Brandon Combs producing the show all the way out on T-Law last night. Called him a lame. What do you think about that, hater?
Called him a lame?
A lame.
He had Urban Meyer as his first head coach. I'm giving the man some bleeping time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hey, when we come back, we're going to talk a little college football. And I have one more preseason overreaction we got to hit in the NFL. BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight. I'm Ryan Horvat. Rob Brown filling in tonight for Brad Evans. You can listen to BetMGM Tonight live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. We'll be talking with Jared Smith coming up. Get his NFL looks, his college football looks as well. We'll be doing a little ACC, giving our college football picks coming up in about 20 minutes. Taking a look at the coaches poll preseason rankings. But Rob, right now, Cleveland and Carolina are scoreless. Cleveland is in the red zone. Shedeur Sanders facing a 3rd and 12 here. Kind of just doing Shedeur things, though, right? Holding on to the ball a little bit too long. Did have one really nice throw. I bet a rushing touchdown. Had 4 rushing touchdowns both seasons at Colorado, or the last 2 seasons. And I was just thinking, they get in the red zone, man. They get in the green zone. And maybe he uses his legs. I just thought 19-1 for any quarterback, or even 17-1 to score a rushing touchdown was an insane price. I wanted to ask you one more overreaction. It's one game, but my only concern with Ashton Genty was never that he played in the Mountain West at Boise State, because I saw what he did when he stepped up in class, right? Like, was fine in the college football playoff, was really good against Oregon to kick off the season when Boise State was like a 19.5-point dog. My concern was the Raiders' offensive line, right? And they tried to fix that through free agency and in the draft. But last year, run blocking, they were outside the top 20. My God, Shedeur, that's things that you can't do. If you're not watching this game at home, he just ran backwards about 20 yards on 4th down and just chucked one to Casper the Friendly Ghost. So if you saw me on Twitch or on YouTube on the stream turning my head, it's because I needed to see that on both screens. Like, hold on. It's like a 7-step drop. Yeah. See, this is why Shedeur wasn't the first-round pick that we thought that he was going to be. He needs to play, like, in a good system. Within, like, you know what I mean, though? Like, and I do like Kevin Stefanski, but that's what you can't have. Anyway, sorry for the distraction. For turnover on downs for the Browns. Scoreless game. Good for my under. Rob, Ashton Genty last night, right? So he goes 6th overall. But my concern, like I was saying, was the Raiders' offensive line outside the top 20 last year in run blocking. And last year, Ashton Genty pretty much hit at the line of scrimmage, both carries, nowhere to go. At Boise State, had over 1,000 yards on broken tackles and 11 touchdowns. But the NFL is obviously a different story. If you have a Genty Rookie of the Year ticket, or if you drafted him a little bit earlier in fantasy football, are you concerned at all? Not about the player and his talent, but about the Raiders being the Raiders, even with Chip Kelly and Pete Carroll?
Yes, and this is why I have heard a lot of folks, and I think it's understandable. And I gotta give credit and a shout out to my dude Cody Decker, because as a Raiders guy, he has been trying to talk the rest of the Raiders guys into throttling down a little bit, because we've had a lot of conversations about, this is maybe this is a surprise team, maybe this is a dark horse team, maybe this team has an offensive line that is probably in the bottom towards the top half of the bottom half of the league overall. It's a team. I am Horvey. Judge as you see appropriately. I'm a big PFF rankings guy. I think PFF does a really good job of putting their stuff together. They've got them ranked as the 18th best offensive line in the NFL, and I think that's probably about fair. I would have said 18 to 20, somewhere in that range. And I was not in. I think Ashton Genty is very talented, but I'm with you. I think that because he is such a hoss and because he's got thighs that look like tree trunks and can squat a Ford SUV, when he's playing Mountain West opponents, he can run through it. But I don't think you need to look any further than the one Boise State playoff game where he could get nothing going, because when he was getting hit, and he was at the line by Power 5, Power 4, Power 2, whatever the hell we're calling them now, defensive linemen, that power is still there, but it's just not the cheat code that it is when they're playing UNLV in week 4. So I think Ashton Genty's a fine pick, but there is a reason that I said to you and Brad, and I said on my show, and I said on every show I've been in, I think there's a very good chance if I wanted a running back Rookie of the Year ticket, I went with Amari and Hampton running behind Jim Harbaugh's Chargers offensive line for a coach that said, I'm going to run it. We are a run team. Yes, we might look like we're built for the pass, but we're a run team. I have a ticket on Amari and Hampton to win Rookie of the Year, and I feel better about that than a ticket on Ashton Janty. And I said that 6 weeks ago, not after last night.
Yeah, I'm just right now going to apologize to Brandon and the entire social team because we got so much ball to talk tonight, dude, with the Slater injury. You talked about the Hampton ticket that you have for Rookie of the Year. So this show might be all over the place, but I promise there's going to be good value and good bets from the boys tonight because I'm also watching this game live, man, and I got another instant overreaction for you. We will get to the coaches poll here in a second, but I'm with you now on Carolina. So I liked Atlanta all summer, but now I'm a little bit worried that Kirk Cousins is out playing Michael Penix Jr. here in camp. I think that's probably an overreaction. And I mean, we got to remember now Cousins is another year removed from that injury as well. Penix ultimately, I think, wins that job, but I just watched Bryce Young throw a money ball, a 29-yard reception from Tet McMillan on the sideline, and I might be all in on this Carolina offense. My only concern, dude, is the defense. If only this defense could play Shedeur Sanders every single week, him running 30 yards backwards, then they would probably be a 13-win football team. I think a lot of people out there forget how good Bryce Young was those final 4, 5, 6 games of the season, man. They were in every game, games that they shouldn't have been as big underdogs. And he can make like every single throw. The dude likes to push the ball down the field. Maybe a top 5 deep ball thrower in the league. He looks like he's 13 years old. That's why I think it's kind of hard to buy in, and he's been benched his first 2 seasons. But Tet McMillan is going to be the real frickin' deal. Like, I had to, double look, and we got a fight on the field right now. Kind of looks like Mike Evans out there, so I might be with you, Rob, on the Carolina Panthers. All right, we'll come back to some preseason overreactions. I want to talk a little bit about Amarion Hampton later and my Justin Herbert MVP ticket, because I think that might be dead already with the Rashawn Slater injury. But we do have the coaches poll preseason rankings for the 2025 season. As you said, we actually have football in 13 days because we got a Thursday night game. Texas, the number 1 team in the country. Ohio State, number 2. Penn State, number 3. Georgia, number 4. Notre Dame, 5. Clemson, 6. Oregon, 7. Bama, 8. LSU, 9. Miami, 10. Let's start with the top 10, man. Any issue, Miami down to Texas in the top 10. Are all of those teams, all 10 of those teams, legitimate college football playoff contenders, or are any of those teams you're not in on?
I don't think there's any that I'm not in on. But I think, and this is a narrative that I shared with you and Brad after SEC Media Day specifically. But I really think the more that I think about it, the more I kind of nailed it, if we're being honest with each other. Quarterbacks. What the hell we have? We may have the deepest crop of quarterbacks that college football's ever had. And we also might have a crop of quarterbacks that are just complete swings and misses. I don't know. It's fair to have questions about Arch Manning. I don't believe them, but I got Buckeye guys telling me Julian Sayin hasn't locked up the QB1 spot. We are 3 weeks from football, or 2 weeks from football. I don't believe it, but even if he has, question marks. You got questions. Drew Aller proving commodity, sure. But go back to last year. The Penn State games that Penn State lost, Drew Aller played like booty cheeks. And I think it's fair to ask the question, if Penn State does get back into the dance, do we trust Drew Aller in big games? Because right now I don't have a reason to. Gunnar Stockton at Georgia, a guy that we talked about at length as a recruit. I know you did, Horvey, because the Fighting Irish were very much in on the Gunnar Stockton sweepstakes. And then we ain't heard a peep about the cat since he disappeared after recruiting. He's getting his nod here. J.J. Carr at Notre Dame. I think of all the teams inside the top 10, Notre Dame's ability to throw the football might be the biggest question mark of all. I know Jeremiah loves a dog, but can you throw the football around the run game? I think it's fair to ask. Cade Klubnik, proven commodity. Here's the hot take of the top 10, Horvat. I got all these people telling me number 1 overall pick in the draft next year. I got all these people telling me Heisman Trophy finalist, and that's all well, good, and fine. He had spectacular numbers last year. Does he match up with those? If the answer is yes, Clemson's there, but I think it's fair to have the question. Dante Moore at Oregon. A lot of people trying to tell me, put a bet in on this guy to win the Heisman this year, and that's fine. I love any quarterback that Dan Lanning says is his guy in his offense, but Unproven commodity. We don't know. Ty Simpson at Alabama. How many Alabama fans knew their starting quarterback's name was Ty Simpson until I just said it a second ago? Who the hell is Ty Simpson? We got to find out. LSU, Garrett Nussmeier, proven commodity. I don't disagree. The question mark's not quarterback there. It's Brian Kelly. We know Brian Kelly is a hard ass all the time. How much is he, if things start to go sideways, including potentially losing week 1 at Clemson, knowing that anything less than 8 wins probably gets his ass fired? If he turns into even more of a hard ass than we saw, by the way, if you haven't watched the SEC show on Netflix yet, do it. It's wildly entertaining, and you'll see how much of a jackass Brian Kelly is in that show. The only guy I know that can know that there's a documentary crew following him and still be an a-hole all the time. So questions about Brian Kelly. And then Miami, Carson Beck, 24-3 at Georgia. That's good, I've been told by SEC fans. But Georgia couldn't come up with $4 million to keep him. They didn't believe in him enough to come up with enough money to say, yeah, your girlfriend's hot and she's going to Miami and South Beach is amazing. I get it, but dude, we'll come up with $4.5 million and you will be a Georgia icon if you stay here and win a natty forever. I think Horvey in the top 10. There are 8 teams I have quarterback questions about. There is two teams I have head coaching questions about because I do want to talk about Mario Cristobal and his inability to screw up any late game situation. Am I right, Ducks and Georgia Tech fans? I thought about this earlier on the show, and I'm not saying this because I cover the team. I think the one team that you do not have head coach / quarterbacking questions for is probably Clemson. And that kind of pushed me a little closer to maybe floating a Clemson national championship ticket. I haven't pulled the trigger yet, but that thought earlier this morning kind of got me a little closer to doing it.
Yeah, I love Clemson this year, man. I like Clemson a ton. I like Texas, even though I know a lot of people think that they're overhyped. And Arch might not even be the best quarterback in the SEC. I think that's probably Garrett Nussmeier, and I am buying in on LSU to win 9 games. Not to win it all. They could, if they actually live up to their talent, because they went all in this offseason, man. And Brian Kelly needs to at least make the playoff. By the way, Tet McMillan drops one in the end zone, although it looked like it was off a little bit, and he was looking for pass interference, not going to get the call. But Tet McMillan now, 2 receptions, 43 yards, and Adam Thielen also has a catch for 10 yards. 3rd and goal here for the Carolina Panthers. If you're into preseason football, damn does Bryce Young look good. Brandon puts a good question in the chat. Who inside the top 10 right now finishes outside the top 10? You know what's funny, man, as I am on LSU, I'd probably say LSU. Like, they're the ultimate boomer bust team because Garrett Nussmeier in the 9 wins last year looked like he could have been the number 1 overall pick. But in their losses, he completed like 55% of his passes, threw 5 interceptions. He was all over the place. Is that in? He is. Touchdown. Bryce Young, touchdown pass. And damn, did he look good, dude. Was that Jalen Coker in the back of the end zone? I don't know.
That is Jalen Coker and Ryan Horvat. I'm going to tell you right now, let me give you one more winner because I've been trying to help my boy out. Jalen Coker find his over-under receiving yards season total and slam the over because this dude is going to pop some 9 routes and he's going to be that dude. We got to cover up XL. We got to cover up Ted. Adam Thielen's a little devil out of the slot. Look for him. Coker's going to be the guy that is going to squeak and sneak open 1 billion times this year. I don't have any other receiver prop bets. I got 2. I got McMillan's over touchdowns, and I got Jalen Coker's over yardage, and both of those are going to hit.
I'm ready to overreact and bet some Bryce Young MVP, dude. What a freaking drive. The throws that he made on that drive, ridiculous, dude. But LSU, back to them. And like I said, we're going to be all over because we got live ball. We're talking ball. LSU, to me, ultimate boomer bust team. Like you said, dude, that's a really good question for Brando, but it's like almost all 10. Right? Texas, as good as they are on paper, we still don't know how good Arch is. They kick off the season at the shoe. I did bet them at 3.5. That's down to 2.5. SEC schedule. All these teams could beat up on each other. Like you said, man, is Ty Simpson any good? Gunnar Stockton, it's a short sample size against Notre Dame. He was 12 of 17, didn't even throw for 100 yards. I mean, he could be great. He could not be. That said, like if I'm buying in on any of these 10 teams right now at a good price, anything over 18-1 on Bama to win a national title when Kalen DeBoer brings on Ryan Grubb to call plays and they're back together, like they were for that Washington run at the Natty. I kind of like the number on Bama, dude. I mean, that wide receiver room is one of the best in the country. Might be the best in the country, right there with Ohio State. And they're huge this year, man. They're going to be really good in the trenches with Proctor back. So I kind of like Bama this year, but we got plenty of time. We're going to talk SEC. We'll talk SEC and ACC. We're going to talk more about Bryce Young because right now he's looking like Aaron Rodgers out there, man. Good call on Jalen Coker. I like that look. And Tet McMillan, 2 grabs on the opening drive for 43 yards, looking like a potential Rookie of the Year candidate. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll hit some college football, talk about the ACC value picks outside of Clemson. BetMGM tonight, Ryan Horvat, Rob Brown.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Courtesy of Ryan's football ADC reference, Rob's going to take the double dose of.
Time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight, Ryan Horvat. We got Rob Brown filling in tonight for the great Brad Evans. Brad, at a fantasy football convention. All right, hold it, guys. Here's our opportunity. So Carolina had a scoring drive. Bryce Young to Jalen Coker. Found Tet McMillan twice, 2 receptions for 43 yards. It was awesome. Bryce Young looked like Steve Young on that drive, so I'm ready to overreact. But then Carolina muffed the punt. So let's see if this stands, because if it's the case, Cleveland's about to take over 1st and goal. You might be wondering, who cares, Ryan? It's a preseason game. Well, the boys got Shedeur Sanders at 17-1 to score a rushing touchdown. So if we could get a quarterback sneak or a little scramble into the end zone, we just made a couple $100. So the boys are going to celebrate a little bit here. So Cleveland does have possession. Let's see where they're going to spot the ball. Shout out to whoever it was that fumbled the punt away. I think that was actually Etienne, Travis Etienne, Trevor Etienne, the one from Georgia. Now I'm all confused and rattled. Okay, never mind. They're at the 15-yard line. So 1st and goal. I'm sorry, about the 12-yard line. And this might be our chance, Rob, to get Shedeur in the end zone. So while I monitor this situation, we're going to talk a little ACC football here. We've talked plenty of ACC football, but I want to do this a little bit differently because we all like Clemson, and we've talked a ton of Clemson, man. Cade Klubnik last year, 40 total touchdowns, 36 through the year, only 6 picks. They bring back a bunch of studs at the wide receiver position. The defense is going to be good, and now Tom Allen's the defensive coordinator. We're Dabo guys as a coach. You know, he's a little bit goofy, but I don't know. I kind of buy into that. That's what college football is all about. You know how there's that market, though, Rob? Like in golf tournaments, because Scotty Scheffler every week is 3-1 or plus 260. Winner outside of Scotty Scheffler. I want that for the ACC, dude. And sure, maybe Miami just lives up to the hype with Carson Beck and wins the ACC. Or maybe SMU and Kevin Jennings and Rhett, you know, like they win the ACC. Or maybe there's a dark horse. But if you had to pick anybody other than Clemson, man, who would it be in the ACC this year? Like, let's take away Clemson.
I'm going to give you, Horvey, I'm going to give you a dark horse, and I'm going to give you a darker horse. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ruin the party first and foremost by saying not Miami. And I will, until he gets it done, I am not picking a team coached by Mario Cristobal to accomplish a damn thing. I've already said it on this show, so I won't hitch the wagon to it again. That loss to Georgia Tech last year, which ultimately kept Miami out of the playoff, was, and I mean this, the most egregious and unforgivable coaching sin I have ever seen in football, period. I know middle school coaches that could have clock managed better than that. I cannot trust Mario Cristobal. So here's my 2 dark horses. I'm going to start with dark horse number 1, which is the Louisville Cardinal. Miller Moss comes over from USC. Now, yes, sir. I don't know what Miller Moss is going to be. Here's what I do know. If Jeff Brom said, that's my guy, and we know that Jeff Brom is a dude who is perfectly happy to let his quarterback throw the ball 79 effing times a game, Miller Moss might be a dark horse Heisman candidate, to be honest, because he might cross 5,000 yards. And if there is a spot that I think Clemson defensively is vulnerable to, it's not the front 7, it's the DBs. Now, it's going to require Louisville to be a quick pass offense. They will not have time against that Clemson front 7 to set up a long down the field. But if they can get that dink and dunk up the field, Louisville goes dark horse. My darker horse, Brent Key and the Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech. I know college football fans across America just put their hands to their head and went, who the hell is this psychopath that they allow on nationally syndicated sports talk radio? People, stick with me. Brett Key is not a football dude. He's the football dude. He lives it. He wakes up thinking about football. He goes to football. He comes home and he falls asleep thinking about football. And what did he do that no other Georgia Tech coach dating back to Paul Johnson running the triple option in Atlanta has done? He went and he built offensive and defensive lines this year. Georgia Tech is going to have one of the best defensive and offensive lines they've ever had. And behind Jamal Haynes and Haynes King, this is a Georgia team, Horvat. And I don't know how people have forgotten about this, but apparently they have. This is a Georgia Tech team that ended last year against Georgia by taking their Bulldogs to 8 overtimes in the most psychopathic game I've ever sat down and watched 22 hours of. That team that went 8 OT against Georgia last year, that's the Georgia Tech Rambling Wreck. They can't lose a dumb one because they lost some dumb ones last year, but they've got another year of experience, and Brent Key's built them up. My dark horse is the Louisville Cardinal, Ryan Horvat. My darker horse is the Georgia Tech Rambling Wreck. Have an all-time season and shock the world and go at the 72,000 to 1 or whatever their number is. Dark and darker, Louisville and Georgia Tech.
I like those picks, dude. Shedeur Sanders throws a touchdown pass. So if you bet that at minus 175, that comes home. A little play action pass. I was hoping he was going to keep it on a bootleg. Not the case. 7-6 Carolina, extra point coming up from Cleveland. I'm with you on Miami and kind of being out on him, dude. I mean, Carson Beck, I know he was 24-3 at Georgia, but coming off elbow surgery on his throwing arm. And their two pass catchers that are back are Mark Fletcher, who had 10 grabs, and a tight end who had 9. So it's all portal dudes again. CJ Daniels, Ray Joseph, who I like, but, we'll see what they could be. SMU, I like, man, but it's the schedule for me, right? Like non-con games against Baylor and TCU. And then in ACC play, you get Clemson, Miami, and Louisville. I do also like Louisville. Miller Moss, there's a reason why Jeff Brom went and got him. He saw him 2 years ago in the Holiday Bowl, and Miller Moss threw for 372 yards and 6 touchdowns in that game. But last year was up and down in the 9 games at USC. But I like their talent, man. They're loaded. The two teams I'm kind of like going to throw out there or buy low on, I guess, would be Florida State with the hire of Gus Malzahn now to call plays and Thomas Castellanos coming over. Thing that scares me, though, is that schedule. You open up against Bama. You're on the road against Virginia, who I like this year. You're home against Miami, on the road against Clemson, on the road against North Carolina State, on the road against Florida. So the team that I like, that I feel like nobody's talking about, man, is Pitt, right? Like, I don't know where you're at on Narduzzi, but I like their offensive coordinator, Cade Bell, a lot. They went from having the 116th total offense to 31st in scoring. They went from 3 wins to 7 wins, and they bring back 7 starters on offense and 7 on defense. I like Eli Holstein, especially as a quarterback or as a freshman quarterback, dude. He had 2,228 passing yards, 328 on the ground. They bring back all their starters on the offensive line. And Desmond Reed is an absolute stud, man. 966 rushing yards, 579 receiving yards. They started 7-0, and then their defense fell apart. But I like Pitt a little bit this year. Brandon, who's your pick in the ACC this year?
I like in the ACC. I like Clemson to win it. I love Clemson to win the ACC. I also, for me, other than just the winner of the ACC, because I think everybody likes Clemson to win the ACC, I'm also going to throw a little bit on Miami to make the college football playoff. And FSU, I actually like their under on their win total as well. Ooh. So those are my plays here in the ACC.
Wow, the under on FSU. Rob, what do you think about that? A little bit of a hater move right there. I think that they're going to win 8 games, dude. 2 years ago, they won double-digit games. And then Jordan Travis died, so they missed out on the playoff. I kind of like what they did this offseason, man. If you get the good version of Thomas Castellanos, right? Like he had 14 picks in 2023, only 5 last year. And I like Gus Malzahn as an OC. I don't know about as a head coach at this stage of his life, but I like Jalen Lucas. He only played 2 games last year before he got hurt. They got Squirrel White coming over from Tennessee in the portal. Deuce Robinson from USC. Darrell Jackson Jr., their defensive tackle, entered the draft and then decided to go back. I actually think they got enough talent to win 8 games. I think 7.5 wins at plus 160 is kind of good value. What do you think? Or are they a 7-win team?
No, listen, the over-under is set a game higher than I thought that it would have been set, so I've been a little cautious on it. But I will say this. Gus Malzahn, during his time as a head coach and coordinator over the years, has had his best years when he's had a mobile quarterback, scrambling quarterback, a quarterback that is maybe not going to be a runner like Cam Newton is, but a guy that can get outside the pocket and has got some wheels under him. And Thomas Castellanos is that guy. And like you pointed out, we've seen some games where Thomas Castellanos looked like he was going to be a dude. But I've also pointed out, I don't know that you can say he will be or won't be, because while I've got a lot of respect for what Boston College does on the football field, it ain't exactly like they're running top-tier talent out there for the BC Eagles annually. So I don't know that we've seen what Thomas Castellanos can do with talent. And the one thing I would point out is 2-10 year last year for Florida State. They won double-digit games the year before. They won all their games the year before. They didn't lose a game that year. The talent level was not a dramatic drop-off last year. That wasn't the issue at Florida State. The problem was the locker room became beyond toxic, and that does concern me about Mike Norvell. But for the folks I've talked to in Tallahassee, that kind of got cleaned up and cleaned out a little bit, primarily because Mike Norvell got told by the president's office in the athletic department, you're going to make some changes on the coaching staff because if that crap happens again, forget the losses. If the locker room turns into embarrassment again, you'll be out of town on a rail. Malzahn has coached guys like Thomas Castellanos and has success with them. Norvell's ass is on fire right now after a 2-10 year. And if you look at the talent for Florida State, it's not as big of a drop-off as everybody made it out to be. And there's a lot more high school guys on there than portal guys than there has been the last couple of years. I am in on a bounce back here for Florida State. Do I think they're getting to 9? Probably pushing it a little bit. But a return to 8-4 gets Norvell back on the right trajectory, and I like the 8-4 as probably my target record for the Noles.
Doesn't the schedule scare you, though? Because that's what scared me. Like, when I do over-unders, I actually look at and see where their losses are. And I count 4 for sure, right? Alabama, Miami, Clemson. And for me personally, I count Pitt as a loss as well.
I don't know about Miami.
Really?
That rivalry game, and I can speak from somebody who has been on the field for a number of Florida State-Miami games, you have seen over the history of that you have seen some ass teams beat some good teams because that rivalry game is pure old-fashioned classic Southern football hate. And a lot of those boys played against or with a lot of those boys in high school. I would say it's a loss. And I'm going to say this. I'm not as high on Pitt as you guys either. I don't count that as a loss either. I think Narduzzi's against the wall, but I'm not as high on Pitt as you guys are.
We can revisit this. Guys, Travion Henderson, rookie out of Ohio State, just took 100 yards to the house for the Patriots on a kickoff. 7-0 New England. Drake May, 2 of 2 passing for 3 yards. But Travion Henderson, 100 yards to the house. Buy all the stock. We're back. BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
News. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight, Ryan Horvath. We got Rob Brown filling in for Brad Evans. Brad will be back with us on Mondays at a fantasy football convention out in Cleveland. Right now, we got preseason action. The Browns and the Panthers tied up at 7. Shedeur Sanders does throw a passing touchdown. Carolina, man, did Bryce Young look good on that drive. And Tet McMillan had 2 receptions for over 40 yards. Atlanta and Detroit, as low scoring as I expected. In fact, Detroit just had a turnover on downs, I believe, on the goal line. So that's good. It's 3-0 Atlanta. Live total in that game down to 23.5. And then New England now up 14-0. Now, we knew we were going to see Drake May a little bit. He's 3 of 5. He has 12 yards passing, and they just scored again. But, man, I think the story in that game, obviously, is Travion Henderson, who took 100 yards to the house. And then Drake May just had a scramble for 5 yards, a 5-yard scramble. That game I have frozen right now. So watching that, and Drake May does get in the end zone using his legs, which I like to see, man, because I bet the over on his rushing yards season long, 475.5. With Josh McDaniels calling plays, like I said, it's a short sample size, that 1 year of Cam Newton, but even at that stage of his career had 500 rushing yards. All right, let's not keep the man waiting. Jared Smith, nice enough to join us here on a Friday night, Fox Sports Radio. You hear him here on the BetMGM Network as well. Give him a follow on X, Jared Smith Bets. Jared, as you could hear, I'm a little rattled, man, because we got 3 preseason games. I get a little bit too into this. We got college football right around the corner. Let's start with the preseason, man.
Sure.
What's like the number one thing that you're trying really hard not to overreact to? Because like right now, Bryce Young looked like Steve Young earlier tonight. Travion Henderson took 100 yards to the house. Shedeur throws a touchdown pass. Last night, Ashton Genty struggles behind, the Raiders' offensive line. What would be the number one thing for you that you're trying not to overreact to?
I think the first game, you try not to absorb anything almost. I think you give these guys one game, especially the rookies and the young players, to just be in the moment. And to, if they make like horrific mistakes, or if they just don't look as efficient, if they look like they're in their head a little bit, like, when a veteran team kind of goes through a slump, kind of how that looks. I give them a free pass in the first week. Now, that's why next week I think is really important, because you have a data point to go off of and you can say, do they look better or worse? And then you can start to maybe formulate some stronger opinions. I've said this for a couple years now that I've really, been engaged with the NFL on an off-season basis. Going into the year, you really need to have an opinion on all 32 teams. Even if it's not a strong opinion, just have an opinion. Bet $5 on the win total. Have something in your back pocket that gives you like a guidepost for, okay, is this team better or worse than what I expected? And then you could kind of update your own opinion as the year goes on. But I do think it is important to have a baseline opinion. We start to formulate that opinion over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. Jared, first off, you handsome son of a you-know-what. Good to see you again, brother. It's been a hot minute since the boys have been back in town. So what's up, fella? Second off, yes, I agree. Don't overreact against game number 1. Completely agree. The Carolina Panthers are winning the NFC South. Your boy locked it down at 19-1. Yeah, it's one series of one game in 1 week of the preseason. Try to talk me off the ledge. Try to talk me out of picking this team to win the South. I don't think you can do it.
Yeah, I think the best case scenario, like the bull case, is they play a pretty easy schedule. 7th easiest by win total. 2nd easiest for any team early in the year through week 7. So you bank some wins early and you get ahead of the market. I think that's definitely the bull case. They don't play a single team expected to have a winning record until the Bills in week 8. So it's a pretty soft landing for Bryce Young, I think, this year. And it is early, but listen, everything I've heard from camp with McMillan's solid. I think it's hard for rookie receivers to really get their strength. The run game was a strength last year for Chuba Hubbard. I think that's going to be another strength for them this year. He was a top 10 running back in efficiency last year. And that offensive line is, again, very expensive, very veteran. So I think all the pieces are in place, Rob, for their offense to continue to take another step forward. The bear case is the defense was really bad. Can that defense get up to league average? And if it can, I do think they are going to be in a lot of these NFC South games. And you know how that division is. You get 1 or 2 games that flip, coin flip in your direction, and you could steal that division, because I don't expect the winner of that division to have more than 9 or 10 wins this year.
Jared, I bet a little Justin Herbert MVP 20-1. 2 days later, Rashawn Slater out for the year. A lot of people asking questions about Marion Hampton, obviously, like, his fantasy football stock. But where are you at now with the Chargers, man? The win total 9.5. A lot of people thought maybe they're a dark horse candidate to win that division, although I know a lot of people like Denver as well. Obviously, a huge injury, man. How does this affect Justin Herbert, his MVP prices, and just everything involving the Chargers entering year 2 for Harbaugh?
Massive. I mean, I think Alt's very capable of switching to the other side. The question is, does the production dip on the right side? They had 2 bookend tackles, and that's what you want to do. You want 2 bookend tackles, and then you want to be able to protect your franchise quarterback in the long haul. The thing about Herbert, like when I dug into his numbers last year and in his early stages of his career, he just shrinks up. He's a turtle. He just shrinks up in close games. Like, it's really bad. Yeah. Fourth quarter of one-score games out of 35 qualifying quarterbacks, he's 25th in accuracy, 23rd in success rate. Like, I need him to play better in close games. And if he does that, I think the Chargers are very capable of making the playoffs. Big step up in schedule this year. Last year, they had a very easy schedule. This year, you obviously play the AFC West, which I think is very difficult in of itself. And because you made the playoffs last year, you're kind of dealt a tougher hand. I think the all the intangibles are the things that I worry about with Herbert. The tangibles are there. They've got a great core of weapons. I like bringing back Keenan Allen. I think he kind of provides some stability. And I think the running game is going to be better. I think the defense is going to be pretty solid. The question is, can Herbert get out of his own head in the fourth quarter? And can they generate enough sacks? Like, I do think, losing Bosa, losing Mac being a year older, I think that's the question too, is can they produce? Like, they were really good last year, getting pressure, even though they didn't produce a lot of sacks. And they faced a pretty easy schedule of quarterbacks. Like, it was Gardner Minshew, Bryce Young, Fields, Nix, Hainer, Rattler, Winston, Levis, Cousins, Nix again, May, O'Connell. Like, they didn't face a murderer's row of quarterbacks last year, and they still struggled to sack the quarterback. So I think, can they, get after the quarterback, and can Herbert get out of his own head, are the 2 keys for the Chargers this year.
Let's stick in the AFC West, actually, man, because I brought up Denver. I get a kick out of it because every time I'm on social media now, from every single national radio host I see, it's over for the Chiefs. The run's over for Kansas City and for Pat Mahomes. And I'm like, can I buy low on Kansas City right now? Because as long as Rashee Rice stays out of trouble and stays healthy, if Hollywood Brown could stay healthy, I think Kelsey's going to have a decent year. And Pacheco, man, I like what I'm seeing. Granted, I'm trying not to overreact in its training camp, but he looks like maybe he's got that burst again. But I want to ask you about Denver, because everybody loves Bo Nix all of a sudden. I was looking at his touchdown prices, 24.5, which seems like a discount for what he did his rookie year. But I'm kind of out on Denver just because everybody loves him. Now, the issue is that defense. If you're looking to fade them, they might have the best defense in the league. But are you as high on Bo Nix and Denver as everybody else?
I mean, the defense is unbelievable. I mean, now last year they went from like bottom 5 to top 5. And that's, usually you're not as good as your best and you're not as bad as your worst. Like, I would be willing to bet that a top 5 defense, and they were number 1 in overall efficiency. Like, number 1 defense. It went from 31st in 23 to 1st. I'm willing to bet they don't finish first this year. Like, I think they're probably top 10. And if all of a sudden you go from 1st to 8th, well, your offense has to, perform that much better. If you flipped all the one-score results last year in the NFL, the Broncos actually would have the best record in the league. But that means that they went 1-6 in one-score games. So I do think there is a little bit of bounce of the ball factor with Denver that I just don't know how good Bo Nix is. We're going to find out pretty early. And also, I think when you just look at their overall efficiency, I think Denver needs to get off to better starts. Like, the one thing I noticed last year is they didn't get off to a good start in a lot of games. And I didn't like what I saw in the game against Buffalo either in the playoffs. So you have a bitter taste in your mouth. You have a team that maybe struggled in the first quarter last year. Maybe that was because Peyton eased Nix into some games. I think you got to take the shackles off and see what you got, because the rest of the team's is pretty ready to go. I love the addition of Harvey. I think he adds a factor to their offense that they did not have last year. If you go look at the numbers of their run game, anytime Javonte Williams carried the ball, it was a disaster. So if you put Harvey in all the Javonte Williams runs, and the other non-Javonte Williams runs were pretty damn productive, I think the run game will be there. I think the receiving group is there. Offensive line was solid last year. You mentioned the defense. Like, if Nix is the guy, I think they need to take the handcuffs off, the kid gloves off, and let him be the guy, because I think in the first quarter they really fell behind, and that was a big issue for them last year. But I would say they're a playoff team this year, Ryan. I really would.
Yeah.
All right. I tried to talk you into talking me out of taking Carolina. I want to do it one more time, Jared. I want to talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars because I'm taking a bet on them to win the AFC South. I got a lot of folks saying the chalk bets, the Houston Texans. I get it. I think the Colts are going to be bad. There's the wild card out there in Tennessee with Cam Ward, but I think this is the year that Trevor Lawrence has to prove I can be him. I'm an NFL starting quarterback. But more importantly, I think this is the first year Trevor Lawrence has had anything kind of sort of resembling stability out of this football team. The Urban Meyer experience was interesting. Doug Peterson got fired from Philadelphia for a reason, and it wasn't because they just suddenly didn't like him anymore. Now they got a guy in Liam Cohen who knows how to work a quarterback. He kept Baker Mayfield's numbers up after Dave Canales left. They built the offensive line. They've got weapons. Travis Hunter, so far it's early, don't overreact. Kind of looks like a dog. We'll see if that works out when other dudes are trying to actually hit him. I'm in on the Jags to win this division this year, Jared Smith. Am I losing my mind?
You're definitely not. I think, if you want to unseat the favorite, we have to first look at Houston and see, why are the Texans not going to win the division? Because I think that is a very intriguing question. And their defense looks good again, but, Stroud didn't, he regressed last year. And despite the fact that they won double-digit games in both of his first 2 years, which is very rare. Go look at the quarterbacks that have won double-digit games in their first 2 seasons in the NFL. It's a very short list, and nobody's done it turning around the Texans like Stroud has done, which is really impressive. But he took a step back last year, and then they fired Slowick, and they brought in Caley, and Caley's a McVay guy, so you would think it's going to be a quick passing game and it comes from the Belichick tree. So they might run it 40 times with Mixon if they have to. But can Houston and Stroud stay healthy? And can that offense get back to the form they were in 23? If they can't, then we just saw the Indy situation, which is a complete disaster. And Tennessee's working at a rookie quarterback. Someone's got to win that division. So if we think there's weakness in Houston, and I think there's obvious reasons why there could be, Jacksonville does feel like the next logical choice because I think they've got the most experience and they've got the most buzz, and maybe the market's the most wrong on them because of the rookie head coach. So I'm with you. I think if you are a believer that Houston is going to look like Stroud's going to look like 24 Stroud, then yeah, I think betting the Jaguars is probably a decent spot. If Stroud goes back to 23 Stroud and Caley figures it out, I think the Texans will end up winning that division.
Totally agree, man. We still got about 3 minutes, Jared. Any MVP bets or looks for you yet?
Yeah, I think you got to go Mahomes. I mean, it's kind of like it's a rotation, right? It's Mahomes, it's Jackson, it's Allen. Now it'll be back to Mahomes, right? Like we've had the whole run. Last 3 years, it's been each. Like those are the three, and I know Burrow's kind of right there. It was actually funny. I was doing my quarterback ratings, finalizing them, sending them to some people I trust this morning actually, and I was debating whether or not I had Burrow a point because I have a Burrow right now tied with those top 3 guys at the top. And originally I had Burrow a point lower. And I'm like, he doesn't quite have the mobility. But then I'm like, it's Joe freaking Burrow. So those are the 4 guys. Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, Burrow. Like one of those 4 guys probably going to be the MVP of the league this year. Like you maybe throw in Hurts, Daniels. Like maybe that's it. Like, I just don't see it coming. And the long shot to me is Purdy because the Niners have a soft schedule. Maybe Love is a long shot because I think the Packers are going to have a great year. But I can probably pick out 8 quarterbacks right now, and I'll give you the rest of the field, every other player in the league. And I feel comfortable that I'm going to win the MVP. So I think Mahomes is the guy because he's just the Madden rating and the Super Bowl loss. Like, those are really soft narratives, but this is a market that's not separated by much. I think Mahomes deserves to be on par with those other guys, and if he's not, he's mispriced. Purdy makes sense as a long shot. Niners can win a ton of games. So does Love. You got to win 12 or 13 games, and you got to be a quarterback on that team. That's pretty much the criteria.
Totally agree with everything that you just said right there, man. I bet Mahomes. I did take a little Purdy, right? Like people forget a couple years ago, the season that he had last year, he missed 2 games. The whole team was beat up, and he still almost threw for 4,000 yards. And I like a bounce-back year for San Francisco. Do worry a little bit about the defense, but that might work in our favor, if they're in a lot of shootouts. Jared, thanks so much, man. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the games. Enjoy the preseason action. And let's do it again next week.
Absolutely. Good luck, guys. Good to talk to you.
Great stuff right there. Jared Smith, give him a follow on X, Jared Smith Bets, Fox Sports Radio, BetMGM Network. He's all over the place. Really good stuff right there. I completely agree on Mahomes, dude. Now, is it the best price? right? It's not like 50-1, 75-1, but like you're not getting MVP numbers like that, man. And I agree. Like it's a little narrative based. You got radio hosts calling him fat, the Madden rating, but also that offense is going to be damn good if the pieces stay healthy. Last year, we didn't see Hollywood Brown till like week 14. Rashee Rice had his issues and the injury. They had no run game whatsoever. Kelsey was fat because he was on tour with T Swift all year. He ain't on tour. He's working out, baby. I listened to the podcast. I listened to the Kelsey boys. Anyway, we'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk a little college football because that's what the F we do around here, Rob Brown. BetMGM tonight.
Yes, sir.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Do you like sports? Do you like sports betting? And you've come to the right place. This is BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. He's Rob Brown. I'm Ryan Horvat. We got Monty, Mike Montgomery, not the pitcher, but the video expert and baseball expert. He's running the video tonight, right? And then we got Brandon Combs. He's producing the show. He's running the board. He's like the Cordell Stewart of the BetMGM network, right? He runs the board. He produces the show. He does his own show. He's got Bears pregame coming back. He's covering the UFC. We're going to talk some UFC tonight, which I'm excited about. I need some winners. I need some wanners, baby. Preseason action, Browns and Panthers tied up at 7. Guys, the Patriots, that win total at 8.5. Maybe I'm a big dum-dum for betting the under. I know it's preseason, but they're up 17-0. I said this to you guys during the break, right? Here on a Friday night, I want to give all the people out there a gift. And I'm going to give you guys, we're going to get to some SEC here in a second, but let me give the people a gift. Drake May, let me pull this up real quick over at BetMGM, show sponsor, the king of sportsbooks. Let's find Drake May rushing yards and make sure, guys, that this has not moved. I know, great radio, but I'm just trying to give out some winners for the people. Let's do this. Let's just type it in the search. That's what I love about BetMGM, right? Is that we could just do a little bit of this. Yeah, 475.5 rushing yards, minus 110. So he played 10 games last season, Drake May did, behind a terrible offensive line, an offensive line that belonged in the XFL. He averaged 36.3 rushing yards, 223 passing yards. So 10 games, 36.3 per game. Do the quick math. That would project him over 600 rushing yards if he plays a full season. Josh McDaniels, in his last stint with the Patriots when he was calling plays, you got to remember not Tom Brady, Cam Newton behind center, COVID year. Cam Newton scored 12 rushing touchdowns and averaged just under 40 rushing yards per game. I think this is a slam dunk as long as he stays healthy. They fix up the offensive line. So let's go Drake May over 475.5 rushing yards. He already has a rushing touchdown here in the preseason. Meanwhile, Shedeur Sanders, another touchdown pass. And that sucks because I need him to run one of these in. This one to, I didn't even see. It's the preseason. Who cares? But Shedeur has 2 passing touchdowns. What sucks about that, guys, I almost bet that at plus 250. Instead, I went rushing touchdown. Nice little ball here from Shedeur, though. And he finds Davis in the end zone. All right, let's talk a little SEC football. I think you can make the case for like 4 or 5 teams, maybe even more, to win the conference this year. Let me go first here, guys. Right? I will go with, I guess I was going to say a long shot. I don't think it's a long shot to go with Alabama. So my pick, I made 2 bets to win the SEC. And I went with Texas, who I've talked about a ton on this show, because I am a Sark guy. I do like Arch, and I think the defense is going to be really good. And I think they beat Ohio State on the road week 1. But I also had to bet a little Alabama. Anytime you're giving me anything better than 10-1 on Bama to win the SEC or Bama to win double-digit games, I got to take it. I just don't think that Jalen Milroe was the right fit for the Kalen DeBoer offense. I don't know how good Ty Simpson is. He's a former 5-star, but, you know, I'm hearing good reports about Ty Simpson. And our guy PJ Glasser is all in on Ty Simpson. And his Heisman price went from 66-1 when we bet it all the way down to like 18-1 now. The opener against FSU, I think, is going to be a little trickier than people expect, but I do think Bama wins that game. They get Georgia on the road, Missouri on the road. They get Tennessee on the road against our squad, Rob, South Carolina on October 25th. Kind of want to go to that game. They get LSU. They get Oklahoma. So it's a tough schedule, but they're going to have one of the better wide receiver rooms in the country. Ryan Williams is a stud. He averaged 18 yards per catch, 48 receptions last year. Bernard's back. He had 50 grabs. And they got Isaiah Horton in the transfer portal from Miami. He had 56 catches last year. Jam Miller's back at running back, had 668 rushing yards and 7 touchdowns. They did lose Justin Haynes to Michigan, but I like Jam Miller, and they have some solid backups. The offensive line is going to be a huge strength. That might be the best offensive line. I was going to say one of the better offensive lines in the SEC. It might be the best with Caden Proctor coming back. And then on the defensive side of the ball, obviously there's going to be a downgrade anytime you lose Nick Saban and you replace him with Kane Womack. But I think the secondary is going to be really damn good, man. Maybe the best in the SEC. So kind of like Bama this year, taking a shot with them. Who you going with, Rob?
First off, I like to pick Bama. I am high on Alabama. I think Alabama is going to be very good. I'm with you. I think that a lot of last year for Alabama was, the expression, nobody wants to be the dude that follows the dude. The only thing worse than having to be the dude that follows the dude, Horvey, is to be the guy that follows the GOAT, right? Because the expectations are going to be, you keep us at that level. And that's where Kalen DeBoer was. But the reality is those expectations are, even amongst the most diehard of the Roll Tiders scattered across the great Southeast region of the United States, eventually at some point, even they are going to go, this is new. It's a new thing. It's a new culture. It's a new system. We got to buy into this. And I think not that pressure is ever necessarily going to go away, but I do think it will tone itself down, and then that frees up Alabama just a little bit. I'm with you. I like the players. I like what they've stacked up, but I'm going with the Georgia Bulldogs. And I'm going to say, as far as Gunnar Stockton goes, and that's obviously the big question mark, as far as Gunnar Stockton goes, I got questions for him just like I do everybody else. But what I do know is what has been the thing that Georgia has done better than anybody else in the SEC for the last handful of years? The line, stacking the line from the football out, starting at the center, going guard tackle, going on the defensive nose, and then out. That is why the Philadelphia Eagles front seven is just old Georgia Bulldogs. Howie Roseman is not an idiot, and he just keeps picking dogs for a reason. And then the weapon is, and I do not understand how this is not being discussed more. The weapon is they got a cat by the name of Kirby Smart, wearing the visor, carrying the clipboard, and with the headset on. If there is one coach in the Southeastern Conference that you trust to be able to get it done when the pressure is on the line, I'm going to go with Kirby Smart. I will be wrong if Arch Manning is the second coming of football Jesus, as a lot of people want you to believe he is. If he is, going to be Texas. They got all the talent, even with the loss of wide receivers like Matt Golden. What I do think is Georgia's as talented as they usually are. And Gunnar Stockton, my thought is, and this is the one spot, Horvey, where I'm going to reach over and I'm put the tinfoil cap on. I said earlier talking about Carson Beck. If Georgia thought Carson Beck was the guy, Georgia ain't hurting for money. They could have come up with the difference between the $4 million he got at Miami and the 4.2, whatever it needed to jump to say, yeah, we understand that your identical twin girlfriend, the Cavender twin down there in Coral Gables, is a smoke show. Is she $1 million in the bank account worth a smoke show? A girl you've been dating for a handful of months? They'd have figured out a way to keep the guy, but they decided they trust Gunnar Stockton in that spot. So I'm going to trust Kirby Smart to know what the hell he's talking about. I'm taking the Georgia Bulldogs to get back into the SEC championship position.
Georgia. Brando, who you going with?
Yeah, look, for all the same reasons that Rob just talked about, I'm going with the Georgia Bulldogs as well. I when it comes down to it, Georgia's going to get to the SEC title game again. And then they're going to do what they always do again, and they're going to find a way to win it because that's what Kirby Smart does. He finds a way to win the SEC title. Now, I don't know that Georgia's going to win the national championship. My money is with you. I'm on Alabama to win the national championship at 10-1.
Yeah.
I like those odds right there. And I mean, look, we had I forget who it was on the other day, but he said when in doubt, go with the big boys. And the big boys up front are in Alabama, right? And so I am all over Alabama to win the national title, especially at 10-1. And I also I'm going to sprinkle a little bit too on LSU under 8.5 wins. I'm going to fade you a little bit here, Horvey. You know how I feel about our guy and his family, Brian Kelly.
Family.
I'm going to put them at under 8.5. I look at their schedule as well, same way I did with Florida State, and I look at it and I can find 5 losses there, and that puts them under the 8.5 wins. So,
who were the 5 losses
in LSU's schedule?
Yeah.
All right, I'm pulling up their schedule
let's do this
now. So they lose to Clemson week 1 because
I don't think
Brian
they do.
Kelly loses week 1.
No, I don't think they do, dude. And I can't wait to actually bet LSU because everybody is going to say Brian Kelly never wins week 1. They've lost 5 straight week 1 games. But let's not forget, What couldn't Clemson do last year? As much as I love them, they couldn't beat the SEC. 0-3 against the SEC. Garrett Nussmeier, he's going to ball like Kobe in the fall. But go on. All right, I digress.
Well, one of those things is going to give. One of those things is going to give, and I will never bet on Brian Kelly as being the thing that overcomes something. So give me Clemson in that one. I will take them to lose against Florida. I will take them to lose against Ole Miss. What? I will take them to lose against Ole Miss. I will take them to lose against Alabama. And then I will take them to lose against Oklahoma.
Okay. You're getting a little. So, Oklahoma, boom or bust. I hope. Hey, I'm fine with that as long as Oklahoma then wins 10 games. Because I don't know about you guys, man. I am all aboard the John Mateer hype train. We had my buddy Alex Kaloje from the Action Network on a couple months ago, and he talked about this. I love John Mateer so much. I watched last night when we got off the air at 11 p.m. I played 2 hours of the new NCAA football game, and it's I'm rolling with Oklahoma. Usually I rebuild the program, but I had to play with John Mateer. Guys, last year he scored over 40 touchdowns. He tied for the league lead in the nation with touchdowns. He's going to throw for over 3,000 yards. He's going to rush for over 1,000 yards. If Brent Venables can't win 10 games this year with that offense, it's not going to happen. He's going to get canned, but I feel like Oklahoma is a good buy low. No, I think, guys, I love that nobody likes LSU coming into the year. Because the last couple of years, I feel like everybody loved them coming into the year. And I heard people calling Brian Kelly this great coach. He's a good coach. He wins the games that he's supposed to. But we know this, Brandon. He never wins the big game, dude. Right? Like, he rarely wins the big game. So I get the hate, but I just think Nussmeier is the real deal. I think Harold Perkins is going to stay healthy this year, and he's going to perform like a first-round pick. And they got studs in the wide receiver room. But, yeah, wouldn't shock me if they, screwed me over, didn't win 9 games. If they don't win 9 games, though, Brian Kelly is out. He is out. Where are you at with South Carolina, Brando? Me and Rob are in. We love Lenora Sellers. My only concern, dude, is that schedule. But are you a Beamer guy?
Yeah, no, I like South Carolina a lot. I was on them last year as well. I started really, especially towards the end of the season, I started really to fall in love with this football team. I do like Lenora Sellers as well. The schedule is kind of tough. When you have to go to Texas A&M is always a tough. I don't care who you are. I don't care how good or how bad Texas A&M is. That is one of the toughest places to play in college football. It vibrates the hell out of my remote every time I have to play it on PS5. Ole Miss is another tough one at Ole Miss and against Alabama, and you have those 3 games back to back to back. I mean, in succession. I mean, that is a gauntlet at the end of the year. I do like them. I don't know that, I think they're somewhere around the 9-3, 10-2 mark is where I would put South Carolina. So I am high on them. I do like them. I don't know if they can sneak into the college football playoff, but it wouldn't surprise me to see them in the conversation for sure.
Can I jump in for a second because I have a genuine question for both of you that I'm interested in. I've said on my show a couple of times. I said it at SEC Media Days. I've been saying it ever since. I mean it when I say I think personally this is the deepest the Southeastern Conference has ever been. I think this is the best that this conference, which has been for a very long time the best conference, I think it's the best it ever is. This feels like an awful year for South Carolina to have a Heisman Trophy hopeful at their QB, to have the most faith in passion-inspiring football team they've had in a very long time, because I also think there could be like 7 or 8 SEC teams vying for that, for one of those 11, 12 seed spots. I think South Carolina is a playoff caliber team that if this team played last year, they're definitely in the playoffs. I think their own conference might bump them out, even if they are 9-3 or 10-2 this year, because I think there could be enough wins to go around that the SEC could eat up 6 spots and leave a 7th team out, and it could be South Carolina.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's this year. We say this like every year now in college football, but there's so much parity, especially though when I look at the SEC, it almost like gives me anxiety, man. Right? I think Texas is going to be good. I think Georgia is going to be good. I think Bama is going to be good. And then there's these dark horse teams. Oklahoma. I mean, if that offense could score more than 30 points per game, that defense might be one of the better defenses in the country. South Carolina, I need them to get to 9 to 10 wins just to have Lenora Sellers in the Heisman running, man, because I bet that early. Now it's down to what, like 18-1, 15-1 on sellers. You could really make the case for like 4 or 5 quarterbacks in that conference to win the Heisman. I wouldn't bet Arch at his current price or Nussmeier at his current price, but they could both easily win it. And let's say Ty Simpson does ball out. Like, we don't know if he's any good, but again, he's a former 5-star, and it's the Ryan Grubb, Kalen DeBoer offense. Like, we remember what Michael Penix looked like in that offense. And, you know, not everybody was in love with Penix after the 2 years that he spent in Indiana, man. Nobody thought that he could stay healthy. So you never know in college football. That's why I love it. When we come back, we'll talk about the Big Ten. Is this finally the year that James Franklin can make it to the national title game? BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown, nice enough as he does every single Friday to fill in with myself. I'm Ryan Horvat. We got Brandon Combs producing the show. Quick Major League Baseball scores because it's still going down. Orioles up 3-1 on the A's. It's actually when Major League Baseball gets good, but here I am like a lunatic watching preseason football. Reds up 2-1 on the Pirates. The A's trail the O's 3-1. Astros up 2-0 on the Yankees. Scooble's on the mound tonight, or was on the mound tonight, but it's 4-3 Angels in the 6th. Marlins up 5-1 on the Braves. Thank you, Rob, for that. I did not take the Braves at plus 105. Brutal. Guardians up 8-1 on the Sox. Rangers and Phillies tied up at 1. Hey, how about this? The Brewers actually trailing in a baseball game, 2-0 in the 3rd. I am about to put the Cubbies on. I need Kyle Tucker to homer, plus 480. Cubs Cards just getting underway in the 2nd, scoreless. And then the Royals trail the Twins 3-1. That's what we got going on in Major League Baseball. NFL, I'm ready to overreact about Bryce Young, who looked excellent. Panthers do trail the Browns at halftime, though, 14-7. Live total 36.5. I'm cheering for the under in that game. Atlanta's up 10-7 on Detroit. Live total in that game is 33.5. Also cheering for the under. And then the Patriots are up 20-3 on the Commanders. Shedeur Sanders, 2 touchdown passes. Doesn't look half bad. Rob, before we get into the Big Ten, are you in or out on Shedeur as a pro quarterback?
I understand that our job, Horvat, is to venture forth with bold and brave opinions. We have seen Shedeur Sanders play 30 minutes of NFL football at this point. I'm neither. The answer is neither. I think Shedeur Sanders has all the raw athleticism to be an absolute dog. I also know Shedeur Sanders has, whether it is attached to him and whether it is fair or not, a ton of baggage and drama that's following him around. I think Shedeur Sanders has the arm and the legs to be a great NFL quarterback. I also think that Shedeur Sanders at college had a head coach that catered everything on that football team to him. I know Shedeur Sanders has got the physical tools to be a specimen. I also know that in college, Shedeur Sanders had a Heisman Trophy winning wide receiver who was making circus catch after circus catch after circus catch after circus catch to make him and his numbers probably look better than they would have had he played for another team. I'm gonna be a coward here, and I accept the label, but I'm gonna roll with what Jared Smith earlier said. Let's not overreact to 30 minutes of Shedeur's first preseason game on the road against the Carolina Panthers, who you yourself earlier said, Horvat, we got, and I think it's fair, even as a team who's very high on Carolina, or a guy who's very high on Carolina, we have questions about the defense. Let's push pause on that in like 6 to 8 Tuesdays from now, when I'm back on with you and Brad, and we're like week 5, week 6. Let's see if Shedeur is even the starting quarterback for the Browns. Because if he takes it from Joe Flacco, then I'm in. And if he doesn't, then I'll say, I don't know. Let's keep watching.
All right. Good answer. Brando, let's talk a little Big Ten football. And I'm going to let you do the honors here because you're the man behind the board, the man EP in the show, doing a little bit of everything. Like I said, the Cordell Stewart, the Shohei Ohtani of the BetMGM network, and here on BetMGM Tonight. All right. Who you picking to win the Big Ten, man? You got the teams that are top heavy, obviously, Oregon, Ohio State, Penn State. You got Michigan with the 4th best odds. Where are you going in the Big Ten?
I appreciate all the hype and all the love as well. The $10 is in your Venmo, just so you know.
Thank you.
But yeah, no, I love Penn State to win the Big Ten. I just think they're too good, man. I think James Franklin is going to have that, and I love Drew Aller, man. I love Drew Aller this year. He is going to be. We're going to talk about Heisman, finalists later, and spoiler alert, he might be in mine because I love Drew Aller that much this year. I think that this team, this wide receiver core, is a perfect blend, especially with the schedule that they're running as well. I'm going to also bet Illinois under 9.5 wins. Sorry, Brad Evans. Illinois under 9.5 wins. I don't believe in the hype. I do believe Brett Bielema is a good coach. I just don't think that they have enough in the Big Ten with all the other teams that I think are going to be very good this year to go over their 9.5 win total. And then for me, Michigan to make the college football playoff. I'm going to bet Michigan to make the college football playoff. I love this team. I do. I am a big believer in what they've done. I'm a big believer in the coaching staff. I'm a big believer in the roster that they've built. I love everything about Michigan this season, and it hurts me to say that as a Notre Dame fan, but I just think Michigan is that damn good this year. So Michigan to make the college football playoff right now is plus 445 was what I think I saw it at earlier on BetMGM. So that it's too good of a price for me to pass up. So I'm gonna take a little bit of that as well. But yeah, Penn State, man, to win the Big Ten. I don't think Ohio State. A lot of people talking about them. I still think Penn State's the better team.
Rob, where are you going in the Big Ten, man?
Listen, I in this weird way, I kind of feel for James Franklin. I'm kind of pulling for him, like in a weird way, because I like James Franklin. I've gotten to interview James Franklin a couple of times in my career. He is as genuine and nice of a dude as you'll get the chance to talk to. And I think we do this thing where sometimes we forget that only one team can win the championship, and it is mother bleeping hard to do. Like James Franklin got to the semifinals last year and lost a very good game to Notre Dame. The concern I have with Penn State is Drew Aller, and I don't think that's unfair. I go back and I look at the games they lost last year. Loss number 1, Ohio State. Aller was 12 of 20 for $146, no tutties and a pick. I go back to the first loss against the Ducks. Aller was 20 of 39, 226, 3 touchdowns, but 2 interceptions that theoretically changed the game. And then I go look at, that was the Big Ten championship. And then I go look at the semifinal where they lost just by a field goal to Notre Dame. Drew Aller was 12 of 23 for 135 and 1 interception. The 3 biggest games of the year were the 3 spots last year where Drew Aller just was not the guy that I need him to be to believe that Penn State can win the Big Ten, will believe that Penn State can win a natty. So this is probably, I think, Horvat, I think this is outside of the ACC, which, yes, Clemson's going to win that conference. I like some dark horses. I'll put some scratch down, some sprinkle bets on some dark horses, but this is the conference that feels like it's up for grabs that I am going to go chalk and go with Ohio State. I understand that Julian Saint's the big question mark. Here's my take. Julian Saint comes from where? That's right, the University of Alabama. He was recruited by Hoomst. That's right, the GOAT Nick Saban. And you can argue that Jalen Milroe was a miss for Nick Saban. I would disagree with that respectfully. I don't think Jalen Milroe was as bad as he was made out to be. Nick Saban didn't have a lot of misses at quarterback. And if Saban believed that Julian Saint was the guy, I'm comfortable believing that Julian Saint's the guy. And oh, by the way, that Jeremiah Smith kid they got, that what's on the cover of the EA Sports college football game because he's a dog. And oh, by the way, Ohio State ain't been hurting for defensive linemen and linebackers the last couple of years. I just think that, A, they are the best team. And while the pressure is on Franklin to get it done and prove that he's not a waste as the head coach, Ryan Day just finished getting that monkey off his back. Ryan Day was taking all that same criticism for the Buckeyes, and he just got it done this past season. I expect the momentum to carry forward. I got Big Ten being won by the Buckeyes for 2 years in a row.
Yeah, man, maybe we're just overthinking this and they're just still the best team. I just worry a little bit about losing both coordinators, right? Like losing Jim Knowles, losing Chip Kelly. They do lose a ton of talent. But if Julian Saint's the real deal, we know Jeremiah Smith's the real deal. He's going to be a top 5 pick, and they still have a ton of talent. I'm going to go chalk with Brando, though. I like Penn State to win the Big Ten at plus 220. 7 starters back on offense, 6 on D. I actually like Drew Aller, man. And now they actually bring in some wide receivers that could actually create some separation. They lose Tyler Warren, who's going to be a stud for the Colts. So they're not going to have the same type of production in the tight end room. But I like Kyron Hudson from USC. I like Devontae Ross from Troy. And Katron Allen and Nicholas Singleton are both back. For me, though, it's not about it's not about James Franklin. It's more about the coordinators. I like Andy Kotelnicki, and now it's year 2 for Drew Aller in that offense. And they steal Jim Knowles. So I actually like them on November 1st against Ohio State, even though they're on the road. And then they get Oregon at home on September 27th. I know a lot of people are down on Oregon or out on Oregon because they don't know how good, the quarterback position is going to be. But I actually kind of like what I saw. Granted, it was the spring from Dante Moore, man. I mean, not obviously what I saw at UCLA, but he was like 15 years old. He was a true freshman. But I just feel like the Will Stein offense is a quarterback-friendly offense where it could go from Bo Nix to Dylan Gabriel, now to Dante Moore, and they're not going to skip a beat. I worry a little bit about the wide receiver room because Tez Johnson's gone, Holden's gone, and then Evan Stewart had off-season knee surgery, so he's out for the year. But last year, they were number 1 in the Big Ten in total offense, averaged 35 points per game. And I think they're going to be better on the defensive side of the ball, man. I think that pass rush is going to be legit. So I think people are sleeping on Oregon. I think the Big Ten, how many teams do you think they get in, man? I think Oregon gets in. I think Ohio State gets in. I think Penn State gets in. And then I think one more team gets in. So Michigan, like I said, the defense is going to be good. It just comes down to, is Bryce Underwood an upgrade over what they had last year? He's a true freshman. Or it's going to be a sleeper team. And that's why I kind of like Nebraska. Like, I made the case for them last year because of Matt Rule, but Dylan Raiola looked young. But I like the Dana Holgerson hire, man, especially like him taking over play calling. The last 3 games of the season, Raiola actually got rid of the ball quick, didn't throw a ton of picks. I think Nebraska is going to be really competitive this year, and their schedule works in their favor. So there's going to be one dark horse team, I think, that has a shot. Maybe it's just Indiana. We're all overthinking it. How many teams do you think they get in?
Say that. Are we overlooking Indiana? Like, is Indiana going to be just as good as they were last year? I mean, that's going to remain to be seen. I mean, would they get ranked? Were they ranked in the top 20 in those polls? I believe they were. When the coaches poll came out today, but man, it's the same thing with the SEC, right? Like, we could probably just have a college football playoff and let's just go top 5. Or top 6 SEC teams, top 6 Big Ten teams, and just have a really good football playoff. And I think we would all be okay with that. I think that they will get. I would bet under. I would bet under 4. I would say
under 4. Ooh,
yeah.
I think I would go 4, dude. I think I would go 4. I think it could be Michigan, like I said. I think it could be Nebraska. I think it could be Indiana, Mendoza. We talked about this with Joe DeLeon the other night. I said, who's your favorite quarterback in college football? And he said Fernando Mendoza, who's now at Indiana, man. I love the call on, I don't have the heart to say it, Illinois under 8.5 wins, dude. I love that call from you, Brent. I don't like the wide receiver room. All right, we'll take a quick break. We're going to talk a little UFC on the other end. BetMGM tonight.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight. I'm Ryan Horvat. Rob Brown tonight filling in for Brad Evans. Brad will be back with us on Monday. He's at a fantasy football convention enjoying some time off. We got Brandon Combs, EP in the show, producing the show, and he's also going to join me here. We're going to talk a little UFC because I need some betting advice for tomorrow's fight night, to be honest with you guys. Right now, preseason football action. Shedeur Sanders, not looking half bad. Bryce Young looked really damn good. Threw a touchdown pass to Jalen Coker. And then the New England Patriots, who I bet the under on their win total, under 8.5, they hung 20 points in the first half. Drake May had a rushing touchdown. Travion Henderson took one 100 yards to the house. So maybe we're all wrong on the Patriots. Let's talk a little UFC, though, try to give the people some winners. Brett Cagle, nice enough to join us here on a Friday night, combat sports writer for Cage Side Press. Give him a follow on Twitter, X, Brett_Cagle. Brett, thanks so much for giving us some time here on a Friday night, man. How you been?
Pleasure being here, fellas. Ready to talk some fights.
All right, so Brandon's going to join me here. He's a big UFC guy. I want to start off before we get to fight night. So my son, he's starting to get into UFC. He's 11 years old. And he comes home the other day with the Sean O'Malley shirt. And I was like, this is interesting, man. Now, like 2.5, 3 months ago, for sure. But now, after he cost me money, why are we spending money on his merchandise? He cost Daddy like $500 because I made the mistake of taking the plus money, man. I was buying into the fact that he stopped smoking weed. He was off social media. Knew he was going to get ragdolled, but bet it anyway because it was a Saturday night and I wanted to have some fun. And he said, Daddy, I got this shirt for $3 at Five Below. That's where right now you could get some Sean O'Malley merchandise, guys. So I want to ask you this, Brett. What's next, man, for Sean O'Malley in the octagon?
Man, Sean's got some interesting matchups out there. I'd like to see him fight Henry Cejudo. Personally, I think that'd be a good matchup. The former two-weight world champion, flyweight and bantamweight. Henry was an Olympic champion as well. He also lost to Merab. So I'd like to see those two guys get in there. You know, I think there's a step back in competition for O'Malley right now before he gets back to a title shot. You know, in the last matchup against Merab, it really wasn't that close. The first matchup was competitive. Some people thought it was 2-2 going into the fifth round in that first fight. But Merab blew his doors off in that second contest, right? So Merab has really set himself apart from the rest of the division right now. And it's really going to be interesting to see what this matchup between him and Corey Sandhagen looks like, who just got announced as the next title challenger of that weight class.
Yeah, Brett. So, you know, tomorrow, fight night at the Apex, there are a couple of underdogs that I'm really looking at, right? And one of them is Eric Anders. The other one is Miles Johns. Am I crazy on either one of those? Because I like both of those guys in this fight, and I know Anders is a huge underdog, but I think he can overwhelm Duncan in that fight.
So I think you're a little wild on the Chris Duncan one, right? So Eric Anders is a former college football player, got into UFC and MMA a little bit late. He's been around the block for a while, right? Eric Anders has been finished in the past. Chris Leroy Duncan is one of the most technical strikers in the world right now, one of the best strikers coming out of Britain and Europe. So I think if this fight stays standing, Chris Leroy Duncan should cruise to a unanimous decision victory in that one. But I like your pick on Miles Johns. I was looking at this card coming in, and there's a lot of big favorites on this card. There's not a lot of money really to be made unless you bet a crazy underdog, but one of those is Miles Johns. Gene Matsumoto had a very close fight that he lost to Rob Font. Rob Font did not look good last time out and got finished. So how good is Gene Matsumoto? I really think we're going to figure that out this weekend. Miles Johns is somebody who's a tested veteran. He's been around the sport for a long time. He's seen these up-and-comers in the past. So he's going to have to take on a young jiu-jitsu practitioner in Gene Matsumoto this weekend. But Miles Johns is good on the ground. He's a strong wrestler. And if he keeps this fight standing, I think that he's going to have a striking advantage over Matsumoto because Rob Font is fading in his career. He's older, in his 30s. And, you know, he was able to put volume on Matsumoto in that contest.
Brett, it's a Saturday, man. It's going to be like 85 degrees here on the East Coast. Let's say that somebody out there, not me, of course, because I have no life, but somebody has to go shopping with the wife or they're going out with their buddies. But what is the fight that they need to be in front of the television screen for? What's the one that you're looking forward to the most tomorrow?
You know, honestly, it's the main event, right? A lot of these Apex cards aren't that deep. So you really get the top fights here in the main and co-main events. And honestly, guys, as far as a number is concerned on the money line, this is the most interesting of the week because we just had Anthony Fluffy Hernandez miss weight this morning. That number as of last night was close to 4-1. That was about minus 400 for Fluffy. Now, as I looked at it before I came on the air here, that's a close to minus 330. You guys have it here at minus 328. So about a 70-point jump there in the money line from him missing weight this morning. And I think that really plays a factor in this fight too, because Anthony Hernandez is a pressure fighter who has tremendous cardio. Roman Dolidze is a guy who we think fades late. If you look at the first Marvin Vettori matchup, arguably he won that first round. The second round was the deciding factor. In the third round, he faded and Vettori put it on him, ended up getting that decision victory. So odds makers are probably thinking that Dolidze is going to fade in this 5-round fight. But after missing weight, I don't know where the cardio of Anthony Hernandez is at. And I don't know if he missed weight due to some type of injury that maybe he couldn't have gotten the road work and gotten that poundage off him there in this last week.
Let's look ahead to 319, Brett, because we're both going to be there here in Chicago. We're both going to be watching these fights live. I was looking at this card earlier, and I always look for the fights that are going to, surprise people or maybe just take over for fight of the night. I'm looking at Jared Cannonier and Michael Page, and Jared Cannonier being a plus 145 underdog in this fight. I really think this has fight of the night potential. You think I'm crazy by putting my money on Cannonier?
No, I think it might be worth a play, right? He looked good against RoboCop last time out, and RoboCop about killed a man in his last contest against Jack Hermanson. That was a devastating knockout, and RoboCop's really good, right? So Jared Cannonier just proved in his last contest, bouncing back from those losses to Imavov and Kai Barallo, who are respected contenders in their own right. Kai Barallo is going to be involved in a number one contenders matchup and is the backup fighter for this fight coming up next weekend in Chicago if something happens with one of these guys on the scale. So Jared Cannonier's fought the best there is, and he looked good in his last contest against Gregory Rodriguez. So I don't think it's crazy if you put a little money on him.
I'm looking right now, and you're not kidding, man. There are some really big favorites. So I'm looking for some other ways to bet these fights. Anybody that you like, to win by submission, knockout, anything else that you like for tomorrow's card?
I actually got a parlay for you guys here, and I don't know if you can do the double chance option on your guys' sports book, but on a couple other sports book, there is an option to where you can take that number for, say, Steve Erceg, who's going around minus 5.5 to 1 right now. You can make that minus 185 on the money line if you take submission or points. Ode Osborne has been submitted in his career 4 times. Steve Erceg is 6-0 on the ground. Steve has looked suspect a little bit on the feet in his last couple fights, got knocked out by Kai Kara France. When he returns, I think that he's going to put a grappling exhibition on Ode Osborne, who's 13-8 in his career and is kind of one of these fighters that sticks around the division and is a gatekeeper. Erceg's already fought for the title. I like that minus 185 submission or points. Then I like Miles Johns, as Brandon alluded to earlier. I think if you're going to go and make a big parlay play this weekend, he is your underdog that you're looking at. Christian Rodriguez, the Milwaukee native, I like him over Andre Touchy-Feely this weekend. Andre Feely is a veteran, but I think his time has come and gone. And, Christian Rodriguez, if he loses to Andre Feely, he might be fighting for his job this weekend. So there's that. And I like Anthony Hernandez by points, fellas. Plus 210, you can take that minus 238 where he's at, switch it around to plus 210. Roman Dolidze has never been finished in his professional career. He's very good on the ground. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt himself, a sambo practitioner as well. He is not going to get submitted by Anthony Hernandez, but I do potentially see Roman fading late and Anthony Hernandez putting volume on him, leading to a decision victory, much like he did against Brendan Allen. I think that number is so high right now because the 4 fights previously to the Brendan Allen fight, he finished all those guys primarily by submission or by TKO on the ground. He's going to be fighting someone who's not primarily a striker and has a good grappling background as well. So I'm going to take him by points.
I love that. I'm going to be following all those for sure. All right, let's get into some of the meats and potatoes of the UFC right now, right? Because you got everybody's talking about this White House card. Everybody wants to be on this White House card. And now we're hearing that Conor McGregor wants to be on the White House card. Been off for 4 years. It's been a very crazy 4 years for him that he's been off as well. Do you see any way Conor McGregor, does he even stage a comeback, let alone at the White House card?
I have thoughts, kind of delusional thoughts about McGregor's return, quite honestly. I think if he comes back, he's not going to be fighting somebody to try, like when he came back to fight Cowboy Cerrone, right? He needed a pickup win to get back into title contention. I think if he comes back at this point, he's never going to get back into title contention, so you got to throw him to the belt, which makes this very interesting because Islam Makhachev's fighting Jack Della Maddalena in December of this year. That hasn't been announced yet. I've heard that is the plan, December of this year, Jack Della Maddalena, Islam Makhachev. But if Islam Makhachev wins that fight, think about it, Brandon. The biggest fight that they could possibly make right now that could sell over 1 million pay-per-view buys is Islam Makhachev versus Conor McGregor for the 170-pound championship. It's the only weight class he could make. And if McGregor came back, he would be challenging to be the first ever 3-weight world champion in MMA history.
So the one that I had for you, man, because you brought him up, and I wanted to follow up. I probably should have, but I wanted to get to the card, make sure we get out some winners. You brought up Merab. Who could actually beat him, man? Like if you're staging like a dream fight right now, because he's just so damn good. Maybe it's just like recency bias because I just watched him ragdoll O'Malley. But who could actually, if you had to bet anybody like against him, especially in this division right now, who do you think actually would have a chance?
Peter Yan's looked good in his last couple contests. Now, when they fought the first time, I don't know if that was an 100% Peter Yan. He got taken down 28 times in that fight. His takedown defenses look good since then. But you're right. He's running out of contenders. This guy is so dominant right now. You have to say, in my opinion, he's the greatest bantamweight fighter of all time. Now, when I was growing up, it was Dominic Cruz, right? Dominic Cruz was beating everybody, Uriah Faber, all these guys. But he surpassed him, and he's surpassed his training partner, Aljamain Sterling, as well. He's beaten guys that Aljamain Sterling got finished by, and he's beaten them convincingly. So I think for Merab right now, he's head and shoulders above a lot of these guys in his weight class. And honestly, as far as the pound for pound ranking is concerned, I think he's kind of underrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talk about the White House card, and it's going to be the UFC's first outdoor event, if I'm not mistaken. Dana's been very outspoken about not having an outdoor event, and with the success that the WWE has had with it, I mean, my guy Brian Horvat just went to SummerSlam out in New Jersey. So why do you think Dana stays away from the outdoor cards? Is there something against it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple. Rain. You can't control the weather for the most part, right? And if you go out there and get a wet canvas, your fight's ruined. Historically, even the promotions before the UFC, Pride Fighting Championships, when they had the big events, 60,000, 70,000, those were in the Tokyo Dome. Dana hasn't really done the stadium fights either. So we haven't seen him in the big domes or the 100,000 seat Allegiant Stadium type of events, but we potentially might see him outside. It's going to be new territory, but like you mentioned, they've got guys over there who have worked with the WWE and that TKO group that could probably help him out a little bit from that live event outside situation.
Other than this Saturday, man, what's the next big fight that you're waiting for? Because I'm looking, they have betting odds for like pretty much everything. Like I would love to bet Aspinall, but he's minus 400. What's the next big one that you're waiting for before we let you go?
Yeah, I like Tom Aspinall. I think it's Islam Makhachev and Jack Della Maddalena, right? So this coming up this weekend, Khamzat Chimaev and Dricus du Plessis is the biggest fight, in my opinion, for the rest of the calendar year. It's the biggest fight in the history of the city of Chicago, and this is going to be a tremendous event. But after that, Islam Makhachev and Jack Della Maddalena, to me, is the fight. We got the number one pound-for-pound guy in the world, Islam Makhachev, moving up in weight to do something that his mentor and trainer, Khabib Nurmagomedov, was never able to do, and that's become a two-weight world champion. If he does it, maybe some people say that he's creeping up the ladder towards his former mentor in terms of historical, greatness. But I really like Islam Makhachev. I think he's one of the most talented fighters I've ever seen in this sport. And if he's able to get it done over Jack Della Maddalena, he joins an elite list and is certainly a surefire Hall of Famer.
Brett, thanks so much, man. You're the man for giving us some time on a Friday night. Enjoy the fights tomorrow, and let's do this again soon.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. I'll be on anytime.
Brett Cagle right there. Check him out. Combat sports writer for Cage Side Press. Check out his work. Brett_Cagle. All right, Shador. Hold on. This might be our last chance, guys. We got 4th and 1. Browns right near the goal line here. 4th and 2. Come on. Let's get quarterback power with Shador. Now, Shador, the reason I took this stupid bet, again, anytime you price a quarterback that's fighting for a job, 19-1, 17-1, that's going to play 3 quarters, I got to bet it. And Shador, No, he's not Mike Vick, but he's a pretty good athlete, man. 4 rushing touchdowns, I believe, the last 2 seasons. 4 last year and then 4 the year before as well. So that would be 8, 4 times 2. As I told my son today when we were doing our little summer school math, is 8. Here we go. Shedeur under center, pre-snap motion. They go with a little jet sweep. Damn it! Browns in the end zone. No Shedeur touchdown. Instead, it is 20-7 now. So now I got to sweat out the under too. And Shedeur doesn't get in the end zone. Damn it. All right. So that's all we got going down. Good conversation right there. I'm looking forward to those fights tomorrow. There's some good betting opportunities and a nice little parlay for you. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk football. I'm distracted because I'm probably going to lose money. BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you miss the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight. Ryan Horvath, Rob Brown with you here on this fabulous, fantastic Friday, August 8th. Preseason football. And I got to be honest, man, overs are the play, not the unders anymore in the National Football League. These totals might be too low. Right now, Detroit's up 17-10 on Atlanta. That one's going to be a sweat if you bet the under. Live total 36.5, and Atlanta's in the red zone. Cleveland's up 21-7 on Carolina. Bryce Young had a fantastic drive, and Shedeur Sanders is playing pretty good tonight. 21-7 Cleveland. New England up 27-3 on the Commanders. The Commanders, who I'm all the way out on this season with a tougher schedule, man. I bet them under 9.5 wins. I don't love their offseason. Laramie Tunsil is coming off his worst season as a pro. Not saying he's completely washed or anything, but he's not getting any younger. And Debo's definitely not getting any younger. By the way, Shedeur tonight, 14-23 passing, has taken 2 sacks, 138 yards passing, 2 tutties, no picks. Bryce Young was 4-6, 58 yards, threw a touchdown pass. Ted McMillan, 2 grabs, 43 yards. And your boy, Rob, Jalen Coker, 2 grabs, 17 yards, and a touchdown for now our Carolina Panthers. I want to bring back our boy, Brandon Combs. Brandon, explain this exercise because I love it. You say your dream sports vacation. Now, give me the criteria. And also, I'm going to go last because I'm really distracted right now because I just sent over like 20 bets for somebody to put down for me for a lot of money, and I don't want them to F this up, so I'm going to send them rotation numbers. That's how crazy I am about this.
So dream sports vacation. I thought about it because I did mine a while back. Like I have another one, but I did mine a while back where when I was in the Marine Corps, me and a couple other guys who are also big baseball fans, we decided that we were going to go around to as many stadiums as we can over the summer. And
nice.
We hit like 15 to 20 stadiums that summer. And so, you know, something like that, something along those lines, something you would want to do, you would want to follow along, you would want to follow around. And why I did the sports wise was because I didn't want you just following around the Dave Matthews Band the entire time.
Well, I see. Hold on. I see Goose too. I see the Foo Fighters. I see Pearl Jam. I see Sturgill Simpson. I see Taylor Swift when I can afford it. When the Eagles win the Super Bowl. Now when the Niners screw me over, then that year I couldn't see T Swift. All right. Actually, you know what? Let me go first. Then because this is what me and the boys used to do before we got old and had kids and got married. We used to have one like sports trip every year. And I got to be honest, dude. My top, it's not my favorite ballpark, but when me and the guys went to Fenway, so weirdly, growing up, I wanted to be from the East Coast, even though I love Chicago, because I was really into the mob and the mafia. So I kind of wanted to be a New Yorker, and I love New York, dude. That's why I'm always in Jersey or New York like every other weekend. And then also, I like Boston. I don't know what it is. Probably the movie The Town, but I love Boston. I like just how their fans care so much about every single sport, not just one. You know, Brando, like in Chicago, man, nobody cared about the Hawks. They weren't even on television growing up when they were at home because the owner was cheap and wanted you to go to the Chicago Stadium. But like nobody cared until they were relevant and winning cups. Nobody cares about the Bulls, and rightfully so. I at least don't. Yet they still go to games, which pisses me off. It's a Bears town. Everybody cares about the Bears, and that's pretty much it. So, I don't know. I was in love with Boston. And when we went to Fenway, man, seeing the Green Monster, up close, and I had a couple cocktails in me, it was so awesome. And the people there were awesome to us. We didn't, go like a bunch of D-bags, with our Cubs gear. We just went like regular humans, and they loved us. And we had a great time. And, so that. But also, we used to go to a different SEC stadium every year. Number one for me, Tiger Stadium, dude. Death Valley. Was just talking about this with my wife. The people there, especially if you just show up and you don't have a dog in the fight. If you show up in your PJ Glasser and you're wearing a Jalen Milroe jersey, they're not going to like you very much. But if you show up and you throw on an LSU hoodie at the tailgate, I got to be honest. This is before I was married, Brando. It's before I had kids, and let's just say it was one of the better nights of my life, dude. So like Tiger Stadium all day, Death Valley. That's why over 8.5 wins. You know what? I want it. I don't need the sledgehammer, but I might bet it again because damn it, do those memories bring back good times. But I really want to go to the World Cup anywhere and Wimbledon.
Yeah.
I just want to throw that out there, even though that wasn't a question here. All right. One of you guys go next. I don't care who. I got to get these bets in. Great host.
Brando, have at it, big dog.
All right.
This is why
look,
Brad makes the big buck.
This is
one of you.
Look, I already went on like, the one where I travel around and go to all baseball stadiums. 'Cause I'm a big baseball. I'm a nerd when it comes to baseball. So I'm gonna go beyond that, and my dream, and we've talked about. I play in a big money fantasy football league, and we play every year. It's the same group of guys. It's 20 teams. We have 2 different conferences. It's $300 a team. We have a ton of fun. It's the greatest group of guys I've ever been involved with. Because I've never been to Vegas. It's a dream of mine to go to Vegas as well and play poker. But I want to go to Vegas, and I want to do our fantasy draft in Vegas. That's for me, to have all of the guys, 20 of the boys in Vegas, partying it up, playing poker, doing the things that we do when we're drafting anyway, and just have a good time for a weekend. Just the guys, just a complete guys weekend in Vegas to do our fantasy football draft. Other than that, for me, it's about seeing the Final 5 Major League Baseball stadiums that I haven't seen in person yet. I would like to go and finish that off as well, to have been able to have seen all of them. And then some jerk is going to build another one, and I'm going to have to go see that one too. But for now, I'd like to see the 5 that are currently in play that I have not been able to see. I would love to finish that off as well. And then any college football. I don't know. Have you ever been to Virginia Tech?
No.
Have you ever been to Virginia? Oh, dude, I'm telling you right now, I loved my visit to Notre Dame, even though they lost to Marshall. Got chills walking into the stadium. I have never been in an atmosphere as electric as Virginia Tech. As the game is about to start, when they are all jumping, it is the most insane thing I have ever been a part of in my entire life. So, I mean, to see any other college football guy, I'd go anywhere, anytime. I'd go to any sporting event anytime. But to do that, or even travel around and go see all the go see each WWE PLE of the year.
Yeah, I would like to go to the ones that are overseas, dude, where the crowd is like actually alive, man. I got to be honest though, and I know we're going to talk about it later. SummerSlam was one of the greatest weekends of my life. I can't wait to talk about it with you guys because I think that we're all going to nerd out about it. You know what? I messed up the exercise though. I got to be honest, man. If I could go, my bucket list, I want to see Notre Dame in Ireland.
Ooh, yeah.
That's what I want to.
That's a great one.
That's what I want to do. Well, yeah, but we got to, do the damn show. And our job is that we work all football season. But I would love, hint, hint. So Brandon's never been to Vegas. Hint, hint. BetMGM. He just wants to do his fantasy football draft. He's not asking, for Jessica Alba to stay in the room. Hint, hint. And I want to go to Ireland, damn it. You know what? I'll go to Dublin for Iowa State and Kansas State. I don't discriminate. I don't even need to see my own team. Sign me up for Avery Johnson against Rocco Beck, please. All right, Brad.
And I volunteer to produce that show as well. I volunteer to produce.
Thank God that me and Rob aren't married, because he would have just divorced me, or I would have been sleeping on the couch. I just called him Brad.
I mean, listen,
I'm cheating.
I need you to know I've been called worse than that by my own wife today, Ryan Horvat. We're in good shape, buddy. I kicked around when I saw this on the rundown earlier. I have been fantasy booking dream sports vacations, and there's a few that I initially jumped on. I thought, what about a tour of the UK and hit a soccer match at every Premier League stadium? I think that would be elite. The hooligans and supporter sections over there are absolutely riots. That's on the list. As a romantic baseball fan, how dope to hit as many Major League Baseball, like 30 days, 30 stadiums would have to be a dream vacation for sure. But the more I thought about it, the more I kept coming back to something that can no longer be done in a single regular season. but I'm fantasy booking. So I'm going to figure out how. I think I want to hit every SEC stadium in one football season. And I know that's kind of cheating because you're talking about like 4 months. But I think I would be cool saying instead of doing like a 1-week vacation or like 2-week vacation, I would take a bunch of 3-day vacations to go. And the reason I think I would pass up on baseball and traveling to European soccer stadiums to do this is 2 reasons. Number one, my affinity and love for college football is unmatched. And so to be able to walk into these stadiums that I see every single Saturday and have been seeing every single Saturday for years of my life, I think I would have, dare I be cliche, almost like an emotional connection to these stadiums that I've watched so many games in all of them that I honestly don't think I would have with NFL stadiums. And to be honest with you, even as a big time baseball fan, even with a lot of baseball stadiums, right? Like there are some that are interesting. I really want to get out to a game at Coors Field in Denver. I've heard it's incredible, but like I don't have a romantic connection to Coors Field like I do, and I think I would if I walked out in Athens, Georgia between the hedges, or was standing on the sideline when Tom Petty was playing in Gainesville, Florida. The second reason is, as much as I am 40 years old, and 3 days ago, and I wish this wasn't true, I sneezed and I threw my back out so hard that I could not get off of the couch for about 6 hours. While I am getting older and aging, Horvat, Brando, I still got that dog in me. And I'm still relatively sure I could walk up to the Lambda Chi frat house, pop a Cole Miller Lite into a funnel, and teach the youngsters out there how the hell we used to do it back in the Rob Brown golden days. I think it would not just be hit every stadium, but I think it's the emotional connection to these college football stadiums I've seen on my TV every Saturday for almost 40 years now, A, and B, ain't no party like a Saturday college football tailgate party down across the great Southeastern Conference territory here in these great United States. I'm going to Texas A&M, and I'm going to try to save as many people from the cult as I can by teaching them how to tailgate. I'm going back to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I'm knocking back some crawdads and fried turkey legs with the Tigers and knocking back a gallon of whiskey before we go into Death Valley South. I'm going to Columbia, South Carolina, and I'm waving the towel to Sandstorm after hitting a couple of transfusions in the parking lot. I'm going down to Gainesville and screaming Tom Petty. I'm going to Oklahoma, and I'm going to figure out how to shoot that weird gun that's not really a gun because you can't have guns, but they pretend it's a gun thing. I'm going to Texas, and I'm slapping Bevo on the ass. I'm doing the SEC tour de force, and I'm going absolute frat boy like it's 18 years ago and I'm 22 all over again. And I think that's got to be the dream, man. It's the romanticism of college football. It's the emotional connection to those stadiums. And it's the fact that you will not find a more raging party than a college football tailgate party in the South. And I'm going to be the damn center of it if it kills me. And it probably will.
So here's how it goes, though. I love it, and this is my idea, right? So we do that. So we're like the Anthony Bourdains of the BetMGM network. And the network, every single Saturday, you, me, and PJ Glasser will go do the BetMGM now, the BetMGM tailgate to kickoff, or the Ryan, Robin, PJ show. But we go to a different stadium, and we don't discriminate. Like this season, it could be the SEC, right? Or we can mix and match SEC week 1, ACC week 2. But not only do we go to the stadiums, we do the college football show. Then, we do the man on the street interviews. We do the best tailgates. We find the best places to eat. And it's like Anthony Bourdain, man, right? Like we're showing you, maybe you're a fan and you've always thought about going to Death Valley, or you've thought about going to Bama, but you want to know the ins and outs. We got you covered. And we're giving you winning picks every Saturday. Boom. Get it done. I just sold. That's the greatest show ever. Eats,
first
tailgates, betting picks.
Monty said he'd watch.
Beer bongs, whippets. They still do whippets? I don't know.
You didn't ask nor invite me, Horvat, but when that show starts, I'm on it.
I just gave you a job on it.
I'm in. I'm taking it. I am going to be the obnoxious, over-the-top, like Pat McAfee guy on your show. You can send me to every dive bar in a 50-mile radius of the stadium, and I'm going to come back knowing every drink special, how much it costs, and what time the band starts for sure. About 15 years ago, I was down in New Orleans, Louisiana for a Saints game. It was Saints-Falcons, and there was this guy that walked in. There's a little bar down there in New Orleans called Cooter Brown's. It is the divest dive bar. I don't think there's a light in the place, right? And this guy walked in, and he brought in I say camera crew. It was like one guy with a camera, one guy with a mic. And all they did was walk around and talk to people and do the eating contest and drink all the whiskey and just party. And I talked to the guy, and he's like, yeah, I do this for a website. And I was like, that's the dream job. I just want to get hammered at football games. Amazing.
You heard it here first. Friday, August 8th, the new show coming to the BetMGM network. Saturdays, tailgates and tall boys. Rob Brown and Ryan Horvath coming to a Saturday near you. 14 days away. BetMGM tonight when we come back.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight. Ryan Horvath, Rob Brown with you here on a Friday night. NFL preseason action. Also a reminder, you could listen to BetMGM Tonight on Apple Podcasts, which we prefer because they employ my wife, and she makes the money around here, Rob. And Spotify you could also check out, but again, we prefer Apple Podcasts. Just kidding. Or wherever you get your podcasts. Right now, I'm a little sad because Shedeur Sanders didn't score a rushing touchdown, unfortunately. He did throw two. Should have just bet that. I think that was like plus 275. He's out of the game. Browns are up 24-7 on the Carolina Panthers, if you care. Live total 34.5. Patriots up 27-11 on the Commanders. We got a lot of Major League Baseball going down, obviously, because it's a Friday night. Yankees and Astros tied up at 2. The Tigers come back and take the lead now, 6-5 on the Angels in the 9th. Guardians beating up on the White Sox, as most teams do, 9-4. Rangers trailed the Phillies 4-1. The Mets now down 3-2 to the Brewers, who just don't lose games, unfortunately. Cubs down 1-0 to the Cardinals in the 5th. Twins up 7-2 on the Royals, and the Mariners and the Rays are scoreless right now. Rob, I was at SummerSlam last weekend. As you know, I was sending you videos and texting back and forth with you after the Saturday night show, the first ever 2-night SummerSlam at MetLife Stadium. What were your overall thoughts on the show? You like it?
I thought it was good. I thought there were some spots that were lacking. I thought Sami Zayn, Karrion Kross, I don't really know what's going on there, and it was a little bit disappointing because I think the two of them could have torn the house down and told a better story than they did. I thought there were some moments that were absolutely electric. AJ Styles coming out in the lowrider wearing Eddie Guerrero-inspired gear with his son having the bleach blonde hair like Dom did in 95. I thought was spectacular. And here was the big take, because I think obviously we were all waiting to see what was going to happen with Cena and Cody Rhodes. For me, if the quality of that match was attached to any other match on the card, it'd have been match of the year 2025 for me. And it was one of the best wrestling matches, one of the most engaging, entertaining wrestling matches. It had me, and I don't do this much anymore, mainly because my back hurts most of the time. But I couch pop like 6 or 7 times, right? Like I was watching that. The wife will wife will tolerate wrestling. Like if I'm watching wrestling, she'll sit down and she'll like be into it while she scrolls Instagram or whatever. Even she at one point like put the phone down and was like locked into Cody v. Cena. The only issue I took away from that was we were on the air for the random Cena face turn on Friday. And the thought, unfortunately, I went into that event with the thought, if there's not something more to this story, then Cena just goes, actually, I'm a good guy again, which was the gist of the face turn. If they don't do something with that, John Cena's heel run is going to be, and I mean this, the biggest waste of time in my wrestling life. Not because he didn't put on good matches and cut great promos, but because what the hell was the point of that? And that ultimately is what ended up happening. So we go back to Cody Rhodes, who I like Cody Rhodes as a wrestler, and he seems like a good dude, but like he's a boring champ in my opinion. I personal feelings about Brock Lesnar being back aside, like I'm not as interested in a Brock Cena feud that doesn't have a belt involved. Like it felt like a really good card. The Seth cash-in was as good as I could ask. Seth Rollins now, as far as I'm concerned, owns the 2 best Money in the Bank cash-ins, maybe in the history of Money in the Bank cash-ins. But because of the way that the Cena heel turn, random face turn, face v face match worked out, even though it was a great match, Horvey, like I felt they took what was a pretty good overall card and it just kind of ended with a fart noise, in my opinion. And it kind of like took away all the good that they did over the course of those 2 nights, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, the experience there was awesome. I would say it was like a top 10 weekend ever. I got to be honest, man. At first I was like, 2 days? Do we really need 2 days of SummerSlam? But then I heard Triple H talk about it, and if a lot of people not from Jersey, so you're making the trip for one of the big 4 or whatever it is now for the PLEs, man. Mania, SummerSlam, used to be Survivor Series. Now I think like Money in the Bank is kind of taken over. But it's awesome being around other wrestling fans Like, I kind of felt bad for my wife, although she had a great time though. And also just being in Jersey, I don't know if you guys have ever been to American Dream. It's like the Mall of America. I've never seen anything like it. There's like there was a ski lift, and then it turns out that there's like snowboarding and skiing going on in the mall. There's a water park. There's like this Nickelodeon play thing. There's every store that you could think of. And then they just had the wrestling like photo ops there. So there's just like Drew McIntyre walking around. So it was awesome. Cena Rhodes, I'm with you, Rob. That was awesome. That's the way that I wanted it to go down. And that's the way that it should have went down at WrestleMania. And that's why I thought the heel thing, it was just a big waste. And you could say, well, Travis Scott didn't show up and The Rock was done, obviously, like showing up as well. That's probably why it went to hell. But they should have just booked him the way that they booked him the first 2 decades of his career. Like the way that they booked him throughout his career really is just the hero, Super Cena, right? Like there was an easy way to do that. Gunther's the champ, right? And we do it the same way that we've always done it with Cena. The American badass John Cena, just like it was with Rocky against Ivan Drago. Cena's getting his ass kicked the entire match, trying to break Ric Flair's record, become the 17-time champ. He's just getting beat up by the younger champ, and then all of a sudden, here comes Super Cena, and he wins, and you just book him as the face. I just thought it was dumb. But the match was awesome. My favorite moment was when he comes up the way that Cody does from underneath the ground with the smoke. I don't know what the hell you even call that thing. And he just carries him to the ring. It was great. I'm with you. I popped the whole weekend, though, man. I thought the Seth cash-in, even though if you're reading the dirt sheets or you're on the internet, you pretty much knew that he wasn't injured and he was most likely coming back. But let's say that you're not on the internet and you don't want everything spoiled. How awesome was that? I marked out when he had the crutches and he goes to turn his back. And I'm like, oh, he's just setting something up. He's setting something up. And then he dropped the crutches, Rob. How awesome was that? I know some people say that Seth can't carry the company. I think those people are idiots. He's been the workhorse of that company really for the last decade, man. And I'm glad that he's not seriously injured. So I thought that was awesome. I'm with you on the Sami Zayn opener. I wanted so much more. I think that's just Karrion Kross is probably like done or leaving, or they're not going to re-sign him. Who knows? But it was awesome. It really was. Brandon, what were your thoughts on the show?
I thought it was a really good show, man. It was a lot of fun to watch. The Seth Rollins stuff. I was one of those that did not know that he was not injured. So I when he dropped the car, I was like, wait a minute, what just happened? Like it completely shocked me. Karrion Kross, by the way, not done. Rumor is he already has an extension done with the WWE.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So not done for Karrion Kross from what I saw earlier, what I read earlier. And you know, for me, the CM Punk thing, man, like, God, I'm a CM Punk.
It was
guy.
a bad beat.
I felt your son's pain when you sent the video.
Incredible, by the way. Just art.
Oh, it was fantastic. I mean, that's the reaction that they're looking for, and that's what they got. The Cena thing, I'm with you guys, man. Like, I would almost rather you go back to the unbelievable word life John Cena than to do the heel John Cena turn, right? Like, you go back to the word life, he comes out with the chain and he starts battle rapping guys before they get to the ring in their matches. Like, that was the John Cena that really started to turn things around. I did not like the whole heel turn, and then all of a sudden, oh great, so now you're a baby face again. What the hell just happened? Like, nobody even knows. Right. Like, usually there's something that turns it, and this time there was nothing. It was just because. So it just didn't make sense to me. But as a whole, the show, haven't really been down with the 2-day PLEs, like the 2-day WrestleManias. I didn't really like it. The 2-day, mostly because I don't want to spend an entire weekend just sitting down at night and watching WWE on Saturday and on Sunday, and the wife doesn't really care for it either. But they did a really good job with the show. And I'm glad you guys had a lot of fun, man. I'm glad your son got to see some special stuff for sure.
Oh, it was awesome, dude. He was just like running into YouTube stars in the mall and taking pictures with them. The other thing is with the pre and the post game show now, and they're not going to do the press conferences, which funny timing, right, Rob? When they bring back Brock Lesnar, Triple H isn't going to take any questions at the podium. But that said, at the post game show, like night one, Jey Uso is just right there, like 4 feet away from you. And I'm pretty sure he was hammered. Night two, Cody Rhodes, somehow I think within like 35 minutes after the main event finished, he somehow managed to get himself hammered. And then night one, Triple H, he did the stupid water thing where he spits it out. I'm not going to lie. I felt like I was in like the 7th grade, man. I was there for my son, just wanting him to enjoy the experience. But there I was. And I was like, yeah, this feels like 7th grade again, man, because that's when I fell in love with the product, when it was DX and it was Shawn Michaels and Triple H. So it's awesome. It's also funny seeing like grown men walk around. Not so like I get like walking around dressed as Hulk Hogan and Randy Macho Man Savage and Stone Cold Steve Austin. Like, that's cool. The nostalgia of it. Like, that's why we're there. We're wrestling fans. We're dorks. But like, there were people there that were like dressed as like Spider-Man, which I thought was a little weird. And then after like the 30th, when you're waiting in a long ass line and it's 100 degrees, the 30th yeet from like a 45-year-old, 50-year-old man is like enough. I feel like, it's definitely an interesting crowd. I felt for my wife.
I have said for years, wrestling, like you could go to an absolute booty cheek show, but in-person wrestling shows are always awesome. But the people watching at wrestling is A+. And I don't care if you are at a huge highlight show like SummerSlam or you're at a WWE house show in an arena of 6,000 people. Like, wrestling people watching is absolutely through the freaking roof, dude. It's as entertaining as the wrestling itself.
It really is, dude. It's way better. Like, if you think airport people watching is good, man, go to a wrestling show and you're gonna see some stuff. Unfortunately, Browns game goes over, so I get 1 winner, 1 loser. No Shador touchdown. Tonight's a wash. When we come back for the final hour, though, we're gonna get back to some sports stuff. We'll talk a little bit of Heisman betting. I got a couple bets. Throw those out there. We'll do a little MVP betting. And then again, I sent like 20 bets in that I placed tonight in the NFL. And we'll just throw those out there because probably not going to do a whole lot of betting this weekend because these preseason games are hit or miss this year. BetMGM tonight, final hour coming back up. Rob Brown, Ryan Horvath.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. Great stuff tonight. We talked with our good buddy Jared Smith from Fox Sports. Check out the podcast if you missed any of that interview, but preferably do that at 11 p.m. because we got bills to pay around here, damn it. Brett Cagle joined us. We talked a little UFC. There's a fight night card. Talked about some upcoming fights as well. You could watch the show on Twitch, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. You could also check out the show on YouTube. All you got to do is search the BetMGM Network, hit the subscribe button. Give us a follow on all social media platforms at BetMGM Network. You can download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts and interact with us. You can leave us a voice message now by going to the always free Odyssey app. You could be like, hey, Horvat, you rock. They should pay you a bunch of money for your college football show on Saturdays because you made me so much money that now I'm able to retire. I told you guys earlier, and I want to tell you one more time about the King of the Big Swing, though, because there's still a couple games to go tonight. The King of the Big Swing is making the best day of the week even sweeter. And here's how you load up on bonus bets from BetMGM. You place your first home run bet of the day. Parlays are now included. It's a minimum of $10 on a player or players. And if they have the longest home run of the day, you win your share of $100K in bonus bets. No opt-in necessary. You just apply your Big Fly Fridays qualifying token dropped into your account to use on the first player or players to hit a home run every Friday. I would recommend not taking Kyle Tucker or any other Chicago Cub because for the last 30 days, Rob, they've struggled. Should I be worried about the Cubs? I know what Brandon's going to say because he's a negative Nancy. Should I be worried about the Cubs? I think there's a shot. I've already accepted the fact that the Brewers are winning the Central. I think there's a shot that the Cubs miss out on the postseason altogether, though, Rob.
Yeah, I'm not going that far. I think the Cubs are a wild card team at the very worst. I'm not ready to say that they are cooked in the Central. We had our conversation last week. Trade deadline losers only to me in that they were already a pretty good team, and I would have liked a frontline starter. Like I feel like, and I've said this a few times, Justin Steele doesn't go down at the beginning of the year. This Cubs team is first place in the division. I think there's probably 6, 7, 8 games with a different outcome if they've got a Cy Young guy out front. So I kind of wish that they would have been in the mix for Merrill Kelly or whoever, and they weren't, and that is a problem. I still think it's a very good baseball team. I think you've got Cole Batts, and I think at some point they wake up and turn back around. Now, the only question obviously is going to be, do the Brewers run away from them before, like, get too far out ahead? But I think it is important to point out, and I've said this a few times to you guys, one of the things that I would point out is the Brewers had to play absolutely electric baseball. They had an 11-game win streak. They're 9-1 in the last 10. I don't think that is the Brewers are a good baseball team, but I don't think they are maintain the best record in baseball through the end of the season good. At some point, that 9-1 is going to walk itself back. And then it's just, can the Cubs be 2 games better than the Brewers in any given last 10 record? And to me, the answer is they are good enough to do that. It's just, will the Brewers be up 4 games at that point, or will they be up 9 games at that point and the rundown becomes just a game or 2 outstretch? I think the Cubs are fine. They will be in the playoffs. They will be a wild card team at the very least. This team would be first place in the NL East right now. This team would be second place in the NL West right now, behind only the Dodgers. Scratch that. They would be tied with the Dodgers for first place in the NL West right now. They're second in the Central because the Brewers have had like the best 2-month run of Brewers baseball in Brewers baseball history. They'll come back to earth, and as long as the Cubs can keep it within striking distance, I think they'll be fine.
Brewers up right now 3-2 on the Mets in the bottom of the 7th. They got runners on first and second, but 2 away. And the Cubs getting shut out right now by the Cardinals, 3-0, bottom of the 6th. The Cubs to make a comeback, plus 775. We're going to talk Heisman bets here, Brando, but anything that you need to get off your chest about the Cubs, and then we'll get back to the bets. Are you feeling all right?
No, you say I'm negative Nancy, but I'm with Rob Brown. I'm not worried about this team. Like he just said, I mean, yes, right now they've had a couple of bad weeks of baseball since the All-Star break, but when you put that into perspective, how bad they've been over these last couple of weeks and how much we've complained about them, they still have the second best record in the National League. I'm not worried about this team at all. I still think the Brewers will come back down to earth at some point. They're going to go through a stretch of bad baseball, just like the Cubs are going through right now. And the Cubs will figure it out. And even if they don't, even if the Brewers don't come back down to earth, the Cubs are still going to be a wild card team. This team is still going to the playoffs. But either way it goes, I was talking to somebody about this today. Either way it goes, when you look at this team, whether they were the 1 seed or they're the 5 seed, would you still pick them to win a World Series? I wouldn't. So that's why I'm not too worried about it.
All right. Maybe you're just a negative Nancy when it comes to the Chicago Bears then. So that's my bad, dude. My bad.
I'm just a realist.
Just a realist. All right, let's do Heisman bets. I'll throw out 2. And I think you guys know where I'm going, but they're my 2 favorites. So we're going to do this, and then you guys give your picks. So maybe the people could hear a different opinion other than these 2 guys. So, well, I guess 3. I got Lenora Sellers, but me and Rob have talked a ton of Lenora Sellers. So I'm going to go a different route here. Obviously, Avery Johnson at 50-1 I like from Kansas State. Last year, even with Giddens, was their second leading rusher. 7 touchdowns he scored on the ground, threw for 2,600. And I do like Kansas State quite a bit in the Big 12. You can make the case for like 6 to 8 teams in the Big 12, I know. But rather than bet them at plus 550 or 6-1 to win the Big 12, if they do win the conference, I think he at least gets the invitation to New York, man. They got off to a nice start. They were 7-1 and then really slumped down the stretch. But I think they're going to be better this year. You got to remember, like last year, he stole the job from Will Howard, and then Will Howard goes to Ohio State. It's another offseason where he's the guy. So I like Avery Johnson, especially at a 50-1 price. Talked about Ty Simpson. I don't really like that so much anymore because it went from 60-1 down to 18-1. I wouldn't bet that anymore. But I still like Mateer from Oklahoma, and he's 25-1. Brent Venables needs to have a winning season at Oklahoma, or he's probably out. Obviously, every year there's high standards. They just joined the SEC a couple years back with Texas. And we know he could coach defense. The defense was damn good last year. They only gave up like 20 points per game, but the offense was brutal. So he hires Ben Arbuckle from Washington State, who was with Mateer last year, and they had the 6th best offense in the country. They averaged 36 points per game. Mateer last year threw for 3,139 yards and 29 touchdowns. Like, these are video game numbers, man. He ran for 15 touchdowns, tied for the lead in the nation with 44 total, rushed for 826 yards. And I'm a big Arbuckle fan, man. In 2022, Western Kentucky, when he was the OC there, they were top 10 offensively in the country. And then at Washington State, like I said, they didn't skip a beat. So I like Mateer 25-1. But again, it just comes down to, can Oklahoma win 9-10 games? Because you have to have a pretty damn good team. That's why I didn't bet Travis Hunter, unfortunately, last year, man, because I didn't think that Colorado was going to be in the running for the Big 12 like they were. All right, Rob, Heisman bets. Any looks from you or anybody that you're even considering?
Yeah, I will start with same thing. I know we've talked about it a gazillion times. Lenora Sellers is a ticket for me. I grabbed it a couple of months ago at 19-1, and I've said a few times, like, the Gamecocks go as far as Lenora Sellers carries them. They get Faison, the waiver approved, to practice. They still don't know if he's going to be able to play. If he can't go, they're going to a backup running back as RB1, question marks. You got 2 returning offensive tackles, but the entire interior of your offensive line is new. Don't know what that does. Did Nick Harbor fix the hands? If the answer is yes, he's going to catch for 1,300 yards. If the answer is no, Lenoris is in trouble. But I genuinely think he is that talented. And I have made the point a couple of times that I think Lenora Sellers is South Carolina's Cam Newton. I just don't know if they've got the dogs around him to get him to a natty and give him a chance to genuinely make history. But I think he's got the talent to elevate them. And I'm going with the Palmetto State ticket because I am putting one down on Cade Klubnik. Look at the numbers this guy put up last year. They were stellar. He's at the top of the list in yards. What do he go? 17 passing touchdowns to 6 picks when it was all said and done. The numbers were all there last year. And look at Clemson's wide receiver chart this year, right? Like, their wide receiver chart this year has got some dogs. I had Antonio Williams on my show at ACC Media Days, and I am going to tell you, like, that dude is a dude. Bryant Westco Jr. has a very good chance of being an absolute dude. Like, they've got TJ Moore, a young guy that's going to have some opportunity. Like, they're in a really good position, and Cade had numbers without that much talent. Now, there are questions about the run game. You take a step back. in the run game, and they will have to figure out how they're going to replace the yardage they lost last year or from last year. But I got him in that group as well. And then I'm going Dante Moore too. And I know he's kind of becoming a progressively more trendy pick, but Dan Lanning is one of the coaches at this level that to me, I pay the highest compliment to, which is I trust that guy to tinker his offense to fit the players, not to try to tinker the players to fit his offense. And I think a coach who understands if I can adapt my offense to what I have in skill, instead of try to force that skill into what I want the offense to be, I'm going to take that. I think Dan Lanning has the potential over the next couple of years to join that Kirby Smart, Ryan Day, top echelon, upper tier of college football coaches. And from everything I'm reading, Dante Moore is just a freak on top of that. And I think Dan Lanning can coach him to better numbers than he would get a lot of other places. On top of that, it's dropped a little bit. I snagged Dante Moore, courtesy of our friend Jared Smith, about 3 weeks ago at 22-1. I want to say he's like down closer to 19-1 now. Still a good number. So I'm going with the Palmetto State ticket of Lenora Sellers and Cade Klubnik. My out of South Carolina pick is Dante Moore out of Oregon.
I like that Dante Moore look, dude, especially because, like, nobody wants to buy in and people are like, oh, I don't know, he wasn't good at UCLA. Well, like, they forced him onto the field because his camp was like, if you don't play him, Chip Kelly, he's leaving, which he ends up leaving anyway, which I find funny. But it was a bad 4-game stretch, but he was 18 years old. Now he's also had the benefit, nobody's talking about, of sitting behind Dylan Gabriel last year, man, and learning that Will Stein offense. And let's not forget, now everybody loves Bo Nix. And they're running out to draft him in fantasy football, and they're calling him a top 10 quarterback. Nobody liked Bo Nix at Auburn, dude. And then he went to Oregon. And, you know, Kenny Dillingham, granted, was calling plays year 1, but it was the Will Stein offense year 2. And Bo completed like 75% of his passes. Last year, Dylan Gabriel balled out. They were the best team in the country until they got absolutely screwed. Let's be honest. They got screwed. They go undefeated, and it's like, hey, you get the winner of Tennessee, Ohio State. Right? You don't get Boise State or Arizona State. You get the winner of, you know, 2 really good teams. So I like the Dante Moore look, man, especially in that offense. They were number 1 in the Big Ten in scoring last year. So that's a good call, especially at that price. Brando, any looks, or are you going with just all Toledo players? Just play.
So I
Gleason.
actually, you know what's funny, as I do have Gleason on my
I knew you would,
because he is 750-1. So why the hell not, right? Like he's worth a $4 bet, is he not? I mean, come on now.
Yes.
I've spent $4 on worse things in my life.
Me too.
But yeah, I mean, look, Tucker Gleason, if that team goes undefeated in the MAC and they make the college football playoff, and he just absolutely has a ridiculous season, sure, it could happen, but probably won't. No, I like Drew Aller, 18-1 a lot. You know how high I am on him. I'll give you another 2 more that I'm high on, and you already know about one of them, Jeremiah Love. I love this kid at Notre Dame, man. And if he balls out this year, if he's running for 1,500 to 2,000 yards and Notre Dame's back in the national title picture, he definitely could be a player for the Heisman Trophy. But Dylan Raiola is another one that I'm high on when it comes to this as well. And he is also 40-1, which is a crazy number for a guy who last year, what did he complete? 68% of his passes, something like that, 67% of his passes. Threw for nearly 3,000 yards. He had 13 touchdowns. I know he threw a ton of picks last year, but if he can limit that this year, throw a few more touchdowns, and keep that completion percentage up, if Nebraska's as good as you think they're going to be, Dylan Raiola at 40-1 could also be a nice play.
That's a good call, dude. So I kind of hit on this earlier, but I was being lazy, not going to lie, because I was sweating out a Shedeur Sanders rushing touchdown. But now that it didn't get hit, I'll get into it, man. So Dana Holgorsen took over the last 3 weeks of the season, calling plays from Marcus Satterfield, which I never liked the Marcus Satterfield hire. But Raiola's issue was he was taking those brutal sacks, man. He wasn't getting rid of the ball quick. So the last 3 games with Dana calling plays and him getting rid of the ball and throwing on time, he completed 72% of his passes, 236 yards per game, and only threw 1 interception. And I like the talent that they bring in, man, in the portal. Dane Key caught 126 balls, 3 seasons at Kentucky in the SEC. Ja'Cory Barney's back. He caught 55 balls last year. And they got the Cal transfer, Messiah Hunter. dude, and he could be the guy that could take the top off the defense. Last year, 40 catches, like 15 yards per grab, and the O-line's going to be a strength. And the defensive side of the ball, Tony White's gone for Florida State, but I like the John Butler hire. He's been in the NFL forever, was the DC in the 2015 Bowl win over BC. So, because they got to win games. They got to win 9-10 games. Because Raiola could ball out if they win 6-7 games. He's not getting the invitation to New York. So, team success does matter. And I do like them to go over 7.5 wins. So, like the Raiola call. When we come back, we'll look at the MVP market. Couple bets that I placed right there. Wrap up some scores in Major League Baseball and the NFL as well. It's BetMGM tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back! BetMGM Tonight. Ryan Horvath, ravishing Rob Brown. We got Brandon. No, I'm not related to Puff Daddy Combs. And we got Monty in control of the video tonight. And I got to say, he's doing a great job. Brandon's doing a great job. Rob, I don't know if you need to hear this today, man, but you're doing a great job. And I appreciate all your hard work. You know, most people, I don't know if you know this, Rob, in the summertime, man, on Friday nights, they go out. They have lives. You just got married, Rob. You just got married this year. You could be spending time with your beautiful wife. Instead, you're spending it with me on Friday nights, talking about the SEC every other week. We've given out Heisman bets for the last 3 months. Everybody knows we love Lenora Sellers. But you know what? We don't care. We're going to tell you about it again. We've broke down SmackDown, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, WrestleMania, your case of gonorrhea in the 3rd grade. What? I made that up. But we do appreciate all your hard work, man. I just wanted to say that, even though we have 40 more minutes. And if you're at home and you're thinking 40 more minutes, but it's 10:22 Eastern time. Yes, we are on until 11 p.m. I am on until 11 p.m. Monday through Friday. So, Rob, we appreciate your hard work, man.
It has been a pleasure. I sincerely appreciate being trusted with the gig. I appreciate everybody who said, let's put that jackass on for 4 more hours a week for no good reason at all. I appreciate you, Horvey, for letting me fill in and ruin your show on a weekly basis. I appreciate Brando and all the boys in the back that have made it easy to come in here on Friday nights and do this. And most importantly of all, I appreciate my wife, who hasn't murdered me yet for being busy every Friday in the summertime in our first year of marriage. So thanks to her for not killing me. She wouldn't. She's the best.
You know, I was never a big Friday guy anyway, to be honest. Saturday was usually when I put on the shiny shoes, and I was always like madly hungover on Sunday. So then it would just carry into, well, I got to do the hair of the dog and you can't fly on one wing, which would turn into like, oh no, Monday is really going to suck and I'm probably going to call off. But Fridays for me, man, you know, it was either Friday night SmackDown or, let's be honest, and don't worry, we'll talk MVP bets. Were you guys TGIF guys growing up?
Yes.
Or no?
Yeah.
Who wasn't?
All right. Because I was going to ask you guys about Snick, but that was Saturdays. And remember, you had Rugrats. You closed out the night with a little Are You Afraid of the Dark? If you were a real one. I know a lot of people couldn't stay up until 8:30 or they were just cowards, but your boy was there every night until 9 p.m. TGIF.
Was I the only loser on TGIF that would sit down before they would start playing? I'm going to forget the name of the show now. But they had where they would go down a roller coaster and you sit closer to your TV so it actually looks like you're going down the roller coaster with them.
No, I remember that. What was that though?
It wasn't Family Matters, but it was the other
Step by Step?
Step by Step. There you go. Yes.
Yeah. That's Oh, yeah. I thought you meant there. Okay, so yeah, the intro to the show.
The intro.
Well, yeah, I was going to ask you, what was your favorite show in the lineup?
Oh, it was definitely Family Matters. Yeah, I was a big Family Matters guy.
Family Matters
that
for
was
you?
The best. Yeah, for sure. Urkel was awesome.
I mean, first off, I want to say that as an adult, I appreciate the show Dinosaurs way more than I did as a kid. And I liked it as a kid, but like Dinosaurs was one of the, in retrospect, looking at it back now, like one of the smartest TV shows of all time. But if you're going to tell me, if you're anywhere close to our age, if you're going to tell me that Topanga's not top 3 and Boy Meets World wasn't there because Topanga was top 3 in your childhood crushes list, I'm going to call you a dirty, filthy liar.
No,
yeah, you're right.
So Boy Meets World was the GOAT, dude. I was a big Sean Hunter guy. But you know what I hated about Boy Meets World is Corey, the first couple seasons, is cool. Like, he's into baseball. He's a big Phillies fan. He's normal. Corey is such a nerd in the later seasons. You're like, how did he get Topanga and how does he have friends? I hate this guy. And then his brother goes from being like a stud, like, you know, and he's like slick, always like getting in trouble but getting out of it, to just being like brain dead. Like, did they like drop him down a couple flights of stairs and not tell us like before the third season? Like, does he start huffing paint? What happens to Eric Matthews, dude? So that was my only issue with Boy Meets World, is it dragged on a little bit too long. But it was a great show. Weirdly, Step by Step's my number one. And it's probably because at the time in like the 6th, 7th grade, I was in love with every woman on the show. From Al, the daughter, to Karen, the daughter, to Dana, the daughter, to, let's be honest, Suzanne Summers, the mom. I love Suzanne Summers. So Step by Step, Day by Day. I was a big JT fan. One of them turned out to be like a huge scumbag. Either Cody or JT. I think it was Cody, like the dumb one. But you know what number one has to be? And I had to go back and look at this. And technically, even though it was before this run of Full House, Boy Meets World, Step by Step, The Great Family Matters, did you know technically The Wonder Years was part of TGIF?
Yeah. That was a great show, too.
I feel like that's the most underrated show of all time. Like, it went from 88 to 92. Oh, man. Even just I can just remember just the, what would you do? Just great theme song, obviously. I like the Woodstock version a little bit better, but yeah, Wonder Years, man. Kevin Arnold.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great one. Anyway,
have we
MVP
made it this far and none of us given a shout out to John Stamos, Dave Coulier, and the rest of the gang on Full House? Like, I think we can all say whatever we want, but I got to think of all of those shows. Full House, Boy Meets World are the only two whose like legacy is still alive today significantly, right?
Yeah. Sometimes I'll just be like walking down the street and all of a sudden it'll pop in my head. I'll be like, when you're lost out there and you're all alone, light is waiting to carry you home everywhere you look.
What was the one with
I saw Uncle Jesse
with Balky?
Go on, Brando. I'll remember mine.
What was the one with Balky? What was the two brothers?
Oh,
I can't remember the name of that show either.
I almost swore. Jesus, is it a Friday?
And didn't Fresh
Perfect
Prince start
Strangers
out on TGIF? Yeah, Perfect Strangers was good too.
I need the full. Hold on, I need the full TGIF lineup now. MVP bets. I like freaking. Go on.
I thought Fresh Prince started on TGIF too. Did it not?
All right, hold on.
It started there and then it moved on.
I got us. All right. So TGIF, it premiered in the fall of 1989. Here's the original lineup. So Wonder Years was not. Hey, no, Wonder Years is on this. All right, so Full House, Wonder Years, Just the 10 of Us. I don't remember that. It only had a 2-year run. Perfect Strangers, and then the premiere of Family Matters. In the 90s, it's Full House, Family Matters, Perfect Strangers. Yeah, you're right. Huh. Interesting. Well, there you go. You learn something new every single night. Fun fact about John Stamos, I saw him drum for the Beach Boys. My first concert at the Illinois State Fair. Did you?
So did I.
He was awesome.
On the beach in Destin, Florida in like 1994. And it was like, Uncle Jack. I very much remember, because like my mom had me into the older music. I very much remember when Uncle Jesse came out, because like, and this was like right when he joined in, as he was like backup drummer, but he played a lot of shows with him. And genuinely, I thought that my mother had brought me to see a show of Uncle Jesse and the Rippers and call them that. And she's like, no, these are the Beach Boys.
With Viper on the guitar.
Dude, it ended up being Uncle Jesse and like a bunch of old dudes. And like in retrospect now, I'm like, yo, I got to see Brian Wilson live. Like that's an incredible memory. At the time, I swore we were there to see Uncle Jesse and the Rippers. I would also like to lodge one complaint. The single most disappointing moment for me as a nerdy kid growing up, because I was a nerdy kid growing up, was when Urkel turned into Stefan. And they were like, hey, nerd kids, like maybe if you try hard, you can be handsome, cool, and actually get the girl one day. But if you can't, you'll just be alone and a loser forever. Not the message I think Family Matters should have gone with. And I got to be honest, it still bothers me to this very day.
Yeah, I always hated Stefan too. And it goes back to when we argued Superman, dude, and why I never really got into Superman the same way that I did Batman, because Batman would hide his identity. I thought it was weird that like Urkel would just lose the glasses in the suspenders, and all of a sudden, he's Chris Brown before the Rihanna stuff. Like every woman wanted him. And then like, what's the other craziest thing about the whole, what it reminded me of, dude, is, and they spoofed on this in the Not Another Teen Movie with Lainey Boggs. Remember She's All That? Where like the girl is clearly, I think it's Jennifer Lee, that ends up going with Freddie Prinze. And now that I'm talking about it, how come in every high school movie, when we go to the dance, they just do like a choreographer like dance? Like everybody knows like the same moves, and they're doing. And Usher's always there for some reason. He's DJing it. Like why is Usher always DJing the high school dance in high school? But I hated that movie.
We as society have moved past the like maybe nerds are hot phase, right? Like we've gotten to the point where we're just like, hey, if you're a nerd, embrace the nerd. It's fine, because like there's an entire genre of American pop culture of people like taking off glasses, putting on a shirt, and becoming the hottest person in school. And I got to tell you, not me. I take off my glasses and I just look like a less smart version of myself. Like that's not real. And I'm glad we as America have moved past this whole thing of, hey, nerds, take off your glasses, put down the ponytail, and maybe you'll have a shot at happiness one day too.
That's dude, I think I just glorify the 90s. Like in the 90s, we were big nerd shamers when you think about it. And that's what drove me nuts about She's All That. Like the girl is clearly beautiful, but she's into art and she's got like paint on her suspenders and glasses. And then all of a sudden, Freddie Prinze Jr., that putz, just shows up at her house and is like, hey, here's a hairdresser. And, this girl is going to find your perfect dress. And all she does is take her glasses off, and she shows up at the dance and everybody's like, oh my God, who is that? The same girl that was in history class. You idiots. How about Can't Buy Me Love? Maybe it's just not even the 90s, dude. Maybe this stems back to the 80s. Let's remember a young Patrick Dempsey trying to catch the attention of a young Jess Mancini. And he has to what? Pay for her car? I forgot how that all goes down. But a great movie, and I was in love with her for a long, long time. Anyway, I forgot what we were actually going to talk about this segment. We were going to do MVP bets, but here, I'll be real quick for you guys, right? I bet Justin Herbert at 20-1. That's dead because his tackle is done for the year, so I don't feel very good about that. Brock Purdy, you could still get it 28-1, but I like Mahomes anything over 7-1. You know why? You have idiot radio host in Kansas City calling him fat. Madden really wanted to poke the bear. They don't give him a 99 rating. He's not the highest rated quarterback. And you could say, Ryan, that's just narrative stuff. Well, let's not forget the fact that he's freaking Pat Mahomes. And if he's not the best quarterback ever, it's because he's behind Tom Brady. He's in the conference championship every year. Every year he's in the conference championship. I think we just take Pat Mahomes and his greatness for granted. Oh, he didn't throw 40 touchdowns this year. Well, that's because the Chiefs were smart and they saw Tyreek Hill was spinning off the planet before anybody else did, and they traded him away. And that's because they've revamped and changed that offense so many times, man. But this year, I think it might be explosive again. If Hollywood Brown can stay healthy, if Rashee Rice could stay out of jail and on the field, if Travis Kelce stays skinny, if Isaiah Pacheco could find that burst and not look 55 years old, and if the offensive line can protect them. That's why the Chiefs didn't win the Super Bowl. It was nothing on Mahomes. He was getting suplexed and body slammed all over the field by the Eagles' defensive front. So my pick to win the MVP, guys, is Pat Mahomes. And my pick for greatest TGIF show, I'm going to be honest, it's step by step, even over Boy Meets World, day by day. Patrick Duffy.
I think Full House is the greatest of all time, to be honest with you, because it was probably the longest sustained successful show on TGIF. But I think for me, like, was there anything worse than when Topanga and I'm gonna forget the name of the character when they broke up? And
Corey,
like, oh no.
Remember when?
Yeah, when they break up and you're like, oh man, and if you were a young kid and you had a girlfriend at the time, you're like, man, if they can break up, anybody can break up. What the hell? It was one of the saddest things
So
I'd ever experienced as a kid.
I'm
You're like,
also
damn, it didn't even
going-
work out for Corey and Topanga.
Yeah.
I am. Yes, it did. That's why we now have Girl Meets World, but we'll circle back around to Girl Meets World.
Yeah, don't
in a
worry,
few
Brandon.
years
They
and see.
fornicate. Yeah.
Two things. Number one, I'm taking Joe Burrow, and I feel a hell of a lot better after last night. We'll talk about that because who the hell cares? I want to go back to the shows that matter, or the shows that tell you something that you can put yourself in and understand it. That is why people my age love Saved by the Bell, because one of those people in that little click, you could connect. Unfortunately for me, it was less AC and it was more Screech. That sucked. Boy Meets World was the same way. I was kind of the nerdy kid who loved baseball. Corey got Topanga. They broke up. They got back together. I felt that is all I'm saying. Boy Meets World.
When this boy meets world. We wrap up the show next. BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. And guess what? We're presented by, you guessed it, BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. I'm heading over to BetMGM right now to see what's on tap this weekend and tonight. Right now, Major League Baseball, Phillies up 4-1 on the Rangers. Kansas City getting beat up on by the Twins. It's 9-3 out in Minnesota. The Cubs may never score another run. They're down 5-0 right now as we go to the bottom of the eighth. They trail 5-0 to the St. Louis Cardinals. Meanwhile, what did the Brewers end up doing? They won 3-2 over the Mets. Not great. Seattle down 1-0 right now. Boston up 4-0 on San Diego. How about the Diamondbacks up 4-1 on the Rockies? The Blue Jays, who I did like tonight, plus 120, up 1-0 on the Dodgers. And the Giants up 2-0 on the Nationals. There it is. Had to wait for it. NFL, we're all wrapped up with preseason action, but we do got more games kicking off tomorrow. The Giants, Jackson Dart season, 3-point dogs taking on the Buffalo Bills. Total in the game, 36.5. Buffalo with nothing to play for. The Giants going to try to evaluate some talent. I do want to see what Jackson Dart looks like here in the preseason, dude, because I like Mike Kafka and I like Brian Daboll. I hope that they're not coaching for their lives, though, because that team is not making the playoffs or winning 9 games with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston and Jackson Dart leaving the most friendly offense in college football to join the pros. And, yeah, dude, I don't know how that's going to look, though. Minnesota tomorrow is a 3-point favorite. I'm also excited to see J.J. McCarthy. Rob, you think J.J. is going to be good, dude? Because I think the Vikings are a good value bet. If you're not buying into the Bears this year, you think like they're a year away, like why can't it be Minnesota, right? Like nobody believed in Sam Darnold going into last year, and now you have Justin Jefferson and TJ Hawkinson healthy. Unfortunately, Jordan Addison's going to miss the first 3 games of the season, but I like JJ, dude, and that defense isn't going to skip a beat with Brian Flores, and I love Kevin O'Connell, man. That's a really quarterback-friendly offense. They're playing Houston tomorrow. Where are you at with JJ and the Vikings this year?
Very up in the air. Here's a thought that I have. Kevin O'Connell has gotten Kirk Cousins played, and granted, Kirk Cousins was dealing with an injury last year, but Kirk Cousins was signed to Atlanta with expectations of a Super Bowl, and I know they drafted Michael Penix Jr., and I know a lot of people thought that this was that was kind of a sign of a lack of faith in Kirk Cousins. I genuinely think they looked and they went, even if Kirk Cousins is the guy to take us to a Super Bowl, and we think he is, we know Kirk's got like 2 or 3 good years in him. We need to get the next guy up and ready because there's no guarantee that when Kirk's done, the next guy will be ready to go. And hell, on top of that, and I think this is the easiest pick, if Kirk Cousins is the guy and we get late and we get a Super Bowl, we're drafting 32nd. We're not getting a franchise quarterback at that spot. So I didn't look at it that way. What I looked at it as Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback, but like he's not in the upper echelon. Kevin O'Connell got him paid. Sam Darnold, and again, much like with Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold was in the absolute dumpster fire that was the Charlotte-based Carolina Panthers there for a little while. He goes to Minnesota. He gets paid. Now, we don't have any indication yet. We'll see what he does in Seattle, that Kevin O'Connell helps Sam Darnold overperform. We have nothing more than what we have seen Sam Darnold do in the past, what he did last year. I think Kevin O'Connell might be the best quarterback coach in the National Football League. I don't know what J.J. McCarthy is because, let's keep it a buck, when he was at Michigan and they won the Natty, J.J. McCarthy was not asked to do much as a quarterback. Like he threw the ball, but that was Blake Corum in the run game that year. J.J. McCarthy was never really asked to be the hero, at least not often. So I don't think any of us really know what J.J. McCarthy is yet. What I do know is Kevin O'Connell has, for 3 years in a row, gotten stuff out of a quarterback that very few people thought was in those quarterbacks. So if anybody's going to get J.J. McCarthy to be good enough, it'll be Kevin O'Connell. I think they might be worth a divisional sprinkle, but I've made the argument a few times. I got into it with Kenny on our show last week. I'm sure that somebody will push back against it here, and I'm here for it. I think the NFC North is the best division in football, very closely followed by the AFC West. I think, though, with this being the prove it year for Jordan Love, with Ben Johnson at Chicago, if the silver lining optimistic view is it, and Caleb is able to figure it out, put 2 and 2 together and get 4, I think that this division is stacked. And it genuinely feels like there are 3 teams that could win it and one that is, I think, going to be good enough to be considered a dark horse. So I don't hate. If you drop Minnesota into the NFC South, I'm picking them to win that division. If you drop them into the NFC East, honestly, I could probably pick them to maybe compete, be neck and neck back, or like maybe in the back pocket of Philly. But that division is 4 teams deep, 3 that can win it, 1 that is a justifiable dark horse. And I just don't know enough about JJ McCarthy to say that I'm comfortable doing anything with that right now.
Yeah, I don't. What about you, Brando? Because obviously you're a Bears fan, man. I do like the Bears over 8.5 wins. I like Green Bay, even though I'm a Green Bay fan. I mean, it comes down to though, like, what are you getting from Jordan Love this year and that defense? Because I have some concerns about the secondary now that Jair's gone. And your big offseason pickup was Nate Hobbs, who's more of a nickel corner than, a DB1 or DB2, and now he's hurt, and he's going to miss some time. And then you got the Lions. I think they take a step back. More outdoor games from Goff. You lose both coordinators. I'm more worried about the Ben Johnson loss than I am the Aaron Glenn, not going to lie. But the defense last year, that was my issue with the Lions, dude, even when they won 15 games. No pass rush. That's why they lost to a rookie quarterback. It's like, I just don't know how the Lions bounce back from that, to be honest with you, man. Losing all those coordinators and coaches, and you win 15 games, you get home field advantage. Goff doesn't have to go into cold weather, and you can't beat a rookie quarterback. Like, I know Jaden's the real deal, dude, but like that was the year for them. So where are you at with Minnesota, though, first?
Yeah, with Minnesota, it's really going to depend on if JJ is that guy, right? And I'm with everything that Rob Brown said. Kevin O'Connell, if he does this again with JJ McCarthy, we have to be talking about him as maybe the best coach in the NFL right now. And I don't think a lot of people are thinking that, but they should be thinking that because the job that he's done, the way that he brought back Sam Darnold was insane. And we're going to see what Sam Darnold is without Kevin O'Connell this year too, right? For me, as far as the NFC North being the best division, I actually agree with you, right? Like Kenny Henderson, look, I've never met a Bears fan that hates the Bears more than Kenny Henderson does. So
he loves
the fact
the
that Kenny didn't agree with you on it, it does not surprise me. He is the Eeyore of Bears fans for sure. But look, when you're looking at the Bears, here's what I have to say: the Bears have to prove it to me on the field. Right, like we've seen all the glowing lights, we've seen all the stuff in the training camps, and we've seen all the HBO specials and the coaches with brand new beards and haircuts, and we think that they're going to be great, and then they go out and they do what they did last year. I think the Bears are going to be a lot better. I can't get them over 9 wins. 9 wins is like my max. 9. I think they're 8-9, 9-8 with them, but if they come out of the gate strong, because their schedule in the first 4 weeks is not as tough as people would think that it could be. If they start out 3-1 or they start out 4-0 somehow, all of a sudden it's a different looking schedule. It's a different looking team, right? So I'm kind of there with the Bears, like where I need to see it on the field. Like I like the things that I'm seeing in the preseason. I like the things that I'm seeing coming out of training camp. I don't mind, the viral video of throwing hands in the air and all that stuff, because I see the stuff that happens afterwards, right? I see Caleb go back and throw darts in the same drill. I see Caleb make these impressive passes where all of a sudden you just see his arm and his head look around a defensive lineman, and he chucks one in between 3 other linemen straight into his wide receiver's chest. Like I see those things. So I do like that. The Lions, I agree, they take a step back. I don't know if they take that much of a step back, but I do think that they will take a large step back. We'll see, but I do think this is the best division top to bottom. I think it's the closest division top to bottom, which is why all 4 teams are plus money to win the division.
Yeah, I mean, the AFC West, dude, obviously, right? Because you have the Raiders as the wild card, right? With Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly and Geno and Ashton Genty joining the gang. The Chiefs aren't going anywhere. Bad news for anybody that thinks that they are. You're an idiot. Unless Mahomes gets kidnapped, they're going to be in the conference championship game, most likely. I don't love the Broncos as much as everybody does, guys. Like, I'm more high. Maybe I'm just more high. I'm higher on the Chargers. Although, losing your tackle right before the season begins is never great. And then the AFC North, like I know everybody wants to hate Rodgers because he's a goofball. I love him, as you could probably tell, since his head is like peeking through the show right now. I like the Steelers in that division. The Ravens are one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl, and on paper, one of the best teams in the league. The Bengals, if they could just get stops, could win it all. That offense, I mean, dude, Jamar Chase last night, he's not even fair. It's like he jumped out of a video game into real life, man. You know, and then they have T. Higgins, and they have Chase Brown is going to ball out this year. So I would say those are the three best divisions. But yeah, the NFC North is absolutely loaded. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, I don't know that we see Rodgers tomorrow, although he said he wants to play because he's goofy. They are 4.5-point dogs against our Jacksonville Jags tomorrow. The Cowboys, 1.5-point favorite against the Rams. You know how the Rams are going to treat the preseason, the way that they should, not play anybody. And then you have Matthew Stafford at 37 years old, who just had an epidural, so there'd be no reason to rush him out there. Tennessee, we get to see Cam Ward, 3-point favorites tomorrow over Tampa Bay. And then Kansas City's a 2.5-point favorite over Arizona. And the Packers in action tomorrow, 3-point favorites over the Jets. Matt LaFleur said he wants to see all of his quarterbacks, all four of them. So Jordan Love going to get some action. A little preseason bet if you guys want to tell. Matthew Golden to score 2 touchdowns the entire preseason is plus 700. I like this quite a bit.
Oh, the entire preseason?
Yeah, not tomorrow. That would be a dumb bet. But the entire preseason, all 3 games, dude. All the reports are he's awesome. There's a good chance he could be wide receiver number 1, which I don't know that there is going to be a wide receiver number 1 in Green Bay. Yeah, like, I wouldn't put all my stock into a Green Bay receiver if you're playing fantasy football. I think some weeks it's going to be the Jaden Reed week. Some weeks it's going to be the Romeo Doubs week. You know, like, that's the one thing about Matt LaFleur is he's going to game plan and script for opponent, not just the same stuff every week. Rob, what do you got going on tomorrow before we get out of here for tonight? I know you got the show tomorrow, but I hear Cody Decker is he's no-showing once again. He's pulling
Cody
a Stone Cold Steve Austin and taking his ball and going home.
On vacation with the lady one more time. So me and Sean Bell tomorrow, noon to 4. And then your boy is going to sit on that couch with a big-ass bottle of Colonel Taylor bourbon. And I'm going to watch every damn second of NFL preseason football. And I'm going to keep ticking away the next 12 days of our lives till the college football season starts, my guy.
I love it, man. I love it. I leave you with these words for the weekend from the great Dave Matthews. Don't drink the water. Don't drink the water. Don't drink the water. There's blood in the water. We're back on Monday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.